Do you desire my treasure? If so, I shall grant it all to you. Go and seek it. I have concealed all my riches there, that I in the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar. The legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger, who conquered the Grand Line and tamed the seas, uttered these final words before his execution, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. The world was plunged into a tumultuous and chaotic epoch. The great pirate era is indeed marked by disorder. Despite the existence of the formidable navy, they can only maintain order in the first half of the Grand Line, while the New World transforms into a haven for pirates, with the seas being referred to as the pirate's paradise that in the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar. In the East Sea, long regarded as the weakest of all seas, there have emerged formidable figures. Among them are Pirate King Roger, Navy hero Garb, the world's most notorious criminal, Revolutionary Dragon, the Revolutionary Army's second-in-command, Sabo, and the future pirate King Luffy. Why is it deemed weak? The strongest in the East Sea are not pirates, but mountain bandits, led by the mountain bandit king, Roronoa Zoro, who wields a bottle and dares to confront the four emperors. Trampling upon the future pirate king, the seven warlords of the sea are indeed terrifying. There's also the king of the near seas, who does not spare even the face of his adversaries, taking one of their claws and nearly bringing the future pirate king to his demise, forcing Shanks to flee the East Sea under the cover of night. Moreover, this is the hometown of Navy hero Garp, who frequently visits his family. Should he encounter any pirates that catch his ire, he swiftly deals with them, causing the rising stars of the pirate world to be extinguished before they can shine. Thus, it is humanity that forever brings down the stars. Rodney silently mused, casting a glance at the scarred-faced brood on the deck, reveling in a feast with his crew, and sneering. Steel saw pirates, led by the ruthless Scarface Locke, with a bounty of 4.5 million berries, is 4.5 million still a drank mission? However, the danger level determines the mission's rank, and this fellow hardly seems perilous. Today, I shall eliminate you all, he declared, hoisting a cask of rum nearly as tall as himself, striding forward. Oh, Jack, is the drink here? The scar-faced man, indeed the leader of the Steel Saw Pirates, Scarface Locke, had recently looted a village just 2 days prior. They had made a considerable profit there, only to set the village ablaze upon their departure, leaving countless innocent villagers homeless. He is a bloodthirsty and cruel man. Rodney wore an unmistakable expression of sycophancy, bowing and scraping. Indeed, Captain, this is your favorite rum. Allow me to pour it for you personally. Gah, this lad is perceptive. Scarface Locke cackled, his laughter resembling that of a duck, relishing Rodney's obsequiousness. The crew members below scoffed, looking down upon his ingratiating behavior. However, who could blame them when the captain currently favored this man? Scarface Locke took the generously filled cup from Rodney, downing the rum in great gulps. Upon finishing, Rodney smiled at the other pirates and declared, "Everyone, do not just stand there. This is exquisite liquor we acquired today." Scarface Locke guffawed. "Jack speaks wisely, let us drink." As he spoke, the pirates below cast off their inhibitions, each one eagerly yearning for a fine drink. For these marauders of the sea, alcohol was an indispensable companion. Many among them suffered from a dependency on spirits. Liquor was far easier to preserve at sea than fresh water, and it provided a means to forget their troubles. In times of necessity, it could be employed for disinfection, warmth, or courage, allowing them to drift into a stupor. The pirates of the ocean were, for the most part, inebriates. Upon catching a whiff of fine wine, the cravings within them surged forth, and soon enough, a barrel was emptied with great haste. The last drops were consumed. Rodney beamed with satisfaction, only for the scarred-faced Locke to exclaim, "The wine is gone. Jack, hurry and fetch me a few more barrels, or else." What's happening? My body won't move. Locke was suddenly alarmed, feeling his body stiffen, his lower half limp and tingling. He noticed his jaw growing increasingly weak. Glancing at his crew, he found them in a similar state, their faces adorned with dazed expressions, leading one to believe they were simply intoxicated. "Jack, is it you?" Despite his bravado as a seasoned seafarer, he quickly grasped the situation at hand. Rodney chuckled. "I apologize, Scarface Locke, but I dealt with this fellow named Jack yesterday. He's likely now residing in the belly of the Sea King, and by nightfall, he shall merge with the seabed." "Who are you?" Locke demanded, his voice rising in disbelief. How could someone infiltrate his ship? No, they had been at sea for days. How had this individual managed aboard? Huh. Allow me to reveal my identity. Rodney laughed heartily, and with a sudden bang, a cloud of white smoke enveloped him. As the mist dissipated, a somewhat handsome young man emerged, appearing around 18 or 19 years of age. He was tall, but not as exaggeratedly large as Locke and his crew. Dressed in a jacket and blue sandals that exposed his toes, a short dagger was strapped to his thigh, and a modest cloth bag hung from his waist. Locke was taken aback upon seeing Rodney's true form. Rodney, reveling in the surprise, thought to himself how far he had come to be recognized merely by his appearance. "Who are you?" Locke pressed again. Rodney remained silent, pondering whether it was worth arguing with a man on the brink of death. Locke spat a thick glob of phlegm towards him, landing not far off. "Huh, what skill is there in poisoning? If you dare, release me, and see if Scarface Locke does not end your life. Experience my might." Rodney retrieved a shuriken from his bag, stating, "Anesthetics are remarkably effective. I need not lift a finger. As for Scarface Locke, I shall claim the bounty of 4,500,000 on your head. That weapon. You are the pirate hunter, Jostad J. Rodney." Locke's memory was jolted by the recent rumors of a pirate hunter named Jostad J. Rodney, who wielded peculiar weapons and was notorious for employing poison and assassination tactics, having dispatched numerous pirates in his wake. Every time, an entire ship is directly dispatched to the Navy. Aside from a name and the unique weapon left on site, the image that has circulated in the Navy bears a striking resemblance to the man before me. "Oh, you are aware, then. There is no need for introductions. You're under arrest, Scarface Locke." With a flick of my wrist, I hurled the kunai, striking true into the eye socket of Scarface Locke. Ah! His cries of agony echoed through the air, yet he was rendered powerless, merely watching as his life ebbed away, devoid of any sensation of pain. The effects of the anesthetic had dulled his senses, leaving him unable to utter a word. Before Rodney appeared a luminous screen visible only to him. Host, Joster J. Rodney. Race, human. Rank, Genin. Attributes, wind, fire, water, lightning, earth, yin, yang. Ninjutsu, great fireball, phoenix fire, water clone, body flicker technique, earth. Wall, heart decapitation technique, healing technique. Taijutsu, Uchiha, shuriken jutsu, shadow dance leaf, leaf whirlwind, leaf great whirlwind, 8 gates. Bloodline limit, none. Mission points, 260. Mission, eliminate Scarface Locke, captain of the Scarface pirate crew. Mission rank, D. Reward, 100 mission points. Status, completed. 100 mission points credited as a traveler in this pirate world. I pondered the absurdity of the Naruto system amidst this setting. While indulging in the anime, I was engrossed in a Naruto game, only to find myself furious and smashing my phone, resulting in an explosion-y existence obliterated. In an instant, I was transported to a realm where nothing remained of my past life. Fortunately, I had acquired a golden finger. This Naruto system endowed me with a plethora of dazzling martial arts techniques from the Naruto universe, requiring mission points for exchange and mastery. With the golden finger activated, I emerged from the village as a proud pirate hunter. Driven by the desire for mission points, I sought to grow stronger, specifically targeting those ruffians who wreaked havoc upon the seas, committing acts of arson, murder, and pillage. Unlike the Straw Hat crew, who are akin to adventurers, pirates are driven solely by their desires, committing unspeakable evils. Rodney bore no moral qualms about vanquishing these scoundrels. These wretches who squandered air and life and soil and death deserved nothing less than to be eradicated. Scarface Locke is worth 4 million, and with the first mate and crew aboard, I could amass around 6 million. 6 million. Explosive tags cost 30,000 each. I will purchase 100. In the Naruto world, explosive tags are valued at 300 each, equating to roughly 300 yen, making the purchasing power of berries comparable to that of yen. Recalling the staggering 6 trillion explosive tags owned by Conan, the wealthiest woman in Naruto, Rodney couldn't help but marvel. Money truly allows one to act with impunity. Indeed, I must earn wealth. I aspire to be a man of Naruto. Naruto, I shall claim that title. Chapter 2. The town of Clo-Rog. Here lies the town of both beginnings and endings, where the legendary pirate king, Joel D. Roger, was born and met his demise. The Navy has established a presence here, with a formidable colonel dispatched from headquarters, unyielding towards pirates, thus safeguarding the townsfolk from their incursions. Upon inquiry, one would hear that the new colonel is far superior to his predecessor, who merely occupied his position while colluding with pirates. A ship emerges over the horizon, and the Navy soldiers at the port promptly retrieve their telescopes. Should it be a pirate vessel, immediate reports must be dispatched. However, what they behold is a familiar sight. The bow of the ship bears the lifeless body of a pirate, and behind the strikingly handsome man stands a cowering group of pirates, trembling in fear. It is Rodney, here once again to claim his bounty. The soldiers breathe a sigh of relief. Rodney is a rising star among bounty hunters, consistently delivering entire crews of pirates to justice. Orders are swiftly given to prepare for the reception of the captured pirates. Shortly thereafter, the ship belonging to the Steel Saw Pirates docks, and a contingent of Navy soldiers disperses the crowd, each brandishing handcuffs and leg shackles, ready to escort the captured pirates away. Leading the charge is a bespectacled beauty, Lieutenant Dasky, her long sword at her side. Mr. Rodney, Dasky greets him with utmost courtesy. Hello, Dasky. The crew of the Steel Saw Pirates is here. How much bounty do you think I can exchange for them? Dasky smiles and replies, Please hold on. We still need to calculate, but rest assured, you will not receive a lesser sum. Her gaze towards Rodney is filled with respect, acknowledging his contributions to the seas. Very well, he nods. Dasky is an honest individual, and he trusts her implicitly, unperturbed by the thought of Smoker misappropriating funds. If even he were to act in such a manner, the Navy would be doomed soon. For bundles of cash are placed into his hands, one of which is notably smaller. The total bounty for the Steel Saw Pirates amounts to 5,630,000 berries, of which 3 million are earmarked for explosive tags, while another 100,000 is allocated for shurikens and kunai. The remaining funds are set aside for personal use. Finding a hotel to rest, he purchases explosive tags, shurikens, kunai, wire, and other tools from the system's marketplace. The marketplace offers more than mere weaponry. It also provides ninjutsu, martial arts, and bloodline limits, albeit at the cost of task points. The 8 Gates technique, the chakra blade, chakra extraction, and his own chakra are all part of the system's grand gift package. Currently, he can only unlock one of the 8 gates, necessitating continuous physical training. Task points and berries in the marketplace resemble game, tokens, and diamonds, a stark contrast that evokes a sense of nostalgia. However, this time, his expenditure seems futile. He places a stack of explosive tags into his waist pouch, alongside a small assortment of ninja tools. The pouch boasts a cubic space akin to a spatial scroll. Although the scrolls in the marketplace are prohibitively expensive and possess limited storage capacity, once again, he finds himself in a state of financial strain. Ding! A task has been issued. Just as he laments his poverty, a new task appears. He opens the task notification. Mission: Eliminate Captain Kuro of the 100 Plans. Mission rank: C. Reward: Permanent Chakra Fruit, 150 mission points. Chakra Fruit. This is indeed a valuable item. However, the chakra fruit mentioned here is not the one consumed by Kagaya Tsutsuki, but rather a diminished version, categorized into permanent and temporary types. The permanent chakra fruit enhances one's chakra capacity, providing a lasting increase in reserves, while the temporary variant grants a more substantial surge of chakra for a brief duration before dissipating. Captain Kuro of the 100 Plans? He is no easy opponent. Moreover, leaping from a bounty of 5 million to 16 million seems rather reckless, doesn't it? Kuro is renowned as one of the most cunning minds in the seas, second only to Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. A master of deception, he faked his own death to infiltrate Syrup Village, posing as a loyal butler in the mansion of a wealthy merchant while scheming to seize the family's fortune. A brilliant strategist. Yet fate pit him against the likes of God Usopp and Monkey D. Luffy. The current year is 1517 in the sea calendar. By this time, Kuro has only been embedded in Kaya's household for roughly half a year. Dealing with such a treacherous individual is no simple task. Intelligent adversaries are always troublesome, though perhaps not entirely inconvenient. Rodney once again set forth on his journey, this time aboard a merchant vessel. Navigating the open seas without proper knowledge could easily lead one astray into the calm belt or into the path of natural disasters. Lacking such expertise, Rodney naturally opted to travel with the merchant ship, which happened to require additional guards en route to Syrup Village, an opportunity to earn extra coin along the way. The voyage was uneventful, with the ship making periodic stops to trade goods. Upon receiving 50,000 berry from the ship's captain, Rodney disembarked onto a small boat and arrived at the northern shores of Syrup Village. Syrup Village was a tranquil settlement, the hometown of both Yasopp, the sniper of the red-haired pirates, and his son Usopp, the future sniper of the Straw Hat Pirates. Disaster! Pirates are coming! Pirates are coming! A youthful voice echoed through the village. Had he been mistaken for a pirate? In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as a long-nosed boy with an afro and a headscarf sprinted frantically ahead, pursued by an angry mob brandishing brooms and sticks. Usopp? The future great warrior dashed past him, the villagers hot on his heels. Rodney seized one of the pursuers and asked, "Surely such a reaction is excessive for a mere child?" "Excessive?" The villager retorted. "That brat pulls this stunt every single day. Once or twice might be tolerable, but this constant nonsense is unbearable. Truly his pirate father's son, just as insufferable." The villagers' disdain for Usopp was palpable. His daily false alarms had worn thin their patience, compounded by their resentment toward his father, who had abandoned the village to become a pirate. To many, pirates were nothing but villains. Usopp's father, Yasopp, accepted the invitation of the notorious red-haired Shanks to become a pirate. To the people of the village, he was seen as a scoundrel who abandoned his family, especially since his wife wished to see him one last time before her passing. In a bid to comfort his mother during her illness, Usopp fabricated tales of pirates arriving, instilling a sense of hope within her. Following her death, he continued this charade, becoming a notorious braggart despised by all. Is that so? By the way, where's the wealthiest family in this village? One individual pointed to a villa atop a hill and replied, "That is it. But why do you ask?" Upon scrutinizing Rodney's attire, he concluded that he hardly resembled a reputable person. "I am a pirate hunter. There is a pirate lurking in this village. Isn't that the little brat we just saw? His father is a pirate." "No, that child is no pirate. Thank you." With chakra surging through his legs, Rodney sprinted toward the villa, his speed exceeding that of an ordinary human, vanishing like the wind in an instant. Could that have been a pirate? The man scratched his face, pondering, and summoned a few individuals to follow. Yet, how could they possibly keep pace with Rodney's swiftness? Not far from the villa, he stealthily infiltrated the backyard. This was the abode of the wealthiest family in Syrup Village and the hideout of the infamous Buggy the Clown. This individual, aware that his newfound life as a pirate would attract unwanted attention, had faked his own death to escape, using one of his subordinates as a decoy while employing a hypnotist to make the subordinate believe he was indeed Buggy. This meticulous scheme led to a naval ambush that eliminated all witnesses, leaving only his subordinate and a naval officer, effectively extricating himself from danger. Upon arriving in Syrup Village, he disguised himself as a crew member cast off by a fleet and was taken in by this family, serving as their butler while wearing a mask of deceit that fooled the entire village. As one of the most cunning individuals, second only to Ben Beckman, his actions were executed with remarkable finesse, his cunningness bordering on the terrifying. Rodney entered the garden adorned with blooming flowers, leaped into a tree, and concealed himself among the leaves. The opulence of the wealthy household made his search somewhat challenging. Thus he opted to lie in wait for the perfect opportunity. Chapter 3, Calculating the Clever Ones. A gentle breeze, imbued with the scent of the sea, caressed Rodney's face, while the mild sunlight cast a perfect warmth, inducing a slight drowsiness. Rodney's gaze remained fixed below, observing Cielo's silent movements, akin to a cat's stealth. Suddenly, a bespectacled man emerged. Clad in a black suit adorned with a whimsical pattern, his eccentric shoes gleaming, and his slick-back hair shining under the sun. His smile exuded an unsettling charm. "Miss Kaya, what a splendid day it is," Cielo remarked as he appeared from the back door. Following him was a young girl in a white dress, her short, light golden hair framing her fair complexion, who cheerfully replied, "Indeed, Cielo, the weather is delightful today." Her sweet smile was utterly endearing. perched atop a tree. Rodney felt a surge of anxiety. He could not allow the child to witness any gruesome scenes. Employing a transformation technique, he morphed into the visage of scarred-faced Locke and leapt down with purpose. CLO, who had once been a pirate, sensed danger and instinctively shielded Kaya, his agile form swiftly carrying them to the back door. With a grin, he instructed, "Miss Kaya, we have an unwelcome guest. Mary, please take care of her." "Understood." Mary nodded, lifting Kaya into her arms. As the door closed, CLO adjusted his glasses, a habit ingrained from his piratical days, never forgetting the importance of vigilance. Turning to Rodney, he inquired, "Scarred-faced Locke? What brings you here?" The news of Locke's demise had yet to reach the isolated village of Zillabu. "Ah, I never anticipated the notorious trickster CLO would still be alive, and now serving as a guardian to a little girl. TSK, have you turned over a new leaf?" Rodney replied with a mocking tone. CLO scoffed, surprised to be recognized today. His feigned death and subsequent arrival here were part of a calculated scheme to seize Kaya's family fortune. In his plans, Kaya could not perish just yet. Her parents were still alive, and her untimely demise would jeopardize his ambitions. "I have come to a resolution. I no longer wish to be a pirate," CLO stated. "We share no connections, nor grievances. What is your purpose for being here?" "For what purpose? Why to eliminate you?" Rodney chuckled sinisterly. "Once a pirate, always a pirate. You cannot escape your nature," trickster CLO, plotting to claim their wealth. "I am here to put an end to you." With a swift and powerful kick, he unleashed the Konoha whirlwind aimed at CLO's head. Yet CLO was no ordinary foe. Prior to his feigned death, he was a formidable pirate with a bounty of 16 million berries, equally adept in speed. He retreated, evading the attack and disappearing in a flurry of agile leaps. Rodney muttered in frustration, "Damn it, he runs far too swiftly." Just then, he heard hurried footsteps as a band of bodyguards rushed in, armed and ready for confrontation. With a dismissive curl of his lip, he leapt onto the rooftop and cackled, "By G. Kalu, I grant you 1 hour. If you do not emerge, I shall ensure your name echoes throughout the East Sea. Trust me, I possess that power. The East Sea Gazette will undoubtedly revel in this sensational news. I have even conceived a title. Shocking. By G. Kalu fakes death to retire, all 4. Haha. I shall await you in the northern forest, but remember, only 1 hour remains." With that, he departed from the rooftop, making his way to the forest. In Kalu's chamber, upon hearing Rodney's words, his countenance darkened. He had painstakingly earned the trust of Kaya's parents, cultivated a bond with Kaya, and endeared himself to the villagers. All these seemingly foolish actions were merely a means to usurp Kaya's family fortune. He understood that while it was illegal for pirates to steal, it was perfectly lawful for the affluent to do so. Thus, he could endure humiliation and burdens, all for the sake of that vast inheritance. Rodney's arrival, however, had disrupted his carefully laid plans. He needed to devise a method to eliminate this deviation and restore his scheme to its rightful course. Dragging a package from beneath his bed, he revealed his famed weapon, the 10 blades, cat claw. With the cat claw adorning his hands, his fingers danced lightly, the glint of the blades reflecting a chilling light. The razor-sharp edges, capable of severing hair with a mere breath, would rend that fool asunder and render his plans immaculate once more. Rubbing his eyes with his furry palms, a habit ingrained by this weapon, he remained vigilant, his combat instincts sharp, even after years of inactivity. Pushing open the window and finding the area deserted, he leapt out, sprinting toward the eastern forest with utmost swiftness. His mind raced, recalling information about Scarface Locke, a pirate with a bounty of 4.5 million, known for cleaving foes in twain with a steel saw. Renowned for brute strength and foul language. Steel saw. Steel saw. He abruptly halted, perplexed by the earlier encounter with Scarface Locke. Why had he not seen his weapon? Moreover, how could a pirate with a mere bounty of 4.5 million recognize him yet fail to flee? Instead opting to threaten him? There was no indication that Scarface Locke specialized in leg attacks either. Kalu discerned numerous blind spots. There must be traps lurking within the forest. Yet to refrain from venturing forth would mean Rodney had laid a trap for Kalu, offering him the choice to go or stay, but regardless, he would surely set a snare. Should Kalu choose not to appear, You could expect the Navy to arrive. For the sake of his plans, Kalu was compelled to follow Rodney's lead. The very thought ignited a fury within him. Who was he? He was the illustrious by G. Kalu. How could he be so easily manipulated? This indignation was unbearable. Damn it, I shall slay that scoundrel. He seethed. If only his first mate, the hypnotist Zango, were present, things would be so much simpler. Alas, due to his own command, Zango would undoubtedly not make an appearance here. The eastern forest was not far off. Kalu readied his signature skill, the silent step, moving across the ground without a whisper, akin to a feline predator on the hunt. Occasionally, the tranquil forest is punctuated by the sweet melodies of birdsong, as sunlight filters through the foliage, casting dappled patterns upon the verdant ground, creating a serene ambience. Scarred-faced Lock. I have arrived. The surrounding area is devoid of life, an eerie stillness enveloping the space. Thus, Crow decided to shatter the silence. Just in time. Ding, ding. The air seemed to resonate with the clash of metal, and Crow glimpsed a shadow darting past him. He instinctively shifted his body to evade the trajectory of a shuriken. No, there were two sounds just now. Sensing something amiss, a sharp pain pierced his back as two shurikens embedded themselves into his flesh, while another lodged itself into the trunk of a nearby tree. The Uchiha's shuriken technique, adept in altering the flight path of shurikens through their collision, proved to be an exceptionally pragmatic ability. Clang. The sound echoed once more as Crow swung his tin blades, cat claw, deflecting the shurikens. In the next breath, he vanished, reappearing before a tree, and with a swift stroke, he severed its crown, prompting a figure to emerge. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A blazing fireball, the size of a house, materialized from thin air, hurtling towards Crow. He quickly retreated, using the very tree he had just decapitated as a shield. The fireball collided with the trunk, igniting it and engulfing the tree in flames, the chakra-infused heat reducing it to charred remains in no time. Such terrifying power? Could it be the work of a devil fruit user? A sense of retreat began to seep into Crow's mind. Rodney landed gracefully, affirming that, like the great fireball in Amaterasu, it had never claimed a life. Silent steps. Upon Rodney's appearance, Crow resolved to take a gamble. His speed was remarkable when he reappeared. It was at Rodney's back, aiming his tin blades, cat claw at the nape of his neck, ready to sever the man from his head with a single swipe. Substitution jutsu. I have one. His claw descended, effortlessly tearing through Rodney's form, only to discover that it had transformed into a wooden stump, which he subsequently shredded into several pieces. What? All right, the game is over. Earth release. Heart's decapitation technique. A hand surged from the soil, seizing Crow's ankle with an iron grip. With a powerful tug, he was yanked into the earth, and moments later, Rodney emerged, dusting off the grime from his body, still looking disheveled. Meanwhile, the AR Chapter 4. First, allow me to land a punch on you after a refreshing bath. Feeling invigorated, his long black hair hung damply, and in his hand he held a dark red orb the size of a lychee, the permanent chakra fruit. It bore a striking resemblance to the chakra elixirs crafted by the Tsutsuki clan. One might say they were nearly identical. Without hesitation, he popped it into his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing, as he had tasted it once before and found its flavor rather unappealing. It was certainly better than the taste of a devil fruit, which was rumored to be akin to feces. The chakra fruit melted upon contact, instantly replenishing the chakra he had expended in battle, while simultaneously augmenting his overall chakra reserves. If his chakra level previously equated to 0, 5 of Kakashi, it had now risen to 0, 8 of Kakashi. As is well known, Kakashi serves as a unit of measurement for chakra. Chakra represents the corporeal energy within each cell of the body, intertwined with one's mental energy, which can be unleashed through hand seals to perform ninjutsu. Rodney felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Of course, this was merely an illusion. Many on the vast ocean surpassed his prowess. He needed to bide his time and grow stronger. What irked him, however, was that due to the ruse of his own death, he could not claim the bounty for Baiji Kuro. Even if he brought him to the Navy, he could not redeem the reward, for his wanted poster had been rescinded, rendering him officially deceased. Presenting him to the Navy might lead them to believe he was attempting to defraud them of the bounty. Upon opening the shop, He discovered he now possessed 510 task points, finally enabling him to acquire the item he had long desired. Forbidden Technique. Mutual Explosive Tag. Cost to redeem, 500 task points. The Mutual Explosive Tag, a forbidden technique developed by the second Hokage, is an A-rank ninjutsu capable of generating an infinite number of explosive tags from a single tag, resulting in a series of catastrophic explosions, provided one possesses enough explosive tags. This is the reason why such a powerful technique is relatively inexpensive. It relies heavily on monetary investment. Nevertheless, its destructive potential is formidable. Given ample explosive tags, one could orchestrate relentless bombardments. Originally paired with the Edo Tensei technique, it could be substituted with water clones, allowing one to attach a single tag to an enemy to execute a devastating strike. Given the physical resilience of individuals in this world, a substantial number of explosive tags would likely be necessary. Moreover, should he venture into the new world, where everyone exudes domineering prowess, the practicality of this forbidden technique would diminish significantly. At the very least, it would be deemed a divine skill in the East Blue and the initial stretch of the Grand Line. Upon redeeming the mutual explosive tag, the methods of usage and corresponding summoning techniques flooded his mind. As a ninjutsu developed by the second Hokage, it emphasized practicality and swiftness. It could be activated with a mere hand sign and the requisite chakra, requiring minimal chakra expenditure. However, each summoned explosive tag necessitated chakra, leading to a sustained consumption of resources, not only chakra but also finances. After dining on the island, news reached that Krebidal, the butler of the Koya family, had been abducted by pirates. The restaurant owner lamented the tragic fate of that kind-hearted individual. In the realm of performance, Klo could easily claim the title of Best Actor. Yet alas, there exists a presence more formidable than he, Blackbeard. Next, I shall exchange for the shadow healing technique. Let me see. Oh, the required task points amount to a staggering 5,000. Truly, it is an A-grade forbidden technique, far surpassing the explosive talismans. How exorbitant! Perhaps I shall reconsider this later. With no tasks at hand, Rodney resolved to depart from this island. The village of Zilabu was too small, its pace of life languid. He longed for the bustling atmosphere of a larger city, like Log Town. As the small boat left Zilabu, he rode through the waves, ascending to the surface of the sea. Although he was unsure of his direction, he could follow the drift of the currents. His provisions were ample. Within his backpack lay military rations, each costing 1,000 berries. Consuming one would sustain him for an entire day. For a more indulgent meal, he could relish a bowl of yao ramen at 2,000 berries, a mere fill for the stomach, yet it would hasten chakra recovery and was quite palatable. He need not worry about water, for he possessed water element chakra, enabling him to create fresh water to replenish his bodily needs. Unfortunately, the system indicated that the water generated from chakra could not alleviate the curse of the sea for those with devil fruit powers. As it was energy manufactured, it was commendable that it could replenish his moisture. Moreover, utilizing water techniques with seawater would diminish the suppression upon devil fruit users due to the chakra embedded within, thereby weakening the curse of the sea. What would typically drain the strength of a fruit user would now merely induce weakness. With a stroke of luck, they might lose their abilities, yet their stamina would remain intact. Undoubtedly, water techniques had been diminished. He had initially planned to confront a fruit user with a powerful wave attack, but the system doused that ambition with a cold reality. The small boat bobbed on the sea, and Rodney raised the sunshade while donning sunglasses to shield himself from the sun's harsh rays, preventing the loss of vital moisture. After drifting for a while, a colossal creature suddenly erupted from the depths, breaching the surface. Its form, exceeding 20 meters in length, bore the head of a rhinoceros. Its body adorned with azure scales, truly a ferocious beast of the ocean, a sea king. It roared, proclaiming its might to Rodney. Why the raucous? Rodney removed his sunglasses and stepped onto the water's surface, charging towards the sea king. The creature, having never witnessed a human running atop the sea, regarded him as a mere snack, opening its massive jaws to lunge at him. Shadow Dance Leaf. A powerful kick struck the Sea King's jaw, sending it reeling backward, splashing waves around him as he bobbed with the tide. Alas, he realized he was in peril. The Sea King possessed a degree of intelligence and was not to be underestimated. Yet, having crossed paths with Rodney, it was too late for it to flee. Ah, free labor has arrived. Not long after, a massive rhinoceros-like Sea King with a swollen red bump on its head had steel wires tied around its horn. The other end fastened to the prow of Rodney's small boat. Instantly, the vessel's speed surged, transforming the beast into his makeshift tugboat. Sea Kings moved with astonishing swiftness through the waters, and those of the East Blue were particularly docile, truly baffling how Shanks had lost an arm to one. Cutting through the waves, the creature quickly learned its lesson. Any attempt to drag Rodney underwater was met with a brutal beating. Now obedient, it was forced to ferry him to the nearest island. Damn it, wretched human. Once I grow stronger, I'll devour you whole. Gritting its teeth, swallowing its tears, the Sea King surged forward with desperate determination. The speed was so intense that Rodney, clinging to the boat behind, felt as though he were on a roller coaster, soaring into the air, crashing back down, soaring again, crashing again, an endless, dizzying cycle. Slow down, you bastard. The tyrant behind hurled objects that smacked painfully against the Sea King's head. Sniff. This is bullying. Reluctantly, it reduced its speed. Soon, a ship appeared ahead. But the Sea King paid no heed and barreled straight toward it. Rodney, having already disciplined his unwilling steed, lounged carefreely, savoring the moment. Boom. A geyser of water erupted beside him. Boom. Another explosion. A small black dot rapidly expanded in his vision, a cannonball. Rodney. Oh, come on. The projectile whizzed past him, punching clean through the hull of the boat behind. Seawater gushed in instantly. Rodney. Seriously? Without hesitation, he leaped from the sinking vessel, landing atop the Sea King's head. Before him loomed a marine warship. Rodney. You've got to be kidding me. He stomped on the beast's skull. What the hell did you do, you idiot? The Sea King whimpered. It hadn't done anything. It was just swimming in that direction. Then Rodney spotted him. A towering, broad-shouldered old man draped in a justice cloak, standing at the ship's railing. In his hand was another cannonball, which he hurled toward them with terrifying force. Despite being thrown by mere arm strength, it flew as fast as if fired from a cannon. And its target? Rodney himself. Why did I have to run into this old monster? Clearly mistaken for a pirate, Rodney dodged the projectile, only for a barrage of cannonballs to follow. Fire release. Phoenix Sage fire technique. A volley of small fireballs shot forth, colliding with the incoming artillery and detonating midair. Seizing the moment, Rodney dashed across the water's surface, bounding in rapid leaps until he landed on the warship's deck. Stop. I'm not a pirate. Huh. Kid, take this first. Bam. Rodney was down for the count. Chapter 5. Young man, are you here to join the Navy? Ha ha. My apologies. I received a report from my subordinate and thought you were a pirate. Are you all right? The robust and imposing elder laughed heartily, delivering a resounding slap to Rodney's back. One slap, two slaps. Enough. Rear Admiral Carp, please cease. Mr. Jostad is coughing up blood, a medic exclaimed loudly. The naval hero, Carp, chuckled sheepishly. This simply won't do. How can a man's body be so frail? How will you navigate the vast seas like this? Who can withstand your frailty? Rodney wiped the blood from his lips. Despite the impact, he was fortunate to still be alive. It is worth noting that this venerable gentleman had once pummeled the pirate king, Roger, into submission, sending him fleeing across the ocean. Carp prided himself on winning hearts through virtue, and by the way, his fist embodied that virtue. With a lump on his head, he experienced a pain akin to that of a sea king, while a green light enveloped his palm as he employed a healing spell on his wounds, accelerating the recovery of the injured cells. Quite a peculiar ability you possess. Are you a user of such powers? Carp inquired. One could say so, Rodney replied ambiguously, rubbing his head. Ha ha, what an impressive ability. Can it be utilized on others? Carp asked, intrigued. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes sparkled as he said, Young man, what is your name? Jostad J. Rodney. Ha. I shall simply call you Rodney. Join the Navy. Ding. Carp extended an invitation to you. Do you accept? Yes, no apologies. But I have no desire to become a naval officer. Rodney declined Carp's offer. Carp, perplexed, asked, Why not? Your ability could greatly aid many sailors in their recovery. Contributing to justice. That is precisely the issue. The Navy is too troublesome. I find my current life quite satisfactory. The complexities of the Navy, coupled with the oppressive weight of the world government and the celestial dragons, do not appeal to me. I prefer to avoid being manipulated by such scoundrels. The so-called justice is tainted by their influence. It is better not to participate than to endure their indignities. I believe you would make an excellent sailor. If only your physique were stronger. With my guidance, you would undoubtedly grow. Carp laughed heartily. Farewell, then, Rodney declared, turning to leave. He was not like Monkey D. Luffy. Possessing such formidable vitality, training under Carp would surely lead to his demise. A pair of calloused hands grasped his shoulder, and the elder, wearing a benevolent smile, said, "Young man, you will thank me for this later. Please, no. Help?" Carp seemed resolute, dragging Rodney toward training. For Carp, Rodney's ability was immensely valuable, and he sensed potential within him. Moreover, he was rather bored aboard the ship. "Give it your all, Rodney. Hang in there." Kapu bit into a donut while seated upon the back of Rodney, who was clad in a suit of iron and performing push-ups. This marked the third day of Rodney's training under Kapu's rigorous regimen. Each day, he was dragged through intense physical exertion, leaving him utterly exhausted, akin to a lifeless dog. However, there were merits to this ordeal. His physique was developing at an astonishing pace. His chakra was depleting rapidly, and sweat poured from him as if he had been caught in a downpour, dripping onto the deck. The chakra within him was being relentlessly squeezed out, making his body feel increasingly heavier. The iron suit he wore weighed a staggering 1,000 pounds, and with the formidable Kapu atop him. Had it not been for his inherently robust constitution, he might not have been able to withstand the strain on his chakra. I can't go on," he gasped, collapsing onto the deck. Kapu inquired, "How many have you done?" A naval soldier, who had been diligently recording, replied, 4,320, which is 400 more than before. "Your physical growth is remarkable. This won't do. How can one aspire to be an exceptional Navy officer under such conditions?" Kapu shook his head. "I never claimed I would become a Navy officer. I am a bounty hunter, not a naval officer. Why must I join the Navy?" He shed the iron suit, revealing a muscular upper body, feeling a surge of relief. A sharp pain shot through his head. He had already honed his Busashoko haki to an unparalleled level, capable of inflicting immense pain even without its application. Even Monkey D. Luffy, who was immune to blunt force, could feel the excruciating sting. "Don't be ridiculous. Your abilities are perfectly suited for the Navy, whether as a medic or a full-fledged officer. You should not squander your talent." Kapu had observed Rodney's rapid development with keen interest. Initially, he believed the lad's physicality was woefully inadequate and intended to train him as a form of retribution for his earlier misfortune. However, Rodney's display of healing techniques and swift enhancement of strength ignited a spark of admiration in Kapu. Yet, the boy seemed as stubborn as his own grandson, fixated on becoming a bounty hunter. What is so great about being a bounty hunter? Have you allowed money to corrupt your heart? Of course, old man. Money isn't everything, but without it, you cannot achieve anything. How vulgar. Being in the Navy comes with a salary. Please. Taking down a single wanted pirate would sustain me for quite some time. The Navy provides food, shelter, and social security benefits. Apologies, but I roam the seas freely, unafraid of peril. Ouch. Old man, are you hitting me again? It seems you require some discipline, Kapu retorted, his fists cracking ominously. Discipline? Special education. On what grounds? I haven't done anything wrong. Rodney protested, defiantly lifting his chin. Dare to talk back? You're asking for it. With a flurry of movement on the deck, Kapu chased Rodney, who appeared unfazed by the exhaustion. A resounding thud echoed as Kapu landed a punch that sent Rodney crashing into the deck, inciting the carpenter's ire. What a mess. This hole is a nuisance to repair. Ha ha ha, young Rodney. It seems the training of these past few days has allowed you to withstand one of my punches. This blow was far from Kapu's full strength. Had he unleashed his complete power, Rodney would have been obliterated. Consider it, a mere tap, perhaps lacking even that level of force. Humph, old man. Even if I were to meet my demise and lie in a coffin, I would still bellow with my decaying vocal cords, I shall never become a member of the Navy. Rodney rose, bruised and battered. You little rascal. Do you truly have such an affinity for riches? Of course. I am a bounty hunter, tirelessly traversing the seas in pursuit of wealth. Rodney replied while tending to his wounds. Then, I shall employ you to assist in capturing an individual. Very well. I require training in the ways of hockey or the 6 powers of the Navy. You truly have the audacity to demand much. Karp rolled up his sleeves, his muscular arms radiating an intimidating presence. Naturally, the person you wish for me to capture will not be easy to apprehend, hence my request for compensation is not exorbitant. Rodney said with a sly grin. Karp chuckled and retorted, You are indeed crafty. Your current physique is not yet capable of mastering hockey. As for the 6 powers, I can grant you 1 technique up front, and upon your successful capture, I shall bestow upon you the remaining 2. Agreed. Who is the target? My grandson, Ace. Who? Your grandson? Where is he now? Karp's unexpected quest to capture Ace took Rodney by surprise. Didn't he, your grandson, set sail? That boy departed 3 months ago and has audaciously become a pirate instead of a Navy soldier. It infuriates me. He is likely nearing Reverse Mountain by now. I implore you to assist in bringing my beloved grandson back. Karp understood that with Ace's abilities, he would undoubtedly carve out his own reputation upon the seas. Once he reached a certain stature, the world government would inevitably take notice, with the relentless agents of CP lurking. The revelation of Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King would leave him with no chance of survival. The world government would never allow such a tainted lineage to persist. They would never permit Ace to be scrutinized by the world government. Yet Karp did not wish to stifle his grandson's dreams. Personally capturing him would surely soften his heart, so he decided to entrust this task to Rodney. Bring me Rodney's information, Karp commanded. Rodney was known for his ruthless efficiency in capturing pirates, often taking down their ships without mercy. Yet he exhibited kindness towards ordinary folk, a man of justice, albeit with a weakness for wealth. Such a man would be a pity to leave out of the Navy. Chapter 6. What extraordinary luck, Ding. A side quest has been triggered. The usually inconspicuous system suddenly sprang to life, issuing a mission. There are side quests too? Mission. Capture the pirate Portgas D. Ace. Rank. See rewards. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. 3 Tomo Sharingan. 800 mission points. As this is a side quest, it can be declined. Will you refuse? Upon seeing the rewards, Rodney inhaled sharply. Not only was great fire annihilation included, but even the 3 Tomo Sharingan was part of the prize. Normally, exchanging mission points for a single Tomo Sharingan would cost 3,000 points. Yet here, a 3 Tomo Sharingan was being offered outright. This mission had to be accepted. Very well. I accept. But since he's your grandson, I'll need sea stone as insurance. What if Ace has already eaten the Mara fruit by now? Logia types are a nightmare. How am I supposed to handle that? You greedy brat, Garp scoffed. I never use sea stone. I'm here on vacation. Where would I even get any? Besides, you shouldn't needed to deal with Ace. From Garp's reaction, it seemed Ace hadn't consumed the Mara fruit yet. In the original timeline, Ace hadn't revealed his powers immediately after eating it, so this trip should still be feasible. Do you have his Viver card? Rodney asked. If I did, would I even need you? Fair point. Rodney sighed. Fine, I'll find a way to catch him. This mission had to be completed. A 3 Tomo Sharingan. And even Madara's Great Fire Annihilation. How was this only a C-rank mission? Which of the 6 powers are you planning to teach me? Soru Shave. I'll teach you, but whether you learn it is up to you. And so, Rodney's torturous training resumed. Half a month later, Logtown, dressed in a Marine uniform, Rodney walked through the streets. He hadn't enlisted. His own clothes had been destroyed, leaving him no choice but to wear spare uniforms from the ship. Running into Garp had been both fortunate and unfortunate. Was this karma for bullying Sea Kings? Though he managed to learn Soru, mastering it would take more time. Garp's hellish training had drastically improved his physique, allowing him to open the second gate of the 8 gates. Afterward, he requisitioned a small boat from Garp and captured another Sea King to speed his journey. It took him a week to reach Logtown. The main delay was due to Garp's route being the exact opposite of his own. Rodney had originally been heading from Syrup Village to Logtown, while Garp was traveling from Logtown to the Goa Kingdom. After switching Sea Kings multiple times and journeying tirelessly under the stars, he finally arrived. The system had a built-in tracker. Ace hadn't left the East Blue yet and was heading this way. All Rodney had to do was wait. Mr. Joestar? Hearing his name, Rodney turned to see Tashiji. Lieutenant Tashiji? What's the matter? You seem in a hurry. We received a report. A pirate is dining without paying at Frank's restaurant. I'm on my way to handle it. No time to talk. I must go immediately. After Dashki finished speaking, he led the team away. Who dares to indulge in a free meal in Rog Town? Such audacity. Rodney decided to follow and join the spectacle. It is human nature to be drawn to excitement. It is an instinct embedded deeply within Rodney's DNA, impossible to alter. Watching the unfolding drama is undeniably the most entertaining pastime. On the streets of Rog Town, a throng of people was sprinting in a frenzy. Among them, one individual was slung over the shoulder of another, sporting an orange cowboy hat, bare-chested, with his nose bubbling as he slept soundly. Is our captain asleep again? Are we out of money? Remarked a man wielding a gun. It's perfectly normal for the captain to eat and sleep. Besides, we have a habit of dining without paying. It's simply his way, replied a man with blue hair, glancing back at their pursuers. Hurry up. The Navy is coming. They're not fond of Lieutenant Iska. Before long, they reached the harbor. Apologies, but this route is blocked. Thanks to Carp's training, Rodney had significantly enhanced his speed, surpassing the crowd to reach the front. Who are you? Move aside. One portly man charged directly at him, only to be met by Rodney's fist, which landed squarely on his forehead. Bill, Rodney exclaimed, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of his own punch. Naval forces, clear the way, shouted the gun-wielding man, immediately firing at Rodney. He dodged nimbly, leaping forward to knock down another member of the group with a powerful strike. Shadow Dance Leaf. Leaf Tornado. Leaf Grand Tornado. He dispatched several adversaries with a flurry of kicks until, just as he was about to kick another, a hand seized his leg. Apologies, but I can no longer allow you to bully my crew, said a freckled youth, a fierce heat radiating from his palm. Alarmed, Rodney swiftly retreated, witnessing flames erupting from the young man's hand. A natural-type devil fruit, the flame fruit. Rodney's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated encountering his target so swiftly, nor that Ace had consumed a devil fruit. Poor Dasti. Ace. My apologies for just waking up. Dias, how is everyone? Ace inquired of the blue-haired youth beside him. Mascued Dias, the ship's doctor of the Spade Pirates. They only have superficial injuries, but it will be difficult for them to regain consciousness within 3 hours, Dias stated calmly. Then there's no cause for concern. Let us take the unconscious ones aboard the ship. I will handle this, Ace said gravely, his gaze fixed on Rodney. Yet, Rodney paid no heed to Ace's crew. His mission was to escort Ace to Carp. Captain, take care of yourself. Dias had unwavering faith in Ace's abilities, not worried that he would falter here. Natural-type fruits are insurmountable in the first half of the Grand Line and in the 4 seas, so there was no need to fret over Ace's safety. They would only complicate matters for him. Poor Gasti. Ace, your grandfather has sent me to retrieve you. Surrender peacefully. Fortune smiled upon him. It was merely a few days prior that he had pinpointed Ace's location, not expecting him to arrive here so swiftly. No, I won't go back. I refuse to see that old man. Ace shouted defiantly. You can't stop me. Why gone? His arm transformed into a blazing pillar of fire, surging toward Rodney. Earth-style mudwall. Unlike Kakashi, who frivolously carved dog heads into his barriers when low on chakra, Rodney summoned a plain, unadorned earthen rampart. The fiery pillar collided with the wall, shattering it to pieces. You bastard. There are too many people here. What the hell are you thinking? Rodney couldn't tolerate this reckless area of effect attack, risking innocent lives. My apologies, Ace conceded immediately, seizing the opening. Rodney closed the distance in a flash and drove his fist straight into Ace's skull. The punch obliterated Ace's head, only for the wound to erupt in flames. His decapitated body stepping back in a grotesque spectacle. Flames coiled upward, reforming his head anew. Without Haki, Logia users are truly invincible. No wonder they introduced Haki later, Rodney muttered, frustration gnawing at him. How was he supposed to fight this? Fire attacks were useless, and his current arsenal of taijutsu and fire techniques paled in comparison. Explosive tags could only buy time. Ace would just regenerate. Seeing Rodney hesitate, Ace smirked. Step aside. You can't beat me. He can't, but I can. Whitesnake. A plume of white smoke surged forth, its leading edge a clenched fist inside a leather glove. Hurtling toward Ace. Ace leapt aside, landing atop a nearby rooftop. Before him stood a man clad in white, his right arm billowing with smoke, silver hair slicked back. Clad in an unbuttoned biker jacket that revealed his chiseled torso. The word justice was emblazoned across his back. A cigar dangled from his lips. His expression fiercer than any pirate's. Naval Headquarters Captain. Smoker. Well, perfect timing, Captain Smoker, Rodney remarked. Vice Admiral Garp wants his grandson hauled back. Care to lend a hand? Garp's grandson? Smoker stiffened momentarily before scoffing. Even if he's Garp's grandson, he belongs in a prison cell. Handing him over is out of the question. Rodney shrugged, recognizing the man's unyielding resolve. Then let's just capture him first. The tip of Smoker's jutty gleamed with sea stone, the bane of all devil fruit users. Chapter 7. Fire Fist Ace. I absolutely, positively refuse to return to that old man. Ace vehemently retorted. What does that concern me? My sole mission is to escort you back, and Rear Admiral Karp has compensated me handsomely for it, Rodney replied. Shifting his stance. I will provide cover for you, Smoker. With kunai and shurikens in hand, he hurled them directly at Ace. Fire gun. Ace pointed his index and middle fingers like a firearm, unleashing a barrage of small fireballs aimed at them. Rodney leapt into the air, executing a spin, and delivered a powerful kick that shattered Ace's upper body. I've told you countless times, refrain from fighting in the streets. Smoker called out. Daz, arrange for the townsfolk to evacuate the area. Puffing on his cigar, Smoker instructed Daz to clear the vicinity of civilians. In an instant, upon hearing of the battle, throngs of townspeople fled, disregarding their shops and homes. Naturally, when the Navy and pirates clash, the risk to their lives is tremendous. Who would risk their existence for mere coins? Rodney lacked hockey, rendering his kick ineffective against Ace, who felt no need to evade. Flames enveloped Ace's upper body as he remarked, what a formidable assault technique. Why not join my crew? Rodney's expression darkened. How could they both be so alike? Don't you dare recruit pirates in front of me, Smoker declared, vanishing with a swift stomp. 6 styles shave, 10 strikes surged toward Ace. Sensing the imminent threat, Ace refrained from elemental transformation and chose to evade instead. How perilous. What is this? A kunai suddenly appeared at his feet, attached to an explosive tag. The tag ignited, detonating with a loud boom, obliterating Ace's form, leaving nothing but ashes behind. As flames blazed, Ace reemerged, his expression grave. It seems you are no ordinary Navy officer. I am a pirate hunter, though I currently find myself lacking proper attire, Smoker replied with a cold snort. Rodney, stop wasting time. Capture him. Rodney deftly secured 6 kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, and hurled them at Ace. He then retrieved shurikens from his pouch, launching them in rapid succession, altering the kunai's trajectory to evade destruction by Ace's flames. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions erupted, sending plumes of smoke into the air, through which Ace's silhouette emerged, lowering his hat with a grin. My crew awaits. I must take my leave. Think you can escape? Smoker utilized Shave to appear before Ace. Startled, Ace waved his hand, engulfing Smoker in flames, but a strike from the 10 hands pierced through the fire, crashing into him. The influence of sea stone prevented Ace from transforming, sending him crashing into a nearby building. Ouch, what just happened? I was unable to transform. Rising from the rubble, Ace bore minor scrapes, mere abrasions on his skin. Truly, he was the child raised by Karp. Surviving to this day was no mere coincidence. How many days have you possessed this power? Rodney inquired. Ace brushed off the dust from his attire and, without much contemplation, replied, I acquired it just 2 days ago. Rodney responded. No wonder you can't wield much power. You haven't even begun to develop it. Are you still unfamiliar with your newly acquired abilities? That's quite fortunate for me. Once you master it, handling you will become exceedingly troublesome. Smoker took a deep drag from his cigar, and soon the 2 remaining stubs dwindled to mere remnants. He extracted 2 more cigars from his person, placing them in his mouth and igniting them with the remnants of the previous ones. He puffed away, appearing to be quite the seasoned smoker. The Navy truly is a nuisance, Ace thought, firmly grasping his hat. He was not about to yield easily, after all. He aspired to become the Pirate King. How could he possibly pause here? His dream remained unaltered, undeterred by the chaos around him. The Pirate King, you say? What a dull ambition. The last one met his end right here, Smoker remarked. Ace's previously relaxed demeanor shifted dramatically as he bellowed. Who would perish here like that wretch? I will become the Pirate King and surpass him in life. Having grown up without paternal love and a mother's embrace, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards his father, the Pirate King, and felt discomfort when others mentioned him. I have no concern for that. My sole responsibility is to escort you back to Admiral Garp. After that, whether you stay or flee is of no consequence to me, Rodney stated, his frustration palpable. Confronted with the troublesome nature of a Logia-type devil fruit user, he felt much like those who had battled against Abito. A tiger attacking a hedgehog, there's nowhere to bite. On the other hand, Smoker remained unyielding. Smoker, may I borrow your 10 hands for a moment? Rodney asked. Smoker cast a glance his way in silence. The message clear, not a chance. Having hit a wall, Rodney sighed. What exactly did that old man grant you? Half of the 6 powers and instruction on how to cultivate hockey, Rodney chuckled. Ace, do not underestimate your grandfather. In his youth, he was a fierce warrior who relentlessly pursued the Pirate King across the seas. It is only because you are his grandsons that he has allowed you such liberties. Garp, a paragon of justice, found himself constrained by it, helplessly witnessing the demise of his beloved grandson right before his eyes. It was not Sengoku who held him back, but justice itself. As for whether Akainu would meet his end at Garp's hands, it was certain he would be grievously injured. Ace remained silent for a moment before declaring, there's no point in further discussion. I will surely escape today. My crew awaits me. I will bring you all to justice, he proclaimed, unleashing his white fist. At that instant, Smoker's limbs transformed into smoke. He consumed the smoke fruit, allowing his body to vaporize for both offense and reconnaissance, while his fists and feet remained solid. His arms and legs became ethereal, accelerating his attacks and presenting a significant challenge for Ace. Rodney could only awkwardly watch the two combatants engage in their fierce struggle. Both wielded the powers of nature, while he, a mere civilian devoid of hockey and sea prism stone, could only tremble in fear, clutching the melon in his hands as he observed the chaos unfold. The abilities of the Mera no Mi were particularly adept at offensive maneuvers, and Ace, having only recently acquired this devil fruit, was still unfamiliar with its full potential. Otherwise, in a confrontation with Smoker, the outcome would remain uncertain. Fire Fist, Ace shouted. His right arm suddenly engulfed in flames, sending a colossal fist of fire, towering 3 stories high, hurtling towards Smoker and Rodney. The impact shattered the buildings along the street, flames licking at the remnants of the structures. Smoker silently thanked his comrade, Tashiji, for evacuating the civilians. Otherwise, the death toll would have been catastrophic. His resolve to apprehend Ace intensified, knowing even his grandfather, Garp, would not deter him from this pursuit. Just because your grandfather is a vice admiral, does that grant you the freedom to act as you please? I dare to confront my superiors. I won't hesitate to offend a naval hero. Emerging from the ground, Rodney surveyed the desolate surroundings, his expression darkening with frustration. How many times must I say it? Do not employ such wide-ranging attacks. What if innocent lives are harmed? This is precisely why I detest you pirates. Experiencing the world firsthand was a stark contrast to mere observations. His values did not allow for cold indifference. The world may be twisted, but he was not. He could only act within his means. However, he would undoubtedly assist where he could, finding Ace's disregard for human life intolerable. Apologies. Fortunately, Ace's attitude was commendable, as he recognized his mistake. At that moment, Smoker seized the opportunity to close in, thrusting his sea prism stone jutty towards Ace's throat. A direct hit would be perilous for someone of Ace's constitution. However, as the grandson of Garp, his reflexes and physical prowess, honed since childhood, enabled him to evade the strike, retaliating with a flaming fist that struck Smoker's chest. Smoker continued to wield his jutty, pushing Ace back. Rodney rushed forward, drawing a dagger from his belt, attempting to slice Ace. You know that physical attacks don't inflict much harm on me, Ace remarked with resignation. If we don't exchange blows, I might feel rather embarrassed. Rodney shrugged, glancing at Smoker with exasperation. Colonel Smoker, can't you use hockey? You could lend me a weapon. If I could use hockey, would I still need this? Smoker replied, indicating that he was still in the process of mastering the technique. Chapter 8, Justice Kick. Smoker's expression darkened as Rodney's words struck a nerve, reminding him of his demotion to this wretched place after assaulting his superior. No longer encountering formidable pirates in the Grand Line, he felt his physical prowess waning, a consequence of his recent neglect in training. Once this adversary was dealt with, he would resume his regimen. Taking advantage of the moment, Ace unleashed a sudden punch, sending Rodney flying into the sea. Smoker, inhaling deeply from his cigar, launched another offensive. Rodney, scowling and soaked from the ocean, rose with his weapon in hand, taken aback by Ace's unexpected ambush. However, he was determined to retaliate. For he was no mere traveler. Water clone, come forth. The water clone technique required a source of water, and though he had not intended to employ it, circumstances had forced his hand. Waves surged as multiple Rodneys emerged, converging upon Ace. How could there be so many? Are they his allies? Is he also a user of devil fruit? Ace realized he had unwittingly disturbed Rodney's nest. Each water clone, while inferior to the original, could still pose a nuisance with their formidable martial skills. After Ace dispatched the first clone, chakra-infused seawater splashed onto him, momentarily slowing his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Smoker struck Ace with a sea prism stone blow, resembling a street thug bullying a student. Ace scrambled to his feet and dashed away. His crew was not far off, and he understood that lingering here would spell disaster. You think you can escape after crossing me? Rodney sneered, having devised a plan. Infusing chakra into the seawater beneath him, he summoned more water clones, all charging toward Ace. As Ace fled, he felt a shadow loom overhead and looked up to see a multitude of water clones descending upon him. Not good. Fire Fist. Flames shattered the water clones, reverting them back to seawater. Hiss. The high-temperature flames met the water, generating steam. A dense fog enveloped Ace's skin, causing scalding burns that elicited cries of agony. Hot. Hot. Oh no. Ace resembled a boiled crab, hopping about in pain as he sprinted forward. Rodney had not anticipated this turn of events. Could steam truly harm Ace? Given that it originated from water, did it count as a natural element? This required further contemplation. Charge. With a few water clones remaining, Ace had learned his lesson and chose to rely on his fists rather than flames. Thud. He shattered one water clone, but another seized his arm. Should he elementalize now, he would face the same predicament as before. Swinging his free fist to retaliate, he found yet another water clone grasping it firmly. The remaining clones closed in, transforming into seawater that cascaded over him. A wave of weakness surged through him as his devil fruit powers were instantly sealed away, leaving only his physical strength. His body reverted from its elemental state to solid form. Take this, Justice Kick. With a cry of heaven's justice, Rodney's foot slammed into Ace's chest. Bam! Ace was sent flying backward. With a flick of his wrist, Rodney sent a steel wire shooting from his fingers, wrapping it several times around Smoker's seastone jit before yanking it toward himself. Smoker made no move to stop him, allowing him to take it. Rodney charged forward, pressing the jit against Ace's throat before he could recover, rendering him powerless to resist. Damn it! You actually caught me, Ace shouted, struggling. I want to give up. Why can't I move? That sea stone, specifically designed to suppress devil fruit users, Rodney explained before turning to Smoker. Colonel Smoker, do you have any sea stone handcuffs? Holding him like this is exhausting. Tashiji, fetch the sea stone cuffs. Smoker barked. They did have sea stone restraints in stock, though only 2 pairs, reserved exclusively for subduing devil fruit users. After all, sea stone was a rare resource, mined only in Wano and notoriously difficult to process. Smoker had only obtained his supply because he brought it from Marine HQ. Without it, how else could he deal with ability users? Still, it was undignified to keep a man pinned down like this. He was a colonel. After all, he had appearances to maintain. Ugh, I can't use my strength. What kind of trick is this? Ace had been outmaneuvered by his own devil fruit. though its power was immense. His over-reliance on elemental intangibility had left him vulnerable to Rodney's tactics. Now, with Seastone suppressing him, escape was impossible. Stop struggling, Ace. You're not getting away. I want to go back to see that damn old man. Ace roared. He had just set sail. If he were dragged back now, Luffy and everyone in the village would never let him live it down. No, absolutely not. He carried Sabo's dreams with him into these seas. Of course you want to be seeing Vice Admiral Garp. I'm taking you to prison. Your future is a cell and impel down. Captain? Let our captain go. The Spade pirates, uneasy, had come to check on their leader, only to find their normally invincible captain subdued. They immediately opened fire. Smoker stood motionless as bullets passed harmlessly through his smoke Logia body. Though often called the weakest of the Logia types, against opponents without hockey, he was still untouchable. Meanwhile, Rodney's reflexes were sharp enough to evade the bullets aimed at him with a few swift movements. Everyone, run. You're no match for them, Ace pleaded, deeply moved by his crew's loyalty. But against these two unpredictable foes, they stood no chance. They had to escape. You think I'll just stand by? Whitesnake. His arm dissolved into swirling smoke, coiling like a serpent toward the pirates. The ship's doctor, Deuce, reacted swiftly, hurling a vial of green reagent that shattered upon impact, releasing a dense emerald fog. When the mist dissipated, the enemies had vanished, much to Smoker's fury. You have an intelligent crewmate, Rodney remarked. Deuce had wisely chosen retreat over recklessness, avoiding becoming mere fodder for Smoker, whose Logia-type abilities rendered him nearly invincible in the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Ace exhaled in relief, falling silent. He knew his fate today, either imprisonment or facing the old man. Yet, imprisonment seemed far preferable to encountering Garp. At least in prison, there was a chance of escape. But with Garp, even if he could flee, the humiliation would be unbearable. Soon after, Tashigi returned with Seastone handcuffs, securing them around Ace's wrists herself. Rodney tossed his jutty to Smoker and hoisted Ace onto his shoulder. Oi, Rodney, what the hell are you doing? Taking him to Vice Admiral Garp, as I said. Smoker's expression darkened. I don't care if Garp wants to see him. He's going to prison first. Garp can visit him there. Huh? Sorry, but an old man's wish to see his beloved grandson must be honored, Rodney declared with mock solemnity. Smoker scoffed. Spare me. You're just in it for the profit. Bounty hunters chase fame and gold, barely better than pirates. You must have struck a deal with Garp. Hand him over. As he spoke, tendrils of smoke coiled around him, an unmistakable threat. Refuse, and I'll take him by force. Smoker never hesitated with pirates. Whose grandson he was didn't matter. Even if he were Fleet Admiral Sengoku's kin, the outcome would be the same. A Vice Admiral's privilege? Unacceptable. Not even the hero of the Marines was above the law. Respect for Garp was one thing, duty and justice were another. Rodney laughed. You're right. The Six Powers are an irresistible offer. Farewell, Smoker. With his free hand, he hurled a smoke bomb. Smoker charged through the haze, only to see Rodney sprinting toward the docks, carrying Ace, and then, impossibly, running across the water. Damn it, where's my bilge? Here, sir. His subordinates swiftly wheeled over his amphibious motorcycle, infusing the vehicle with smoke. Smoker twisted the throttle and gave chase. Rodney glanced back and cursed. 8 gates formation, gate of opening. Release. The mental restraints shattered. His body surged with unrestrained power. He accelerated violently, carving a furious wake across the sea, leaving Smoker far behind in his spray. That bastard. Smoker snarled. I'll have his head on a bounty poster. Chapter 9. The tradition of the monkey family as they sped across the sea. Rodney brought Ace to a halt on a rocky outcrop, with the town of Rog fading from view. He plopped down onto the stone, sweat evaporating from his body. The exertion of this initial phase was indeed taxing. Had it not been for the grueling training imposed by Garp in the preceding days, he would not have managed to endure for so long. Let me go. My crew is waiting for me. I shall not meet that old man. Apologies. But that is of no concern to me. I am nearing the completion of Vice Admiral Garp's mission. I have captured Ace. Yet the task has not been marked as complete. It is evident that I must deliver Ace into Garp's hands. The prospect of imminent reward spurred me onward, and I cannot afford to pause. As long as I keep moving, I can reach that destination. As long as I persist, the path shall continue to unfold. Coughing, Ace struggled against his restraints, but the sea stone shackles left him utterly powerless, rendering his abilities useless. Damn it. Why would that old fool send you to capture me? Who knows? Perhaps it was a whim. Truth be told, even without the devil fruit, subduing you would be a challenge. However, your consumption of the fruit, coupled with your overconfidence, has played into my hands. Additionally, your unfamiliarity with sea stone has further aided me. Rodney's ability to apprehend Ace was largely attributable to fortune. Ace's inexperience with his newfound powers, combined with his reliance on his elemental form, allowed Rodney to outmaneuver him. With the collaboration of Smoker, they succeeded in capturing him. If Ace had encountered someone well-versed in the powers of the fruit, he would have fled at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, Dias and his companions managed to extricate themselves from the Navy's encirclement. The captain has been captured. We must devise a plan to rescue him, Dias declared. One crew member inquired, but where do we go to save the captain? The earlier speaker had mentioned that he was sent by Vice Admiral Karp to seize the captain. Karp is a naval hero. His homeland lies in the East Bluesgoa Kingdom. The captain has spoken of his hometown, so we might as well try our luck there. Dias calmly deduced this conclusion. The other crew members exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, though their captain could be eccentric. Neglecting to pay for meals and often dozing off intermittently, he was still the leader of the Spade Pirates. As comrades aboard the same vessel, how could they abandon him? Spade Pirates. The operation to rescue the captain begins now. Oh well. Rodney strode across the surface of the water, carrying Ace, who gazed at the undulating ocean, utterly bewildered by the sight of someone walking upon the sea. Hey, aren't you afraid of being devoured by a sea king? Ace asked. Oh, just the opposite. They would make excellent mounts. The sea kings of the East Blue do not rival the colossal sizes of those in the New World, where they can reach thousands of meters. Here, the sea kings are merely a few dozen meters long and rather easy to intimidate. So, how did Shanks, as one of the 4 emperors, lose an arm? Danger. Ace noticed a shadow growing larger beneath the waves, swiftly approaching. Free labor is on the way. With a sudden leap, the sea beneath erupted as a colossal sea king surged forth, its lion-like head gaping wide as it lunged toward the two. Rodney pivoted sharply, channeling chakra into his leg. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Boom. The lion-headed sea king was sent crashing back. Ace remarked, impressive. His raw physical strength seems nearly on par with mine before I consumed the Mara Nomi quite formidable. Landing steadily on the water's surface, Rodney approached the defeated beast. Sensing its disadvantage, the creature attempted to flee, only to be seized by its sodden mane and struck once more. Baring its fangs, Rodney growled, Obey, or I'll make a meal of you. The Sea King, with an almost human-like expression of fear, whimpered in submission. Creatures in this world understood human speech, though their reasoning often faltered. With a resigned whimper, the beast allowed Rodney to mount its neck, while Ace was unceremoniously tossed aside. Head in that direction, toward the nearest island, Rodney commanded, pointing away from Logtown. Navigating the vast sea made pinpointing the kingdom of Goa difficult, but a sea king could lead them to land. Offering bearings for their next move, Ace remained silent, his strength still sapped, rendering him powerless. After a while, he muttered, I'm hungry. Here. Rodney produced a soldier pill from his pouch. Is this chocolate? Ace eyed it skeptically. And it's barely enough to fill a tooth. Take it or leave it. Fine. Resigned, he popped the pill into his mouth, only to grimace violently. Ugh. Disgusting. Absolutely revolting. Ace, who was far from picky, found the taste unbearable, a testament to the pill's notoriously foul flavor. Could be worse. Mine was honey-flavored, Rodney remarked dryly. The System-S soldier pills varied randomly, most being unpalatable. Landing a honeyed one was sheer luck. These aren't tea chocolates. You never know what you'll get. I can't take it. Anything else? One of these sustains a person for a day, providing all necessary energy. Still hungry? Of course. How could something so tiny and vile possibly fill me up? Ace scoffed. Incredulous. Considering Ace's extraordinary stamina, honed since childhood, and the gluttonous nature of this world's inhabitants, Rodney conceded. He produced a handful of soldier pills. Ace recoiled in horror. No, I'd rather die than eat those. Let me go. His protests dissolved into sudden, comical snoring, a bubble forming at his nose. Rodney sighed. Truly, the grandson of Garp. The ability to sleep anywhere, anytime, a trait shared by Luffy. Did Dragon possess it too? The monkey family is terrifying. Leaving Ace to his slumber, he wasn't going anywhere. The pressing matter remained. How to locate Garp. Is it only possible to go to Windmill Village? The Lion Sea King's mobility is quite impressive. Although this creature resembles the one I previously captured, it will attempt to immerse itself in water by any means necessary. Nevertheless, as long as I maintain unwavering focus throughout the endeavor, I shall prevail. Subsequently, the Lion Sea King, with its 3 prominent humps atop its head, continued to swim. Ahead, a ship awaited to transport us aboard, marking the conclusion of our mission. It was only as the sun began to set over the vast ocean that Rodney finally spotted a vessel, a pirate ship, adorned with a skull flag, unmistakably signaling its nefarious nature. Upon realizing that the mission was nearing its end, the Lion Sea King, initially devoid of brilliance in its gaze, suddenly radiated excitement, accelerating its pace before leaping into the air. Rodney, seizing Ace, landed securely on the pirate ship and boldly declared, "I regret to inform you that I have commandeered your vessel. Who do you think you are, speaking so brazenly? Men, dispose of him." The captain, a formidable man wielding a hefty axe, towered at a height of 3 to 4 meters, his face adorned with a wild beard, exuding an aura of menace. His crew regarded Rodney and his companion with incredulous expressions, clearly underestimating them. With chakra surging through my legs, I leaped before the pirate captain, executing the Leaf Great Whirlwind. "You seek your demise." The pirate captain swung his axe, but his timing faltered. I struck his axe handle with a powerful kick, bending the iron shaft and sending him tumbling into the depths of the sea. Hey, everyone, consider this a treat. The Lion Sea King seemed to sense the moment, leaping forth and swallowing the unfortunate captain, dragging him beneath the waves. All right, who else dares? Scanning the surroundings, I noticed the pirates trembling, their weapons clattering to the ground upon witnessing their captain's defeat. On a typical pirate ship, the captain embodies the pinnacle of strength, once vanquished. The morale of the lesser pirates crumbles, extinguishing their will to fight. Very well, I hereby declare the ship mine. Turn it around towards the kingdom of Goya. Prepare a sumptuous feast, and take care of this creature. Do not mistreat it, or your fate shall mirror that of your captain. Kindness among pirates is a rarity. Figures like Luffy and Ace are but a minority, rendering their fates and thoughts inconsequential in the grand scheme. Chapter 10. I have contracted pink eye in the kingdom of Goya. Windmill Village is a quaint locale, not vastly different from Scylab Village, exuding tranquility and serenity, rarely disturbed by pirates. It is also the birthplace of the naval hero Garp and the future pirate king. A naval vessel anchored in the harbor is a common sight for the villagers, signifying the return of that esteemed naval hero to his homeland. As a pirate ship gently approached the shore, the naval personnel brought by Garp immediately perked up, seizing their weapons and aiming their cannons at the incoming vessel. Just as Vice Admiral Bogart raised his hand to signal an attack, he spotted Rodney standing at the ship's bow and promptly ordered a halt. "Mr. Joestat?" Bogart acknowledged with a nod, as Rodney greeted him with a smile. The pirates aboard the ship appeared pallid, having endured over half a month under Rodney's control. While no harm had befallen them, the ruthlessness of their captor had indeed instilled fear within them. Initially believing they would regain their freedom upon ridding themselves of this ominous presence, they were taken aback to find themselves delivered directly to the Navy. "Vice Admiral Bogart, I leave these rascals in your capable hands." "No pirate's hands are clean," Rodney remarked. "Understood. Thank you for your gallant assistance," Bogart replied, promptly directing his men to apprehend the group. The pirates, well aware of the futility of resistance, offered no struggle as the Navy shackled them, knowing they would soon be taken away by Garp and cast into prison. "Is this truly the grandson of Admiral Garp? You've managed to capture him," Bogart observed in surprise, noticing Ace, who appeared noticeably discontent behind Rodney, his face rounder than before. Ace had indeed gained weight since Rodney's capture of him, indulging in lavish meals without exercise. His appetite rivaled that of an entire crew, prompting Rodney to hunt down 2 small sea kings along the way to replenish his energy. "Where is Admiral Garp?" "I have captured his grandson," Bogart inquired. At the only tavern in the village, he replied. All right, Ace, we must take our leave, Rodney declared. No, I refuse to meet that old man. Ace protested weakly against Rodney, but with sea-stone handcuffs restraining him, he stood no chance against his captor. Is this sea-stone handcuffs? Has the grandson of Admiral Garp also become a devil fruit user? Bogart questioned. Yes, a Logia type. It took quite an effort to subdue him. By the way, I acquired these handcuffs from Captain Smoker, who has issued a bounty of 3 million berries on me, Rodney said, casting an apologetic glance at Bogart, making his intentions clear. Oliver, comprehending the situation, chuckled. No problem at all. Revoking a bounty under 10 million is quite straightforward. I'll notify them to rescind your bounty. It's quite impressive that you managed to capture a Logia user. They had spent a few days aboard a ship, and it was clear to them that Rodney lacked the assertiveness necessary to face the natural elements, which would certainly place him at a disadvantage. However, they were genuinely astonished that he had managed to capture Ace. Fortune indeed plays a fickle hand. I shall take my leave now. I trust this matter is in your capable hands. With that, he hoisted Ace onto his shoulder, and regardless of Ace's futile struggles, he remained unyielding. Ace? Is that not Ace? The residents of Windmill Village, though modest in size, quickly recognized the young man who had only been at sea for a few months and were bewildered by his sudden return, especially in such a captured state. Excuse me, sir, could you kindly direct me to the tavern? Rodney inquired of an elderly man dressed in a yellow shirt adorned with hearts. The elder gestured towards a direction and replied, Walk that way. Take the third right, and you shall find it. Why have you captured him? Captured him? His grandfather instructed me to do so, Rodney replied without a moment's hesitation. The villagers, who had watched over Ace and his brother since their childhood, would never consent to any harm befalling them. Admiral Garp, is it? You may proceed, the elder said, stepping aside after grasping the situation. He exchanged a glance with Ace, who was slung over Rodney's shoulder, and a faint smile crossed the elderly man's face, causing Ace to feel a pang of discomfort. He had set forth from Windmill Village with grand aspirations, yet here he returned in such a disheveled state, utterly humiliated. This was not at all how he had envisioned his return. He had anticipated coming back as the Pirate King, showcasing to the villagers that he, Ace, the child they once knew, had surpassed even the man he both revered and resented, his father. Hey, Rodney, let me go. I refuse to return here. Over the course of their journey, Ace had grown familiar with Rodney, yet no matter how fervently he pleaded, Rodney remained impervious, often silencing him with food each time he protested. My apologies, Ace. This is for my 6 powers. It is a necessary burden, and once this is over, we shall bear no ill will, Rodney stated. You scoundrel, you've bound me against my will. How can there be no ill will? Once I free myself from these wretched cuffs, I shall deliver you a thorough beating, Ace retorted, surveying the familiar surroundings and villagers, his indignation swelling further. This must be the place. They arrived before the tavern, and before they could enter, they were greeted by the resounding roar of Garp. Luffy, you little rascal. How many times must I tell you to aspire to become a great marine? Take this, my love-infused iron fist. That hurts. Grandfather. A young boy's cry pierced the air, accompanied by a gentle woman's voice urging, Admiral Garp, please stop. You've swollen Luffy's face. Upon hearing that Luffy had been struck, Ace shouted, You old fool, you've hit Luffy again. Rodney, release me. I must protect Luffy. Rodney pushed open the door and set Ace down, raising his fist towards the elderly man who was sound asleep with the Straw Hat Boy. Admiral Garp, I have brought back the person you requested. The tavern owner, Makino, upon seeing Ace, exclaimed in astonishment, Ace? Did you not set sail? Ace. In the tavern, the other patrons were momentarily astonished to see Ace. Suddenly, a loud pop echoed as Garp's snot bubble burst, awakening him from his slumber. Realizing he had dozed off, he glanced at his grandson, who was blissfully asleep, and delivered a powerful punch. How long do you intend to keep sleeping, Luffy? Ouch, that hurts. Let me go? Faced with the grandfather who had relentlessly beaten him since childhood, Luffy displayed no desire to resist, clearly indicating the indelible psychological shadow Garp had cast upon him. You old geezer, release Luffy at once. Weak and feeble, Ace could only resort to shouting to threaten Garp. Both Garp and Luffy turned their attention to him, Garp in delight, and Luffy in shock. Ha ha ha, splendid work. Rodney, you executed your task brilliantly. How about joining the Navy and teaming up with me? Garp bellowed with laughter upon seeing Ace bound, thoroughly pleased with Rodney's actions. With Garp's hearty laughter, the system also confirmed the task's completion. Inferno extinguished, 3 Tomo Sharingan, and the full reward of 800 task points were credited. A unique chakra began to manifest in Rodney's mind, converging towards his eyes, causing an uncomfortable sensation, compelling him to rub his eyes, which soon turned red. 3 black tomos circled around his pupils, rotating slowly, filled with malevolence and ominous energy, which momentarily startled Garp. Rodney, what is the matter with your eyes? He inquired. Oh, it's nothing. My eyes occasionally behave like this. Since acquiring the Sharingan, the world appeared transformed. Everyone's movements seemed excruciatingly slow to him. Though not of the Uchiha clan, with the system's assistance, he harmonized perfectly with his newfound eyes, requiring only time to acclimatize to the decelerated world around him. I seem to have caught the red-eye syndrome too. Let Ace go, Luffy exclaimed. With a sudden extension of his arm, he propelled himself from Garp's grasp, spotting Ace on the floor. His arm elongated with astonishing speed, aiming for Rodney. Though the strike was swift, to Rodney it appeared as languid as a butterfly flitting through flowers. He sidestepped and seized Luffy's arm, effortlessly using the momentum to hurl him out of the tavern. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, as Rodney employed his keen insight to navigate the unfolding chaos. Chapter 11. Rodney versus Ace. Outside, chaos ensued with the flurry of chickens and dogs, accompanied by Luffy's resounding cries. Rodney immediately thought to himself, system, exchange for Konoha-style swordsmanship, dance of the camellia, wind release, vacuum sphere, and water release, water surge wave. The 800 task points just received were swiftly depleted. 500 for Konoha-style swordsmanship, 50 for dance of the camellia, 150 for wind release, vacuum sphere, and 100 for water release, water surge wave. Thus, all 810 task points were spent. At that moment, Luffy charged back in, ready to attack. Ace hurriedly positioned himself in front of Rodney and interjected, "Wait, Luffy, you are not his match." It was exceedingly difficult for Luffy to defeat Rodney now. Even with Garp's presence, he would still be thoroughly bested by Rodney. He could not bear to watch his brother be victimized without intervening. "Step aside, Ace. I must avenge you," Luffy exclaimed with fervor, for they were brothers, sharing both joys and tribulations. "I understand, but you are not his opponent." Ace shook his head. Rodney, in his essence, was not a bad person, merely somewhat greedy. From their recent skirmish, it was evident that Rodney had not showcased his full capabilities. Luffy would only suffer a beating. However, Luffy was about to protest further when Garp interrupted, saying, "Enough, Luffy. Though Rodney's physique may not rival yours, his intellect surpasses yours, making it easy for you to fall victim in a fight." "But Grandpa," he heard Ace. Luffy, unwaveringly stubborn, clung to his convictions, leaving even Garp helpless. Such was the nature of the monkey lineage. "Given this, I initially intended to teach you a lesson, to show you that blind recklessness leads only to a dead end. Yet now, I am more inclined to test my newfound abilities." Luffy, once fixated on a belief, would not waver, regardless of the countless societal beatings he endured. Thus, a thrashing would be futile. Perseverance is commendable, but when the enemy is equally relentless, it becomes quite bothersome. "Hey, Luffy, find a way to release me. You alone cannot contend with him." Ace noticed the spinning Tomo in Rodney's eyes and, after a moment of daze, continued, "Hurry and get someone to free me." Rodney mused. To adapt to this world's system, numerous modifications have been made. Even illusions have been diminished. The Sharingan possesses not only the powers of insight and replication, but also the ability to release and penetrate illusions. The release of illusions relies on disrupting the enemy's chakra to obscure their senses. However, this world lacks chakra. How can one utilize it? Consequently, the system had adapted this to mental energy. Illusions could only be released against foes with weaker mental fortitude, while those of comparable strength would merely experience a daze, and those with superior mental strength would be unaffected. The emergence of the 3 Tomo Sharingan significantly amplified Rodney's chakra and mental energy, elevating his power from 0. 8 of Kakashi to 1. 4 of Kakashi. Due to the compatibility of the Sharingan with his own body, he could wield it with effortless mastery, significantly reducing the consumption of chakra, unlike Kakashi, who, lacking the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, suffered from chronic chakra depletion. Oh, I'll just beat him up first. The moment Luffy's gaze met Rodney's, he was plunged into an illusion. At only 14 years old, Luffy's mental fortitude was no match for Rodney's, and his conqueror's haki was far from awakening. Thus, he obediently succumbed to the dreamscape. Hey, Rodney, what did you do to my grandson? Garp was startled by Luffy's sudden stillness, though he hadn't sensed the emergence of Conqueror's haki. Rodney's Sharingan faded, his eyes returning to their deep, ink-black hue. Just a little trick. He'll be fine after a nap. As soon as he spoke, Luffy collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he mumbled, Meat. So much meat. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. So that's how it is? Come on. I'll take you somewhere else. Ace, you too. Garp hoisted Luffy over his shoulder and led the way. Let's go. Rodney strode forward, while Ace followed reluctantly behind. Garp brought them to Bogard, retrieving the key to the sea-stone handcuffs to free Ace. The moment the restraints were removed, Ace felt his strength return, flames igniting across his body. The Logia-type Mara fruit. Quite an impressive ability. Vice Admiral Garp's grandsons are truly remarkable, Bogard remarked sincerely. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. Garp puffed up with pride, delighted by his grandson's prowess. Rodney. The moment he was free, Ace sought vengeance, lunging at Rodney. Fire gun. Tiny embers shot from his fingertips, only for Rodney to evade them effortlessly, the flames harmlessly striking the open sea. Standing on the water. Impossible. Is he a devil fruit user? The watching Marines erupted in shock, while even Garp and Bogard's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Such an ability would be invaluable in hunting pirates. Fire fist. A blazing fist surged forward with scorching intensity. Rodney's hands moved with the speed of decades of singlehood, weaving seals in an instant. Water release. Surging waves. A torrent of water gushed from his mouth, roaring like a river in the rainy season. Flames clashed with the deluge, producing thick white steam. Rodney swiftly formed another set of seals. Wind release. Vacuum bullets. Rat-tat-tat. Compressed chakra transformed into high-speed air bullets, piercing through the steam and tearing holes through Ace's body before embedding into the ground behind him. Water clone. 5 watery duplicates materialized from the sea, sprinting alongside Rodney in a crisscrossing assault. Each drew a short blade from their legs, encircling Ace. Having learned his lesson, Ace refused to let the clones outmaneuver him, shattering 4 with ranged attacks, only to find none remained. Where did they go? Right here. From the soil beneath, a figure suddenly sprang forth, a glinting short blade reflecting the sunlight, thrusting towards him with relentless strikes. This was the dance of the cherry blossom, an attack technique of the Kagaya clan, wielded by the formidable Kamidori. Although the strikes appeared soft, they were executed with astonishing swiftness. To underestimate them was to court death. Regrettably, Ace's Logia-type fruit was indeed an overwhelming advantage. Even when pierced, it proved futile. A powerful punch landed on Rodney, flames erupting. Yet he realized he had not struck his intended target, or rather, his target had transformed into a puddle of liquid. Suddenly, a tight grip ensnared his ankle, and he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Looking down, he saw the sea prism stone handcuffs that had just been removed from him, now shackled to his feet. Cursed fate. Ace recognized that he had lost once more, and this time in a one-on-one confrontation. The fact that he had not even exerted his full strength made his defeat all the more frustrating. Ha ha ha. Ace, your fruit's ability signifies little. Although young Rodney may lack your strength, his skills are evidently superior. Kapu laughed heartily, observing Rodney emerge from the earth. Well done, Rodney. Are you considering joining the Navy? Thank you for your commendation, Vice Admiral Kapu. Shouldn't it be time to redeem your promise? Rodney replied, smiling, completely disregarding Kapu's offer. Of course. What would you like to learn? Kapu responded generously. I have already mastered Shave, so naturally, I must also learn the advanced version, Moonwalk. And let us add Gale Palm to the mix. Sir, Isn't it's somewhat irregular to teach Mr. Rodney so many techniques of the 6 styles? Bogart, as the first mate, felt compelled to remind Kapu, who was basking in victory. Rodney interjected earnestly, Vice Admiral Bogart, your assertion is misguided. The Navy's 6 styles are hardly a closely guarded secret in this world. Many pirates in the New World have already mastered several of these techniques. Besides, I am not a pirate. There is little harm in my learning them. There are defectors among the Navy as well, and these individuals have, to varying degrees, learned the 6 styles. Upon becoming pirates, they often pass these skills on to their subordinates. While they may be rare in the 4 seas or the initial segments of the Grand Line, many in the New World are indeed proficient. Thus, it is more of an open secret than a true secret. There is really nothing substantial to debate. Chapter 12, Commitment to Sharingan, with its remarkable insight, combined with the user's formidable capacity for learning, can effortlessly replicate an opponent's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even jinjutsu. Thus, after Karp demonstrated the moon cloth and gale foot techniques, Rodney easily grasped the fundamentals of the movements, yet he still could not execute them. This was primarily due to his body not being sufficiently trained. Mastering the 6 styles imposes certain physical demands on the practitioner. With low stamina and high offensive power, Rodney was no exception, despite being a native of the pirate world. He had not undergone extensive training, necessitating further physical conditioning. He still required a shadow clone. However, acquiring a shadow clone demanded 1,000 points, and he often forgot amidst his training. For now, he could only focus on rigorous training to enhance his physical strength. He had already learned to utilize shave, while Mooncloth and Gale Foot were still in practice. Gum Gum Machine Gun. Countless punches rained down, yet Rodney effortlessly evaded them. Shave. In an instant, he appeared before Luffy. Shadow Dance Leaf. A kick struck Luffy's chin, sending him airborne. Rodney then leaped into the air, maintaining parallel alignment with Luffy, twisting his body to deliver a kick to Luffy's abdomen. Whirlwind. Lion's Barrage. Boom. Luffy was sent crashing into the ground, rising to dust himself off, exclaiming, "That was close. You're really strong." His expression turned serious as he adjusted his straw hat. Having been easily defeated by Rodney's Sharingan previously, an unwilling Luffy challenged him to a duel. Initially, Rodney declined, but after being persistently hounded by Luffy, he reluctantly acquiesced. Currently, the situation unfolded as such. The Gum Gum fruit grants immunity to blunt attacks, and as Rodney lacked haki, his punches and kicks had no effect on Luffy. Thus, he retrieved shurikens and kunai, deftly holding them between his fingers, and hurled them at Luffy. The shurikens collided mid-air, altering their trajectories. Since acquiring the Sharingan, Uchiha's shuriken technique had become increasingly adept, sealing off Luffy's escape routes and leaving only a direct path towards him. As he anticipated, upon realizing his surroundings were completely sealed, Luffy charged forward, forming hand seals, fire style, fireball jutsu. The intense heat surged forth as Luffy's eyes widened. He leaped into the air, only to witness Rodney once again forming seals below. In a mere breath, small fireballs were expelled. Fire style, Phoenix Fire. Alarmed, Luffy found himself unable to evade in midair, unsure of how to proceed. At just 14 years of age, his combat experience was limited. However, he approached battles instinctively, gritting his teeth. He disregarded whether his rubber body could withstand the high-temperature flames conjured by chakra and charged straight ahead. The Phoenix Fire struck him, igniting his clothing but miraculously sparing his straw hat. Indeed, the hat seemed to be his true essence. Gum Gum Pistol, his arm elongated, swinging with force to strike Rodney, only for it to transform into it amidst a puff of white smoke. Ha ha ha, that foolish Luffy. Rodney had already fled. Still too young, isn't he? Kapu laughed heartily, having sensed Rodney's subtle gesture before he vanished at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a mere wooden post that masqueraded as his form, allowing Luffy to strike it. Where is he? Earth Release, heart-severing technique. Soon, only a head remained on the ground. Let me go, release me, Luffy shouted, brushing off the dust from his body. Rodney paid him no mind. While the Earth Release was indeed effective, it invariably left a copious amount of dust, making bathing particularly troublesome. Did they see that? That rascal Rodney prefers to brawl with his head. You all rely too heavily on your abilities. That's where you falter, Rodney. How about joining the Navy? Your skills would serve it well. Kapu continued to extend the invitation to Rodney, who promptly declined. Ace interjected, "Old man, let me go. I need to return to the sea." His wrists were bound in sea stone handcuffs. Though he could move freely, he felt weak and lethargic, an uncomfortable sensation. "Call me Grandpa." Kapu playfully punched Ace, leaving a smoking red mark on his head. "You old coot. Why won't you just call me Grandpa?" he exclaimed. "I want my grandson to cherish me as well. Rodney, why not become my grandson?" Kapu's thoughts seemed somewhat disjointed, truly reflective of Luffy's grandfather. One could only wonder how he had sired the exceptionally intelligent dragon, and how Dragon had given rise to the endearingly simple-minded Luffy. Perhaps Dragon had inherited traits from his mother? The Kapu family's genes seemed to have evolved within Luffy. No, Rodney stepped back, gazing toward the sea, as if a large ship were approaching the shore. His eyes gleamed with a newfound clarity, allowing him to discern the flag and crew aboard the vessel. "The Black Spade Pirates! Ace, your crew has arrived." "What? Everyone?" Ace felt a wave of emotion, but suddenly remembered Kapu's presence, exclaiming, "No, they mustn't come here." Kapu, laughing heartily, remarked, "Ha ha, Ace, it seems you found a reliable crew. In the vast ocean, a crew that would never abandon their captain is a precious treasure." Ace had not chosen poorly. "Of course," Ace replied proudly, but upon seeing Kapu, cloaked in his justice cape, advancing toward the port, he gasped, "Wait, old man, where are you going?" "Do I even need to ask?" "A group of pirates has arrived. As a Navy Vice Admiral, I must take action." Ace rushed forward, but was thrown back by Kapu. Rodney helped him up, and Ace looked at him earnestly, saying, "Rodney, let me go. I need to save everyone." He did not know the extent of Kapu's strength. He only understood that Kapu was stronger than him, stronger than the father he both respected and resented, and stronger than the crew he commanded. If Kapu intervened, his crew and friends would only be caught in his grasp. Rodney gazed at him. He certainly had the ability to extricate Ace from his predicament, possessing the key to the sea stone handcuffs. However, should Ace escape and venture into the Grand Line, the likelihood of him becoming Whitebeard's son would be substantial. Ace, having never experienced paternal affection, could easily come to perceive Whitebeard as a father figure after feeling the warmth of his love. Subsequently, there would be Blackbeard, the Marineford War. Rodney merely observed him and inquired, "Ace, do you truly wish to be a pirate?" "Of course," Ace replied resolutely. "Even if it means death?" "I fear not death. Even if it means dying before Admiral Garp? Allow this man, who has raised you, to witness your demise without being able to intervene, living in regret for decades thereafter." During the Marineford War, Garp, bound by justice, watched helplessly as his grandson perished at Akainu's hands. Did he not suffer? How could he not? "Ace, you are also Luffy's brother. How could any elder not cherish their younger kin?" This time, Ace hesitated. He held Garp in high regard. Even though he often referred to him as that old man, Garp remained his grandfather, a truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. Rodney's question placed him in a quandary. As a pirate, he would inevitably clash with the Marines. The moment he resolved to become a pirate, he had already cast aside the value of life and death. Yet, Rodney's inquiry suddenly instilled a sense of fear regarding death within him. To perish before the old man, to let him witness his demise while being utterly powerless to save him, and to live with that guilt until death. How cruel would that be? Despite Garp's title as a Marine hero, in the face of familial bonds, he was merely an ordinary old man. "Ace, what are you still pondering? Those are your crew, your comrades. Should you not be responsible for them?" Luffy shouted suddenly, believing that comradeship outweighed all else, which darkened Rodney's expression. Luffy's words solidified Ace's resolve as he looked earnestly at Rodney and declared, "I will not die before that old man." "Absolutely not. Rodney, I hereby pledge. Please assist me. As their captain, I must take responsibility for them. The people of this world, who always place loyalty above all else, are both admirable and absurd in equal measure." Chapter 13. Grandfather and grandson. Rodney gazed at Ace, exhaling deeply, recognizing that this man had resolutely made up his mind. The monkey family had always been this way. Garp dedicated his life to the Navy, while Dragon devoted his existence to liberating the suffering masses. Luffy relentlessly pursued freedom and adventure in his quest to become the Pirate King. And Ace was led astray by Whitebeard. Was it in search of the paternal love he so desperately lacked? Humanity is intricate, and the people of this world are even more so, simple yet complex. Easily understood, yet profoundly enigmatic. Ace held a deep reverence for his mother, a remarkable and honorable woman who, in her efforts to ensure his birth into this world, resorted to extraordinary measures, enduring 20 months of gestation before finally bringing him forth after Garp's arrival, utterly exhausted and succumbing to death. He harbored resentment towards his father, for it was because of him that his mother perished. Despite being the Pirate King, a man who conquered the seas and epitomized freedom, he failed to protect his own wife. Had it not been for Garp, he might have already met his end. Yet, he respected Roger, who had triumphed over the seas and accomplished the unprecedented feat of circumnavigating the globe, becoming the freest man of all. This respect mingled with a yearning within him. He aspired to be the Pirate King, to prove his own strength and validate his lineage, to demonstrate that he was not inferior to Roger. Words were futile. And so he simply stated, "I can assist you, but you must agree to one condition, which you must uphold. This is a man's promise." Ace earnestly locked eyes with Rodney's blood-red gaze and replied, "Speak, and I shall abide by it." Once they entered the Grand Line, should they encounter the Whitebeard pirates, he must not join them, correct? How could I possibly join another pirate crew? I set sail to become the Pirate King. Let us discuss it after you endure Whitebeard's adoption, Rodney replied. The one who will become the Pirate King shall undoubtedly be me, Luffy exclaimed, somewhat out of place. However, neither man acknowledged him. Rodney nodded, producing the key to the sea-stone handcuffs, liberating Ace from his bonds. Feeling the surge of unrestrained power, Ace nodded and said, "Though I harbor a strong dislike for you, Rodney, you are indeed a man of principle." Indeed, as long as there's money," Rodney retorted, stowing the sea-stone handcuffs in his pouch, watching Ace depart in pursuit of Garp. All he could do was this much. Ace sought freedom, while Garp pursued justice. Witnessing his grandson die before him, yet being bound by the chains of justice, was undoubtedly a torment for an old man. Rodney, being soft-hearted, could not bear to witness such tragic scenes. If Ace adhered to their agreement, then Blackbeard would not capture him, nor would any other calamity ensue. Should he fail to comply, he could only blame himself. He could not prevent a man from pursuing freedom and familial bonds. His actions were merely to spare an old man the anguish of losing his grandson in the twilight of his life. Garp is a remarkable individual. Both in the realm of anime and during the time Rodney has spent with him, he has come to recognize him as a truly admirable elder. "Hey, Rodney, let me out," Luffy shouted loudly from the side. Observing the slightly loosened soil beside him, Rodney remarked, "Figure it out yourself. It will be quick." With a swift motion, he vanished, while flames began to ignite at the port. "Old man, I will never allow you to harm them." Ace's crew had arrived, standing aboard their ship and calling out for their captain. "Haha, Ace, do you intend to thwart me for the sake of your crew?" Garp laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he inquired, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Naturally, old man. I am their captain." Ace had resolved to stand firm alongside his crew, for he was indeed their captain. "You cannot contend with me," Garp declared, striding forward with a presence as imposing as a mountain. The legendary naval hero who once stood before the infamous pirate rocks, even in his old age, retained an aura that was as formidable as ever. Ace took a step back, aware that he could not defeat his grandfather, a man who was on par with his nefarious father. He was simply not a match for him now. However, I absolutely cannot allow the old man to harm anyone. Flames blazed fiercely around him, an invisible aura erupting from his being, causing Garp to raise an eyebrow. The nearby Navy personnel and ordinary villagers collapsed under this unseen pressure, with only a few managing to withstand it. Has Ace awakened his conqueror's haki? Garp's fist tightened as he took a large stride forward, moving with nearly instantaneous speed to stand before Ace. Ace had no chance to react and was struck hard by Garp's mighty fist. Bang! Ace's body was sent flying by Garp's punch, crashing through the wall of fire and landing squarely on the ship of the Spade Pirates, where his crew caught him securely. "Captain Ace, are you all right, Captain?" The crew rushed to his side, deeply moved. Despite being struck by Carp, Ace understood that the old man had not exerted his full strength. Rather than being a mere blow, it was a gesture of support. Enough chatter, Duke. Turn the ship around. Let us go. Aye, Captain. The helmsman Duke, upon receiving the command, eagerly turned the ship's bow. Suddenly, the waters beside them erupted, generating enormous waves that propelled the vessel away from the port with increasing speed. TSK missed it. Rodney, boy, cannonball. Cannonball. At some point, Carp had made his way onto the warship, accompanied by a hurried Rodney. Rodney, with an expression of resignation, handed Carp a lead cannonball, each the size of an ostrich egg. With the warship and pirate ship merely a few hundred meters apart, how could Carp possibly miss with his strength and precision? Nevertheless, Rodney did not expose Carp. Instead, he assisted, witnessing the old man send his grandson off into the sea in his own way. He was merely annoyed that Ace had silently entered the sea without bidding him farewell. Additionally, he had playfully jested with Rodney, never anticipating that he would actually bring Ace back. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous. He could finally relax concerning his grandson. Meteoric fist. The projectile, propelled at the speed of a cannonball, struck the side of the pirate ship with precision, inadvertently aiding the crew's escape. You little rascal. Don't let me catch you. Carp laughed heartily as the pirate ship sailed further away. Grandfather, thank you for your constant care. Ace knelt on the deck and bowed deeply in Carp's direction. Upon hearing Ace finally address him as grandfather, Carp's robust figure trembled slightly, yet he laughed heartily, thinking, this little rascal just refuses to listen. I wished for him to join the Navy, but he insisted on becoming the Pirate King. Really? I cannot fathom what is so appealing about that. Rodney, you must not become a pirate. I don't think I will, as long as no one pressures me. I find the idea of being a bounty hunter quite appealing. He shrugged, not challenging the old man's words, but inquired, Vice Admiral Carp, do you truly have no regrets? Regrets? I never regret my decisions. I wished for him to join the Navy, yet he refused. I certainly cannot bind him here, denying him the pursuit of his freedom. That is something I cannot do. Is that so? Rodney understood Carp's reluctance to take action against Ace. It was evident from the original tale. If he had wished, he could have captured Ace during his rise in the first half of the Grand Line. But he chose to watch quietly as his grandson navigated the seas in pursuit of his own path. Enough of this. These new recruits fell so easily. I must train them rigorously. As Navy personnel, they cannot be this weak. Silently offering a prayer for these sailors. Just then, Luffy Chapter 14. Ace's bounty notice. Every time Garp took a break, he would return to Windmill Village to visit his grandson. As the holiday drew to a close, he left with satisfaction after exhausting Luffy, who was left feeling thoroughly spent, much like a dog. Rodney, too, was equally fatigued. Garp often remarked on Rodney's frail physique and lack of vitality, suggesting that he was prone to losing his life on the battlefield. Thus, Rodney's arduous training resumed. By day, he would toil in rigorous training, and by night, he would refine his chakra, repeating this relentless cycle until Garp's vacation came to an end. He indulged in copious amounts of food to replenish his energy, his body beginning to resemble that of the rough crowd in Gay Village. With constant exposure to the elements, his skin darkened as well. If this continued, he might find himself aspiring to become the Raikage. This simply would not do. He needed to quickly master all 6 forms of the Rokushiki technique and acquire the ability of life return. Otherwise, he would indeed become part of Gay Village. Thanks to his Sharingan, he was able to record Garp's movements while using the 6 forms. Once he learned them, he could find a way to integrate and master the technique of life return, which seemed quite feasible. However, before that, he had to master the 6 forms. Shadow Clone. Why didn't I initially opt for the Shadow Clone technique? Oh, right, it was too costly. I couldn't afford it. Damn it. I need to complete a mission. Ding. Mission issued. Is it really that easy? Mission. Assassinate the pirate Clive Shizo. Mission level. D reward. 100 mission points. Clive Shizo? Who is that? On board the warship, Rodney inquired of Vice Admiral Bogart about this individual. Before associating with Garp, Bogart was part of CP3 and came from an intelligence background. After a moment's reflection, he replied, Clive Shizo is the captain of the Cannon pirate crew, with a bounty of 11 million. He commands the ship with the most cannons in the East Sea and leads a crew of 1,000 pirates. 2 months ago, he appeared in Grelo village, where Colonel Smoker attempted to apprehend him, but the pirate managed to escape. To evade Smoker is no small feat. Smoker ranks among the strongest in the East Sea, wielding a Logia-type devil fruit and the 6 forms of the Navy, making him a formidable force. Only the leader of the Dragon Pirates might stand a chance against him. Given enough time, he would truly not be his match. Without Haki or Seastone, a Logia user is virtually invincible. Escaping is indeed a skill in itself. What? Are you planning to confront him? Bogart asked. Rodney smiled and replied, naturally. A target locator appeared on the screen before him. The ocean was vast and without assistance. He might spend a lifetime searching for this individual. A locator was essential. I almost forgot you were a bounty hunter. Where do you intend to capture him? Bogart inquired. First, I'll gather some information at the nearby Navy branch. Thank you for your hospitality these past days. With that, he leapt from the ship and began walking on water. Has that kid left? Garp donned his dog hat, munching on a donut. Indeed. Do such individuals not warrant enlisting in the Navy? Bogart questioned. Rodney's abilities, enlightenment, and perspective on justice render him highly suitable for a career in the Navy. However, despite numerous invitations from Garp, he consistently declined, citing a desire to avoid the shackles of orders, opting instead to continue his pursuit as a pirate hunter. Does being a pirate hunter offer substantial financial rewards? Garp inquired. Indeed, it does, Rodney replied. Pirate hunters can exchange pirates for bounties. A pirate with a 10 million bounty represents a sum that an ordinary family would take ages to accumulate. Is that so? Then let us become pirate hunters, Garp remarked whimsically, causing Vice Admiral Bogart to experience a moment of exasperation. Admiral Garp, the Navy does not receive bounties for defeating pirates. Capturing or killing pirates is merely their duty. The most they can hope for is a modest bonus. The notion of exorbitant bounties is but a distant dream. Haha, I had forgotten. Garp laughed heartily, watching Rodney as he disciplined a sea king in the distance. That lad, as long as he does not succumb to corruption, will undoubtedly become a companion of justice. Garp recognized Rodney's inherent goodness. As long as this virtue remained untainted by the polluted seas, it would surely shine forth in its rightful brilliance. Rodney understood the distinction between good and evil. He felt anger towards pirates who harmed others, and he was infuriated by the suffering of those he sought to rescue. He remained indifferent to what lay beyond his sight, responding with a few angry words upon hearing of injustices, but when faced with wrongdoers before him, he would ensure they paid the price. Resorting to violence was not his desire, yet it was the prevailing norm of the world. Even the Navy was merely a simplistic instrument of force. He could only attend to what he could see and touch. Beyond that, he truly felt powerless, still in the phase of self-preservation. Ultimately, he was still far too weak. Perched atop the Sea King, the creature's eyes bore the mark of being controlled. A sign of its subjugation, Rodney's mental prowess effortlessly dominated it, transforming it into his mode of transportation. The Sharingan is truly remarkable, he mused. The Sea King swiftly navigated the ocean, while a seabird glided gracefully above, donning a hat and a somewhat tattered satchel. Patting the Sea King to halt, Rodney waved at the seabird above, calling out, "Over here. A newspaper, please." The newsbird, tasked with delivering newspapers, descended and landed on the Sea King's horn, magically extracting a newspaper with its wings. Rodney placed 100 berries into the newsbird's satchel. It is noteworthy that this sum could purchase 2 choppers. Chopper, with just a handful of coins, was engaged in a venture worth millions. Rodney felt a pang of sympathy for him. As the newsbird took flight, Rodney instructed the Sea King to continue its journey, turning his attention to the newspaper in his hands. The World News Economic Agency consistently uncovers a plethora of stories from around the globe. Morgan's, that rascal, could be deemed the world's foremost tabloid journalist, remarkably dedicated. Only the most significant news would grace the pages of the world news he oversaw. For instance, within a certain member nation of the world government in the New World, the populace could no longer endure the oppressive reign of corrupt aristocrats and resolutely instigated a rebellion. The narrative elaborately details the process and outcome of this uprising, subtly hinting at the involvement of revolutionary forces. The choice of words is meticulous, and the language is ornate, truly befitting those who are adept in this craft. A bounty notice? This individual is Ace. Nestled in the newspaper is a bounty notice featuring Ace's smiling visage. Port Asti. Ace, 50 million berries, dead or alive. This fellow has spent merely 2 months navigating the Grand Line and has already made quite a name for himself. How remarkably swift. Shaking his head, Rodney hopes that Ace will adhere to their agreement. The bounty notice is whisked away by the wind, while Rodney continues to peruse the news within the newspaper. Traveling is rather monotonous. The next time he encounters a town, he ought to procure a few books, lest he succumb to sheer boredom. The newspaper predominantly covers events from the New World, with little mention of occurrences in the first half of the Grand Line. The pirate graveyard is not a place of empty renown. It remains a focal point of the Navy's scrutiny, guarded by the 7 warlords. Few pirates manage to survive and emerge from there to reach Sabaody Archipelago, passing through Fishman Island. Yet those who do are formidable. In the New World, they are often schooled by the subordinates of the 4 emperors. In the New World, the 4 emperors wield absolute authority. New pirates must either choose to submit or challenge them. Submission may ensure survival, while challenges typically lead to demise. The newspaper recounts the tale of an audacious individual with a bounty of 530 million, who foolishly dared to challenge Big Mom, only to be summarily punished by her subordinates for inadvertently consuming her cake, resulting in a brutal blow from her fist. Of course, if you manage to catch the eye of one of the 4 emperors, you might just survive. Whitebeard might take you under his wing as a son. Big Mom may accept you as a son-in-law if your bloodline is special and you possess some strength. Kaido might recruit you as a subordinate, or else face the ominous warning of thunderous calamity, dragging you to the mines as a laborer. Shanks might simply invite you for a drink. Having finished reading the newspaper, Rodney feels a sense of ennui. He still has a considerable distance to travel towards his goal. Several days' journey ahead, which promises to be exceedingly dull. He must certainly acquire some books in the future, although he wonders how the novels in this world might fare. He hopes they will be somewhat intriguing. Chapter 15. The Mission Hall East Sea, Sherlock Village. A band of pirates surrounded the village. On the vast ocean, pirates embody freedom. However, they are indolent and unproductive. Gold and silver do not materialize spontaneously aboard their ships, so from whence do their daily expenditures arise? Naturally, they extort the common populace. Only a select few seek treasures. Where in the world is there an abundance of treasures waiting to be discovered? To hoard wealth without indulging in it is sheer madness. The cannon pirate crew, of course, has no intention of seeking treasures. They opt for a more convenient and profitable method, robbery. The so-called freedom and dreams are but fade, as they abandon their homelands to traverse the boundless sea, enriching themselves through the plundered wealth of others, squandering it without restraint, indulging in gluttony, and reveling in brutality. This is the grim reality for most pirates. Come. Support our cannon pirate crew. Once our captain becomes the pirate king, we shall generously repay your village. A tall, lanky man, resembling a bamboo stalk, chuckled menacingly, his gaze brazenly sweeping over the terrified villagers. The rogues surrounding him, with their sinister visages, clearly embodied malice. Their eyes roamed the crowd, seeking women to alleviate the monotony of life aboard their ship. The young girl shrank back in fear, anxious to avoid their unwanted attention. The village elder, an elderly man trembling as if he might depart this world at any moment, stammered, "My lord, our village truly has no money left. Please, show mercy." Sherlock Village was not affluent. Had it not been for its remote location, it would have long ceased to exist. Occasionally, pirates would exploit the villagers, and they could manage to scrape together some coins, but a recent raid had left them bereft of most of their wealth. Now, another band had come, and the villagers were at a loss as to how to survive. "What? No money? Old man, do you wish to die?" bellowed one brutish man, seizing the village elder with an arm akin to that of a common man's thigh, as if prepared to crush him in an instant. The glint of a blade flashed menacingly across the villagers' faces, instilling fear in the hearts of the adults. They desired to resist. However, they were powerless against the rampant piracy of this era, as only the ordinary folk suffered. "Who is Clive Chaser?" a sudden voice rang out from behind. The pirates turned to see Rodney approaching, dragging two burly men behind him. As the pirates recognized the faces of those he had brought, they realized they were the ones left aboard the ship. "Who are you, kid?" the bear-like man growled, casually tossing the elder aside, where he was caught by the village's youth, before striding toward Rodney, his massive hand reaching out as if to seize him. Gazing up at the towering brute who stood half a body taller than him, Rodney could only shake his head in resignation. The denizens of this pirate world were unnaturally robust, their physiques honed to perfection. With a swift motion, he drove his fist into the exposed belly of the hulking man, sending him flying backward like a rag doll. The impact shattered a massive tree trunk, leaving the brute unconscious in its wake. The assembled pirates stood frozen in shock. This was one of their top 10 fighters, yet he had been effortlessly dispatched by this stranger. "What are you waiting for? Attack! He's just one man against all of us," shouted a lanky figure who seemed to hold some authority. Spurred into action, the mob surged toward Rodney. Shadow Dance. Konoha Whirlwind. Great Konoha Whirlwind. Fire Release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Flaming orbs exploded amidst the pirate ranks, scattering them in disarray. The lanky leader lunged forward with surprising speed, blade flashing, though nowhere near the terrifying swiftness of Kuro of 100 Plans. Drawing the chakra-infused dagger White Fang from his thigh, Rodney effortlessly sliced through skin, muscle, and windpipe. Gurgling sounds escaped the man's throat as blood flooded his airways, life rapidly draining from his eyes. Boom! A cannon blast obliterated the spot where Rodney had stood moments earlier, the lanky pirate vanishing in the explosion. The shooter was a hulking, cigar-chomping giant, standing at nearly 8 feet tall, wielding a hefty naval cannon. He tossed the spent weapon to a lackey, replacing it with a freshly loaded one. Clive Cannon Shazer, a pirate with an 11 million berry bounty, brimmed with arrogance. He had been preparing to enter the Grand Line, though Rodney suspected he wouldn't last long there. "Huh? You dare challenge me, you insignificant worm?" That fool Charles got what he deserved. Clive bellowed through a haze of smoke, his laughter dripping with malice. Then cold steel pierced his back. "Ninjas do possess the body flicker technique, Mr. Clive," Rodney murmured cheerfully, now standing behind him. White Fang had already buried itself deep into Clive's heart, the 16-inch blade leaving no chance for survival. "You how? Still talking? My mistake. Forgot to withdraw the blade." With a smile, Rodney yanked the dagger free, unleashing a crimson geyser. "Red. Good. No weird colors. Captain." "No." The pirates stared in horror. Their invincible leader, an 11 million berry menace, had been felled by a nobody. "Impossible. This can't be happening." "Still dreaming? You're next." Rodney kicked Clive's twitching corpse aside and advanced, his grin widening. Those who resisted were slain without mercy, while those who fled were swiftly subdued. He then compelled them to surrender the remaining treasures aboard the ship as compensation for the villagers' emotional distress. The grateful inhabitants of Sherlock Village accepted the offering with profound reverence. Though they entreated Rodney to stay for a meal, he declined, departing only with a few strips of dried meat as provisions for his journey. Before leaving, he ordered the surviving pirates to bury the corpses of their fallen comrades. Among the deceased, only Clive Shazer and the lanky first mate carried bounties, the latter valued at 3 million berries as the vice captain. Rodney severed their heads as proof before setting sail with the remaining pirates aboard their own vessel. He intended to deliver them to the nearest marine outpost for imprisonment. "Not a single one escapes," Rodney murmured with a devilish grin as the ship drifted into open waters. "Try to flee, and you'll find yourselves as food for the Sea Kings." The pirates, gripped by despair, faced an unenviable choice: await incarceration or leap into the jaws of the abyss. Yet, imprisonment at least promised survival. Better to endure wretchedly than to perish nobly. "Were it not for your worthless bounties," Rodney scoffed, "I'd have disposed of you all to eliminate future troubles. But you're too insignificant to warrant the effort." His mission was complete, and no new assignments seemed imminent until a sudden chime echoed in his ears. Ding! Host has completed 20 missions. Task hall officially unlocked. Task hall? Rodney muttered in disbelief. Their SA task hall? Upon accessing it, he discovered a hub for mission selection, no longer linear, but offering choices beyond mere assassination contracts. There were escort duties for merchant vessels, espionage assignments probing the private affairs of kings, even menial tasks like peddling ale in taverns. Yet these were all D-rank missions, yielding modest rewards of 10 to 100 points, devoid of special incentives. C-rank tasks remained undisclosed. The system declared, henceforth, the host may freely accept missions. However, those assigned by the system cannot be refused. In essence, while Rodney now enjoyed greater autonomy in selecting assignments, the system's mandates were inescapable, a trade-off for expanded options and flexibility. Chapter 16. The 153rd Division. Rodney arrived at the naval base, delivering a band of pirates to the Navy and exchanging the heads of Clive Chazot and the Bamboo Pole Man for a bounty. After securing his reward, he sought sustenance at a restaurant, having endured the unpalatable meals prepared by the pirates in recent days. The food was merely sufficient to stave off hunger, lacking in flavor and finesse. "Sir, your dish has arrived. Please enjoy," the waiter announced, presenting a generous platter of meat that emitted an enticing aroma. Just as Rodney prepared to dig in, a cacophony of barking erupted outside, followed by the sudden entrance of a large dog that charged directly towards him. Rodney, unperturbed, swiftly kicked the dog away, silencing the entire restaurant. The hefty creature collided with the wall, groaning as it regained its footing. After a couple of fearful barks aimed at Rodney, the restaurant owner, clearly anxious, urged, "Young man, you must flee. That dog belongs to Colonel Monka's son. You have harmed his pet, and he will not let this go unpunished." Colonel Monka? The name stirred a memory within Rodney. A naval lieutenant turned colonel after capturing the notorious Bijikalu. Monka had been transformed by a hypnotist's influence, believing himself to be a hero while his temperament had soured from passionate defender of justice to a proud, brutal tyrant ruling over Shell's town and the 153rd Division. As if on cue, a chubby, yellow-haired youth with a middle parting stormed in, flanked by two visibly displeased naval officers. They yearned to confront the boy, but the specter of Colonel Monka loomed large, restraining their actions. Rodney scrutinized the flamboyantly dressed lad, who venomously demanded, "Who dares to strike my beloved dog?" The recently kicked dog barked at him, prompting the youth, known as Bulrumber, to seethe. "So it was you. I suspect you are a pirate. Seize him." "Understood." The two naval officers approached reluctantly, their expressions laden with regret. With a swift motion, Rodney knocked them unconscious with a chop of his hand. Chuckling, he plucked a piece of meat from his plate and advanced toward Bulrumber, taunting, "So, you wish to apprehend me?" Bulrumber, now trembling, stumbled backward and fell to the ground, invoking his father's name in desperation. "My father is Colonel Monka, the strongest man here. Dare you lay a hand on me?" Rodney savored the meat in his hand, feigning fear. Oh dear, how if Rodney appeared slight and frail, clearly no match for the burly Colonel Monka, it would be wise for him to flee. The onlookers found great satisfaction in Rodney's audacity to strike Bulrumber, as they had long harbored a desire to discipline the arrogant young man. Had it not been for the fear of his father, they would have engaged him much earlier. Rodney's slap truly served as a form of vindication. Unfazed, Rodney returned to his seat to continue enjoying his meal, which was quite palatable, especially after the exhilaration of that earlier confrontation. The restaurant owner felt a twinge of anxiety. He dreaded the prospect of a brawl that could wreak havoc upon his establishment. In martial arts novels, such conflicts typically erupted in inns, leaving the proprietors to bear the brunt of the damage, often resulting in substantial losses. Should a fight break out, it would spell disaster for the owner, and the likelihood of obtaining compensation from Colonel Monka was virtually non-existent unless the sun were to rise in the west. Seeing that Rodney was heedless of his warnings, the restaurant owner grew increasingly anxious as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. Before long, Bulrumber returned with none other than his father, Colonel Monka, who had just arrived in town from the Navy and encountered his son after the altercation. Unable to tolerate such indignity, he immediately gathered his men to confront the situation. Having had his jaw shattered by Bijike, he now sported an iron jaw adorned with naval insignia and wielded a formidable axe, towering over others with a disdainful gaze. Truly, he was the Axe King Monka, renowned for having felled the naval hero carp with a single blow. "You struck my son?" Rodney finished his plate of meat, nonchalantly picking at his teeth with a toothpick. "Indeed. Do you have a problem with that? Well, there is a price to pay." Raising his right hand, the axe was poised to descend but suddenly froze. Your eyes." His body trembled uncontrollably as he felt an inexplicable sense of forgetfulness. Yet, the elusive memory remained just out of reach. In his crimson pupils, 3 black tomos slowly revolved, shattering false memories and replacing them with the grim recollections of that bloody night. His towering form swayed and collapsed. "Boss, here's the payment for the meal." He tossed a bill on the table, biting down on the toothpick as he departed, leaving the Navy personnel blocking the restaurant too intimidated to stop him. Using his Sharingan, he dispelled the hypnosis cast by the hypnotist Zhang Ao, allowing Colonel Monka to recall the truth of that fateful night. The extent of the change lay entirely in Monka's hands. At the very least, he would no longer be as arrogant and dismissive as before. The restaurant fell into a hushed silence, with patrons holding their breath, anxious about the fate of Colonel Monka. Father, wake up. Don't scare me like this," Barumabur exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. After examining Colonel Monka, a Navy officer reported, "Young Master Barumabur, there's no need for alarm. Colonel Monka simply fainted. There are no serious injuries. You need not worry excessively." "Then what are you standing around for? Get my father back inside," Barumabur demanded. "Yes, sir." The Navy silently cursed under his breath as he, along with a few reluctant comrades, hoisted Colonel Monka back. The mission: to escort a merchant ship to Kokorol village. Mission level: D. Mission reward: 20 task points. Thus, the task commenced in an orderly fashion. The escort mission was not particularly arduous, even verging on leisurely. So much so that he could only engage in continuous physical training aboard the ship to enhance his corporeal strength. In the world of pirates, honing one's physical form could indeed elevate one to the pinnacle of this realm. Take, for instance, the youthful Carp, who once stood alongside Roger against the ruthless Rox pirates. It is worth noting that apart from Rox himself, the crew included formidable pirates such as the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and the young Big Mom Kaido. Yet, they managed to obliterate this legendary pirate crew through sheer might. On Roger's ship, no one ingested devil fruits, and Carp had no need for such things. This illustrates that the cultivation of the body could firmly place one among the strongest in this world. Carp was keen to swiftly master the 8 gates, elevating his physique to a considerable height, thus enabling him to unlock the 7th gate. The 8th gate, however, would only be opened when one was prepared to perish alongside the opponent. It would be foolish to activate it otherwise. Nevertheless, he felt that in this lifetime, he would not encounter such an opportunity, as he was not yet ready to embrace death. Training in the 6 styles was also part of his plan, albeit requiring a methodical approach. His body indeed demanded further reinforcement before he could achieve that. Fortunately, he possessed the Sharingan. Without it, grasping the essential points would have proven exceedingly challenging. He had already committed Carp's movements to memory, and what remained was merely his insufficient physical constitution, a weakness not only of his own but a common limitation among most ninjas: high offense, low endurance. Not everyone could boast the prowess of the Senju or the Uzumaki, nor could they claim the fortitude of those who had mastered the lightning release armor. Thus, it was imperative to intensify his training, coupled with adequate nutritional intake. All of this required time to accomplish. For now, he would carry out his mission while simultaneously training. This was the current state of affairs. Chapter 17, The Clique Pirates Mission. Annihilate Clique Mission Level. See Reward: 500 mission points, 1 permanent chakra fruit, Shadow Clone Technique. Taijutsu, Konoha Dragon God. This mission is not one of the tasks available in the mission hall, but rather a genuine task issued by the system, with rewards that rival those of the previous capture of Ace. The Clique Pirates? Are they not the crew that was chased back to the East Blue by Hawkeye merely a week after entering the Grand Line? They profess to be the largest pirate crew in the East Sea, yet 5,000 of them were effortlessly dispatched by a single individual. One cannot help but acknowledge that a weakling, accompanied by 5,000 mere pawns, would stand no chance against the world's foremost swordsman. How then did Hawkeye traverse the calm belt alone in a small boat? Could it be that he wielded his supreme blade, the Black Sword Yoru, as a paddle? Otherwise, the source of his propulsion remains inexplicable. Witnessing his own defeat in the calm belt, Clique's aloof facade shattered, igniting thoughts of silencing witnesses, perhaps having stumbled upon something far more private. The situation cannot be as straightforward as it appears. What misfortune did Clique truly witness? Rodney, accompanying a merchant vessel, is currently engaged in an escort mission. At this moment, Clique has yet to amass the scale he would later achieve, certainly not 5,000 members, but the exact number remains unclear. A plan must be formulated as he journeys forward. Should he summon the Smoke Man from Logtown? After contemplating, he deems it a viable idea. Despite the Smoke Man's struggles, he is competent enough to hold his own. He can trade blows with anyone, though he cannot best anyone, reminiscent of Kakashi's template. Having departed from Branch 153 for 2 or 3 days, he realizes the distance to Logtown is still substantial. However, upon locating Clique's crew, he discovers they are unexpectedly close. Thus, should he ambush, launch a direct assault, or infiltrate stealthily? He decides on a direct confrontation first. Should that fail, he will resort to stealthy assassination. Albeit as an unseasoned assassin, not everyone can embody the qualities of a true assassin, wielding a great sword while clad in heavy armor, demanding the head of their opponent at a moment's notice, and resorting to cannibalism when famished. The distinction between genuine and pretender assassins is stark. Pushing such thoughts aside, he continues his training, for it is a source of joy. 3 days later, on a day kissed by the sun, Rodney prepares for action, equipped with ninja boots, leg bindings, white fangs, shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, and an array of other tools. He observes Clique's crew approaching the merchant vessel, utilizing chakra to enhance his footing. He ascends to the lookout, activating his Sharingan to gain an expansive view. In the distant horizon, a fleet of ships draws near. Each pirate vessel bears a uniform insignia, a skull flanked by hourglasses. Leading the fleet is a massive ship, its prow resembling a fierce black panther, exuding an aura of intimidation and aggression. The Clique pirates. Rodney smiles but realizes he must first alert the merchant captain to retreat swiftly. What? Pirates? The rotund captain, far from fearful, responds, "It is precisely because of the pirates that I have hired you. Otherwise, what purpose would you serve? These fellows have been entrusted to you guardians. I cannot protect such a multitude. I am indifferent to your plight. You must devise a solution." Pirate hunter Jonathan J. Rodney. This is your dilemma, not mine. I have employed you, and you are obliged to find a way. With fingers as thick as turnips, he pointed rudely at Rodney, his gaze brimming with disdain. Are you out of your mind? Rodney was tempted to hurl his slipper at that oversized face, his eyes narrowing as he activated his Sharingan, instantly ensnaring the man in a genjutsu, compelling him to order the fleet to halt. Shaking his head, he exited the room, and at the corpulent boss's command, the fleet came to a standstill. The merchant fleet was not singular. There were others trailing behind, transporting goods daily, local specialties, tobacco, liquor, and various other items. This proprietor, at least, had the decency not to dabble in illicit affairs. Each day, guards accompanied the ships, yet according to Rodney's keen observation, they seemed inadequate in skill, indicating that this bunch was merely coasting through their duties. Unlike passenger vessels teeming with people, the merchant ship comprised only the essential crew and guards, totaling just over 100 souls. In a real conflict, he could not guarantee the safety of all. Rodney nodded, leaped off the ship, and found himself amidst the surging waves of the sea. His body rose and fell with the currents as he walked upon the waves. Strangely, this time, the Sea Kings appeared to be extinct, as no creatures dared to ambush him, leaving him feeling quite defeated. He had initially hoped to capture a Sea King to serve as free labor, but alas, he was left disappointed. However, he remained vigilant. From such a distance, he could execute several maneuvers. Water clone technique. The seawater coalesced into 3 duplicates, each grasping explosive tags, and they charged towards the distant fleet. Rodney had already retracted his Sharingan to conserve unnecessary energy. Although the Sharingan harmonized perfectly with his physique, a grand battle was imminent, and it was prudent to conserve chakra whenever possible. The Delidinode Saberu, a majestic sailing ship claimed by the self-styled pirate admiral, Clique. Most of his elite troops were gathered aboard this vessel. Clique, clad in heavy golden armor, with light purple hair and a bandana atop his head, was of average appearance. In the pirate world, individuals tended to be either exceptionally beautiful or grotesquely unappealing. Mediocrity was a rarity. Perhaps the less attractive were easier to depict, and they possessed a certain character. Yes, too much character. Is there no entertainment for you lot? Clique mused, propping his head on his hand, boredom evident in his tone. Sailing could be a rather tedious endeavor. Monotony often outweighed the so-called thrills. Captain Click. A merchant convoy has come to a halt in the distance, shouted the lookout from the crow's nest, peering through his telescope. Oh, a merchant convoy? Click perked up at the news, laughing heartily. Prepare yourselves, lads. Inform the crews of the other ships. Today we shall engage in grand exploits. Oh. The pirates aboard the ship brandished their weapons, exclaiming with glee. The strategist of the Clique pirates, ID man, inquired, Captain Clique, shall we proceed as usual? By as usual. He referred to the tactic of disguising themselves as the Navy to catch their adversaries off guard, a ruse he frequently employed. Deceiving the Navy and then turning on their foes to strike back was his modus operandi. He would go to any lengths to achieve his goals. Exhibiting a complete disregard for gratitude, this man was nothing short of a nefarious villain. No, let us approach directly. I have grown weary of such underhanded tactics this time. Let it be a fair and square robbery. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed unpleasantly. As he guffawed, the pirates aboard the ship joined in raucous laughter. Captain Clique was correct. Each time they resorted to such despicable measures was indeed lacking in excitement. How exhilarating it would be to engage in a straightforward heist. How could the guards of that merchant convoy possibly stand against the formidable Clique pirates? They were the sovereigns of the East Sea. How could they fail to seize even a modest merchant caravan? As their confidence swelled, the lookout's voice rang out once more, astonished. Captain Clique, there are individuals running across the surface of the sea, and they are approaching at an alarming speed. Hey, are you drunk? What nonsense are you spouting? How could anyone run on water? This is the ocean. Do you understand? A pirate of some standing retorted harshly. How could anyone be running on the sea? Do you lack even this basic knowledge? The lookout insisted. Shut up, Beck. I am not intoxicated. I see them clearly. There are 4 of them, and they look exactly alike. They're looking at me. Unfazed, Clique replied, they must be devil fruit users. There is nothing to be concerned about. We are the Clique pirates, the rulers of the East Sea. A mere devil fruit user cannot possibly be our match. They are all landlubbers and cannot be invincible. We merely need to submerge them in the sea, and there will be no issue. Sniper, take them out. Understood, Captain Clique. Chapter 18. The commencement of action. A gunshot reverberated across the ship, slicing through the air like a whisper. Scatter. Rodney commanded, and the water clones dispersed, making their way toward the other pirate vessels. Rodney, however, set his sights on the largest flagship. The enemy had already detected him. A missed shot led to a barrage of bullets raining down. The Sharingan flickered in his eyes, and the velocity of the lead projectiles seemed to decelerate. With the aid of the Sharingan, he predicted and calculated the trajectories in his mind, allowing his body to react instinctively, evading the onslaught in a mere heartbeat. Useless. Useless. Shoot him. Turn him into a sieve. Click exclaimed in fury upon witnessing the incompetence of his crew. At once, the trepidatious pirates continued to fire at Rodney and his water clones, but alas, their attempts were effortlessly dodged. Give me the gun. Frustrated by the ineptitude of his subordinates, Click seized a firearm and aimed at Rodney, preparing to shoot. The distance was nearly closed. The water clones hurled kunai imbued with explosive tags onto the pirate ship. What is that? A pirate peered over the ship's railing, curiosity piqued by the kunai. Suddenly, flames erupted from the explosive tag, followed by boom. The once sturdy hull was compromised, a gaping hole forming as seawater surged in, flooding the ship's interior. We're taking on water. Abandon ship. Quickly, abandon ship. The pirates leapt into the sea without a second thought, swimming towards other vessels. With such a massive breach, the possibility of repairs was futile. They had no choice but to forsake their ship. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted incessantly around the fleet. The water clones moved with remarkable speed, planting explosive tags on the hulls of nearby ships, rupturing their bottoms and inviting the sea to claim them, forcing the pirates to surrender their vessels. A fleet numbering in the thousands was thus easily dismantled. The greatest strength of Click's pirate crew lay in their numbers, yet at sea. The most crucial element was the ship. Without a vessel, one could not even set sail. The ships of the East Blue were not constructed from the exceptional materials of Water 7. They were relatively simple and thus easily destroyed. In an instant, the surface of the sea was peppered with heads bobbing like dumplings in a pot. Rodney remained indifferent to the fate of these scoundrels. Their survival hinged solely on their own fortunes. Choosing the life of a pirate meant accepting the peril of the open sea. In the world of the underbelly, one must endure the blade. Captain Click, save us. Let us aboard, Captain Click. I do not wish to die. Please, Captain Click, allow me on your ship. I am your most loyal subordinate. The pirates clamored to board Click's grand ship, their last refuge, as the other vessels had all been obliterated by Rodney. They had only Click's ship left, the sole chance for survival. Get down. All of you, get down. You worthless fools. Not a single one is to board. Where the hell has that damn thing gone? Krieg initially took in some shipwrecked sailors, but later refused those he deemed worthless, instead driving away those who sought to board. Though the ship was large, it couldn't possibly accommodate 1,000 or 2 people, and that bastard would surely find a way to fight his way up. With more people, combat would become difficult. As for so-called loyalty, he didn't need it. He didn't trust his crew. His rule over them relied not on camaraderie, but on fear and wealth. A combination of the stick and the carrot. Keeping the crew in fear was enough. The rest didn't matter. If men were lost, more could be recruited. The priority was to kill the bastard who had crippled his fleet. There he is, one of the pirates shouted. Rodney defied gravity, sprinting up the nearly vertical hull with a motion reminiscent of a bull charging, landing steadily on the ship's railing. His eerie crimson eyes swept across the deck, sending waves of terror through the pirates. Fire. Krieg was ruthless. At his command, armed crewmen drew their guns and fired, striking Rodney's body with precision, only for him to dissolve into liquid. Yes, liquid. Just a water clone. The real Rodney surged into the fray from another direction, accompanied by his remaining 2 water clones. Water release. Surging waves. Seawater erupted violently, a massive wave crashing onto the deck and sweeping away countless cannon fodder. Fire release. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Fire release. Great Fireball Jutsu. The Phoenix Flower ignited the sails, while the Great Fireball plunged into the crowd, exploding violently and claiming many lives. Holy hell, the Great Fireball actually killed people? Seeking death. Krieg's right-hand man, the chief enforcer of the Krieg pirates, the demon man Jin, swung his twin iron clubs, each tipped with a heavy ball. A single strike could snuff out an ordinary man's life, spinning the clubs with centrifugal force to amplify their destructive power. Jin lunged toward the real Rodney, not because he had seen through the clone technique, but by sheer luck. Clang, White Fang, infused with Wind Nature Chakra to enhance its cutting edge, clashed against Jin's iron clubs, sparks flying. Had Jin paused to inspect his weapon, he would have noticed a shallow but distinct gash left on the iron ball. White Fang effortlessly parried Jin's relentless assaults. Each of his strikes was heavy, enhanced by centrifugal force to far exceed his natural strength, yet Rodney handled them with ease. His perception was unparalleled. The Sharingan tracked Jin's movements, processing them in his mind and predicting his next actions. Rodney countered effortlessly, deflecting Jin's attacks with minimal effort, leaving the demon man feeling as though he were punching cotton, utterly powerless. How? This man is on par with the chief enforcer? He's too strong. Chief, you can do it. You have to kill him. Indeed, Captain, we are the Click Pirate Crew, the most formidable band in the East Sea. One of the water clones scoffed, delivering a powerful blow that sent a minion sprawling. The strongest? Perhaps in numbers alone. The pirates, stung by the truth of the remark, found themselves at a loss for words and resorted to a frenzied assault. Under the onslaught, the 2 water clones swiftly dissolved into puddles of seawater. The water clones were fragile, akin to shadow clones, possessing little resilience. Only Rodney remained, battling the formidable demon, Akin. Click narrowed his eyes, noting that Akin was clearly at a disadvantage. Contemplating whether to fire a shot, he dismissed any concern for Akin's safety. In his eyes, exchanging a subordinate for a powerful adversary was a worthwhile trade. Nevertheless, Akin still held considerable value, prompting him to refrain from action. Bala, go assist Jean, he commanded. Yes, Captain Click. Allow me, Iron Wall Bala, to show this wretch the true meaning of cruelty. A figure resembling a sandwich rose, adorned with towering steel shields on both his front and back, each as high as a person, enveloping him like a sandwich. The shields were intricately designed, with a pearl the size of a small watermelon embedded at the center, while he sported pearl earrings and a pearl atop his head. Smaller shields were also affixed to his hands, elbows, and knees. Iron Wall Bala, the strongest defender of the Click pirate crew, readied himself. Clang. The two shields clashed together as Bala chuckled. Since you've encountered me, your luck today is decidedly negative. Rodney, perplexed, thought, am I playing a game? Resolving to conclude the battle swiftly, his Sharingan pinpointed the vulnerabilities of the demon Akin. The white fang in his hand glimmered under the radiant sunlight. As a thin layer of wind chakra enveloped the blade, possessing the cutting prowess to slice through gold and shatter stone. With a sudden surge of power, he cleaved through Akin's iron ball weapon. Akin's eyes widened in disbelief, mirrored by those nearby, as if they had witnessed something utterly astonishing. At that moment, someone recognized him and exclaimed loudly, I know who he is. The recently risen pirate hunter, Jostad J. Rodney. Chapter 19. The misfortune has its reasons. I have discerned his identity. The recently ascended pirate hunter, Jostad J. Rodney. Rodney turned, revealing a smile he presumed to be amiable. Yet it possessed an undercurrent of malice. He declared, Ah, you know me. Splendid. Those who wish to avoid demise, clasp your hands upon your heads and face the ship's railing. Bang. The ghastly figure known as Akin drew forth a firearm, discharging a shot towards him. Leaving behind naught but a wooden stump, Rodney swiftly positioned himself behind Akin, plunging the white fang straight down, regardless of whether he was a green bull. The priority was to eliminate him first. Akin, a heartless pirate, would not hesitate to slay even those who begged for mercy before him. Though he held deep convictions of loyalty and honor, it was not a justification for Rodney to spare him. Shaking the blood from the white fang, a fierce wind howled as Iron Wall Bala charged forward, undeterred by death, bringing his shield crashing towards Rodney's face. Rodney leaned back, evading the blow while deftly affixing a detonating rune to the shield, swiftly retreating thereafter. Boom. Iron Wall Bala staggered back, the flesh between his two massive shields quaking from the explosion, feeling as though he had been struck by a heavy hammer, a most unpleasant sensation. Bala, sir. Captain. Leader Click. The captain. The pirates, witnessing the lifeless form of Akin, looked to Click in panic, seeking solace from their leader. Look at this waste, Akin. Bala, you advance. This fellow cannot breach your defenses. I shall support you from the side. Click disdainfully spat, lamenting the fact that he had anticipated Akin's demise and believed he should have dispatched him with a single blow. Such loyal subordinates were hard to come by. Understood. Captain Click. It is indeed unfortunate that the captain has fallen to your hand, yet I am Iron Wall Bala, the shield-bearer of the Click pirates. I am he. He boasted, clashing his two shields together, producing a cacophonous sound. Iron Wall. I disagree. The quality of your shields is adequate, yet I shall ensure your demise here. The detonating rune had failed to detonate, surprising him. Let you die here? Ha ha ha. Walla laughed heartily, as though he had heard a particularly amusing jest. Raising a finger and proclaiming, I have endured 27 battles, and in none have I been injured or bled. Even the Navy's cannon fire has proven ineffective against me. Can you slay me? Should you succeed, I shall eat my shield on the spot. Rodney retorted, If you're dead, how shall you eat? I shall certainly not perish. The one meeting death will be you. Iron Wall Bala charged forth with a ferocious countenance, akin to a maddened bull. However, his vulnerabilities were glaringly evident. He was merely a brute, a mere extra in this narrative, requiring no excessive concern. Evading him, Rodney leapt atop the mast, while Click immediately assumed a stance, with gun barrels emerging from his golden armor, unleashing a hail of bullets directed at Rodney. Danger! Danger! Once again evading, he charged into the pirate horde like a tiger amidst sheep, mercilessly trampling these weaklings, instantly throwing the scene into chaos. Boom! Suddenly, a smoke bomb detonated, sending several pirates flying. One landed at Bara's feet. Bara felt a sharp pain in his heel before collapsing onto the very pirate who had just fallen. The pirate rolled over, stood up with a sinister grin, and hurled another smoke bomb. Thick fog erupted, and Bara's throat turned cold. He could rise no more. What happened? Where is that bastard? Krieg demanded. I don't know. Did Rodney escape? I think I just heard Mr. Bara scream. I heard it too. Where is Mr. Bara? Here, Krieg. Captain Krieg, Mr. Bara. He's dead. As the smoke cleared, the crew saw Bara's slit throat and alone, bloodied foot standing grotesquely on the deck, a horrifying sight. Rodney had vanished like a ghost, lurking unseen, ready to claim their lives at any moment. For a brief moment, panic paralyzed them. With a furious roar, Krieg shot the pirate who had first discovered Barra's corpse. The man died bewildered. Perhaps Krieg suspected him, or perhaps he simply needed to kill someone to vent his rage. Regardless, he was dead. Men, prepare yourselves, Krieg barked, removing the golden disc from his shoulder, gripping the mechanism behind it. He revealed the Jolly Roger of the Krieg pirates emblazoned on the front, its grinning skull mouth gaping open, exposing a hole the size of an apple. At the sight, his crew paled in terror. That's MH5, Captain Krieg's deadliest poison weapon. Gas masks. Get your masks. Where's mine? Mask? Ah, my mask. Captain Krieg. We're still on the ship. That's right. Captain, can't you at least encourage us? MH5, Krieg's poison gas. A single whiff would kill an ordinary man within 10 minutes. The stronger ones might endure longer, and the mightiest would shrug it off entirely. Krieg scoffed. What are you whining about? This is war. The unlucky ones die, that's all. I don't care how I win, as long as I do. Ha. Once I enter the Grand Line, I'll find the One Piece and become the Pirate King. He donned his gas mask and pulled the trigger. Instantly, thick purple smoke spewed from the skull's mouth, spreading across the deck. Hidden in the shadows, Rodney could only think. What an idiot. Poison gas? How pathetic. Look at Magellan. He treats the stuff like cigarettes, eats and drinks nothing but toxins. And he's fine. Well, aside from his eternal bond with the toilet and his perpetually blooming rear, clasping the mask he had seized from a pirate over his face, he strode through the toxic fumes with White Fang in hand. No, spare me, I beg you. Wails of agony echoed through the poisonous mist, sending Krieg stumbling backward in terror, frantically scanning beneath his mask for any sign of Rodney. All he could discern was a fleeting shadow darting past before another pirate collapsed. This bastard is toying with me, playing like a cat with its prey. The realization ignited a roar of fury from Krieg, who callously disregarded the lives of his own men. Brandishing his golden discs like machine guns, he unleashed a barrage of spikes as ammunition, firing indiscriminately. Captain Krieg, why? No, I don't want to die. Mother, I want to go home. Why? The sea is too terrifying. Some, paralyzed by fear, hurled themselves overboard, joining the others like dumplings in a pot. Today had been far too thrilling. Krieg's pirate crew, its core forces obliterated by a single man, now left with only the fleet Admiral Krieg himself, who raged on, attacking friend and foe alike without distinction. As the toxic fog dissipated, Krieg emerged draped in a cloak of needles, the spiked mantle. Rodney, blade in hand and gas mask secured, tilted his head slightly at the sight of Krieg's full arsenal before casually flicking a kunai tagged with an explosive seal toward him. Boom. The effect was devastating. Krieg was sent flying, his spiked mantle shattered. His golden armor lay in ruins, his body riddled with wounds. Struggling to rise, he grasped the two least damaged golden discs, merging them together. From within, a spear shaft extended, its gleaming tip emerging at the center. The great battle spear, Krieg's ultimate weapon, weighing over 2,000 pounds. A single strike triggered explosions, their magnitude scaling with the force of the swing. Observing Krieg's transformation, Rodney finally understood. No wonder this fool had lasted only a week in the Grand Line before crossing paths with Hawkeyes, fleeing in disgrace with mere hundreds left of his 5,000 strong fleet. Such misfortune was no accident. Of all things to play at, you had to choose the spear, a weapon cursed for those without fortune. Even a man blessed by fate would find his luck turning dark wielding this. The E-rank in luck is no jest. Chapter 20. Red-eyed Rodney Click possessed an impressive strength, ranking among the most formidable individuals among the common folk of the East Sea. Wielding a 1-ton heavy battle spear, he maneuvered it with remarkable vigor, displaying no signs of fatigue. His assaults were forceful and impactful, each collision resonating with explosive energy, the intricacies of which remained a mystery. Rodney, with his low endurance and high aggression, dared not confront him directly, opting instead for a strategy of retreat while engaging in combat. The lackeys, too, were deterred from joining the fray, They had witnessed Click's ruthless demeanor and understood the futility of offering themselves as mere fodder. Survival, after all, was of paramount importance. Curse it. If you possess such prowess, why do you hide? Click fumed, frustrated by his inability to capture Rodney, who darted about with the agility of a monkey. Not only had he failed to seize him, but the deck of the ship had also become riddled with holes due to their clash. At this rate, it seemed the vessel would soon be rendered unseaworthy. Rodney, seizing the moment, hurled a shuriken embedded with an explosive tag. Click, learning from previous encounters, swung his battle spear with precision to collide with the shuriken. Alas, a second shuriken was launched, striking the first and diverting its trajectory, causing it to land accurately at Click's feet. Boom. Once more, Click was sent flying, the battle spear slipping from his grasp and plunging into the ocean, creating a splash that soon faded into stillness. Click's reign had come to an end. Rodney swiftly severed Click's head, leaving behind a lifeless body, and stowed the head in his pouch. He surveyed the surrounding pirates, contemplating his next move, before affixing an explosive tag to a nearby mast. With a wave and a smile, he called out, "Farewell. Your survival now rests in your own hands." With a graceful leap, he vaulted off the deck, landing upon the ocean's surface, strolling leisurely upon the waves as he departed. Quickly, quickly! That harbinger of doom is leaving. Climb aboard. Toss down the ropes. This was the final vessel, the last hope for over 1,000 souls. Should this ship meet disaster, their fates would be sealed. Yet, Rodney was resolute in his actions. Boom! An explosion erupted as the mast was obliterated, triggering a chain reaction of detonations throughout the ship. The Delightenot Saberu was thus annihilated by the very explosive tags intended for the pirates. Rodney obliterated any glimmer of hope these marauders might have harbored. As the saying goes, those who embrace piracy must be prepared to meet their end at sea. It was nearly impossible to grant them clemency. Evil deeds demand a reckoning. In the vastness of the ocean, human life is often deemed worthless, yet it holds value for the elite few among pirates. For the rest, they are merely expendable. Ignoring the anguished cries of the remaining crew, Rodney completed his mission, and the rewards were soon to be dispensed. Task: Eradicate Click task level. See status. Completed rewards. 500 task points. 1 permanent chakra fruit. Shadow clone technique. Body technique. Konoha Dragon God. Upon consuming the permanent chakra fruit, a portion of chakra is instantly replenished, accompanied by an increase in capacity. Subsequently, he brings his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands to form a cross, and softly utters, Shadow clone technique. With a puff, a duplicate of himself materializes beside him, dispatched to another location, both racing in opposite directions. Soon after, the shadow clone dissipates, and memories flood in. It is a peculiar sensation, yet undeniably a method for experience farming, a testament to the ingenuity of the second Hokage. Truly practical. Konoha Dragon God. His body spins at high speed, coalescing into a colossal dragon-shaped whirlwind that lifts a vast volume of seawater, creating a water vortex that emerges from the ocean's surface. As the water vortex dissipates, Rodney appears, a fitting testament to the prowess of a ninja once renowned as the strongest in physical techniques in Konoha. This technique, a ninjutsu conceived by a Konoha ninja, although an original creation for the TV series, has been incorporated into the system, alongside many previously unencountered ninjutsu waiting for Rodney to exchange and utilize. Returning to the merchant ship, it continues its voyage across the ocean. In his quarters, Rodney accesses the system. Host: Jostad J. Rodney Race. Human level: Jinin attributes: Wind, Fire, Water, Lightning, Earth, Yin, Yang Ninjutsu, Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, Water Clone. Body techniques: Uchiha Shuriken Technique, Shadow Dance Leaf, Konoha Whirlwind. Bloodline limit: None task points, 760 points. After diligently completing tasks, his points have amassed to such a height. It is time to exchange for some ninjutsu. He chuckles, aware that his strength is about to increase. Lightning Release, Gratitude Wave 250, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique 200, Water Release, Wave Riding Strike 300. After toiling for so long, he promptly redeems all his efforts. Lightning Release, Gratitude Wave can be combined with Water Release to inflict double damage, provided he remembers to do so at the right moment. Fire Release, Dragon Fire technique is a linear attack, renowned for its speed and power. As for water release, Wave Riding Strike, this technique, invented by the second Hokage, is also known as Instant Water and Clear Water Wave. It creates a water environment using water release, allowing the ninja to glide swiftly across the surface, facilitating rapid movement within water. All of these techniques are remarkably practical. With the downfall of the Click pirate crew, the most populous pirate faction in the East Sea, Rodney's reputation soared, single-handedly toppled what a bewildering moniker, Red-Eyed Rodney. Could the Donghai Daily not adopt the more refined writing style of the World Economic Journal? Must they not strive for a more favorable portrayal? After all, I am a person of integrity. What does it even mean to have red eyes? It is rare to find a place to take a holiday, yet this newspaper has utterly marred my mood. This individual has completely lost the plot, caring more about the nicknames bestowed upon him by others than his own reputation. Indeed, if this matter is not handled with care, it could haunt him for a lifetime. He must not allow these people to tarnish his name. A solution must be devised to rectify this title. What should he write? Perhaps 50-50? No, that won't do. He is not the foremost technician of Konoha, so he cannot adopt such a name. How about the gambler Rodney? That name exudes a certain sophistication. Yes, it shall be done. He retrieved pen and paper, and with fervent strokes, an exceptional article materialized on the page. He then found the nearest submission point for the Donghai Daily, slipping in a few sizable bills merely as a casual offering. On the third day, his article graced the most prominent position in the Donghai Daily. In the midst of slaughter, he blossoms like a flower at dawn. Josta J. Rodney. A man who dares to toy with fate. A splendid composition of several thousand words, primarily delving into the origins of his nickname and offering an honest account of himself. The title of gambler swiftly gained traction, far surpassing the unfortunate label of red-eyed. Rodney effortlessly salvaged his nickname crisis, albeit at the cost of a few bills, which he could easily afford. Subsequently, he went to claim the bounty on Click, only to discover that this scoundrel had not reached the lofty sum of over 10 million, despite commanding a fleet of Eastern Sea personnel. It seemed that Smoker and his associates were aware that Click merely commanded a ragtag group. Due to Click's cunning nature, they had failed to apprehend him in a timely manner. Consequently, Rodney managed to eliminate the entire lot, and the survival of that motley crew was no longer his concern. He continued his routine of undertaking tasks, and on this day, he arrived at a floating restaurant aboard a merchant ship. The sea restaurant Baratai? Chapter 21. Baratai the Baratai. A renowned floating restaurant, is celebrated for its culinary prowess and is the most esteemed establishment in the East Blue. The head chef, Zeph, known for his fierce reputation, is a pirate who traversed the Grand Line for an entire year. Due to unforeseen circumstances, he lost his most vital right leg and returned to the East Blue to establish this maritime eatery, providing unforgettable delicacies for sailors and pirates alike. The ambience of the restaurant is immaculate and inviting, with a serene environment that enhances the dining experience. Guests indulge in the exquisite offerings before them. Among the patrons is a young gentleman clad in a black suit, with golden hair and elegantly curled eyebrows, who gracefully navigates through a throng of young women and mothers, exuding an air of sophistication and gentility. Rodney takes his seat, and a waiter promptly approaches, pouring him a glass of fresh water and presenting the menu with an amiable inquiry. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" Upon perusing the menu, Rodney replies, "I would like a serving of sweet and sour Sea King tenderloin, braised beef balls, seafood fried rice, and sea rainbow fish sashimi, along with a bottle of wine. Any variety will suffice." "Very well, please hold on for a moment while I arrange this," the waiter responds. "However, I must remind you that Baratai has a strict no-waste policy. Are you certain you can finish this?" The waiter glances at Rodney's physique, questioning his capacity. In this oceanic realm, every morsel is hard-earned, and wastefulness is intolerable. Those who squander food may find themselves ejected from the restaurant. "Rest assured, I can manage," Rodney assures with a smile. The waiter nods, noting Rodney's selections before turning to depart. The atmosphere within the restaurant is delightful, with patrons savoring the culinary masterpieces crafted by the chefs at Baratai. This experience is a source of enjoyment for them. Among the clientele are affluent merchants, some even seeking to enlist a Baratai chef for private culinary services, though all have been uniformly declined. The Baratai holds a profound significance for them, as it serves to nourish those who traverse the seas, and witnessing the satisfied smiles of the diners is the highest commendation for the chefs. The establishment is home to numerous skilled culinary artisans, presenting a challenge that fosters growth in their craft. Under Chef Zeph's tutelage, their culinary skills flourish at an astonishing rate. Before long, Rodney's orders arrive at the table. The sweet and sour Sea King tenderloin is a generous portion. The immense size of the Sea King evident in the substantial tenderloin that occupies nearly half of the table. Many patrons are unfazed, as it is not uncommon for individuals in this world to possess hearty appetites and robust capabilities. Rodney begins his feast with the sashimi, each slice uniformly thick and translucent, elegantly arranged on the plate. He picks up a piece, dips it into Baraty's secret sauce, and savors the sea rainbow fish sashimi. "Delicious," he exclaims, as his taste buds erupt in delight and his stomach yearns for more. Next, he selects a brown beef ball, plump with savory broth. "Exquisite," he praises, as the rich flavor bursts forth with every bite, offering sheer satisfaction. He then cuts into a piece of tenderloin drenched in a vibrant red sauce. "Delicious," he continues, reveling in the culinary experience. The dish, tangy and sweet, effectively eliminated the fishy taste inherent in the seafood, rendering it appetizing and undoubtedly the first to indulge in. Though its absence did not significantly detract from the experience. A spoonful of seafood fried rice followed. Delicious. Various seafood melded within the rice, creating an explosion of freshness that danced delightfully down the esophagus into the stomach, alleviating hunger. Satisfied and content, he indulged heartily, savoring the meat and drinking copiously, relishing the exquisite flavors. His motions may have been modest, yet the dishes on the table rapidly vanished. Rodney called out, "Waiter, another serving of the same, no sashimi, and bring me 3 more bottles of wine." The waiter no longer questioned his capacity for consumption, for despite the considerable amount of food ingested, Rodney's belly merely swelled slightly. His extensive training had enhanced his physique, increasing his appetite. While the soldiers' rations provided essential energy, they did not hinder his ability to feast. The morsels, thoroughly chewed, filled his stomach to the brim, some even beginning to digest. Another dish arrived swiftly, and Rodney continued to eat, patting his distended belly in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Ah, I am truly satisfied. How delightful. No wonder this is the renowned Baraty restaurant." Time to settle the bill. The prices at Baraty were reasonable, and he spent little. Similar to his last experience when utilizing the explosive multiplier. After patting his belly, he tucked away a few bottles of wine into his waist pouch. Just then, a gang of menacing brutes stormed into the establishment, led by a one-eyed ruffian, whose lackeys were so unappealing they barely warranted a glance. With a gaping mouth revealing a set of rotten teeth, he stammered, "Don't move. Robbery. Our boss demands it." Men on the left, women on the right, and those of uncertain gender in the middle. A nearby short and stout figure bellowed, "Pirates." The once tranquil restaurant erupted into chaos, as the helpless merchants, lacking any combat prowess, cowered in fear, only fueling the pirates' audacity. "Hand over your money. And that young lad, summon your head chef. Empty your coffers." The stout figure's demands were abruptly interrupted when a polished shoe loomed before him, sending him tumbling into the sea with a splash. Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, raised his leg and declared, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." His action incited a chorus of gasps from the female patrons, for he was undeniably handsome. Rodney, initially poised to intervene, settled back into his seat, realizing that his assistance was unnecessary. Sanji was arguably the restaurant's most formidable fighter, with Zef potentially rivaling him. Though it was uncertain how much of his prowess remained, this group is not welcomed here. It is evident they do not cherish food, and they have frightened the lovely young lady. The young lady. Haha. Sanji, lost in thought, displayed a gradually shifting expression. Although he is a lecherous chef, he is indeed a gentleman, or perhaps a knight, one who would never harm those of the third gender in this world. After driving away the pirates, Rodney returned to the merchant ship with a bottle of wine. This meager quantity was insufficient to intoxicate him. It was akin to mere refreshment. Next came the training. How could one neglect such an essential task? Shadow Clone Technique. He created a shadow clone and commenced combat using pure martial arts. He employed the taijutsu from Naruto and the Marine Six Powers, all while his original self bore weights, and activated the Sharingan throughout the battle. This allowed him to gain double the experience and enhance his reflexes. He and his shadow clone engaged in combat upon the sea, closely trailing the merchant ship, ensuring they would neither fall behind nor be noticed. Time passed, and they successfully completed an escort mission, upon joining another merchant convoy for reconnaissance. This mission primarily involved investigating what this convoy was secretly transporting. Under the cover of night, Rodney entered his quarters, transformed his shadow clone, and stealthily infiltrated the hold. Such perilous tasks were best suited for the clone, as the second Hokage had originally devised this technique for intelligence gathering and executing various dangerous assignments. The shadow clone quietly entered the hold, effortlessly subdued the guards with the Sharingan, and ventured to the innermost depths of the ship. After a thorough search, he found only provisions and local specialties, which felt suspicious. It should not be so. There must be something amiss, otherwise, the system would not have issued this task. Could it be? Upon reaching the storeroom filled with food, he began to shift the goods aside, and there he discovered a box hidden beneath the provisions. Opening it revealed brand new firearms. Smuggled arms. This group indeed possessed audacity. If discovered, they would face dire consequences. However, a significant portion of the East Seas Navy is somewhat corrupt. Thus, with proper arrangements and by concealing the arms beneath food, they could sell these items to pirates without any issues, potentially reaping substantial profits. The shadow clone vanished, and within a few days, Smoker received a tip-off from a concerned citizen, leading to the seizure of this merchant convoy. Chapter 22. The Great Buggy. The days spent sailing the seas were often marked by an interminable monotony, where one could not solely rely on physical training. Life demands a balance of exertion and relaxation. Indeed, within the system's marketplace, there exists a tome penned by Jiraiya titled Paradise of Affection. Jiraiya's literary prowess needs no elaboration. He undertook considerable risks to gather material, pouring his heart and soul into a work that became a sensation across the ninja world, a Risku bestseller. Profound and ample enough to satiate even the most voracious readers. Even the denizens of Konoha, the so-called Little Yellow People, extol its virtues, albeit with a need to procure tissues in the process. Ahem, such is the nature of youth. Under the sun and wind at sea, it is only natural to experience a bit of heat, a mere triviality. Thus, our protagonist generally refrained from delving into this book, finding it overwhelmingly stimulating. The novels circulating among pirates, however, were merely for amusement. Titles such as The Second Pirate King, The Overbearing Pirate Falls in Love with Me, and XXXX, Future Pirate King. Out of 10 such works, 9 were pirate-themed, with the remaining 1 pertaining to the Revolutionary Army. The Navy, in a state of despair, found these tales unexpectedly popular in this world. They stirred the blood and ignited a fervent desire to set sail as a pirate, to vanquish Whitebeard, recruit Kaido as a subordinate, and have Big Mom as a maid, disregarding even Shank's reputation, all in the fervent pursuit of piracy. Such narratives proved irresistible, leading the Navy to ultimately concede defeat in their attempts to suppress this trend. As for comics, their clarity was obscured, with a novel resting upon his face. He lay reclined, indulging in his holiday within a picturesque village. The locals were warm-hearted and amiable, if one could overlook the recent cries that echoed through the air. Pirates! The pirates have come. Everyone, retreat indoors and hide. Is there truly no respite in the world of pirates? With a sigh, he removed the novel from his face. The village possessed little in terms of combat prowess, and the newcomers were beyond their capacity to confront. These pirates, while not overtly menacing, exhibited bizarre attire that evoked more of a circus than a pirate crew. Their faces were often adorned with garish makeup, and even the skull on their pirate flag bore a clown's red nose, lending an inexplicable sense of humor to the scene. Yet, they remained pirates nonetheless. Leading them was a figure of great renown, resembling a clown, adorned with a captain's hat and sporting lips of an unknown hue, complete with a comically red nose. His form was clad in a tight, red-striped suit, paired with loose trousers and a fluffy red cape draped over age. This godlike man laughed recklessly as he led people to experience life in the East Blue. As the saying goes, Minor hermits hide in the wilderness, moderate hermits hide in the city, great hermits hide in the court. This man had achieved the pinnacle of concealment, a deity blending into a flock of weaklings, performing their menial tasks. Such unfathomable cunning was terrifying, sending chills down one's spine, evoking gasps of awe at its sheer horror. Today, however, a single soul dared to challenge divinity, risking death itself, with just one encounter. All the pirates who had stormed the village were sent flying by Rodney, sprawled across the ground, some groaning in pain, others completely unconscious. Since being knocked flat by Garp's fist, Rodney had scarcely suffered any injuries. That single punch had been devastating. Even now, the memory brought a dull ache, his skull throbbing faintly. Ninjas were fragile. Unharmed, they thrived. But once wounded, they quickly fell into disadvantage. A spellblade facing a horde of warriors and tanks was no easy battle. Who dares strike the men of the great pirate Buggy? Do you not know the name of Captain Buggy? He demanded, daggers poised between his fingers, striking what he believed to be a majestic pose. Rodney studied him from head to toe and thought, how pathetically weak. But then again, this was Buggy. His ability to conceal his true strength was remarkable. If Shanks, a mere apprentice of the Pirate King, could rise to become one of the four emperors, surely Buggy was no exception. Perhaps he was hiding his power. In an instant, Rodney flashed before Buggy, sorrow. A blade, cold as daylight, cleaved downward, splitting Buggy cleanly in two. Yet no blood spilled, no muscle or bone was visible, just a grotesque, crimson mass. Reality differed starkly from animation. Swing after swing, Tsubaki no Mai. Swish, swish, swish. Buggy was effortlessly diced into floating chunks of meat, his crew watching without surprise, their faces instead curling into knowing smirks. This was routine, their captain's mercy toward challengers, an impromptu performance. Rodney stepped back as laughter echoed from the scattered pieces. Ha! I cannot die. Captain Buggy will never fall. Your attacks are useless against me. The fragments reassembled, reforming Buggy's body, clothes and all, an uncanny ability indeed. Rodney's utter calm unsettled Buggy. Shouldn't he be shocked? Or at least trembling in fear? Why was there no reaction? This was awkward. Oh, a devil fruit user, Rodney remarked flatly. Why are you so calm about this? Buggy sputtered. Devil fruit users in the East Blue were as rare as phoenix feathers, countable on one hand. How could he not be astonished? Why should I be? Even if that man appeared before me, I wouldn't bat an eye. What man? What face fruit nonsense are you spouting? Of course, whoever eats the face fruit must be given face, Rodney declared with absolute conviction. With a sinister chuckle, you shall never live to see it, for you will meet your end here at the hands of Captain Buggy. Prepare yourself for death. Machi, the beast tamer, arrived astride his violet-maned lion, Richie, clad in a white fur vest and wearing a doll-like mask. He cracked his whip sharply. Go, Richie. Devour him. The lion, eyes blazing with hunger, let out a ferocious roar and lunged at Rodney. Thud, thud. 2 swift punches later, both man and beast collapsed, each sporting a massive lump on their heads. All right, who's next? Rodney smirked, not even bothering to draw his blade. These opponents were pathetically weak. As he advanced toward Buggy, the clown captain shrieked, Stay back. Whoops. Rodney nearly tripped. What the? The ground had been perfectly smooth just a moment ago. A clumsy misstep? How utterly humiliating. Perfect chance. Bara no pistol. Buggy's hand, gripping a dagger, detached from his arm and shot toward Rodney at blinding speed. But Rodney tilted his head, dodging effortlessly, and snatched the hand midair before pinning it beneath his foot. Oh, damn brat. Let go of my hand. Buggy howled, writhing in pain. Even his separated limbs transmitted agony. How is this kid so fast? You're stomping even harder. Rodney ground Buggy's hand deeper into the dirt, relishing his torment. You little bara no pan. Buggy split his torso from his lower half, spinning rapidly like a deadly discus. Wham! Aark! Excruciating pain shot through Buggy as his floating upper body crashed to the ground. Meanwhile, Rodney stood triumphantly, his foot lodged squarely between Buggy's suspended legs, which twitched grotesquely in midair. Critical hit, family jewels obliterated. To ensure precision, Rodney had even activated his Sharingan. Captain Buggy, hang in there. Amidst his crew's desperate cheers, Buggy, fueled by sheer rage, wobbled back into the air. You bastard. I'll slaughter you and feed your corpse to the sharks. Stop kicking. And oh, wham. Another devastating strike, and the great Captain Buggy was down for the count. Chapter 23. Poor Buggy, is he dead? Is he dead? A twig was casually picked up and poked at Buggy's red nose. Hey, Red Nose, Big Nose, are you awake? You little rascal, who are you calling Red Nose? Do you seek death? At the sound of Red Nose, Buggy instinctively overcame his searing pain and forced himself to stand, brimming with fury. He could hardly bear to be addressed as Red Nose, and even in a deep state of unconsciousness, he would muster the strength to awaken. His setting was quite peculiar. After a fleeting moment of rage, reason reclaimed its dominion over his mind, and the two locked eyes. Rodney, Buggy, the atmosphere abruptly fell silent, creating an exceptionally awkward scene. Shattered and in desperate flight, Buggy's body fragmented into dozens of pieces, scattering in every direction, not far from where he flew. He reassembled his body in the woods, suspended in midair, yet lacking 2 feet. My feet. Through the gaps in the leaves, he glimpsed his 2 feet trapped beneath Rodney's. This was troublesome. His disintegration ability rendered his feet a vulnerability, preventing him from soaring away, and his body could not stray too far from them. Fortunately. My powers here are invincible. Immune to slashes, he need not worry about his feet. Now, he just needed to devise a way to reclaim them and rescue his crew. Although he often bullied his crew, Buggy held a certain regard for them. Meanwhile, Rodney gazed down at the feet he stood upon, a grin spreading across his face. He knew that cutting them was futile, and having decided against employing ninjutsu, he pointed at the remaining crew members and commanded, "Carry the unconscious back to the ship." Then, he glanced back at Buggy lurking in the woods, his smile taking on a decidedly unfriendly demeanor. What exactly is this fellow's background? Buggy had yet to recall any information about Rodney, but recognized that this man was not to be trifled with. He chose to observe the unfolding situation. Under Rodney's threat, his crew could only obediently hoist their unconscious comrades aboard their pirate ship. As for Buggy's feet, they remained firmly planted beneath Rodney, who clearly had no intention of relinquishing them, much to Buggy's ire. How infuriating. Do you plan on not letting me go? The sensation of having his feet trampled was most unpleasant. At that moment, Rodney sprang into action, 1 foot after another, kicking Buggy's feet away, ultimately sending them aboard the pirate ship. Not good. Wait. Buggy's body lost control, following suit in flight. Any part of him could be absent. But those feet were imperative. Set sail, Rodney commanded. Fearful of Rodney's strength, Buggy's pirates had no choice but to comply, grumbling under their breaths while outwardly maintaining a facade of submission. Buggy dangled at the back of the ship, seizing the opportunity to sneak aboard while Rodney was distracted. "What is the current situation?" Buggy inquired of a crew member on the ship. "Captain, I am uncertain. This fellow wants us to set sail towards the nearest naval base." "What shall we do, Captain Buggy?" inquired a crew member. The pinnacle of combat prowess within the Buggy pirate crew rests solely with Buggy, for he possesses the formidable powers of a devil fruit. In the East Blue, individuals endowed with such abilities are exceedingly rare. Thus, they have always adhered to their captain's command. After a moment of contemplation, Buggy responded, "Let me think. However, you must first retrieve my feet." He needed to reclaim his feet, for otherwise, his powers would be severely hampered. "Is this it?" A hand extended from the side, offering 2 feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Buggy accepted them, grinning widely. "Ah, yes. This is indeed it. Well done, lad. I hereby appoint you as my first mate." As he reattached his feet, Buggy's gaze met a pair of crimson eyes. "Hello, Captain Buggy," greeted the stranger. Those eyes. I remember now. You are the infamous bounty hunter." "Red-eyed Rodney," Buggy exclaimed, calling out the name Rodney sought to deny. "You have set your sights on me, haven't you? How dare you?" The veins on Rodney's forehead throbbed. Yet he maintained a smile. "Captain Buggy, refer to me as the harbinger of fate, Rodney. I hadn't intended to capture you, but it appears I shall escort you and your crew to Logue Town, the town of beginnings and endings. Quite fitting for you, wouldn't you agree, Buggy?" A shiver ran down Buggy's spine, cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he stammered. Do you mean to say?" "Ah. I possess a rather unique intelligence network. I am well aware of your identity," Rodney replied with a knowing smile. What do you intend to do? My identity as a member of the Pirate King's crew must remain concealed. Otherwise, we would attract the attention of the Marines, and that would be disastrous, Buggy cautioned. Aware of the dire implications, Rodney replied with a slight grin, precisely. He then delivered a powerful punch that sent Buggy crashing to the ground. As the fragments of his devil fruit abilities threatened to activate, Buggy felt a sudden chill in his wrist, followed by an overwhelming weakness that rendered him helpless on the floor. This, could it be? Indeed, it is, Rodney affirmed. Seastone handcuffs. You shall not escape. I will deliver you all to Logue Town. He cast a glance at the crew members who had been silently observing, barking, What are you staring at? Get the ship ready. If you delay any longer, I will throw you to feed the Sea Kings. Yes, yes. The crew hurriedly complied. Ah. The scenery here is quite pleasant. You shall remain here, Rodney said, turning his back on Buggy. Though Buggy was physically weakened, he had not exhausted all options. With Rodney's back turned, he aimed his feet at high. Rodney's body was flung from the pirate ship, yet instead of plunging into the depths as one might expect, he skimmed across the ocean's surface like a stone skipping over water, coming to a halt by treading lightly upon the waves. His clothes were tattered, his skin marred by burns in multiple places, his face blackened by the explosion, and a portion of his bangs singed away by the flames. Buggy, winky face, this monster. He actually survived a direct hit from my special buggy ball? Rodney, under the crimson gaze of his Sharingan, Buggy felt his life might be nearing its end. What could he do? Was he about to meet Captain Roger in the afterlife? No. He hadn't even found those treasures yet. Regret gnawed at him for using that special buggy ball on Rodney. Very well, Buggy. Very well indeed, Rodney hissed through clenched teeth. His body racked with pain. Medical chakra flickered in his palm, stimulating cellular regeneration as a soothing coolness spread over his wounds. What are you doing? Stay back. Don't come any closer. Buggy scrambled backward in panic, only for Rodney to seize him. From his pouch, Rodney produced a specially crafted steel wire, durable, nearly unbreakable unless severed. One end was fastened to seastone handcuffs, the other to the ship's railing. Wait, you don't mean to exactly what you're thinking. With a kick, Rodney sent Buggy overboard, leaving him to be dragged behind the ship, bobbing helplessly in the waves. G-glub, W-wait, glub glub. Buggy floundered, alternately surfacing and sinking. His strength sapped, his powers nullified, utterly humiliated. Fish him out every half hour. He wants he die. But if I catch you pulling him up early, or if anyone helps him, you'll join him. Rodney's sinister grin sent chills down the spines of the surrounding pirates. Understood. Poor Captain Buggy, just endure a little longer. And so, in the days that followed, Buggy spent most of his time submerged in the sea. Only his hardy constitution kept him alive, where an ordinary man might have perished. As for Rodney, he had truly underestimated Buggy's cunning this time. The pain was excruciating. His burns took days to heal fully, though regrowing his hair would take far longer. Chapter 24. I no longer wish to be a ninja in Rogue Town. Smoker glared at Rodney, who had delivered the infamous Buggy the Clown to this very place. Although he had successfully apprehended the pirate, he had cunningly made off with the sea prism stone handcuffs, an item far more valuable than the pirate himself. Hey, Colonel Smoker. Please do not look at me like that. I am no beauty. Such a gaze would make me blush, and, by the way, I am a man with a preference for women, Rodney stammered, retreating hastily while crossing his arms protectively over his chest. Upon hearing this, Smoker touched the hilt of his sword, his expression turning threatening. You insolent fool. Speak again, and I shall end you. How dare you issue a bounty for me? You have taken our sea prism stone handcuffs, and I have yet to settle that score with you. Oh, that? It has already been reclaimed by Vice Admiral Garp, Rodney replied, steadfastly avoiding Smoker's gaze. Huh? How could such a strategic resource possibly be returned to him? It is a rare commodity in the East Blue, Smoker retorted. You must have kept it for yourself, Haven to you? How could I be such a person? Do not underestimate me. I aspire to be a champion of justice, Rodney proclaimed defiantly. Smoker scoffed derisively. You? A champion of justice? Is that what you believe? Do you not believe it? Rodney shot back. Not in the slightest, Smoker replied. Meanwhile, Dashiki, oblivious to the tension, interjected with a smile. Oh, Mr. Smoker and Mr. Rodney seemed to have a rather amicable relationship. Rodney maintained a forced smile, then shifted his attention to Dashiki, inquiring, "Lieutenant Dashiki, what about my bounty?" Buggy's bounty was substantial, exceeding 10 million, a sum capable of procuring many treasures. "Here it is. Please accept it," Dashiki said, handing over a bag filled with the bounty to Rodney. Without counting, Rodney accepted the bag, assured that neither Smoker nor Dashiki would engage in any underhanded dealings. "Well, Buggy has been delivered to you. That concludes our business," Rodney stated, feeling satisfied. As he approached the door, he paused, recalling something. "By the way, have the damages from our last capture of Ace been repaired?" Dashiki responded, "Yes, repairs are nearly complete. In a short while, they should be back in operation." "Ah, I see," Rodney replied thoughtfully. He then took a handful of belly coins from the bag and tossed them to Dashiki. "Consider this a token of apology for the previous destruction, though it is not much. After all, we must provide some recompense for the havoc wrought. Everyone needs to earn a living." But the Navy has already compensated them," Dashiki noted. "No, this shall be my personal apology," Rodney insisted. "By the way," Smoker inquired, "why did Fire Fist Ace venture into the Grand Line?" "Shouldn't you provide an explanation, Rodney? Ace is currently the most illustrious star of the Grand Line. Few pirates of his caliber exist at this stage, possessing remarkable martial prowess and endurance, along with his formidable Logia fruit abilities and crew, making him a force to be reckoned with in the first half of the Grand Line." "Oh, well, don't ask me. Go ask Admiral Carp." Rodney quickly deflected the blame onto Carp. "Didn't you assure me that nothing would go awry?" Is that so? It seems you need to recall the circumstances of that time." Smoker once again touched the 10 hands on his back. "Heh. I've already stated that it is no longer my concern. If you continue like this, be wary of being accused of defamation and disturbing the peace." "Humph. I am the Navy." Smoker exhaled a plume of white smoke, looking so much like a pirate that one might be fooled. "Forget it. Let us not dwell on that. The matter regarding Fire Fist Ace has nothing to do with me. Perhaps the old man is just worried about his grandson." Rodney shook his head, distancing himself from the issue. "The rain has nothing to do with me. Ding. A task has arrived. I'm sorry. I need to use the restroom. Excuse me." With a chuckle, he turned and left. "The CH9 exams are commencing. Will you accept? Accept to start immediately, or decline and wait a year, at which point it will begin anew." The CH9 exams? Are we really starting them now? Isn't that rather abrupt? It feels a bit sudden. He had only been a Genin for about a year, and now he was expected to be promoted to CH9. Wait. I'm not ready to leave this invincible rank just yet. He thought about the battles among the Leaf Village Genin. They were incredible, capable of catastrophic destruction. Then he recalled the clashes between the two Genin of the Leaf. They would create chaos, as if in jest, and he found himself reluctant to advance. The onset of the CH9 exams was unexpected, but when the time comes, one must naturally progress. He confirmed his participation in the CH9 exams on the system panel. Ding. The host has accepted the CH9 exams. The task commences immediately. CH9 exam task. Hunt the evil dragon pirate crew task level. See task rewards. Obtain the summoning beast, the slug, 100 heal technique, creation rebirth, 1,000 task points. Hiss. Upon seeing such generous rewards, Rodney gasped. The summoning beast, the slug, was one of the coveted treasures of the Leaf Village, although its combat capabilities were average. It possessed extraordinary healing abilities, requiring only a sufficient supply of chakra from the user. Moreover, the slug was of considerable size. Unlike the frogs of Mayaboka Mountain or the serpents of Ryuchi Cave, the slug was a singular entity, and those capable of summoning all of its forms were nearly non-existent. The 100 heal technique involved infusing a vast amount of chakra into the forehead's seal, which could be released at crucial moments, allowing the stored chakra to be utilized freely. This technique enabled the user to perform chakra-intensive ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, augmenting physical prowess, and could also be combined with the slug F. Moreover, this technique also possesses the remarkable ability to preserve one's youthful appearance and beauty, an art coveted by countless young women. Indeed, Lady Tsunade lives up to her legendary reputation. As for the creation rebirth technique, to be honest, Rodney isn't particularly keen on it. While it is an exceptional medical ninjutsu that, when combined with the strength of 100 seal, allows instantaneous regeneration of wounds, even severe internal injuries, there's a dire catch. The technique accelerates cell division by stimulating them with chakra, forcibly hastening the body's natural healing process. However, human cells have a finite capacity for regeneration. By speeding up their division, one effectively shortens their own lifespan. On the other hand, the monstrous strength technique is an immensely practical skill, a signature ability of the Senju clan. By precisely controlling chakra and concentrating it throughout the body, the user can unleash overwhelming physical power. Masters of this technique include the first Hokage, the second Hokage, Tsunade, and Sakura. Indeed, acquiring this skill would drastically enhance Rodney's strength, which, in a world teeming with monsters, remains relatively feeble. His goal is clear: to forge himself into an unyielding fortress of resilience. In the world of pirates, prioritizing durability is often the wiser choice. Not everyone can be a Gandalf, excelling in close combat while casually dabbling in a mere illumination spell. Consider, for instance, the three grand casters of the neighboring Fate universe: Merlin, who stumbles over incantations yet wields a blade with such mastery that he outmatches the Knights of the Round Table, earning the moniker Sword Saint of Avalon; the Axe King of Uruk, who forgoes traditional magic in favor of wands from the Gate of Babylon, only to cleave through foes with an axe; the Fist Emperor of Israel, the exalted Grand Caster and self-proclaimed King of Mages, who flaunts the 10 rings for show before buffing himself to the brim and pummeling enemies with brass knuckles. With such illustrious examples before him, how could Rodney not take inspiration? Maximizing close combat prowess, fortifying defenses, mastering regeneration, and amplifying energy reserves. Only then can he embrace the true romance of battle, the raw, visceral thrill of trading blows. After all, it is universally acknowledged that the essence of manliness lies in the brutal exchange of fists. A glass cannon, no matter how devastating, has no future. Rodney, in my brief existence as a shinobi, I've learned one truth: the more one delves into ninjutsu, the more one realizes its limitations. Ninjutsu has a ceiling. System, what exactly are you trying to say? Rodney, I refuse to remain a mere shinobi. I shall transcend it. I shall become the tank. Chapter 25. The thieving cat Nami. From a tender age, the petite Nami, known as the thieving cat, was orphaned due to the ruthless actions of pirates. She and her foster sister, Nojiko, were taken in by the remarkable female Navy officer, Belle Emery, who cherished them as her own daughters. Together, they formed a blissful family, living in tranquility. However, their idyllic existence was shattered by the malevolent dragon pirates, who disrupted the peace of their lives and the entire village. The dragon pirates seized control of Kokoyashi village, intending to establish their nefarious empire and dominate the East Blue. The ruthless leader, Arlong, brutally murdered her adoptive mother and extorted a monthly tribute from every villager as a ransom for their lives. Nami's once happy life lay in ruins. Later, Arlong recognized her exceptional talent for cartography and coerced her into servitude, threatening the lives of the villagers. He struck a deal with her. If she could amass 100 million berries, she could buy back the freedom of her village and herself. Thus began her arduous years of thievery, her reputation as the thieving cat spreading far and wide. Her skills in larceny were unparalleled in the East Blue, rivaled only by the cunning Khalifa. With the promise of salvation for her people lingering in her heart, Nami clung to hope. She resolutely believed that she would gather the requisite sum. Yet, the formidable Arlong, in collusion with the local navy, proved to be an insurmountable obstacle. Even the navy ships sent to confront him were sunk, their crews meeting a watery demise. The strength of the fishmen far surpassed that of humans. And in the East Blue, truly powerful humans were a rarity. In comparison to Arlong, they were utterly powerless. Despair enveloped Nami as she adhered to the rules laid out by Arlong, for it seemed that this was the only path available to her. She understood the likelihood of being deceived was high, yet this was her sole flicker of hope. She could not surrender, even if it was but a glimmer. She resolved to give it her all. With a determined pat on her cheek, she murmured, "Keep going, Nami. Just 23 million berries more, and I can save everyone from Arlong's clutches." Though she was merely a high school student in this world, her physique had developed remarkably well. likely due to the superior nutrition available here. Clad in the attire of a merchant ship's waitress, she pondered the wealth of the ship's owner. With graceful strides, she pushed her cart towards the finest rooms on the ship. Having stealthily boarded under the cover of night, she was unaware of which room belonged to the owner. However, it was certain that those residing in such opulent quarters were affluent. Gently knocking on a door, a warm voice responded, "Who is it?" "The kitchen has sent late-night snacks." "Sir, would you like some?" Nami inquired politely. "Late-night snacks? Just as I was feeling hungry. Thank you." The sound of footsteps approached, followed by the opening of the door, revealing a bronze-skinned youth with long, inky hair cascading behind him. In the dim light of the cabin, his handsome face appeared remarkably gentle. "Thank you for your trouble." "Please come in," Rodney said, his gaze sweeping across Nami's face as he welcomed her inside. "This woman seems a bit problematic," Rodney mused. He was aboard the ship en route to Cocoa West Village, and it was a fortuitous opportunity to accept a task along the way. However, he never anticipated encountering a petty thief instead of fierce pirates. Nami wheeled in a cart laden with food, her eyes quickly scanning the room before fixating on the waist pouch Rodney had placed on the bedside table. Turning to him with a smile, she asked, "Sir, may I inquire which dish you would prefer?" The kitchen's offerings were quite decent, at least aesthetically pleasing and flavorful, complemented by a bottle of red wine. Unbeknownst to Rodney, Nami had already laced the food and wine with a sleeping potion. Once consumed, it would allow her to pilfer his treasures effortlessly. "Thank you for your trouble," Rodney said as he settled down to enjoy the meal. The flavors were satisfactory, though they paled in comparison to the culinary delights crafted by Sanji and his crew. After all, not everyone could match the chefs of the Baratai floating restaurant. He devoured the meal with gusto, downing a bottle of wine as though he were a ravenous beast. Yawning, he requested, "Please close the door on your way out. I'm feeling quite drowsy." "Of course, sir," Nami replied with a smile as she pushed the cart away and closed the door behind her. Standing outside, she pressed her ear against the door, listening intently to the sounds within. Before long, as she had anticipated, the room was filled with the steady sounds of deep slumber. It appeared the occupant had fallen soundly asleep. With a triumphant grin, she gently pushed the door open, using the moonlight streaming through the porthole to discern the obstacles within. Making her way to Rodney's bedside, her delicate hand reached for the waist pouch resting on the bedside table. It was easily within her grasp when she sensed an unusual tug on the pouch. Realizing something was amiss, Nami instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, only to have a dagger-like object shoot out from the shadowy corner, slicing through the air close to her beautiful cheek. What a trap! How perilous! Yet, the nimble thief Nami was not so easily ensnared. Pleased with herself, she thought she had dodged danger. However, another tug followed, and several shurikens flew out from the shadows, this time tethered with steel wire. The wire formed a constricting net that ensnared Nami, forcing her to collapse awkwardly to the ground. "What is this? It's so tight." Rodney chuckled mischievously. "Moreover, I must inform you that the best way to administer a sedative is to mix it into strong spirits. However, these dishes and red wine are easily discernible. Sedatives possess a distinct flavor." Nami, feigning innocence, lamented, "What ill fortune to encounter an expert. Forgive me, sir. This is my first transgression. I was compelled to act thus for the sake of survival. Please, I beg you, show me mercy. I have a family to support. If the captain discovers my misdeed, I shall lose my position." Rodney, stowing away the useless wire into his waist pouch, retorted, "Miss Thief, do you presume I would believe your fabrications?" Drawing closer, he inhaled deeply, a captivating aroma wafting forth. "The scent, it reeks of deceit." "You are lying," Nami protested. "You can discern my dishonesty merely by scent? What kind of nose do you possess? And one can detect falsehoods? Are you jesting?" "Humph, disbelieve me if you wish. You haven't even tasted it. Cough, cough, but you are undoubtedly lying. Miss Thief, you are clearly a recidivist, and thus, I shall not show you leniency." The glint of his blade flashed ominously before Nami's eyes, reflecting the terror etched upon her face. "Is this how I meet my end? No, I shall not perish here. Absolutely not. If I were to die, who would rescue everyone? To protect my cherished memories and save the villagers who feel like family, I must survive. No matter the suffering I must endure. Please, spare me." I cannot die yet. Nami cried out. Oh, provide me with a reason. Rodney responded nonchalantly, unaware of Nami's true identity, mistaking her merely for a beautiful thief. I want to save the villagers. I implore you. I cannot perish. Another lie, perhaps? Miss Thief, I enjoy deceiving others, particularly the clever, yet I despise being deceived myself. Therefore, Miss Thief, he unsheathed his blade. Nami urgently exclaimed. Wait, I beseech you. Spare me. I can lead you to treasure. I know of a pirate crew's hidden riches. Rodney paused momentarily. Treasure, you say? That is quite an enticing proposition. Very well, you have piqued my interest, Miss Thief. I am indeed intrigued by treasure. What is your name? Nami. What? Your name? Please repeat that. Nami, is there a problem? A significant problem indeed. Chapter 26, Additional Payment. Rodney gazed contemplatively at Nami, who lay on the ground. How fortunate, he mused, to encounter her on the way to Cocoa West Village. Thankfully, he had not resorted to violence, which would have led to dire consequences. Wiping away non-existent sweat from his brow, he feigned curiosity and inquired, Are you the little thief cat? Yes, Nami nodded. Do you reside in Cocoa West Village? Rodney pressed. Nami, taken aback, thought, How does he know? She regarded him warily, uncertain of his intentions. Rodney crouched down, deftly severing the wire with a kunai, and helped her to her feet. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Josta J. Rodney, a pirate hunter. Red-eyed Rodney. Nami exclaimed. Please refrain from using such a dreadful moniker. If I must have a nickname, I would prefer the Gambler, though you may simply call me Rodney, he replied with a smile. Hello, Mr. Rodney. The Gambler feels a bit embarrassing. It has a distinctly juvenile air to it, she retorted, choosing to dismiss it. However, I have heard that Mr. Rodney possesses red eyes, Nami remarked, whether intentionally or not. Rodney's reputation had soared after he decimated the clique pirate crew, single-handedly overcoming a fleet that boasted 1,000 men. The upper echelon of the clique crew had met their demise, sinking to the depths of the sea. It was said that only a small fraction of that fleet survived, while the rest became fodder for the ocean's creatures. His crimson eyes, akin to those of a demon, signified impending death the moment one beheld them. In the East blue. For many pirates, the name Rodney had become synonymous with the Grim Reaper. Encountering him was tantamount to facing one's demise. The moniker Red Eyes evoked far greater fear among pirates than the self-styled title of the Gambler. Thus, the Red Eyes became a hallmark of Rodney's identity. At that moment, a glimmer of scarlet flickered in his gaze, causing Nami to feel utterly paralyzed, as though ensnared by some malevolent spirit. Once he retracted his unique ability, Nami felt a wave of relief. Rodney smiled and said, I apologize, that is merely a skill of mine, typically reserved for formidable opponents. There is no need for concern. Miss Nami. Unlike before, he now appeared as an affable and cultured man, akin to a reassuring older brother, which brought her comfort. He seemed far from the cold-blooded butcher she had imagined. Do you believe me now? He asked. Nami hurriedly shook her head. I am sorry, I misjudged you. May I take my leave? That would not be advisable, Miss Nami, Rodney said, shaking his head with a smile. Nami's heart raced as ominous thoughts swirled in her mind. Indeed, men were all the same. Stepping back with a forced smile, she queried, Mr. Rodney, what do you intend to do with me? Harboring the worst possible expectations. Nami had navigated the vast ocean alone for far too long, acquiring a maturity beyond her years. She endeavored to remain composed, ready to fight with all her might. A bitter smile crossed her lips. How could a weakling like me possibly stand against such formidable foes? Yet, within her heart, a renewed yearning for life ignited, prompting her to delay Rodney for a while. Unbeknownst to her, he had already branded her as an adversary. Rodney maintained his smile, casually stating, I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Questions? Pray tell, Nami replied, taking a deep breath, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Your village is under the dominion of the dragon pirates, correct? Rodney inquired. Nami fell silent for a moment before asking, Are you planning to confront the dragon pirates? Ah, indeed, that is my mission, he replied. If only he could. Nami felt a flicker of hope. But the overpowering might of the dragon pirates and the strength of the fishmen extinguished it just as quickly. Even the formidable red-eyed Rodney could hardly contend with Arlong and his crew. They were immensely powerful and malevolent, and she had to ensure everyone's survival. Please, do not pursue this. You cannot hope to defeat the dragon pirates. Rodney, intrigued, queried, "Are you doubting my abilities?" "No, please believe me. I am not a feeble individual." Yet, compared to the dragon pirates, the Kurazumi pirates are nothing of consequence. They possess the resilience of fishmen, far surpassing that of humans. The physical prowess of the fishmen was remarkable, boasting more than tenfold the strength of an average human. They could toss houses as if they were mere toys, rendering any comparison between humans and fishmen utterly futile. The members of the Kurazumi pirates may boast, but they are merely a ragtag bunch. She had once clandestinely boarded one of their ships and pilfered some treasure. Humans could never triumph over fishmen, she mused. Indeed, the Kurazumi pirates are a disorganized lot. Yet I am no mere charlatan. Please, Nami, trust me, guide me to your village. His gaze was earnest and brimming with confidence. Upon meeting his gaze, Nami felt an even stronger resolve to prevent Rodney from going. She could not allow a good person to perish needlessly if the Navy could do nothing against them. How could she allow him to proceed? "You can't go. Are you foolish? They are fishmen." "Huh? Do you not know who I am?" "Rest assured, I will certainly assist you in dealing with them. Even if you refuse to let me go, I will reach your village." He spoke with determination. He was resolute in his quest, spurred by the enticing rewards awaiting him. Moreover, he had a personal vendetta against Arlong, a self-proclaimed extremist who believed fishmen were superior to humans. After barely escaping death at the hands of the old man, he had learned of Jinbei's induction into the warlords of the sea and, filled with rage, brought his willing subordinates to the East Blue, intending to establish his so-called dragon empire. "Why can't you understand what others are saying?" Nami exclaimed loudly. "Rest assured, I will not burden you or your village," Rodney replied with a smile. Nami thought to herself, "All right, assessment complete. This man is simply a fool." Having never witnessed the might of the fishmen, he will undoubtedly refuse to concede. However, once he realizes the strength of humanity, he might face dire consequences. Nevertheless, what does it matter to me? I must devise a swift escape from this place. Observing Nami's displeasure, Rodney chuckled softly, retrieving a bundle of cash from his satchel. Upon seeing the money, Nami's eyes transformed into the shape of berries, captivated and unable to avert her gaze. "What do you say? If you take me to Cocoa Village, this money is yours." Knowing Nami's weakness, Rodney began to entice her. While it was possible to reach Cocoa Village by merchant ship, a considerable distance remained, making the journey exhausting. It would be far more efficient to take Nami's small boat directly to Cocoa Village. "That place is my hometown. Are you not aware of the terror of the fishmen? I will disguise myself and will not divulge anything about you, nor will it implicate you or the villagers. Please trust my promise." "You've misunderstood. I meant, you must pay more," Rodney replied. Nami, now transformed into a money-counting enthusiast, meticulously counted the freshly acquired bills. This served as a down payment. Once Rodney was brought to the island, he would provide an additional sum. The two reached an agreement that Rodney would never disclose that she was the one who brought him to the island. In this regard, she could only place her faith in his promise. "All right, follow me." After counting the bills, Nami placed them into her dimensional pocket. Rodney's gaze deepened, and upon recalling her age, he withdrew his gentlemanly demeanor and cleared his throat, asking, "Where to?" "Since you wish to go to the island, follow me." "The merchant ship is simply too slow," Nami replied, shaking her head. She had brought a small boat, which she had stealthily acquired from a port, lightweight and exceedingly practical. All right, wait for me." After gathering his belongings, he boarded Nami's small boat and spent the night on deck. Damn it. This is worse than taking the merchant ship. Chapter 27. The Dragon Pirates in the serene village of Kokoyasi, a tranquil haven inhabited by simple-hearted villagers. The atmosphere was imbued with a sense of peace. Aware of her burdensome presence, they directed harsh words and cold remarks toward Nami, hoping she would forsake them and embark on a path to freedom. They never wished to be a hindrance to a mere girl. All they desired was for this gentle and kind-hearted maiden to attain genuine liberation and be treated with tenderness. These villagers, despite their lovable nature, found themselves powerless against the oppression of the dragon pirates. They could not alter the stubborn resolve of Nami, and thus resorted to this manner of persuasion. Hoping to encourage her to abandon them, allowing her to escape from this place with a clear conscience. Nami, at the helm of her vessel, stepped ashore with a small bag in hand, while Rodney chose a different approach to infiltrate, aiming to spare the villagers from any repercussions as they had previously agreed. In the depths of the ocean, Rodney harnessed his chakra, darting through the waters like a projectile, utilizing the wave-riding technique, which featured a unique breathing method. He could sustain his time underwater significantly, extending it from mere minutes to half an hour, though vigorous activity would drastically reduce this duration. The shallow waters were picturesque, with sunlight filtering through the waves, creating a delightful scene. Schools of fish, startled by his presence, scattered momentarily before curiously swimming past him again. Rodney pondered. Could there be predators lurking behind me? Upon glancing back, he was taken aback by the sight of a colossal sea creature, resembling a cow, with wide eyes and adorned with a nose ring. Its enormous frame surpassed that of typical sea kings, nearing 100 meters in length. Gazing at him with an almost endearing expression, seemingly devoid of menace. Just as he contemplated this, the cow sea king opened its gaping maw, revealing a cavernous mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth, lunging toward him. Rodney exclaimed, "What the? Forget what I just thought." He hastily accelerated. Aware that both physical and ninja techniques were significantly diminished underwater, rendering his water jutsu ineffective as he swam toward the surface. With a splash, he burst forth from the water like a dolphin, sprinting across the surface. The cow sea king followed suit, propelled by the buoyancy of the sea, its white teeth glimmering as it lunged at Rodney. "Fool, did you think I would be a weakling in the water?" he retorted, raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick, sending the cow sea king crashing back into the ocean, generating towering waves that surged skyward. Being in the coastal zone, such a commotion quickly caught the attention of the nearby dragon pirates. Two fishmen, witnessing the fallen sea king and Rodney on the surface. One hurried to report to their captain, while the other swam toward him. The fishman's speed outmatched Rodney's wave riding, yet he remained oblivious, hastening toward the shore without concern for the potential failure of his infiltration. If necessary, he would eliminate all those in the know. That, too, would constitute a successful infiltration. No one truly knows. The speed at which one moves across the surface of the sea must be increased. When suddenly a fishman with crimson skin surged forth from the depths, lunging directly at him. He swiftly dodged. The fishman submerged once more, only to re-emerge, inquiring, "Intruder, who are you? How is it that you can walk upon the water? What business is it of yours? And who are you?" The fishman, wearing a proud expression, proclaimed, "Listen well, I am Green, a member of the fearsome dragon pirate crew. You have yet to answer my question. I've never heard of you." "You must be a mere extra," Rodney retorted. "Human, I am indeed a member of the fearsome dragon pirate crew. How can you be unaware of such a formidable pirate faction? Ah, of course, our fearsome dragon empire is still under construction, so your ignorance is quite understandable. However, since you have trespassed upon the territory of the fearsome dragon pirates, have you paid the protection fee?" As Green spoke, he felt a large foot, size 42, magnifying in his vision. Bang! His own face, size 58, collided intimately with the foot, delivering a blow that left him reeling in pain. Yet, to a fishman with a resilient physique, such a forceful strike merely stung. Green was sent tumbling to the seabed, rubbing his face, exclaiming, "Ouch, that hurts." This human possesses remarkable strength. Taking a deep breath of seawater, he filtered the air through the gills in his neck, suppressing the pain, and swam back toward Rodney above. The two began a race, one beneath the waves and the other above, as Green refused to believe that a fishman could be outpaced by a mere human. And then, he reached the shore. The soft sand bore the imprint of his footsteps as he entered the jungle. Following the trail, Green dashed forward, only to feel something snap beneath him as he plunged into the foliage. Whoosh! Several shuriken flew forth, embedding themselves in his body. "Ah!" he cried out in agony. From the branches above, Rodney seized the moment, hurling a shuriken laced with an explosive tag, which accurately struck Green's mouth. Boom! The explosive tag could be manipulated at will, requiring only the infusion of chakra to control its detonation, or it could be triggered like a landmine, extremely convenient. With a deafening blast, Green's head was obliterated, flesh and blood scattering as his robust body collapsed, crimson blood gushing forth, staining the earth. Rodney employed a transformation tea as slumber beckoned. I humorously declared, when drowsiness arrives, one must offer a pillow. I imitated the timbre of Green's voice and recounted, that scoundrel was seized by me and drowned in the sea. Indeed, humanity is utterly feeble. Upon hearing this, the merman, with a gleeful expression, chimed in, indeed, we mermen reign supreme over the human race. How could such a frail species ever rival us? Rodney, with a dismissive smirk, thought to himself that these fellows were likely brainwashed by that fool Aaron, conveniently forgetting who once wept and wailed under the blows of the yellow ape. Had it not been for the end of the work shift, that scoundrel Aaron would have met his demise. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of compliance, exclaiming with feigned exuberance, indeed, humans are pathetically weak, destined to be ruled by us mermen. Those who wish for peaceful coexistence with humans are simply deluded. Ah, indeed. Let us depart. Captain Aaron awaits your report, the merman said, patting Rodney on the shoulder as they ambled off together. In the realm of Aaron's paradise. The architectural style bore a striking resemblance to amusement parks inspired by the Gamboge Islands. This contradiction revealed that despite his disdainful rhetoric towards humanity, Aaron harbored an admiration for their living environment. The entrance did not lead to a road, but rather to a waterway flowing into the sea, which continued into the courtyard. Within the courtyard, 3 swimming pools connected to this waterway allowed members of the Dragon Pirates to swiftly plunge into the ocean. Being a crew of mermen, they had no need for terrestrial paths. If not for the fatigue of travel, they could easily depart without ships, navigating even the windless zones of the sea with utmost convenience. Together with the merman, I leapt into the sea, holding my breath as we passed through the entrance into the pool and then emerged onto solid ground. Directly across sat a merman with a serrated snout and a striking purple hue, adorned in a yellow floral shirt with an open collar. He bore a tattoo of the sun, emblematic of the Sun Pirates, on his left chest, while the insignia of the Dragon Pirates was inked on his left forearm. Drenched in gold and silver, he resembled a newly minted aristocrat. He was none other than the captain of the Dragon Pirates, Aaron. Chapter 28. Hey, Green. How is that human faring? Aaron inquired nonchalantly, his voice grating and unpleasant, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth that rendered him particularly unsightly. Yet, despite his grotesque appearance, his sister was undeniably beautiful, a true femme fatale, albeit lacking legs. Coughing to clear his throat, Rodney, having dried himself off, replied with a grin, of course. We dealt with him, Boss Aaron. How could a mere human possibly stand against us, the formidable fishmen? Ha ha ha. Quite right. Aaron erupted into a hearty laugh, exclaiming, for humans to resist merfolk is akin to defying the laws of nature. How is it that these humans fail to recognize their place within the natural order? This tenet was central to Aaron's beliefs. He held that fishmen were inherently superior to humans, who ought to bow before them. For this was a law of nature that could not be transgressed. Ha ha ha. The cacophonous laughter reverberated throughout Aaron's paradise, and, in concert with his mirth, the other fishmen joined in uproarious laughter, filling the air with jubilant exuberance. Beneath the sunlight, a sudden flicker of cold light appeared, slicing through the air like a white rainbow, aimed straight for Aaron. Startled, Aaron opened his mouth, brimming with sharp teeth, and clamped down fiercely on Rodney's white fawn. The blade, sheathed in a thin layer of wind-infused chakra, sliced through the corner of his mouth, drawing blood. Yet, instead of relinquishing his grip due to the pain, he transformed his agony into strength, biting down even harder. With a resounding crack, the not-so-resilient white fang shattered. Blasted. I shouldn't have harbored such high hopes for the white fang, he mused. In the world of ninja tools, it was hardly formidable. It was merely exceptionally sharp, slightly more durable than an ordinary knife. Aaron's teeth, however, were astonishingly robust, far exceeding his expectations. In the future, I shall aim for the heart. What was intended as a swift strike to Aaron's throat instead resulted in the shattering of his weapon, revealing that he had underestimated the strength of his opponent. Green, what are you doing? What was that just now? Aaron spat out fragments, blood staining his teeth and rendering him all the more fearsome. The fishmen were taken aback. They could hardly believe that the typically docile Green would dare to ambush their leader. After all, Aaron was the strongest. Hand him over to me, Captain Arlong, spoke a figure with azure skin, adorned with a tousle of golden hair, pouting lips, and rosy cheeks. This was Chu, a member of the Fisherman Pirates, whose strength ranked among the top 3 within the crew. Counting the capable ones along with Bull. There are just 5 of us. Let me take him down. Chu. I understand, Captain Arlong. Chu declared, unleashing a long stream of water towards Rodney. Water style, water chaos wave. The robust current collided with the water arrow, swiftly engulfing it and toppling Chu along with the other fishmen. Arlong and Chu remained unfazed. With Arlong chuckling heartily, ha ha ha, human, we are fishmen. Water poses no threat to us, ha ha ha. I shall tear you apart. Chu fell silent, leaning over to gulp down copious amounts of seawater, his body swelling like a balloon, before unleashing a torrent toward Rodney. Water cannonball, a barrage of water arrows, swift as bullets, shot forth, piercing through trees and, ultimately, Rodney's body. Useless human. Just as they believed victory was theirs, Rodney's form transformed into a wooden post, riddled with holes from the water arrows. What? Where is he? Chu's eyes widened as a figure burst from the water, crashing into the nearby fishmen. Boom. Smoke enveloped the area, followed by one fishman soaring into the sky. Kaboom. The crowd heard Rodney's low growl, followed by a deafening explosion, scattering the fishmen into pieces that plummeted into the pool, staining the seawater with fresh blood. Scoundrel. Humans are indeed despicable creatures. Everyone, retreat. Jump into the sea. The sudden turn of events left them in shock, forcing a hasty withdrawal to minimize casualties. At Arlong's command, the fishmen leaped into the ocean, disappearing as the smoke cleared. Do not surface. I refuse to believe he can endure for so long. Fishmen can breathe freely underwater. This is beyond the capability of any human. Even if that human mingles among his kin, he cannot hold his breath for long. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. 10 minutes elapsed. A figure erupted from the water, eyes glinting with malice, charging toward Arlong with the intent to kill. Arlong did not strike. Instead, he was intercepted by Kruby, a soft-bodied fishman with 2 bun hairstyles and clad in a martial arts uniform, who lifted a leg and aimed a kick at Rodney's abdomen. Fishman karate, sea speed, lower abdomen kick. The precise blow struck Rodney's midsection with enough force to shatter human ribs, snap a spine, and lead to fatality. Yet, in the next instant, Kruby found his target had transformed into a puddle of seawater. Water clone. Water? How is this possible? Kruby and his companions had never encountered such an enigmatic ability. Could it be the power of a devil fruit user? Aaron immediately dismissed this speculation. How could a devil fruit user possibly enter the water? They would merely become useless in its depths. Yet, how could one explain this extraordinary ability? There were no ninjutsu in this world, and the techniques from Wano were merely akin to illusions, vastly inferior to the authentic ninjutsu practiced by Rodney. Aaron, look quickly, Gio suddenly exclaimed. Following his gaze, Aaron observed the seawater of the pool swirling with fresh blood, clearly indicating that someone was injured beneath the surface. With a splash, a fisherman emerged from the depths, panting heavily. Aaron, Boss Aaron, that human is right below us. Without a moment's hesitation, Gio leaped into the water, and Aaron, concerned for his compatriot, followed suit. However, Kruby, with a serious demeanor, warned him that voice isn't Ted, human. Upper stage exploding palm. He unleashed a palm strike aimed at Rodney, who reverted to his original form. The Sharingan immediately captured Kruby's movement, and in a mirrored response, Rodney executed the same technique. Upper stage exploding palm. A resounding boom echoed as Rodney and Kruby both staggered backward, though Rodney was propelled further away. How could it be? That stance indeed. It was the upper stage exploding palm. How could a mere human possibly master Fishman Karate? Kruby, a master of Fishman Karate at level 40, recognized Rodney's earlier movement as his own technique. He could not fathom that Rodney had replicated his actions using the Sharingan, amplifying his innate strength with chakra to match Kruby's formidable power. Ultimately, the physical prowess of a fishman far surpassed that of any human. Why should I divulge this to you? Rodney mused, recognizing the potential of Fishman Karate. Once he mastered the superhuman strength, his abilities would multiply significantly. Presently, if memory served him right, humans could indeed learn Fishman Karate, and he was living proof. Moreover, there were masters of Fishman Karate within the Revolutionary Army who taught this martial art. Sabo's girlfriend was among them. Thus, it was indeed a form of exceptional martial prowess. In essence, this was an opportunity ripe for the taking. Chapter 29. What did you just say? In an instant, Rodney's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Kirby. When compared to the world of Naruto, the martial arts here lacked in several respects. The taijutsu of Naruto boasted remarkable coordination and adaptability, whereas the techniques in the pirate world were more straightforward and destructive, partly due to the superior physical prowess of its inhabitants. However, such destructive power was unparalleled by any ordinary martial arts. With a plethora of styles such as the 6 powers of the Navy, Fishman Karate, and the 8 Impact Fist, the insights provided by the Sharingan allowed for flawless imitation of movements. The force generated by muscles could be substituted with chakra, enabling the execution of seemingly authentic martial arts techniques. While the potency might vary with the user, as physical strength and chakra continued to grow, the power would undoubtedly escalate. Contemplating this, Rodney smiled faintly and mimicked Kirby's stance, which incited Kirby's wrath. You despicable human! How dare you steal our Fishman Karate? I will make you pay. With that, he unleashed a high kick aimed at Rodney. Fishman Karate, upward back kick. Both combatants executed the same attack simultaneously. Kirby was infuriated. Being attacked with his own technique by a human he had always looked down upon was particularly enraging. As a proud black belt in Fishman Karate, he felt his honor was being trampled upon. He could scarcely comprehend which traitorous fishman would impart such prideful techniques to a loathsome human, and to use them against him no less. I shall wield the essence of Fishman Karate against you, teaching you that humans will never surpass fishmen. With that proclamation, he positioned his right fist at his waist while raising his left hand in a knife hand posture. 100 tile breaking fist. This technique was capable of shattering 100 tiles in water, a measure of the fist strength. The resistance in water was significant, even for fishmen, and on land, where there was no air resistance, the speed would be greatly enhanced. Observing Kirby's stance, Rodney keenly tracked the movements of his muscles, replicating the same posture and channeling chakra into his fist. Fishman Karate, 100 tile breaking fist. Fishman Karate, 100 tile breaking fist. Boom. The two fists collided, unleashing tremendous force that resisted each other, neither Rodney nor Kirby yielding an inch. A fierce wind swept through, dislodging tiles from the rooftops and causing the surrounding trees to tremble as if they might topple at any moment. Ultimately, it was Rodney who faltered first, after all. The technique he had imitated using the Sharingan and chakra was merely an approximation and could not truly compare to the authentic. His hand, which had engaged Kirby's, throbbed painfully, rendering it temporarily immobile. Damn it, I shouldn't have been so reckless, Rodney muttered as he retreated to stand atop the house. Although his right hand was incapacitated for the moment, he had nonetheless acquired a portion of Fishman Karate, which he deemed a worthwhile endeavor. It will still take some time to fully recover. For now, his gaze lowered to see Kirby looking smug. The solemn fishman clearly pleased with himself for besting a mere human in Fishman Karate. How naive. Humph. Humans can never compare to fishmen. How could a lowly human ever be a match for us fishmen? Kirby declared. At that moment, Arlong, along with Chu and a 6-armed octopus man, led a group ashore. The water clone couldn't hold out? No matter. Let's just blow this place up directly. Rodney, was an artist. Arlong's eyes burned with fury as he glared at Rodney. Despicable human. Using such underhanded tricks again, my brethren. My brethren. It seemed the water clone had taken out quite a few fishmen underwater. Water clones were particularly useful in this environment, much like shadow clones. They required only a portion of chakra to sustain and could be left unattended. The only downside was the lack of memory transfer. Otherwise, shadow clones would be unnecessary. Oh, is that so? Shadow clone jutsu. Another clone appeared beside him. With his temporarily mobile right hand, he retrieved 3 shuriken from his pouch and hurled them forward. The shadow clone mimicking the action. The shuriken sailed effortlessly past Arlong and the others. The octopus, Hachan, sneered. Humans will always be humans, can't even throw a weapon straight. Fine wires were tied to the shuriken. Clenching one between his teeth and yanking another with his left hand, Rodney redirected their trajectory mid-flight, ensnaring the group. You think these flimsy threads can restrain us fishmen? Arlong scoffed, utterly dismissive. The shadow clone formed hand seals, gripping one of the wires between its teeth. Fire release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Blistering flames surged along the wires, racing toward the four fishmen. Damn it! Arlong swiftly snapped the wires, as did Karubi and Hachan, all diving for the pool. Chu, however, chose differently. He inhaled deeply and spewed a torrent of seawater from his gut, attempting to douse the flames. But chakra-fueled infernos were not so easily quenched by mere water. The moment the two elements met, the seawater vaporized instantly. True, water could extinguish fire, but when the flames burned hot and fierce, a meager splash was useless. Aarg, Chu ignited, his body becoming a writhing torch, agony contorting his features. In desperation, he tore free and plunged into the pool. Soon after, Arlong, Karubi, and Hachan dragged Chu ashore. Charred, his skin seared beyond recognition, his hair completely incinerated. Rodney, his right hand now mobile again thanks to the clone's healing jutsu, though still limited in movement, smirked at the grievously wounded Chu below. Overestimating yourself. Fire's devastation far surpasses water's mercy. Human, I'll kill you, Arlong roared. This time, Eren chose not to merely observe the spectacle. Underwater. He had already heard Karubi mention that this human was proficient in fishman karate, a threat that must be eliminated. With a great leap, he opened his mouth and lunged at Rodney. Both Rodney and his shadow clone effortlessly evaded, but the house beneath them was shattered as Eren crashed through the wall, emerging with a jagged, serrated blade in hand. The great cleaver of destruction. Gazing at the weapon, Rodney clicked his tongue, tightening his fists, sensing that the moment had nearly arrived. However, facing Eren required a guerrilla approach. His chakra was still ample, yet caution was imperative against a fishman. With a sudden bend of his knees, Eren thrust forward with ferocious force, akin to a torpedo launched from a submarine, charging in with his blade raised. Shark Water Arrow. Leaf Dragon God. As his body spun, a dragon-shaped whirlwind materialized, colliding with Eren's blade and instantly sending him hurtling through the air, plummeting into the sea. Meanwhile, the shadow clone surged towards Karubi. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The invisible air bullet struck Karubi, inflicting severe pain, with multiple gaping wounds appearing on his arms and chest. Blood gushing forth from the injuries. How could this be? What kind of ability is this? Many wind-based attacks are imperceptible unless one possesses advanced observation haki, chakra sensing techniques, or a dojutsu akin to the Sharingan that can perceive chakra. Otherwise, techniques like vacuum sphere pose a significant threat to this group. A gift for your journey. The shadow clone shouted decisively, but just then, the waves surged, and droplets of water shot towards him like bullets. The shadow clones were far more fragile than the original. Even the slightest attack could cause them to vanish. Struck by these water droplets, they instantly dissipated. Eren emerged from the sea unscathed. It was his doing. As a member of the shark-fishman species, he could utilize this trait effectively, unleashing tremendous power in the water and employing ordinary water as shotgun pellets. That was precisely what had just transpired. Allow me to demonstrate the might of a merfolk. Grasping a handful of seawater, he lifted a multitude of droplets into the air. Fire release, great fireball technique. The flames consumed the water droplets, vaporizing them into steam, forcing Eren to evade. Rodney inquired, "What was that you just said?" Chapter 30. Exhausting chakra. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward as Rodney's actions once again provoked Eren, whose eyes transformed into bloodthirsty slits. A manifestation of the anger that surged within the fishman. "You have injured my dear compatriots, taken lives, and now you dare to humiliate us noble fishmen, human." He glared at Rodney, locking eyes with those ominous crimson orbs. "I shall kill you. You will learn the true meaning of cruelty." Karubi, Little 8. Join me in vanquishing him. Understood. Karubi assumed a stance of fishman karate, while Octopus Little 8 brandished 6 long blades with his 6 arms, declaring 6 sword style. "Are we preparing to attack together?" He flexed his arms, still tinged with a hint of soreness. Water release, water chaos wave. A torrent of water surged forth from his mouth, but Eren, Karubi, and Little 8 braced against the onslaught. Little 8 chuckled. "Is this human a fool? How could water possibly affect us fishmen?" As he spoke, his 6 flaccid octopus tentacles waved animatedly, reflecting his good spirits. Eren snorted disdainfully. "This mere human cannot comprehend the might of fishmen. Wait, Aaron, look at his hands, Kirby exclaimed, noticing Rodney's continuous movements. Lightning release, gratitude wave. Brilliant arcs of lightning erupted from Rodney, hurtling towards the three fishmen at breakneck speed. Crack, crack, The trio found themselves paralyzed by the electric shock. And as they stiffened, Rodney seized the moment, inhaling deeply and forming a hand seal. His chest swelled dramatically as a vast reservoir of chakra coalesced in his throat. In the next instant, a conflagration roared towards the trio. Fire release, great fire annihilation. What? The inferno bore down upon them, searing their skin with blistering heat. The moisture evaporated rapidly from their skin, leading to cracks, before the flames engulfed them entirely. Rodney heard the anguished screams and the sound of heavy bodies plummeting into the water, realizing the gravity of the situation. He halted the chakra output, aware that he had expended a significant portion of his chakra. Not everyone possesses the prowess of the legendary Madara. He had elicited the effects of a forbidden technique from a mere B-rank ninjutsu. However, he had utilized considerable chakra for visual effect, resulting in formidable power that cannot be allowed to escape. 8 gates. For with a resounding thud, the tremendous force of his footsteps shattered the house, collapsing it like a freshly fired cannonball plunging into the water. The impact sent waves surging. Before the system could even be activated, Rodney discovered Arlong. His body charred and severely burned, submerged in the water. Arlong, noticing him, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "A human! How dare you enter the sea? This is our domain, the realm of the fishmen." He realized that this human's method of attack involved spewing forth an array of flamboyant projectiles from his mouth. However, he wasn't a devil fruit user, for he moved effortlessly through the water without any sign of fatigue. "Wait a moment, Arlong, look at the aura surrounding this guy," Crocodile remarked, sensing Rodney's formidable presence with trepidation. Though he too bore burns and felt pain from the saltwater sting, such injuries were trivial for fishmen, a mere nuisance. The visible chakra around Rodney made Crocodile hesitant to attack. One could never predict what unique abilities he might unleash. Yet, Rodney had no intention of employing any special skills. Empowered by a significant reserve of chakra, he executed a seemingly impossible moonwalk, propelling himself through the air towards Arlong like an arrow released from a bow. Arlong was resolute. He would not bow to a human nor choose to flee. He yearned to vanquish Rodney and then rend him apart with his proud teeth. Unwilling to relent even in death, with a fierce determination, he opened his mouth and lunged at Rodney. Regrettably for him, what awaited his teeth was a fist of unparalleled strength. Even in the water, where resistance was considerable, the sheer might of Rodney's strike compensated for it. The punch shattered Arlong's sharp teeth, and Rodney offered him no respite. One blow followed another, raining upon Arlong's form as though he were merely a punching bag. With his right fist drawn to his side, Crocodile, poised to assist, watched in wide-eyed astonishment. Fishman Karate, 1,500 tile punch. The overwhelming force erupted, launching Arlong out of the water. Rodney did not pause. Breaking through the surface, he leapt upon it, pursuing Arlong relentlessly. Utilizing his moonwalk technique, he soared into the air, positioning himself behind Arlong, delivering a swift kick that sent him soaring. One kick followed another, with no desire to cease. After an indeterminate number of strikes, he launched Arlong into the ruins of Arlong Park. Bloodied and battered, Arlong lay sprawled amidst the debris as Rodney approached without uttering a word. Arlong had long since lost consciousness. He understood the gravity of his predicament. Placing his foot upon Arlong's chest, he stomped down upon the emblem of the Sun Pirates emblazoned there. Crack, crack, crack. The force of that blow shattered Arlong's ribcage, causing it to collapse inward. Fragments of bone pierced his lungs and heart, unleashing a torrent of blood that Karubi and Octopus Hachon crawled ashore, witnessing the lifeless body of Arlong. Now it's your turn. Focus on Karubi and Hachon. Eliminate these two, and the mission will be complete. Aya, I'll kill you, Karubi roared, launching his Fishman Karate, 1,000-tile fist. Rodney dodged effortlessly, his Sharingan once again dissecting Karubi's movements. It was merely the 100-tile fist technique, amplified in force. Sidestepping swiftly, he drew a kunai from his waist pouch, its edge sheathed in a razor-thin layer of wind chakra. Thud. A thick arm was severed cleanly, without pause. Rodney affixed an explosive tag onto Karubi's body, pivoted, and delivered a spinning kick to his abdomen. Arg. Boom. 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 A chain of detonations erupted as the mutually multiplying explosive tags reduced the cartilaginous fishman to oblivion. No. Why you? Hatchin's grip on his swords trembled violently as he staggered backward. Rodney stood before him like a wrathful deity, casting a far more terrifying shadow than Arlong ever had. Leave the Arlong pirates now, and I'll spare your life. Return to your homeland, Rodney declared. The system confirmed the mission's completion, only Hatchan remained. The Arlong pirates had effectively ceased to exist. Hatchan was simple-minded and kind-hearted by nature. Outside of battle, he treated others with warmth, and even in the original narrative, his transgressions were minimal. Rodney could afford mercy. You killed them all. I want to retreat. Though fear not at him, Hatchan stood his ground. Is that so? Deactivating the 8 gates, Rodney drove a fist into Hatchin's face, sending him crashing into the sea. Dusting his hands, Rodney staggered as the aftermath of the 8 gates release surged through him, his body hollowed, his chakra nearly depleted. The familiar shackles of exhaustion clamped down. Each breath a struggle against collapse. No, can't fall here. His vision blurred as he forced himself into the forest. Through the haze, a river materialized before him, its waters reflecting the spectral figures of fallen fishmen, beckoning with eerie familiarity. Hallucinations. Chapter 31. Healing Ding. The host has completed the Chunin exam task. Chunin exam task. Hunt down the evil dragon pirate crew task level. See task status. Completed. Rewards. Summoning beast snail. 100 heroes technique. Creation rebirth. 1000 task points. Ding. Level up. Host. J. Rodney Joestar race. Human level. Chunin attributes. Wind. Fire. Water. Lightning. Earth. Yin. Yang ninjutsu. Great fireball. Phoenix fire. Water clone. Taijutsu. Uchiha shuriken technique. Shadow dance leaf. Leaf whirlwind. Leaf great whirlwind. 8 gates of Duinjia. Bloodline limit. None task points. 1340. Lying on the bed, his body felt utterly drained. The room was quite simple, somewhat disheveled, filled with numerous books and scattered notes on the desk. The air was infused with a pleasant, sweet and sour citrus fragrance, creating a comforting atmosphere. He had not been taken away by his mother. Instead, he was rescued by Nami, who had come to check on him. The battle at Arlong Park had drawn considerable attention from the villagers of Cocoa West, and Nami, still a member of the evil dragon pirate crew, would not be attacked by Arlong and his men. As she hurried towards the scene, she discovered Rodney, believing he had been defeated. After hiding him in the bushes, she proceeded to Arlong Park, only to find it transformed into ruins, with Arlong's lifeless body sprawled among the rubble. Shocked, she wondered if their nightmare had truly come to an end so easily. Unable to comprehend, she cautiously approached, stabbing Arlong's cold corpse with her small knife repeatedly, confirming that, indeed, the nightmare was over. The torment she had long wished to escape had been vanquished by Rodney. Overwhelmed with emotion, she wept loudly beside Arlong's body, releasing the pent-up feelings she had harbored for so long. After what felt like an eternity, she remembered Rodney was still hidden in the bushes. The girl exerted all her strength to bring Rodney back, carefully placing him in her room to ensure his comfort. "Mr. Rodney, do you feel any better?" A girl with short blue hair and bronze skin entered, showing deep respect for Rodney. He had slain Arlong, lifting the burden that had weighed heavily on the heads of the surrounding villages, allowing her beloved sister to no longer risk her life at sea, and freeing the villagers from their guilt towards Nami. All of this was owed to Mr. Rodney. "Miss Nojiko, I am all right, though I cannot move," Rodney replied, his voice weak, reminiscent of someone who had been training for days. His chakra had been excessively depleted. It was akin to the time Kakashi faced Zabuza. After exhausting his chakra using multiple large ninjutsu, he had to lie down for an extended period. This too marked Zabuza's peak, almost extinguishing the hope of the ninja world. Rodney finds himself in a precarious situation, burdened by hidden injuries. The threat posed by Arlong is not particularly grave. Rather, it is Crocodile who has inflicted significant harm upon him. The fishman karate has left him with injuries that, if left untreated, could lead to dire consequences. "Please, continue to rest. Is there anything you require?" Nokigao inquires. "Nothing of importance. How is Miss Nami?" Rodney responds, having lain in repose for 2 days. It seems Nami is engaged in the task of excavating the wealth buried beneath the ruins, which has long been extorted from villages like Coco West by the dragon pirate crew. Noki Gao replies, Nami and her companions are distributing the recovered riches. And what of Arlong's head? Rodney asks. As per your directive, it has been severed by the butcher of the village. Thank you for your assistance, he murmurs, closing his eyes. If his hands remain immobile, he cannot gather chakra, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Curse it, I shall never again deplete all my chakra. I should never have opened the 8 gates. A day later, Rodney regains control over his hands. With Noki Gao's aid, he begins to form the hand seals necessary to gather chakra. After several hours, his hands move at a painstakingly slow pace to complete the seals. Hi, Su, Yu, Shin, Wei. With a slap upon the bed, black runes spread out like a spider's web in all directions. Summoning technique. With a loud bang, white smoke billows forth, revealing a blue and white slug, less than a meter in height, at the bedside. Greetings, Lord Rodney. The slug's voice is ethereal and gentle, akin to that of a caring neighbor. Upon noticing Rodney's injuries, it asks, You are wounded. Do you require treatment? Indeed. Please heal my hidden injuries. Though I currently possess little chakra, if your chakra is insufficient, the healing process will be sluggish. However, as long as your chakra does not deplete to the point where I can no longer maintain the summoning technique, we shall proceed, the slug explains. Compared to the summoning beasts of Mayaboku Mountain and the Dragon Cave, this slug excels in healing, though it too requires adequate chakra to perform its formidable self-healing abilities. When Tsunade was cut in half, the slug had to balance maintaining the contract while healing the 5 Kage, which significantly slowed the healing process. Yet once Tsunade recovered, the 5 Kage were swiftly restored. The contract can only restore a slight amount of chakra, otherwise, the contractor's body may not endure the strain, potentially leading to complications. With renewed vigor, it is time to concentrate and cultivate chakra. Mr. Rodney, you. Noki and Nami burst through the door, their eyes widening in terror at the sight of the slug draped over Rodney. Nami, exhibiting a measure of composure, retrieved a collapsible staff from her 4-dimensional pocket and aimed it at the slug. Wait, that is not the enemy, Rodney exclaimed, hastily intervening just as Nami was about to strike. She halted, confusion etched across her face as she glanced between him and the slug. The slug turned and spoke. Please do not worry. I am healing Lord Rodney. A talking bug. Noki and Nami exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the world of pirates is rife with peculiarities. Yet talking animals remain a rarity, particularly in the East Blue, where even Nami, having traversed its expanse for years, had never encountered such an odd creature. Rodney clarified. The slug is my ally. It can assist in mending my injuries. I see. But a bug. How revolting, Nami remarked, shivering at the thought. Despite her fierce demeanor, having bested the 3 primary members of the Straw Hat crew with her prowess, a ladylike side still resided within her. Upon hearing her words, the slug's antennae drooped, seemingly hurt. Realizing her misstep, Nami quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm just a bit afraid of bugs. It's quite all right, the slug replied, its voice reminiscent of a comforting elder sister. If one were to disregard thoughts of venturing towards the realm of the shadow god. If one could put aside such thoughts. Speaking of which, this voice resonates with numerous mature young women. Yet, it pales in comparison to the likes of Lady Tsunade and Sakura, those female ninjas. The slug mused, its mutterings inadvertently caught by Rodney's attentive ears. Rodney mused. It seems that the slug harbors some grievances. However, from the slug's words, it was evident that she was not merely a conjured spirit of the system but was connected to the world of Naruto, and the storyline was likely nearing its conclusion, having progressed at least halfway. Therefore, could one potentially reverse summon through the slug, transporting oneself to the Wetbone Forest, and subsequently enter the Naruto world from there? Chapter 32. The constrained necromancy. Once an idea took root, it became impossible to suppress. However, I refrained from inquiring further, as Nami and Noki were still present. Nami asked, Mr. Rodney, how is your health? I am faring well. Sister Slug's treatment has proven remarkably effective. My body is gradually recovering. The muscle soreness is subsiding. and the chakra within me is slowly replenishing. Soon, I shall be able to rise and walk, he replied. He then inquired, how are the villagers managing? They have reclaimed the treasures plundered by Arlong and are fervently repairing the village, considering the destruction wrought upon our homes. We are even preparing to erect a statue in your honor, Mr. Rodney. A statue? There is no need for that. I merely came to eliminate Arlong. Moreover, I owe you my gratitude for saving me. Otherwise, in my weakened state, I might have fallen prey to a passing beast. Rodney chuckled, adding, if you truly wish to repay me, I would appreciate a small favor in return. Helping comes at a price, you know. Nami replied, playfully rubbing her fingers together, embodying her penchant for wealth. Wait a moment, Nami. Noki sighed, casting a helpless glance at his sister. Alas, this child has become rather avaricious due to her early experiences. Charging a fee? Very well, I shall offer you Arlong's bounty, which should amount to around 10 to 20 million berries. That should suffice, no? Quite sufficient. Nami eagerly nodded, her eyes gleaming with the shape of berries. After a moment's thought, she said, however, since you assisted everyone, I shall begrudgingly accept only half of that. By the way, Mr. Rodney, what favor do you require from me? At least you possess some conscience. Rodney remarked, I intend to set off directly from here to the Grand Line. I would like you to escort me to the entrance of Reverse Mountain. Traveling by merchant ship would be excessively slow. He was prepared to enter the Grand Line, as he had already apprehended most of the notorious pirates in this region. Remaining here held little purpose. The Grand Line? Mr. Rodney, are you truly ready to venture there now? Nami pondered, realizing that Rodney had triumphed over both the Buggy and Arlong pirate crews, rendering him seemingly unmatched in East Blue. Thus, his decision to enter the Grand Line seemed entirely reasonable. Rodney's response echoed her thoughts. There was little merit in lingering here. Miss Nami, I recognize your exceptional skills as a navigator, and I request your assistance in guiding me to the entrance of Reverse Mountain. I shall proceed alone from there. Hearing him praise her navigational prowess filled Nami with pride, and she chuckled, but then queried, alone? How will you traverse the currents? I shall simply walk across. Is that not apparent? Rodney could disregard the turbulent currents and traverse the mountainside with ease, thus posing no threat to himself. In all likelihood, he was unparalleled in the entire world. Oh, indeed, you can walk upon the sea. That certainly poses no issue. Nami nodded, smiling as she asked, when do you plan to depart? Once my body has fully recovered. However, I shall impose upon you for the time being. Noki shook his head with a smile, saying, not at all. You saved our village, and it is our duty to assist you. There is no cause for concern. Rest assured and take your time to heal here. We shall prepare lunch, she said, before stepping outside with her sister, leaving Rodney undisturbed in his recovery. Such tender-hearted little girls, Sister Snail remarked. Is that so? Indeed it is. By the way, Sister Snail, may I ask you something? She then proceeded to share her earlier conjectures with Sister Snail. After a moment of contemplation, Sister Snail replied, that is not feasible, Lord Rodney. Your contract is rather unique. I am unaware of when you formed this bond with me, and I lack the means to perform reverse summoning. This is my first venture into a realm so rich in natural energy. The Wetbone Forest, the habitat of summoning beasts, does not fully align with the world of the shinobi. Typically, it is the ninjas who enter into contracts with them that pass these agreements down to their disciples, or fortunate ninjas who stumble upon this place. Should they pass the trials, they may establish contracts with the summoning beasts. Sister Snail, a split entity of the Wetbone Forest Sage Snail, was aware of other worlds beyond her own, yet she had never traversed into an alternate dimension until summoned by Rodney. The natural energy in the pirate world is extraordinarily abundant, contributing to the remarkable size of its flora and fauna. For summoning beasts like the snail, who cultivate Senjutsu chakra, this realm is undoubtedly paradise. The unexpected nature of Rodney's contract intrigued her, prompting her to come and observe. Why is it not possible? I wish to visit Konoha. Upon reflection, he considered that perhaps the system was preventing him from wandering freely. I apologize, Lord Rodney. I am also unsure. Sister Snail's antennae twitched, revealing a hint of displeasure. Wait, does this mean I cannot go to the Wetbone Forest? How will I cultivate Senjutsu? He had intended to learn Senjutsu, but now it appeared impossible, resulting in a significant loss. System, Was this accounted for in your calculations? Sister Snail responded, Lord Rodney, I see you are familiar with senjutsu. However, you need not venture to the wet-bone forest. One can cultivate in any area rich in natural energy. How so? Sister Snail elaborated, generally. Ninjas seek the three great sacred lands because the natural energy there is more abundant, facilitating their understanding of it. Sages typically do not stray from these sacred grounds. However, this world is replete with natural energy, exceeding that of Lady Tsunade's world by more than double. It can be considered a treasure trove. That is splendid news. The East Blue is so rich in natural energy. What about the Grand Line? The New World? She used the Sea Kings of these regions as examples. The Sea Kings of the New World dwarf those of the East Blue, akin to the disparity between clouds and mud. Here, they reach mere dozens of meters. Whereas in the New World, the deep-sea Sea Kings can measure thousands of meters, truly incomparable. Thus, the natural energy there is undoubtedly abundant. By the way, Sister Snail, you mentioned Lady Tsunade. Is she the fifth Hokage? Indeed. I am surprised, Lord Rodney, that you are acquainted with Lady Tsunade. Well, due to certain circumstances. I am aware of some matters from that realm. Is she still the fifth Hokage? No, Lady Tsunade has retired. And now the village of Konoha is governed by the sixth Hokage. Ah, so the storyline has concluded, and Konoha is now in a state of equilibrium, with the era of ninjas on the brink of its demise. Can they come here? If only we could summon Tsunade through reverse summoning with the slug. In the event of an injury, she could come to the rescue. The slug shook its head and replied, I'm afraid that's not possible, Lord Rodney. Your contract differs from Lady Tsunade's, making reverse summoning unfeasible. I can only come here or return. Frankly, I do not comprehend how this contract came into existence. Well, how should I put it? Someone assisted in transferring your contract to me. I consider myself the sole ninja in this world. Dear Slug, would you be willing to become my summoning beast? The slug's tentacles twitched gently, its voice soothing. Of course, Lord Rodney. Your power is remarkable, and I am quite intrigued by this world. After all, aside from the Hokage world, I have not ventured into other realms. And such a novel experience is quite rare for me. Haha, thank you, dear Slug. It's my pleasure. Regaining some strength, Rodney climbed out of bed. Yet he felt a wave of weakness, as if his very essence had been drained. Damn it, I need a tailed beast power bank. Chakra, in a sense, can be quite a burden. The slug slowly crawled down from him, leaving a sticky residue on his clothing, as it is a slug, after all. And some bodily fluid remains. It seems that Noki and the others will have to worry. What is happening outside? There seems to be quite a commotion. Approaching the window, he gazed through the orange grove and noticed a crowd gathered, seemingly embroiled in an argument. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door swung open. It was Noki, her face a mask of panic as she urged, Mr. Rodney, the Navy has arrived. They demand that we surrender you. You must leave at once. Surrender me? Why? Rodney was bewildered, utterly at a loss for what was transpiring. Chapter 33. Shamelessness? Under the elucidation of Noki Gao, Rodney grasped the situation regarding Colonel Mouse, a notorious figure entangled with Aaron, who colluded with the corrupt Navy branch. This despicable officer of the 16th Navy Division, in cahoots with Aaron and his gang, shamelessly oppressed the villagers, accepting bribes and enabling Aaron's brazen domination over the vicinity of Cocoa West Village. This scoundrel, under the guise of the Navy, had engaged in countless unscrupulous deeds, even pilfering the 100 million berries that Nami had painstakingly amassed to redeem her village. His actions were utterly vile. Today, he sought to collect the long-standing bribes from Aaron, only to discover that Aaron had been vanquished. Consequently, he dispatched minions to gather intelligence. A villager inadvertently revealed that Rodney was still confined to his bed, which incited malicious intentions to exploit Rodney's predicament. Unfortunately for them, they had miscalculated. Let us proceed. My dear Slug sister, my body has sufficiently recovered for action, and a handful of Navy officers do not intimidate me, he declared. Noki Gao, harboring concerns, responded. But your health? She remained apprehensive about Rodney's condition, given his prolonged confinement. Rodney shook his head and remarked, this is precisely what makes it intriguing. A rabble of miscreants need not compel me to exert my full strength. Miss Noki Gao, kindly assist me. I shall pay a visit. Very well. With no choice but to support him, Noki Gao accompanied him towards Colonel Mouse. Adjacent to Nami's residence lay an orange grove, cultivated by Noki Gao and Nami's adoptive mother, Belmir, for the purpose of selling oranges to supplement their household income. Belmir was a resilient individual and an exemplary officer of the Navy. Outside the orange grove, the villagers of Cocoa West confronted the Navy, led by a man adorned with a mouse hat, his eyes shifty, his demeanor repugnant, and sporting 6 whiskers reminiscent of a rodent. Heh, he sneered. What do you ruffians intend to do? Are you unaware that I am a Navy colonel? Have you come to pay homage to the valiant hero who vanquished the vile pirate? What is your purpose? Do you wish to oppose the Navy? Humph. Honor the hero? Where was your valor when the dragon pirates roamed? Retorted a middle-aged man clad in brown attire, a windmill spinning atop his hat, his face marred by numerous intersecting scars. Mr. Ajian, a true man, had been grievously wounded by crocodile while defending Nami's mother. He treated Nami as if she were his own daughter, and had circumstances not intervened. He might have formed a family with Nami's mother, undoubtedly a blissful union. Standing beside him, Nami added, Humph, a bunch of miscreants colluding with pirates. Colonel Mouse regarded her with a mocking smile. I recall you are also affiliated with the dragon pirates, little girl. What is this? I suspect you have ties to the dragon pirates. Apprehend her. How dare you lay a hand on Nami? Try it, and see what happens. No one is permitted to harm our treasure. Initially, the villagers had come together spontaneously to obstruct the excessive mouse colonel, expressing little beyond their gratitude towards Rodney. They were unwilling to confront the Navy directly, opting instead to delay proceedings, allowing Nokiho to escort Rodney away. However, when the mouse colonel threatened to capture Nami, the situation transformed dramatically. Who is Nami? She is their cherished one, a child they have watched grow, akin to family. Nami, who braved storms and tempests to procure treasures from the sea, risked her life with every venture. How could they not feel anguish? How could they not be enraged? The Colonel's words ignited a powder keg of fury among the villagers. While they might tolerate his collusion with the notorious dragon pirates, threatening their beloved was entirely unacceptable. The villagers' demeanor shifted, striking fear into the mouse colonel, who instinctively retreated. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he drew his pistol, aiming it at Mr. Aiken, exclaiming, Vile peasant, you dare oppose the Navy? This is a death wish. Despite the fear coursing through them, the villagers stood their ground, glaring defiantly at the mouse colonel. Their resolve unmistakable. At that moment, a voice rang out, I am Rodney. Who seeks me? The crowd parted, allowing Rodney, supported by Nokiho, to approach. The once massive slug had shrunk to the size of a palm, now perched on his shoulder. This was a division of the slug. Its original form was too large, necessitating a smaller version to accompany him. Mr. Rodney? Your health has not yet recovered. Why have you come out? They implored. Indeed, Mr. Rodney, leave this to us. There is no need for you to worry. Nami, astonished upon seeing Rodney, gestured to her sister to take him back, questioning how he could be here in such a frail state. Nokiho shook his head, indicating his inability to assist. Rodney declared, I am Josta J. Rodney. What do you require of me? The mouse colonel holstered his firearm, observing Rodney's frail appearance, feeling as though the life had been drained from him, and thus relaxed his guard. Although you vanquished the dragon, a foe even I could not best, your weakened state suggests you would pose no threat to bullets. He naively believed that this feeble Rodney was easily manageable. Clearing his throat, he announced, I am Colonel Mouse of the Navy's 16th Division. I hear you have defeated Arlong of the Dragon Pirates? Indeed. What of it? Rodney replied. Of course. The colonel exclaimed, suddenly raising his voice, you have slain our target, disrupting a plan long in the making. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions, Josta J. Rodney? How utterly shameless. The villagers were incensed. You, who spend your days accepting bribes, have never truly served the people, colluding with Arlong to oppress us. And now, you dare to cast off your own sins, threatening our benefactor? What kind of shamelessness is this? Rodney blinked in disbelief. He had never encountered such a person who could audaciously describe the acceptance of bribes as undercover work. What do you intend? Are you waiting to ascend to the position of second-in-command of the evil dragon pirates before executing a grand sweep? Engaging in a performance akin to infernal affairs? Nonsense. It is clear that you are colluding with the evil dragon pirates, oppressing the innocent. Had it not been for Mr. Rodney, we would have remained trapped in such a life for an indeterminate time. Where are the Navy? You are busy lining your pockets. Now, you dare to slander Mr. Rodney? Individuals like you do not deserve to be part of the Navy. Indeed, you are unworthy of such a title. Depart from our village. Yes, exactly, leave at once. Get out of our village. Leave. Leave. The crowd was in an uproar, and Colonel Mouse, visibly perturbed, fired a shot into the sky, exclaiming, "What is all this noise?" Pirate Hunter Jostad J. Rodney, I now suspect you are colluding with other pirate factions. Come with me to the naval base. What an affront to decency. Sister Slug remarked softly, Mr. Rodney, this human is truly shameless. Indeed, this is my first encounter with such shamelessness, Rodney nodded, indicating for her to dissolve the gun in his hand. Very well. Sister Slug expelled a corrosive slime that accurately landed on the gun held by Colonel Mouse. With a sizzling sound, Sister Slug's limited attacking method, her acidic saliva, proved highly corrosive. Even Uncle Snake acknowledged it as a lethal technique. The gun was reduced to nothing but a stock. This, he stammered, gathering his courage to gaze at Rodney, you are attacking the Navy. There are people here. Rodney looked at him as if he were foolish and replied, please, use your brain. Everyone is merely here to see how my wounds are healing. There are no outsiders in the village, right? Did anyone see anything? The villagers paused for a moment before dispersing. Indeed, it seems rain is on the way. I must return to fetch my laundry. I will accompany you. Me too. It was a clear, sunny day, yet everyone claimed rain was imminent. Rodney smiled. If one could be shameless, so could he. Chapter 34. Journey to Inverted Mountain. The villagers departed, leaving Colonel Mouse with a countenance as grim as the sea, while the trembling sailors behind him raised their muskets, aiming at Rodney. Oh, is it truly to be this way? Are you really going to shoot me? It will be quite dreadful, you know. It could be fatal, Rodney remarked, his gaze revealing a glimmer of crimson. With the release of an illusion, the sailors, whose mental fortitude was lacking, found their bodies rigid, paralyzed as if under the weight of a ghostly presence. They could only widen their eyes, gazing at Rodney in sheer terror. You. Colonel Mouse was still able to move. This was Rodney's intent, to instill fear within him. Do not even think of fleeing, Rodney smiled. You, a mere nuisance, shall face justice today. No, do not kill me. I have wealth. I can offer you all my riches. Colonel Mouse, in a fit of panic, fell to the ground, retreating against an orange tree. His body trembled, pallor washing over him, and his trousers grew damp with fear. Such cowardice, Rodney scoffed, though his gaze was undeniably terrifying. His Sharingan, formidable in its prowess, also bestowed an air of dreadful authority. Lord Rodney, how shall we deal with this individual? Sister Slug inquired. Eliminate him. I cannot remain here indefinitely. To avoid any protracted complications, we shall deal with him swiftly. As for the manner of his demise, the villagers of Cocoa West shall not encounter him, Rodney replied with a smile, casting a look at Colonel Mouse. After all, I am not a demon. I shall grant you a head start of 40 meters. Upon hearing this, Colonel Mouse scrambled to his feet, frantically dashing forward as if his life depended on it. Once he had gained sufficient distance, Rodney seized a shuriken and hurled it towards him. Colonel Mouse screamed as the weapon pierced his chest, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Is there truly no issue, Mr. Rodney? Mr. IGN questioned. There is no problem. Should anyone inquire, we shall instruct the villagers to uniformly claim they have not seen that fellow. As for you all, he approached the sailors. Though you have committed numerous misdeeds, your sins do not warrant death. Look into my eyes. As the three tomo began to spin within his gaze, the sailors fell into a daze, collapsing one after another. What is happening? Fear not. All is well. When this group awakens, they shall leave of their own accord. He altered the illusion, fabricating a tale of Colonel Mouse's demise, claimed by a sea monster during a maritime disaster, dying in the line of duty, rather than being slain by him in Cocoa West. The villagers had welcomed them amiably, seeking refuge from the storm. Indeed, this is the case. Unless someone skilled in hypnosis unravels this illusion, it shall persist, influencing their beliefs until it becomes their reality. A straightforward application of illusionary art, though regrettably, it bears no effect on those with steadfast wills or superior mental fortitude. Rubbing his eyes, which felt somewhat sore due to a lack of chakra. Rodney had the Elder Slug dissolve the remains of Colonel Mouse with its acidic secretion, effectively erasing all traces of the body. Although Noki and Nami were somewhat reluctant, they had no choice but to comply with Rodney's decision. 3 days later, fully rejuvenated and brimming with vitality, Rodney prepared to embark on his journey to Reverse Mountain. The bounty from the East Blue was rather meager, and he felt compelled to venture into the Grand Line, departing aboard the ship of the dragon pirates, the Shark Spab. An unattractive vessel, it bore a jagged, dragon-like snout at the bow, lacking any aesthetic appeal. Under Nami's guidance, Rodney's shadow clones set the ship sailing. It was fortunate that the ship had not sustained damage during their recent skirmish. Mr. Rodney, your ability is truly remarkable. One person becomes an entire pirate crew, Nami exclaimed, holding a nautical chart and a compass to ascertain their course. Without entering the Grand Line, the compass remained effective in the four seas, where the magnetic forces were not as overpowering. Quite satisfactory, Rodney replied, reclining comfortably in a sun lounger, shielded by an umbrella and savoring a chilled beverage. The Shark Spab cut through the waves, with a manatee towing the ship ahead. The manatee, affectionately known as Moo Moo, was a sea king brought over from the Grand Line by Arlong and his crew. Although formidable in the East Blue, it had unfortunately encountered Rodney, who had knocked it out. Upon waking to find the dragon pirates gone, Moo Moo had indulged itself by raiding the sun-dried fish left by the villagers of Kokoyashi, only to be captured by Rodney and forced into servitude. With a bump on its head, Moo Moo lamented its misfortune, wishing it had merely sought food instead of encountering such a calamity. Why must my luck be so wretched? Nami consulted the chart and said, Mr. Rodney, let us first head to Logue Town to exchange Arlong's bounty, then devise a plan to sell this ship for a smaller one to take you to Reverse Mountain. That should be our course of action. Rodney nodded in agreement. No problem. You may proceed with the arrangements. Were it not for Nami's inadequate strength, he would have taken her along to mitigate dangers at sea, as he could only condense chakra himself and was unable to impart his skills to others. However, he recognized that having a navigator would significantly reduce risks, and Nami would eventually blossom into a stunning beauty. He shook his head, dismissing the thought as he resignedly let go of a fortune, viewing it instead as an opportunity to cultivate goodwill. He resumed his sunbathing. Lunch consisted of braised sea kings, with Moo Moo consuming the lion's share, as it needed sustenance for its laborious tasks. Dinner was enjoyed at the floating restaurant Baratai, where an unexpected encounter allowed Rodney and Nami to indulge in a delightful meal together. During this period, the culinary maestro Sanji prepared numerous delectable dishes for Nami. However, most of it ended up in the belly of Rodney, as Nami, being a beautiful young lady and lacking in combat skills, did not require a substantial intake of food. Consequently, it was all consumed by Rodney. Sanji, frustrated by this, was on the verge of confronting Rodney, but Nami managed to mediate the situation. The dinner last night was truly delightful, and Nami still savored the flavors of Sanji's cooking. Rodney, holding a pack of spicy strips that the chef from Baratai had prepared for him, offered some to Nami, inquiring, would you like to try? Thank you. It's quite spicy and aromatic. Nami instantly fell in love with the flavor, and as they engaged in conversation, the entire pack of spicy strips was soon devoured. Throughout the day, the two of them occupied themselves on the ship with chatting, snacking, playing cards, and reading newspapers and novels. Life at sea was undeniably mundane. With Nami by his side, the scenery of the paradise was less appealing since she was still underage. Thus, they continued their leisurely activities until they reached Logue Town. At Smoker's place, they exchanged Arlong's bounty and sold the Shark Spab, following their prior agreement to split the bounty evenly. They then purchased a small, lightweight boat to head towards Reverse Mountain. Given that the Shark Spab was excessively large, Nami could not manage it alone, making the decision to sell it prudent. Rodney acquired the nautical chart for Reverse Mountain from Smoker, who reluctantly provided it, fearing that Rodney might become a pirate when entering the Grand Line. Smoker perceived Rodney as someone who lacked a sense of justice and was driven more by a desire for wealth, suggesting that should he turn to piracy, it would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble for the Navy. Ultimately, the chart was given. While scarce in the East Blue, it was not entirely unobtainable, as alternatives existed elsewhere. With the chart in hand, Under Nami's guidance, Rodney and his companions arrived at a vantage point from which they could behold Reverse Mountain. It was here that Rodney instructed Nami to halt their progress, as getting too close would allow the currents to carry the ship away, leading to potential complications. "Farewell, Nami," he called out while standing atop the sea cow's head, waving to her on the ship. "Goodbye, Mr. Rodney. In a few years, I too shall venture into the Grand Line to chart the seas, and I hope you will be my support then." "Absolutely," he replied, waving his hand to signal the sea cow Mumu to swim towards Reverse Mountain. Chapter 35: The Inverted Mountain and the Island Whale. The Inverted Mountain, also known as Levis Mountain, is one of the two intersecting points between the Red Earth continent and the Grand Line, the other being the sacred Mary Geos. This mountain is a perilous marvel, serving as the gateway to the Grand Line. Unless one traverses the doldrums, it is imperative to navigate through this passage to access the Grand Line. The waters of the four seas are so powerfully influenced by the ocean currents that they defy the laws of gravity, flowing upwards to converge at the summit of the mountain, creating an X-shaped intersection. At this confluence, the seawater cascades downward, marking the sole exit and the entrance to the Grand Line. Newton might exclaim, "Goodness, do you artists not know how to show me some respect?" The Inverted Mountain stands as both the commencement and conclusion of the Grand Line. On the opposite side lies the end of the New World. Yet one must first traverse the Red Earth continent before entering the boundless and treacherous expanse of the New World. Moreover, the unpredictable and tumultuous environment of the New World is fraught with uncertainty. Thus, sailing remains the safest method of travel, at least in comparison to other means. Towering majestically into the clouds, the summit of the Inverted Mountain eludes the eye, obscured by thick clouds at its midpoint. Its grandeur is unforgettable, with bare red stone exposed, devoid of any vegetation. One might wonder just how high it truly is. All that can be said is that it is indeed very high. Upon reaching the waterway's entrance, the seawater defies physical laws, surging upwards in a dreamlike spectacle. White stone gates rise above the waterway in layered formations, adorned with enigmatic carvings. These gates have stood sentinel for an indeterminate time, having ushered countless ambitious souls yearning for great treasures. They remain steadfast, day after day, year after year, like guardians in their rightful place, enduring the elements without budging an inch. "Mumu, let us ascend, leave this place and venture towards the Grand Line, where freedom awaits," Rodney urged, patting the sea cow Mumu's towering horn. With a call, the sea cow Mumu propelled itself upward, aided by the forceful currents. The waters surged violently, akin to torrents cascading down the mountain, yet miraculously flowing from lower to higher elevations. "Whoever claims that water flows downward, come forth and face my ire," Mumu thought, swishing its tail with great speed, the wind whipping against its face, stinging and forcing its eyes to squint. Driven by the currents, they pierced through the misty clouds, after several vigorous thrusts arriving at the mountaintop, where they beheld 3 additional waterways converging, all rushing toward the same outlet. "Let us go," Rodney laughed heartily, urging Mumu to plunge downward. Like a roller coaster, the thrill was exhilarating, and Mumu remained steady, though the encroaching seawater frequently splashed, drenching him completely. Yet he was undeterred, exuding exuberance, for the excitement surpassed that of any amusement ride, even more thrilling than a pirate ship. "Oh, Mumu, accelerate, accelerate, accelerate." The manatee Mumu accelerated, the fierce wind whipping against his face, contorting his expression into a vivid display of emotion. Once again breaking through the clouds, Rodney could discern the exit below, along with a black island. "Wait, an island? Mumu, slow down, slow down, slow down," Rodney shouted, realizing that at this speed, they would surely collide with the island beneath them. Why was there an island obstructing the exit? Mumu also wished to decelerate, yet even if it ceased its movement, the combination of its prior speed and the current S-force propelled them forward with astonishing velocity. They were on the brink of crashing. "Humans, why must you be so reckless?" A harsh wailing filled the air, as if dozens of people were clamoring in his ears, some even scraping their nails against a chalkboard or dragging a knife across glass. Mumu painfully shut its eyes, pressing its ears against its skin. Its hearing was far more acute than Rodney's, capable of discerning the anguished cries and hopeful, yet sorrowful tones intertwined within the cacophony. Yet, more than anything, it was the harm to its sensitive hearing that pained it. Unable to resist, its massive body rolled, plunging into the depths of the sea, with Rodney following suit. His feet felt glued to Moo Moo's scalp, while his hands clutched its horns. However, sound traveled even faster underwater, intensifying their discomfort. They had no choice but to emerge from the water. The colossal black island loomed before them, though their speed had diminished significantly. It still seemed inevitable that they would collide. Just as Rodney prepared to act, the island stirred, a gaping abyss opening wide, its white fangs resembling peaks. As seawater rushed through the gaps, Moo Moo turned quickly, if you wish to avoid being swallowed whole. Upon hearing this, Moo Moo summoned all its strength to escape the terrifying pull, successfully navigating to the opposite side of the island. Phew, they had made it out. Both man and manatee exhaled in relief, grateful that Moo Moo was not a ship. Otherwise, turning would have been exceedingly difficult. Rodney gazed at the island, murmuring, "Is this Laboon, the island whale? It's enormous." They arrived beneath Laboon's colossal eye, looking up at the nearly 100-meter diameter orb in awe, originally inhabiting the West Sea. The island whale had followed the Rumbar pirates here decades ago, entrusted to the care of the guardian Carocas at Twin Cape. Laboon had made a pact to circle the world and return, but regrettably, the Rumbar pirates had been annihilated by other pirate crews in the magical Triangle Sea 49 years prior. This pirate crew, which had once brought joy to crying children, was now reduced to a single member, Brooke, who had consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi and found himself trapped within the magical Triangle Sea. Laboon waited for 50 years, but never encountered the Rumbar pirates it longed for. Its immense body could not traverse the waterways back to its former homeland. Yearning to reunite with friends, it repeatedly crashed into the red soil continent, striving to reach the other side to meet the members of the Rumbar pirates and fulfill their long-ago promise. This is a whale endowed with human emotions. A truly pitiful creature. Day after day it crashes against the red line, its massive body covered in scars. Were it not for the medical ministrations of Crocus, the former doctor of the Pirate King's crew, the creature would likely have perished long ago. With a resigned sigh, Rodney decided to intervene. Channeling his chakra toward his vocal cords, he amplified his voice. "Laboon, over here. I have news about the Rumbar pirates." To Laboon, the Rumbar pirates were family. At these words, the colossal whale shifted its enormous gaze toward Rodney and the trembling sea cow, Imomo. Imomo, on the verge of fainting from sheer terror, instinctively turned to flee, only for Rodney to threaten, "Don't you dare run. If you do, I'll steal you alive. Remember those sea kings you devoured? That LLBU." Imomo whimpered in despair. A piercing screech erupted once more, forcing Rodney to clamp his hands over his ears, though it did little to muffle the sound. "Boy," came a gruff voice, "where did you hear about the Rumbar pirates?" Standing atop Laboon's back was a robust old man, bespectacled, clad in a floral shirt, and crowned with a rooster-like headpiece. His gaze was sharp, distrustful. This was Crocus, the Pirate King's former ship doctor and the guardian of the Twin Capes. His days were spent reading newspapers, tending to Laboon, and keeping the lonely whale company. Over decades, the two had forged an unbreakable bond. Aside from his brief voyage with Roger's crew, Crocus had remained faithfully by Laboon's side. Yet even after sailing to Laugh Tale, they had found no trace of the Rumbar pirates. It was then that Crocus realized they were likely gone. To spare Laboon further futile waiting, he had delivered the painful truth. And it was this very revelation that drove Laboon to relentlessly batter the red line, desperate to breach the other side in search of his lost family. Now, hearing a young man claim knowledge of the Rumbar pirates, Crocus was skeptical. The boy couldn't be older than 20. The Rumbar pirates had vanished 50 years ago. Few remembered them. Where could this youth have learned of them? His face had the sly look of a smooth talker. A swindler, most likely. Chapter 36. My special ability, young lad. From where did you acquire knowledge of the Rumbar pirates? Inquired Carocas, standing upon the back of Laboon. Rodney, unable to see the figure, spoke to the manatee. Please wait here for a moment. With a graceful leap, he ascended onto Laboon's moist skin, his feet adhering like suction cups, and he sprinted directly upward. Laboon, a colossal island whale, resembled a true isle, growing ever larger. Kuroka's, initially intending to treat him externally, was compelled to retreat and administer care from within, establishing a cozy refuge within Laboon's belly, constructing various amenities that did not disrupt Laboon's daily existence. Such marvelous creatures of the pirate realm. Upon reaching Laboon's back, Rodney noted its expanse far surpassed that of a plaza. There, he encountered Kuroka's, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, who regarded him with a rather unfriendly expression. A deck chair and a sunshade stood beside him, suggesting he was relishing a leisurely lifestyle. "So you claim to know of the Rumbar pirates?" Kuroka's queried. "Indeed, I do," Rodney replied. "Are you aware that this pirate crew perished 50 years ago?" "Yes, I know. This island whale, Laboon, was brought here by them, though they have all since passed away." Ah, Laboon's acute hearing, capable of perceiving even ultrasonic sounds, could not miss such words, and he reacted with agitation. "Wait. I have not yet finished speaking," Rodney interjected. Kuroka's retorted, "Young lad, are you here to amuse yourself at my and Laboon's expense? Of course not. 50 years ago, the Rumbar pirates were annihilated in the mysterious waters of the Devil's Triangle. Indeed, they all perished. However, one named Brooke, having consumed the revive fruit, returned to life. He is the last of the Rumbar pirates, yet he remains trapped there. It is said that his shadow was taken by the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Hence his inability to escape," Rodney explained. Laboon emitted a sound beneath Rodney's feet, his sorrow dissipating, replaced by a hint of joy. "You speak the truth?" Kuroka's asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Rodney shook his head, stating, "No, why would I deceive the doctor of the Pirate King? That would be sheer folly." Kuroka stroked his beard, pondering, "I am now curious as to the source of your information. Not just anyone can know of the Pirate King's physician, and your insights regarding the Rumbar pirates pique my interest." Rodney smiled. "I consumed a peculiar devil fruit, granting me the ability to occasionally glimpse random events. I happened to witness matters concerning the Rumbar pirates. That Brooke fellow is a man in a black suit, adorned with a tall hat, an extravagant hairstyle, and thick lips, seemingly quite the lecher." As he spoke, he revealed his Sharingan, adding a touch of credibility to his claims. Let me contemplate. Brooke. That does indeed sound about right." With that, Kuroka's was thoroughly convinced. "Those eyes of yours, they possess an extraordinary power. Do you truly dare to venture into the Grand Line alone?" He regarded Rodney as overestimating his own abilities. The journey of a pirate is never a solitary one. It is only through mutual support among companions that one can persevere until the end. And then there was the manatee. Although I would eventually set him free, I merely sought to hone my strength within the Grand Line. I had no intention of courting death. Furthermore, should he wish to flee, few could capture him. He could retreat to a crowded place, employ his transformation technique, and seamlessly blend into the throng, ensuring that no one could find him. The abilities bestowed upon me by these eyes extend far beyond mere power. Observing his confident assertions, Kuroka shook his head, stowed away the lounge chair, and remarked, "Young man, if what you say holds true, then both Lab and I owe you a significant favor. It's nothing but a trifling matter," he added, shaking his head as if recalling something, rubbing his hands together with an awkward smile. I don't possess a record pointer, you see. In this tumultuous sea of magnetic chaos and unpredictable weather known as the Grand Line, one must utilize a record pointer to sense the magnetic forces between islands and chart a course. Transitioning from one island to another requires waiting for a period to allow the pointer to recalibrate and store the magnetic energy pointing toward the next destination. Kuroka chuckled heartily. "It's no trouble at all. Follow me." "Lab, wait a moment. Soon you shall meet the person you have longed to see." With a swish of his tail, Lab stirred the waters, creating a colossal wave as he swam toward the lighthouse. Upon landing, Kuroka also learned that Rodney was a bounty hunter, having dispatched many formidable pirates from the East Blue, which is why he brought the manatee along into the Grand Line. Truly, the audacity of youth is remarkable. Today's young generation is no less formidable than they were in their time. Please wait here for a moment. Kuroka instructed as he entered the lighthouse to fetch a record pointer for Rodney. Meanwhile, Rodney gazed at the myriad scars etched upon Lab's body, deep and uneven, some of which were fresh wounds, likely recent injuries sustained from collisions with the red earth. So, the spirit summoning technique. With a thud, A 20-meter-long slug materialized beside him. The slug, addressing him respectfully, inquired, "Master Rodney, how may I assist you?" "Sister Slug, do you believe that whale can recover from its injuries?" The slug's gaze fell upon Lab, noting the whale's impressive size. Yet, compared to her true form in the wet-bone forest, this creature was relatively diminutive. After all, her true essence, the slug sage, encompassed the entirety of the wet-bone forest. These wounds will heal swiftly. It should take approximately half an hour, she replied. Master Rodney, would you like me to begin now? However, please ensure that the seawater on its skin is washed away, as the salt will damage my slime. While it won't lead to my demise, it would be quite uncomfortable. Ultimately, the slug remained a slug. The salt would dissolve her cellular structure. Though she would not perish due to her nature as a spirit beast, it would still be quite distressing for her. No problem, Lab. Could you come a little closer? Lab obediently approached, nearly pressing against the near-vertical cliffside. Here comes the water release. Water chaos. Chakra formed a substantial amount of fresh water, cleansing Labu's skin and washing away some of the salt that clung to it. All right, I'm heading up. Sister Slug began to glide towards Labu, her 20-meter length resembling a mere doll perched upon him. The green medical chakra permeated Labu's skin, stimulating the healing of his wounds. The old scars were beyond remedy, having already healed, but the fresh ones could indeed respond. Even in the absence of chakra, medical ninjutsu could still be effective on the body, utilizing chakra to mend wounds. Labu felt a sense of comfort. Compared to the injections of healing medicine administered by Kurokas within him, this method of healing was far more pleasurable. That is, Kurokas emerged, holding a recording pointer, and, noticing Sister Slug atop Labu, inquired with curiosity. "Ah, Mr. Kurokas, this is my companion, Sister Slug. She can accelerate bodily healing using her own energy, which is one of my abilities. Is this ability of yours innate?" "No, it is a summoning. These are eyes that can manifest miracles." The red irises momentarily stunned Kurokas, who then chuckled. "Indeed, just those two abilities are quite astonishing. Young man, your power is truly surprising. Is it all right to tell the old man?" "It's fine. You won't disclose my abilities." "How reassuring. Here, this is the recording pointer you requested. The magnetic field is fully charged, pointing to the next island. Now, which route do you intend to choose?" he asked. "This is the starting point of the Grand Line. From here, 7 distinct magnetic fields extend outward, representing 7 routes. However, regardless of which route is taken, they all ultimately lead to the destination, Raftel. Once a route is chosen, it cannot be altered. One must continue forward. Returning to traverse another route serves no purpose." "The Grand Line? Huh? Which route leads to Alabasta?" "Take that one." Kurokas pointed in a direction. "Understood. I shall proceed along that path." As for the reason behind this choice, it was quite simple. In the anime, Luffy had taken that very route. He was only aware of what lay ahead on that path, while the other 6 routes were shrouded in uncertainty. Thus, he chose the one he was most familiar with. Chapter 37. Hitching a ride on the whale very well, Lord Rodney. The Elder Slug slowly descended from Laboon's back, having completely healed all of Laboon's fresh wounds, leaving the whale in perfect health. However, the treatment had drained a considerable amount of Rodney's chakra, requiring some time for recovery. The sight of a talking slug left Crocus momentarily stunned. Having sailed through storms and adventures with Roger, he had witnessed countless extraordinary sights, but a speaking slug? Admittedly, he hadn't encountered many talking animals, and this one genuinely took him by surprise. Talking? Indeed. The Elder Slug is quite formidable, though not particularly skilled in combat. When it comes to healing, none can surpass her. Rodney confidently patted the slug's body, only to end up with a handful of slime. Truly a remarkable ability. Crocus remarked in admiration. "Lord Rodney, the natural energy here is far denser than before, almost sufficient for sage training," the Elder Slug whispered. "How long would the training take?" "That remains uncertain, though it would likely progress slower than in Chikatsu Forest." "Then let's set that aside for now. Thank you for your assistance, Elder Slug." "Not at all. I shall take my leave." With those words, the massive slug vanished without a trace, prompting another astonished exclamation from Crocus. "Your abilities are truly convenient. Did you use your devil fruit powers to send her away?" "More or less. I simply returned her to where she came from, Rodney replied with a faint smile. He then asked, Old man Crocus, when do you plan to depart? Oh, want to hitch a ride? Naturally. If there's a free voyage to be had, why not take advantage? Rodney shamelessly admitted. Unless duty called, he fully intended to accompany Crocus. Ho ho ho, very well. I'm heading to Sabaody Archipelago first to meet an old friend. Are you going there as well? Sabaody Archipelago? So he's seeking out Dark King Rayleigh. Moria is in for some trouble, though the former Roger pirates had aged. In this world, age did not equate to weakness, especially for those legendary figures of the past. Garp, Sengoku, Whitebeard, Rayleigh. Their strength might have waned slightly. But by how much? Even if not at their prime, they still stood at the pinnacle of this world. The legends remain legends. Crocus was a ship's doctor by trade. But no member of Roger's crew was ordinary. He could certainly hold his own in a fight, though dealing with Gecko Moria alone would be troublesome. Bringing along the Dark King would make things far simpler. Reclaiming Brooke's shadow from Moria would require a show of force, after all. Besides, Crocus simply wanted to reunite with his former vice-captain. Oh, right. I sent Buggy from your crew to prison, Rodney mentioned casually. Ah, that brat Buggy? Thrown in jail by you. Eh? Well, that's just as bad luck, Crocus chuckled. Kurokas recalled that little fellow with the red nose and chuckled, not giving it much thought. He firmly believed that lad, Buggy, would never be constrained. Although timid, he was undoubtedly a man favored by the captain, and not one to be underestimated. He continued. So, Rodney, is it? Prepare yourself. We are set to depart. Just like that? Indeed. Kurokas nodded, and they boarded Laboon, who would offer them rest within his belly during the night. As for sustenance, traveling the seas would present its own solutions. They merely needed to ensure they had ample fresh water and fine wine. Suddenly, Rodney's vision blurred as a mission materialized before him. Mission: dissolve the Baroque Works mission level. Be reward: shadow clone technique, water release, water barrier, mastery of sage arts, permanent chakra fruit, 5,000 mission points. Mission: defeat crocodile mission level. Be reward: bloodline limit, boil release, fire release, phoenix flower jutsu, fire release, head hardening, lightning release, false darkness, lightning release, thunder tiger. 5,000 mission points. 2 missions? Taken aback, Rodney fell into contemplation. He had merely intended to navigate the route to Alabasta, yet suddenly, 2 missions were bestowed upon him. However, the rewards were quite enticing. Is it typical for a B-level mission to offer such generous rewards? What's the matter? Kurokas observed Rodney halting, seemingly entranced, staring into the distance as if in a trance. Nothing, just recalling some matters, Rodney replied, shaking his head. Approaching the cliff, he gazed down to see a manatee emerging from the sea, murmuring, "You are free now. Go wherever your heart desires." The manatee swiftly submerged back into the water, eager to leave without a moment's delay. Do you really dislike me that much? Rodney mused. The manatee, witnessing Rodney's fear, was eager to distance itself from this harbinger of misfortune, now truly free, though uncertain of where its next meal would come from. Previously, it had relied on Chopper's care under Arlong's rule. Then we shall depart as well. It has been long since we left this place. Laboon, let us commence our journey. Kurokas patted Laboon's hide, eliciting an excited and joyous cry from him. How shall we proceed? Rodney inquired. Into Laboon's belly, to the nearest location. Young Rodney, it aligns perfectly with the route you have chosen. Indeed, I am headed to Alabasta. Kurokas pondered for a moment before saying, I recall you are a bounty hunter. Am I mistaken? What are your intentions regarding the warlord of the sea there? Alabasta was the territory of the warlord, Crocodile, who often eliminated pirates that reached his domain, earning him the adoration of the populace as a hero. The warlords of the sea were recognized by the world government as legitimate pirates, permitted to plunder without the fear of being pursued, regarded as the government esponts. Crocodile, Moonlight Moria, and Don Quixote del Flamingo, these 3 individuals act as a sieve, filtering out the pirates layer by layer, significantly diminishing their numbers and alleviating the Navy's burdens. While they may not be particularly likable, one cannot deny that they have rendered some assistance to the Navy, albeit begrudgingly. Haha, old man, please don't say that. I am currently no match for the 7 warlords. Well, perhaps. He recalled that crocodile's fruit was countered by water. Sand loses its potency when it absorbs moisture. Much like Gaara, he wondered if water created by water-based chakra would have the same effect. If so, even without haki, he could potentially defeat crocodile. The abilities of the sand fruit were advantageous in Alabasta, yet they were also susceptible to countermeasures. Furthermore, crocodile was solely focused on seeking clues about Pluton, lacking haki training, which would likely result in a balanced confrontation. He was akin to a certain overzealous deity who appeared too early, ultimately leading to his downfall. Rodney continued, "There are matters to investigate in Alabasta. My eyes have witnessed certain events that require clarification." "Oh?" Curiosity piqued, Colokas inquired, "May I ask what it pertains to?" After a moment's reflection, Rodney replied, "Someone is secretly utilizing dance powder." Dance powder? Such a substance is utterly impractical for a resource-scarce nation like Alabasta. Dance powder is employed for artificial rainfall, yet its effects are exceedingly domineering, drawing nearby moisture to create precipitation centered on the area of use. To resolve a water crisis by plundering others is tantamount to a death sentence for a desert nation. Did you see who it was? Rodney shook his head. Only fragments. Which is why I wish to investigate further and eliminate that individual. He mimicked a beheading gesture, exuding a fierce aura. Then go ahead. Although I may not be able to accompany you, old man. No, I am grateful for your company. If MOMO were to escort me, traversing such a vast area would slow its speed. I also need to wait for the pirate ships coming from that direction. Robbing them could become quite troublesome. Haha. Go fetch some wine and water to prepare. Do lend a hand as well. Certainly. Chapter 38. The summit of whiskey. The days of navigation remained unchanged. Yet there was a distinct difference. Labu's body had grown sufficiently large, encompassing the vastness of its belly. The azure sky adorned with fluffy white clouds appeared to be the whimsical creation of Colokas, a canvas devoid of darkness, radiating brightness. One could only wonder about the type of pigment he employed, as it had remarkably resisted the corrosive effects of Labu's gastric acid. The pale green gastric fluid sprawled like an expansive lake, with a diminutive island floating at its center. On this island stood a quaint wooden cabin, accompanied by a coconut tree flourishing beside it. A few garments swayed gently on a makeshift clothesline strung between the tree and the cabin. If one were to disregard the cacophony, this place might even be deemed suitable for leisure and relaxation. As for the source of the noise, Rodney had summoned a multitude of shadow clones, diligently honing their skills in the 6 styles and fishman karate. His current chakra allowed him to create hundreds of shadow clones simultaneously, each engrossed in their training, subsequently sharing their experiences back with him, exponentially accelerating his practice. A veritable training accelerator, indeed. Colokas could not help but marvel at the prowess of the youth. These young individuals truly defy expectations. The mere ability to traverse the water is astonishing. What kind of devil fruit has this lad consumed? His capabilities are so diverse: prophecy, healing, duplication, and walking on water. Surely, he possesses more hidden talents. If properly cultivated, in due time, this young man will undoubtedly carve out his own niche upon the seas. A sudden wave of nostalgia washed over him. It felt as though he had been cast aside by the march of time, unable to keep pace with the evolving era. Such formidable abilities would have been terrifying in their time, yet the weakness of the clones rendered them ineffective. No wonder this young man boasted that no one could capture him if he so wished. Refocusing on his reading material, his gaze deepened with intrigue. This author is truly remarkable. As I peruse these pages, even this old man feels the blood within him boiling with excitement. Jiraiya? What a formidable writer! Labu glided through the depths of the ocean, following Colocas's pointed direction. With its colossal form, creatures far larger than the sea kings of the East Blue dared not approach. The capricious weather above the surface was of little concern. Even the most tumultuous waves could not disrupt the tranquility found hundreds of meters below. This depth was shallow for Labu. Before long, Labu emerged from the depths, and Colokas poked his head out from a valve on its back. In the distance, land appeared, a vast island adorned with enormous spherical cacti, shrouded in a thin veil of mist that lent an air of mystery. Glancing at the recording compass on his wrist, he addressed Rodney, who had just surfaced. Rodney, the magnetic force of the recording compass has diminished. We must pause here to replenish its energy. As you are still in the learning phase, it remains in my possession for the time being. Each island possesses its unique magnetic force, necessitating the recording pointer to remain in the vicinity for a duration to fully accumulate the magnetic energy before it can direct one to the next island. Thus, they must linger for an indeterminate period, which could range from mere hours to an entire year. We have scarcely embarked on our journey, Rodney remarked. Is it truly that swift? With a chuckle, he added, do not underestimate Labu's speed. It is remarkably fast. Given Labu's considerable size, it can only traverse the deep-sea regions and cannot venture into shallower waters. Thus it is left to us to ascend first. Gently patting Labu's skin, he announced, Labu, we shall ascend first. We will set forth once the magnetic energy is fully stored. With a resounding call, Labu acknowledged. Then I entrust this to you, Rodney. He tossed a rope and produced a wooden board akin to a surfboard. Understood, Rodney replied as he secured the rope around his waist. Leaping from Labu's back with a confident stride, he landed steadily upon the ocean's surface, and with a swift motion, he glided across the water, propelling himself forward alongside Kurikasu, who held onto the rope. The board beneath his feet functioned as a surfboard, effortlessly slicing through the waves as they surged toward the distant island. Before long, they reached the shore, where Kurikasu observed, this is Whiskey Peak. While I am aware of its name, I have seldom visited. Whiskey Peak lies in close proximity to the Twin Gorges, yet its true nature remains a mystery to him. However, Rodney was well informed. This town is known for welcoming pirates. Yet it serves as a haven for bounty hunters and is also a subordinate branch of the clandestine criminal organization, Baroque Works. With a slight smile, he suggested, Old man, let us explore the town, since it bears the name Whiskey Peak. I wonder if there is any whiskey to be found. Kurikasu concurred. Recognizing that many pirates of the sea are often inebriated, harboring a profound yearning for fine spirits, the elderly gentleman and the young lad made their way toward the town nestled beneath the towering spherical cacti. Their discreet arrival did not incite a grand welcome from the townsfolk. However, the appearance of two unfamiliar faces inevitably attracted attention. In the shadows, an individual clutched Rodney's previous wanted poster, stating, Jostad J. Rodney, a bounty hunter from the East Blue, with a bounty of 3 million berries, quite the prize indeed. The old man accompanying him remains an enigma. Unbeknownst to him, Rodney's wanted status had been rescinded by Captain Carp, rendering the poster obsolete. This notice was outdated, as the revocation had occurred swiftly, leaving them unaware of the latest developments. The bounty hunters in town had already set their sights on Rodney, eager to capture him and deliver him to the Navy for the reward. Let us prepare a feast to honor this bounty hunter with a splendid evening, they conspired, their sinister laughter revealing their nefarious intentions. They have always operated in this manner, fully aware of their own meager prowess. Thus, they resolved to band together, exploiting the arrogance of their cohort to deceive the unsuspecting novices, who remain blissfully ignorant of society's treacheries, subjecting them to cruel beatings. Numerous inexperienced young pirates have already fallen prey to them, their demise yielding a bounty. Regrettably, Rodney perceives their true nature, and he is accompanied by an old hand in the trade. Rodney and Colokas had not wandered for long before they found themselves encircled by a group, their faces aglow with admiration. One among them eagerly inquired, Pardon me, are you two pirates? Is it really happening? Colokas chuckled heartily. The old man dabbled in piracy for several years, but now he is retired. Wow, why did the old gentleman choose retirement? Surely, pirates are the heroes of the seas. Another person questioned. Age has taken its toll. My body can no longer endure. Colokas replied with a smile, though he found it peculiar. The reputation of pirates upon the seas is hardly commendable. He himself had traversed a similar path, and it was unlikely anyone would welcome or idolize pirates as such. It was his first encounter with a town that embraced pirates, leaving him with an unsettling sense of the unusual. Is the person beside you your grandson? One asked. Rodney remained silent, maintaining a smile on his face. Before Colokas could respond, one person offered a flattering remark. Your grandson must be a formidable pirate, indeed. Rodney continued to smile as he listened to their flattery. Colokas had intended to clarify, but upon seeing Rodney's expression, he sensed something mischievous brewing and chose to hold his tongue. At that moment, Rodney interjected, actually, his voice elongated, capturing the attention of the crowd. I am a bounty hunter. The atmosphere shifted. Chapter 39. The Diamond Barbie. Rodney Colocas stepped into a tavern, where the air was infused with the scent of alcohol, neither exquisite nor entirely unpleasant. The wine was decent, albeit a tad lower in potency than preferred. Colocas, a seasoned veteran, could discern the spirit's strength merely from its aroma, while a novice like Rodney could do little but follow suit, exclaiming his admiration. "What would you like to drink, gentlemen? We offer superb wines, crafted from last year's bountiful harvest. The flavor is delightful," the tavern keeper suggested. Colocas waved his hand dismissively. "Bring me the strongest spirit you have. Wine is merely akin to fruit juice. How can it be truly enjoyable?" It appeared that the old fellow had once reveled in hearty feasts and copious libations, seeking the most potent drinks in the most perilous of locales. "Certainly," the bartender replied with a smile, turning to procure the strongest liquor available. The patrons, seasoned drinkers themselves, exchanged knowing glances, aware that this newcomer was in for a rude awakening by daring to order the fiercest beverage. No need for any tricks. The drink would do the job. When Colocas's drink was served, Rodney chimed in, "I'll have a cup of oolong tea." "Oolong tea? What is that?" The bartender paused, clearly unfamiliar with Rodney's request. "My apologies. I seem to have forgotten something." Slapping his forehead, he retrieved a bottle of whiskey and an unidentified clear spirit from the shelf, combining them. Channeling his chakra, he ignited the mixture with a burst of fire. As is well known, oolong tea can indeed be ignited, he proclaimed before extinguishing the flame and savoring a sip. Rodney merely set down his glass in silence, rolling his eyes and resting his head on the table. The onlookers were taken aback. Colocas remarked, "Your tolerance is abysmally low. How do you expect to navigate the seas?" With that, he downed a full bottle in one go, pointing at Rodney. "Bring 10 more and charge them to this fellow." After 10 bottles, it was Colocas who succumbed to the effects of the drink. "Humph. 2 weaklings, yet I could outrink an entire barrel." One patron scoffed. "I can manage 3 barrels. Another boasted, "I can drink 10 barrels, 20 barrels. Unbeknownst to them, the tavern erupted into a cacophony of competitive claims among the bounty hunters. Silence. At that moment, 2 figures entered, halting the ruckus. The newcomers included a middle-aged man with long, curly hair, dressed in a tailored suit, speaking slowly yet amiably. His presence quelled the previous clamor. Following him was an imposing figure, dark-skinned and clad in what appeared to be a nun's attire. Upon closer inspection, her square jaw suggested a masculine visage, and one might mistake her for a man were it not for the absence of facial hair. These individuals were none other than the mayor of Whiskey Peak, Icolum, and the nun, members of the Baroque Works, known as Mr. 8 and Miss Monday. Mr. 8 is not merely a mid-level agent of the Baroque Works, but also the captain of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard. He has infiltrated the Baroque Works to protect Princess Vivi and to investigate the secrets of the organization, having covertly joined it alongside her. However, he was dispatched here by Crocodile to oversee the bounty hunters, capturing some inexperienced young pirates who have just entered the Grand Line, using these unfortunate souls as a means to acquire bounties, which constitute one of Baroque Works' financial resources. Mr. 8 surveyed the now silent crowd and stated, "The bounty hunter from the East Sea is merely wanted for 3 million berries. Dispose of him and send him to the Navy branch in exchange for the bounty." 3 million berries? It's rather paltry. A bounty hunter? In the weakest sea. Utterly useless. Indeed, I believe there's no need to intoxicate them with liquor, he continued. And what about that old man? Just an old fool, not worth anything. Toss him into the sea. Whether he survives is up to his own fortune. As a few individuals approached to carry Rodney away, the inebriated Rodney waved them off, sending them crashing into the wall. Such strength! They gasped, watching as the unfortunate souls became embedded in the wall, unable to extricate themselves. Mr. 8 frowned and commanded, "Miss Monday, you go." Understood. Miss Monday approached, extending her nearly paw-like hand towards Rodney. However, with a sharp pain at her wrist, she realized another hand had grasped her own, smaller yet possessing greater strength. Rodney opened his eyes, his dark gaze brimming with mockery. Just like this. With a deft twist of her wrist, Miss Monday freed herself from Rodney's grip, her delicate voice contradicting her rugged appearance as she remarked, "Your strength is considerable." but it pales in comparison to mine. Rodney retorted, who said that? Besides, I wasn't even using my full strength. Endowed with the ability of superhuman strength, he was enveloped in chakra, unleashing a powerful gust that could shatter walls, a skill augmenting his power. The more chakra employed, the greater his strength. As long as it was allocated wisely, his destructive capability would increase, with chakra consumption remaining manageable. Seated there, his chakra erupted, generating a tempestuous wind that rustled their garments. Kuroka's, nearby, opened one eye, gazing at Rodney. This kid has hidden skills? No wonder he dares to venture alone into the Grand Line. Miss Monday narrowed her eyes, seizing her nun's attire, and with a rip, the fabric disintegrated in her grasp as if it were mere paper, revealing beneath it a pair of safety shorts and a pink floral romper. Yet, the most striking aspect was her muscular physique, akin to bronze and iron forged. Rodney could only exclaim, "Is that Diamond Barbie? Isn't this already a display of brotherly strength?" Miss Monday possesses a rather masculine appearance, which makes it somewhat uncomfortable to behold. It's not a matter of prejudice against her, yet there is an undeniable strangeness. What an unfortunate taste the artist must have. I have never encountered a man with greater strength than my own. Thus, can your strength truly surpass mine? Miss Monday spoke with a voice that belied her physique, effortlessly lifting a cabinet from the tavern and hurling it towards Rodney. He caught it with ease and tossed it aside. The cabinet filled with liquor, feeling as light as a feather in his superhuman state, though it wouldn't have posed much difficulty even in a normal state. Seizing one side, Koloka smashed through the wall and dashed into the street, only to find a throng of individuals brandishing knives and firearms, evidently prepared for a confrontation. "Old man, stop pretending. You should take cover above." With that, he flung Koloka's onto the rooftop. Koloka's landed safely, plopping down on the roof, and exclaimed, "Ha ha. Let me witness your true strength." Boom. Miss Monday similarly shattered the wall, opting not to use the door but rather the opening created by Rodney. Albeit she was a head taller than him, and thus had to break through. Her muscles quivered, embodying the aesthetics of power, though Rodney could not appreciate it. Miss Monday raised her fist and aimed a powerful blow at his head. Fisherman-esque karate, super strength, upper palm strike. The enhanced upper palm strike collided with Miss Monday, resulting in a resounding impact that shattered the ground beneath Rodney's feet as he redirected the force into the earth. Unfortunately for Miss Monday, she was pushed back by the force of the strike, allowing Rodney to press the advantage. Shave. Super strength. Leaf hurricane. Bang. Miss Monday was sent flying by a kick, though it lacked lethal intent, resulting only in injury that would hinder her recovery for a time. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eliminate him." Mr. 8 urged the stunned pirate hunters to recover from their shock at Miss Monday's defeat, raising their weapons and opening fire on Rodney. Chapter 40. Eternal Pointer in the Little Garden. Though Rodney could not fathom how this group managed to fire off dozens of rounds without magazines, he nevertheless found it imperative to evade their onslaught. As he sought refuge against a wall, he swiftly struck the ground with his palm, invoking the Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A formidable earthen barrier erupted from the ground, intercepting the incoming bullets. Water Release, Water Chaos Wave. A torrent surged forth from behind the wall, sweeping the assailants away as if they were being flushed down a toilet, leaving only a handful behind, including Mr. 8. Observing his subordinates' ineptitude, Mr. 8 scoffed, deeming them utterly useless. Indeed, it was a mistake to let them engage. Spotting Rodney peeking out, he commanded, "Prepare to fire." From the curls atop his head emerged the muzzle of a gun. Preparation complete. With a flick of his bow tie, the curly-haired cannon fired. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets the size of lychees were unleashed. Rodney retaliated with a powerful punch, shattering the earthen wall and colliding with the bullets, resulting in a resounding explosion. Suddenly, a figure lunged forward, appearing before Mr. 8, delivering a swift chop to his neck, rendering him unconscious. Rodney's gaze shifted towards the approaching pirate hunters, and with a subtle smile, he declared, "Shadow clone technique." Boom, boom, boom. 3 clones dispersed, charging towards the advancing crowd. Like a tiger among a flock of sheep, they overwhelmed the assailants, akin to how a lone warrior might encircle an army of ninjas, leaving them without the means to retaliate. He piled them together and roused Mr. 8, inquiring, "Baroque works?" Do you know? Mr. 8, taken aback, replied, naturally, my target this time is you. I intend to eliminate you. Rodney smiled. Now, tell me the location of Baroque Works headquarters, or summon a few individuals to ease my task of dispatching them. He pressed a kunai against Mr. 8's chin, urging him to contemplate carefully, for his life hung in the balance. Who are you? What is your purpose? Are you trying to extract information from me? Rodney chuckled softly. I am Rodney Joestar. You need only know that I aim to dismantle Baroque Works, and then make a decision swiftly. Otherwise, I shall dispose of you. Why is the East Blues bounty hunter so formidable, yet worth a mere 3 million berries? Mr. 8 queried. That was due to an earlier grievance. It has long been rescinded. Your intelligence network is severely lacking. Kurakasu approached with his hands behind his back, chuckling. You won't extract much this way. Rodney countered. I shall make him speak. There is no need for the Sharingan just yet. He has his own thoughts. And there is no rush? Mr. 8 glanced at the unconscious pirate hunters. These were, in fact, members of Baroque Works who had recruited this band to establish a town, deceiving unsuspecting novice pirates. With a sigh, he confessed, Baroque Works is based in Alabasta, but I am unaware of the precise location. However, you might find luck there. That is all I can divulge. He and Princess Vivi infiltrated Baroque Works to uncover the truth, yet so far, they hadn't made any significant progress. The man before them, though a bounty hunter, was of uncertain trustworthiness. Allowing him to clash with Baroque Works might inadvertently expose the hidden truths behind the scenes. Rodney couldn't discern Mr. 8's true intentions, nor did he care to. If not for the man's apparent decency, he would have eliminated him outright. The people here were merely after pirate bounties. Serving as a filter wasn't a bad role, preventing a horde of villains from preying on ordinary folk. Enough. You're no longer of use. With a swift pinch to Mr. 8's neck, Rodney rendered him unconscious. Is that it? Of course not. Rodney rummaged through Mr. 8's belongings, his fingers closing around his desired prize. A sly grin spread across his face. Ah, here we go. In his palm lay an eternal pose, its needle steadfastly pointing toward Alabasta, unwavering and eternal. An eternal pose? How did you know he had? Did you see it again? Crocus asked, perplexed. Rodney shook his head. Not exactly. Given his affiliation with Baroque Works, the likelihood of him carrying one was high. I merely took a chance. He admitted there was an element of gamble in his actions, but crucially, he had gambled correctly. Tossing the eternal pose lightly in his hand, he declared, Old man, let's move. That didn't take long. Well, there's still some liquor left in the tavern. Might as well take it with us. Let's go. Though both men possessed considerable strength, they could only manage to haul away half the tavern stock. Rodney hoisted Crocus onto his shoulders, while Crocus balanced a massive wooden plank stacked with barrels of liquor. Like a pair of acrobats, they made their way into Laboon's mouth and stowed the alcohol in an inner storage chamber before resuming their journey. Little Garden after days of sailing, as dusk settled. Laboon halted before an island where they would spend the night. Stepping ashore, Rodney inhaled deeply, only to be met with the pungent sting of sulfur. This island has a volcano. Otherwise, the sulfur wouldn't be this strong, Crocus remarked, lowering the barrel from his shoulder. Then this must be Little Garden. Volcanic activity, foul air. Rodney pinched his nose, surveying the surroundings. The towering trees exuded a prehistoric aura, reminiscent of Jurassic flora, mingled with an assortment of other peculiar plants. You'll get used to the smell eventually. Let's scout for some game, dinner for Laboon, and something for us too. Rodney waved dismissively before vanishing into the thicket. Right. I'll gather firewood, then Crocus muttered, setting off to collect dry branches. As Rodney ventured deeper into the jungle, the fading light cast golden streaks through the dense canopy, reducing visibility to a dim haze. He halted his steps and looked up, spotting a saber-toothed tiger lounging upon a toppled tree trunk, its predatory gaze fixed intently upon him. Its elongated fangs resembled twin blades, capable of effortlessly piercing through his flesh. This was his first encounter with a living saber-toothed tiger. The vastness of the ocean had resulted in a lack of communication among the islands, leading to disparate developments. Some had evolved into modern societies while others remained entrenched in ancient times. Each island boasted unique species, absent beyond their shores. This particular island, due to its exceptional climate and geographical positioning, harbored a plethora of long-extinct ancient beings, with the saber-toothed tiger not even ranking as the apex predator here. Rodney pondered. Taking down such a large beast would provide ample sustenance. Get lost, he bellowed, unleashing a surge of force that sent the saber-toothed tiger fleeing, tail tucked in fright. Climbing a tree, he gazed into the distance and spotted a group of Brachiosaurus feasting on the fronds of cycads, one towering nearly 100 meters high. They moved in a herd, with one individual marked by numerous old scars and a fierce demeanor, exuding a much more formidable presence than its companions. It was likely the leader. You'll do, he thought, fixating on his prey as he cracked his knuckles in anticipation. In an instant, he teleported to the leader's side. Colossal punch, he exclaimed, delivering a devastating blow to the Brachiosaurus leader's head, unceremoniously toppling it to the ground with a thunderous crash, akin to a mountain collapsing. Seeking death? Rodney queried, casting a glance at the other Brachiosauruses. They all shook their heads in haste and retreated. Well, I shall feast on the thigh, and then have Labu devour the rest. Labu, with his immense physique, would consume a significant amount in one sitting. This portion would merely satiate his hunger, leaving the remainder for Labu to hunt. Gripping the fallen Brachiosaurus, he pulled and tugged, once, twice, thrice. Alas, it proved somewhat laborious, even in his enhanced state. Dragging the creature was exhausting. Boom. The sound of thunder rumbled, prompting Rodney to glance upward. Was it raining? A colossal figure clad in armor, wielding a formidable axe and round shield, appeared, casting a shadow over the sunlight. The giant noticed the fallen Brachiosaurus and Rodney in the act of dragging it. Strange. A human? He mused, his voice resonating like thunder, filled with curiosity. Has another human arrived here? Do you possess any wine? Indeed. Would you like some? Rodney replied. The giant chuckled heartily. Yes. Allow me to assist you. Climb into my hand. Very well. Rodney leapt onto the giant's palm, pointing the way. Let us proceed in that direction. Onward, then, the giant proclaimed, as he began to carry the Brachiosaurus, taking Rodney along with him. Chapter 41. The glory of warriors. Once upon a time, a giant named Blocky addressed a human. I am Blocky. What might your name be? His voice resonated like the rhythmic beating of drums in one's ear. Rodney, you may refer to me as Rodney. Greetings, came the reply. Are you and your crew here on this island to gather magnetic energy? Blocky inquired. Blocky, one of the legendary captains of the giant soldier pirate crew, known as the Red Demon, was a close friend of the Blue Demon, Dongli. However, a trivial dispute arose when a young girl posed a question regarding who hunted the largest prey, leading to an argument that culminated in a duel to settle their differences. This duel, which has persisted for a century, has concluded in stalemates each time. It is rather peculiar, one might say, to engage in conflict for a century over such a minor issue. Nonetheless, the lifespan of the giant race is thrice that of humans, making 100 years merely a third of their existence, an expenditure they can easily afford. Despite their relentless attempts to best one another in the name of glory, their friendship remains unscathed. Rodney shook his head. I merely ventured out for a hunt, armed with a permanent compass. Oh, how fortunate you are. If you had a record compass, it would take you a year to collect sufficient magnetic energy here, Blocky remarked. The little garden is notoriously treacherous. Using a record compass to land on the island necessitates a full year to amass enough magnetic energy. While this may pose no threat to Rodney, it is a nightmare for weaker pirates. The island is frequently ravaged by volcanic eruptions, akin to daily meals, and is home to apex predators like Tyrannosaurus rex. The oppressive heat can be quite unbearable, rendering it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to survive for a year. Moreover, Blocky and Dongli utilize the volcanic eruptions as a signal to engage in combat multiple times a day. Should an unfortunate soul become entangled in their battles, death is almost a certainty. At that moment, Rodney's gaze landed on a fellow giant seated nearby, a keg of ale in his hand, dwarfing it as a mere cup in the grip of an ordinary man. With one gulp, he emptied the entire barrel. Upon noticing the giant, Blocky exclaimed, Dongli? Blocky? Ha. Have you come for a drink as well? The long-bearded giant was none other than Dongli, Blocky's adversary for the past century. They typically reserve their battles for the volcanic eruptions, refraining from random skirmishes at other times. Indeed, I have come at Rodney's invitation. I have heard tales of exquisite wines here, Blocky greeted Rodney and Dongli with warmth. Ah, then let us indulge together, for there is no joy in drinking alone, Dongli bellowed, downing an entire barrel of ale with glee. Kurorokas spotted Rod taking the barrel of liquor handed over by Dongli. He lifted the lid and took a hearty swig. Ah, the long-lost spirit. Brokey laughed heartily, chatting with Dongli. He realized it had been an eternity since he had shared a drink with friends. Cheers to friendship. The giant's nature was quite simple. If you treated him kindly, he would reciprocate, considering you a friend. Cheers. Both Kalokas and Rodney raised their glasses. They were not giants, and drinking from a barrel was quite cumbersome. Soon, the meat of the thunder dragon was roasted to perfection, and they indulged in hearty gulps of drink and mouthfuls of meat. Dongli inquired, Kalokas, you mentioned you knew the fate of the giant warrior pirates. What has become of my companions? They have disbanded. Disbanded? Impossible. Even after our departure. Yururu and Shanruru would surely keep the crew afloat, Dongli asserted. Decades ago, when I first set sail, they had already disbanded, as told to me by a giant. Kalokas replied, how could that be? Shanruru and the others should still be able to keep it going, he insisted. The giant warrior pirates had 4 captains, Brokey, Dongli, Shanruru, and Yururu. Brokey and Dongli had fought here for a century due to a wager, never leaving, yet they believed that even in their absence, the other 2 captains could sustain the crew. Kalokas recounted, many years ago, the giant warrior pirates were captured by the Navy after losing 2 formidable captains. Just before their execution, they were rescued by Sister Galmero. Since then, the crew has faded into obscurity on the seas, and even the giants have seldom been seen. What? I never imagined that, Brokey exclaimed, smacking his forehead in regret. Thank goodness for that, sister, Dongli remarked. At that moment, Rodney interjected. You might want to reconsider your gratitude towards that individual. Dongli and Brokey turned to him, while Kalokas, taken aback, asked, did you see something? Indeed, it was a conspiracy. Rodney explained. This was a ruse orchestrated by Sister Galmero in collusion with the Navy, designed to allow Galmero entry into Elbaf, thereby eliminating the animosity between Elbaf and the Navy, ultimately facilitating the introduction of giant warriors into the Navy's ranks. This was a performance staged by Sister Galmero and the Navy? Kalokas questioned, astonished to uncover such hidden truths. Despicable Navy! How dare they deceive our kin? He exclaimed. They would rather place their trust in friends than in that none they had never met. Rodney turned to Kalokas and asked, have you heard of someone in the underworld called Yamaba? Yamaba? Kalokas pondered before replying, I've heard she is a human trafficker. Indeed, she is known as the Holy Mother in Elbaf. But in reality, she is a notorious trafficker, selling the children she adopts to the CP. Additionally, she is taken in one of the 4 emperors, Big MOM. As for the matter concerning Sister Carmelo being a user of the soul fruit, he remained silent, for speaking too much would yield no benefit. What is it about this incessant urge to divulge secrets? A fleeting moment of revelation brings transient pleasure, yet continuous disclosure offers relentless delight. After all, there are no pirates pursuing here. Big MOM? That monstrosity. Kuroka's reminisced about the time when they allied with Garp against the Rocks pirates, particularly recalling the formidable woman within that fearsome crew. She is now on par with that young Shanks, a fellow emperor of the sea. Could it be that she trafficked our giant kin's children? Not quite. However, the Marines now boast a giant army, along with several fortunate victories, Rodney remarked. Suddenly, Dongli rose to his feet, exclaiming, let us continue the battle, Bragi. Bragi also stood, affirming, indeed, we must persist. Only those who survive can return. I shall restore the giant pirate crew. Come on. With that, the 2 seized their great sword and axe, clashing in a tempest of combat that made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Kuroka stood firm, safeguarding his drink. Rodney, facing away from the storm, felt as if his feet were glued to the ground. How did it escalate to a fight so suddenly? Rodney could scarcely turn his head. Is this the essence of giants? The mere aftermath of their battle unleashed such formidable energy, it was truly terrifying. Yet, Big MOM was even more fearsome. At the age of 5, she had grievously injured the captain of the giant pirate crew, Yururu, leading to his eventual demise. Though her own hunger pangs played a role, it only underscores the sheer terrifying nature of that beast. This is the reality of giants, yet the seas are replete with monsters. Rodney. You still have a long journey ahead. Kuroka's, calmly savoring his drink, remarked, whether they fight or not is of little concern to me. No matter how long they engage, it will invariably end in a stalemate unless interrupted by external forces. Otherwise, their lives will perpetuate this cycle, and I feel it is a waste of existence. The strength of Bragi and Dongli was truly evenly matched. Even the fabric of their clothing and the quality of their weapons were comparable, making unexpected outcomes improbable. Unless someone meddles or a slip occurs, causing one to falter, giants fight for honor. The original reason for their battle has long ceased to matter. Indeed, it no longer holds significance. They would fight to the death for the glory of warriors. Chapter 42. The Kingdom of Wei. The battle between Bragi and Dongli concluded once again in a stalemate. Reclining upon the ground, they gazed at the vast expanse of the starry sky. Dongli inquired, Bragi, how long do you suppose we will continue to battle? Perhaps for an eternity? After all these encounters, has it not nearly been a century? Or perhaps it has already surpassed 100 years? For all these years, do we not always find ourselves in this same predicament? The future appears to hold the same fate. Indeed, Dongli, you remain true to your title as my dearest friend. Bragi chuckled. Of course, we are also lifelong adversaries. The two giants lay on the ground, engaging in casual conversation. Meanwhile, Rodney and Kuroka approached, one dragging a Tyrannosaurus rex while the other towed a Triceratops and an Ankylosaurus toward the shoreline to present a feast for Labdan. Dongli's gaze shifted to the pair, and he suddenly said, Bragi, what if? Bragi, being his lifelong confidant, could discern his thoughts with a mere glance. Very well, let us proceed then, dear Rodney. Rodney turned and asked, is there something you require? We wish to ask a favor of you. What is it? Please, do tell. We would like you to visit Elbaf and ascertain its condition. If all is well, we can find solace. If I happen to pass by one day, I shall do so, Rodney replied, unable to guarantee his journey to Elbaf, yet expressing his willingness. Then we entrust this to you. As a token of our gratitude, we shall offer you a gift, Bragi stated. Your gifts are far too grand for me. Perhaps not, Rodney replied. Dongli chuckled. No, it is not a material object. We currently lack anything of value to offer, save for a permanent compass pointing to Elbaf, but that cannot be bestowed upon you. Instead, it is a combat technique. The giant's combat technique? Could it be? The ultimate skill we giants refer to as the hero spear, known as Weigwa. I wonder if you could master it. Considering no human has ever wielded the skills of our kind. Bragi and Dongli rose, declaring, the giant's ultimate skill, the Elbaf spear, Weigwa. Weigwa? Rodney's eyes sparkled. The destructive potential of Weigwa was formidable, although it was likely learned within the Rock's pirates, as the giant race had deemed her a formidable foe, making it improbable for them to acquire such knowledge. Is it truly possible for a mere human to learn it? Rodney questioned. Recognizing the vast differences in physique between giants and humans, mastering Weigwa was no trivial task, even among giants. Perhaps, Dongli replied, I shall simplify Weigwa to make it easier for you to learn, and in the future, you can refine your skills upon reaching Elbaf. I understand. Please, impart your wisdom to me, esteemed masters. Very well then. Observe closely, Rodney. I shall first demonstrate the complete version of the Elbaf spear. Bragi rose, raising the axe in his hand, and proclaimed, the most crucial factor lies in the weapon we wield. Without a resilient armament, relying solely on physical strength to execute this maneuver incurs a significant burden. Our weapons have fought valiantly for a century. After this strike, they may well be rendered useless. He lifted the axe, and, with a mighty swing directed at the empty sea, unleashed Elbaf's spear, Weigwa. A grand spiral of force erupted from the axe, compressing its raw power into a sharp spear, seemingly capable of piercing all, carving a vast hole in the ocean's surface until the energy dissipated, and the void was reclaimed by the encroaching waves. Crack! This strike shattered his venerable weapon, marking the end of its life. Rodney's Sharingan captured Bragi's recent actions, allowing him to exchange task points for a standard straight sword from the hidden cloud village. Emulating Bragi's earlier motion, he concentrated a vast amount of chakra within his arms and the blade. Elbaf spear, Weigwa. Boom. The spiraling sword energy condensed into a spear, yet it barely traveled before dissipating midair. Quite impressive. Such an aptitude for learning. Indeed, a remarkable warrior. Dongli exclaimed loudly upon witnessing this. Even they had taken considerable time to master the Elbaf spear. During their initial attempts, they could hardly produce such sword energy. Brokey affirmed, indeed, a born fighter. Given time, you will surely master it. Dongli added, what Brokey just executed was the complete version of the Elbaf spear. I shall now teach you a simplified version. While it may seem unnecessary, it will greatly aid your comprehension. He rose and swung his great sword. Elbaf spear, Waigwa. This strike, while considerably weaker than Brokey's, still possessed formidable power, causing cracks to appear on his weapon. If he continued to unleash such attacks, it might soon shatter. The Waigwa technique, even for a giant's weapon, could not endure continuous use for long, which was one reason they rarely employed it. Dongli and Brokey began instructing Rodney on the nuances of the Waigwa technique, illuminating many of his uncertainties. The success rate with the simplified version increased significantly, yielding considerable destructive power and an attack range of 40 meters in front of him. Should he attempt the true Waigwa, the likelihood of failure was high. Elbaf spear, Waigwa. The spiraling sword energy pierced through a nearby tree, demonstrating its formidable strength. Crack. His straight sword developed fissures before shattering, leaving only the hilt firmly grasped in his hand. The Waigwa technique dramatically shortened the lifespan of weapons. To utilize a single blade effectively, one must master the aura. Until then, Rodney would either need to frequently change weapons or procure one of superior quality. If only I had taken that third-generation ghost blade from Roga Town, I wouldn't be weaponless after the white fink shattered. Shaking his head, he suddenly recalled the body of the sword Saint Ryoma from Wano, which had been unearthed by Moria. In his grasp lay the formidable sword, the Autumn Water, of exceptional quality. With this thought in mind, he turned to Kuroka's beside him and said, Old man, I would like to request your assistance. Oh, what is it? Kuroka's, who was tending to Brook and Dongli's wounds, responded with curiosity. I just saw a fine sword in Moria's possession, held by one of his zombies. I would like to ask if you could have your friend deliver it to Sabaody Archipelago, where I shall retrieve it. Oh, are you interested in that sword? Very well. I shall inform the first mate. You can collect it from him when the time comes. Consider it a token of gratitude for helping Laboon find companionship. Initially, he had not decided what gift to prepare for Rodney, but now it seemed he had found one. However, he mused whether the sword was truly worthy. If it was not, he would prepare another gift later. Thank you for your assistance, old man. Kuroka's waved his hand dismissively, returning to his task. Brook and Dongli, burdened with numerous injuries, bore the consequences of their battles, yet their giant physiques allowed them to withstand what would have felled ordinary men. It would be best to refrain from combat for the next few days. It is not beneficial for your health. You must heed the doctor's advice. Kuroka's admonished. Brook chuckled in response. But that simply won't do, doctor. Our battles are a daily affair. Only a volcanic eruption signifies the commencement of our fights. You could take a day off, for the sake of your health, Kuroka's insisted. Doctor, that would not be in our nature. Their retorts left Kuroka's exasperated, reminiscent of the crew aboard the ship who, despite being forbidden to drink, would indulge nonetheless. Very well, let us forego fighting this evening, he conceded, leaping down from Dongli's shoulder to seek rest. An old man cannot burn the midnight oil. It is detrimental to his health. We too should rest, Brook and Dongli remarked, lying down where they stood, swiftly slipping into slumber. The sounds of their snoring resonated like thunder. Rodney, disturbed by the cacophony, abandoned sleep in favor of finding a quiet corner to continue his studies of the Elbaf spear and the 6 styles, thinking to himself that rest could wait until tomorrow. After all, one night of lost sleep was inconsequential. Chapter 43. The journey to Alabaston. After a fortnight at sea, Rodney finally arrived at his destination, the port city of Alabaston, known as Canola Blossom. Not long ago, he had bid farewell to Labu and Colokas before entering this land. On the day he departed from the small garden, the golden fish capable of devouring islands was shattered by the Spear of Dawn, marking the end of his sword's lifespan. During the past 2 weeks, aside from his training, Rodney had also sent a clone to learn navigation and medicinal knowledge from Colokas, with the primary focus on the latter. The essence of medical ninjutsu lies in utilizing chakra to stimulate rapid cellular division, thus accelerating the healing process. However, cellular division has its limits. Excessive stimulation can lead to a reduction in lifespan. For minor injuries, it is preferable to rely on medicinal remedies. Simultaneously, he inquired of Colokas about which wild edibles were safe to consume and which were not. Generally, he favored meat, as plants could be perilous. Consuming something unusual could lead to dire consequences, leaving him with no solace to weep. Over the course of 2 weeks, he diligently committed to memory Colokas' teachings, employing the Sharingan to reinforce his recollections, transforming them into his own knowledge. The Sharingan proved to be remarkably effective. Upon nearing Alabaston, he took his leave of Labu and Colokas, using wave manipulation to propel himself through the waters. It was then that he encountered a sea cat, which he adopted as a steed, for the inhabitants of Alabaston regarded the sea cat as a sacred creature. Its presence signified his entry into the climatic embrace of Alabaston. The sea cat delivered him to the port, where he disembarked onto the shore amidst the astonished gazes of nearby onlookers. He inquired, "Is there a place here where water is sold?" While he could indeed produce water through the technique of water release, the thought of drinking water he had expelled felt rather peculiar. Although he had resorted to this method during a previous water shortage in the East Sea, he preferred to avoid it if possible. Upon stepping onto the land, he was immediately greeted by a sweltering wind, a stark contrast to a coastal city. It felt more akin to an arid interior. Gazing into the distance, he was met with an expanse of yellow sands. Truly, it was a testament to the scarcity of water in this nation. A local pointed him in the right direction, and Rodney tossed him a reasonably valued belly in gratitude before continuing on his way. Due to the scarcity of fresh water, aside from bars, there were establishments dedicated solely to serving water, with prices comparable to those of alcohol. After purchasing a barrel of water to carry on his back, he sought out a map of Alabaston. Upon unfolding the map, he noted that he was in the port city of Canola Blossom. By heading west and traversing the desert, one could reach the only major river in Alabaston, the St. Dora River. Crossing this river would lead him to the parched city of Aroma. From there, heading north through the oasis of Yuba would bring him to the stronghold of Clockter, known as the Dream City of Rain. However, there was also the option of navigating by water. He could depart from Canola Blossom and enter the mouth of the St. Dora River. Indeed, the mouth of this expansive river, which traverses Alabaston, was formed by the influx of seawater. Were it freshwater, one could only imagine the thriving communities that could flourish along its banks. Regrettably, this is a brackish river. Traversing the St. Dora River would expose one to the perilous attacks of the St. Dora catfish, which would indeed present quite a dilemma. The overland route also poses its own challenges. I retrieved a coin, the obverse signifying land and the reverse water. Clink. The coin spun through the air and landed in my palm. Obverse. Very well. I shall proceed by land. I sought out another individual to ascertain my bearings and purchased a sand skiff, learning its operation from the proprietor with relative ease. The sand skiff resembles a sailing vessel in the desert, propelled by the whims of the wind, which here is capricious. To prepare for any eventuality, Rodney exchanged for wind release, breakthrough. After securing water onto the skiff, I steadied myself, fastening a rope around my waist, and unfurled the sail. Whoosh! The skiff shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, and Rodney deftly adjusted to the wind's direction, surging towards the St. Dora River. A pirate hunter? Josta J. Rodney? Have we arrived at the canola fields? The trajectory led westward. If I continued north, would I enter the Rain District? What is the objective? The Baroque works? Within the hidden office of the kingdom's largest casino, a cultured female voice inquired. It was effortless to vanquish Mr. 8 and Miss Monday. Their strength was not to be underestimated. However, as the boss has instructed the need to eliminate you, and there are still high-ranking agents in Alabasta. Oh. Then Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine shall be dispatched. 2 devil fruit users should suffice to subdue a suspected devil fruit user masquerading as a pirate hunter. Having finalized the operatives for the mission, the woman smiled and resumed her focus on the task at hand. A piece of good news. After traversing the desert, Rodney directed the skiff to cross the St. Dora River, discovering that it could not only glide swiftly over sand, but also skim across the water's surface. Although it leaked slightly, the rate was inconsequential, allowing him to reach the opposite bank of the St. Dora River. That was sufficient. Peering downward. My gaze pierced through the waters, where a colossal shadow advanced towards me. Damn it, something else is approaching. This was reminiscent of my journeys at sea. Where sea kings often emerged unexpectedly, could they not find an alternative method? Wind release, breakthrough. A gust propelled the sail, and the skiff surged forward once more. A massive creature emerging in pursuit, its enormous maw gulping down a mouthful of water. Its house-sized eyes appeared somewhat endearing as it spotted Rodney and swished its colossal tail in his direction. What the hell? What catfish grows to such a size? What do they consume to attain such dimensions? Rodney disregarded the skiff's trajectory, unleashing a barrage of fur emerging from the sea and setting foot upon the sandy terrain. He lowered the sail and raised the sand shovel, pouring out the accumulated water. He shook off the dust from his robe. Having donned an alabaster garment specifically to shield his skin from the scorching sun, his face was adorned with windproof sunglasses. And the entire ensemble had cost him a considerable sum, those unscrupulous merchants. The temperature of the sun was excruciatingly high. The desert during the day offered no shelter. And the heat was particularly oppressive. The sand, too, radiated intense warmth. Were it not for the specialized material of his ninja footwear, it might have melted beneath him. In just a few minutes, the sand shovel had dried out completely. He placed it back onto the sand, standing atop it. While the remaining water was stowed away in his waist pouch, he raised the sail once more and surged forward. Within moments, he arrived at the port city of Aluma. Although it paled in comparison to the prosperity of canola flour, appearing rather desolate and sparsely populated. The arid conditions of Alabaster, situated in a desert region with scant rainfall, exacerbated the situation. Moreover, the use of dance powder had rendered the moisture outside the capital nearly non-existent, with some areas having experienced over a year without rainfall. The entire nation was rife with discontent. Recently, it had been revealed that the king was clandestinely utilizing dance powder, a substance prohibited globally, which only intensified the people's grievances. Rumors circulated of insurrectionists gathering near canola flour, although the number of people remained relatively small at present. Rodney stowed away the sand shovel and parked it in front of an inn, the sole establishment of its kind in the vast city. Once a thriving hub, the city had dwindled. Many had migrated to the nearby oasis of Yuba or crossed the St. Dora River toward canola flour, as the available water was woefully insufficient to sustain such a populace. The innkeeper, a gaunt elder with a kindly visage, cheerfully remarked, "Dear guest, it would be prudent for you to leave this place, for it is hardly suitable for living." "Yet, why do you remain here, kind sir?" Rodney inquired. "Because this is my home," he replied. "We still have a little water left that sustains us who have chosen to stay, and unless absolutely necessary, I shall not abandon my home." This was their sanctuary. They were not inclined to depart so easily. Chapter 44. Distilled Water and Assault. Upon hearing the boss's response, Rodney pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you truly intend to wait indefinitely for rain? Have you not considered drilling a well to extract groundwater, or employing alternative methods to procure fresh water?" The boss shook his head and replied, "There is but one well in the town. It used to yield sufficient groundwater for everyone's daily consumption after a few rainfalls each year. However, it has been over a year since we last saw rain, and the well has long since run dry. The scarcity of fresh water is precisely why many have chosen to leave. As for the other methods you mentioned for obtaining fresh water, I am at a loss. We have always relied on rain and groundwater." Rodney fell into silence. Logically, being near the coast would allow for the distillation of seawater to obtain fresh water. Although excessive consumption of distilled water is not beneficial for the human body, it could significantly reduce the immediate demand for fresh water in the short term. Yet, it appeared the locals were oblivious to this possibility. He discerned that the technological advancements in this world had taken a misguided turn. The isolation of their coastal existence made communication with the outside world challenging, resulting in lives that varied drastically, some resembling modernity, others the medieval period, and some even akin to ancient times. Their daily lives were far from vibrant. Technology was predominantly employed to serve the elite, leaving the lower classes with scant access to such advancements. They continued to rely on traditions passed down through generations, persisting into the present. Even though there were cyborgs capable of emitting lasers, some individuals still lived as if they were in ancient times. Rodney found it perplexing. Wasn't technology supposed to serve humanity? It seemed that the populace had channeled all their energies into warfare, neglecting the plight of ordinary citizens, leading to a dismal productivity level. Was human life truly regarded as so insignificant? With a frustrated exhale, Rodney acknowledged that he was no scientist. Instigating a technological revolution in this world was beyond his capabilities. He could only undertake actions within his limited reach. His worldview clashed with that of his society. Despite having integrated into a portion of it, he still felt a sense of dissonance. Rising to his feet, he asked, "Boss, do you have any concave glass?" "A pot lid would suffice, but preferably concave glass." "Concave glass, you say? Let me think." "Yes, we do have some." "What do you intend to do with it?" the boss inquired. "Just a little experiment," Rodney replied with a smile. The boss retrieved a sizable glass dish, seemingly intended for serving food, and Rodney requested 2 basins, one large and one small. He proceeded to the banks of the Santora River, filling the larger basin halfway with seawater and submerging the smaller basin in the sand. Positioning the concave glass over the larger basin, he allowed it to bask in the sunlight. Curious, the boss asked, "Guest, what purpose does this serve?" "To extract fresh water from the seawater," Rodney explained. His words left the boss astounded. "Extract fresh water from seawater? Surely, you jest." Influenced by their limited technological understanding, the boss had no knowledge of distillation. However, they did manage to extract fresh water from moist sand, relying solely on the whims of nature for sustenance. Without rain, survival became precarious. The water within the sand was ultimately scarce. Although the concave glass disperses light, the scorching sun and sand have caused the sea to evaporate rapidly, with water vapor rising and being obstructed by the glass. Rodney, exhaling a refreshing stream of water, allows the warm air to condense into droplets upon contact with the cool liquid. Due to the curvature of the glass surface, the droplets gravitate toward the center, ultimately falling into a small basin, while his water continues to evaporate. The half-full basin loses water swiftly. By the time Rodney clears the sand from one side and retrieves the scorching glass along with 2 basins, the small basin is filled with warm distilled water, while the surface of the large basin is coated with a layer of salt crystals, and the bottom contains a viscous mixture of water and salt. He presents the distilled water to the owner, saying, "Please, have a taste." The owner, trembling, takes a sip. It is mild, devoid of the briny taste of seawater. And while it feels slightly different from the water he usually drinks, it is undoubtedly fresh. Fresh water, truly extracted from seawater? Tears well in his eyes as he cradles the water, lamenting, "If only you had come sooner, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost." Rodney replies, "While this is indeed fresh water, prolonged consumption is not beneficial to the body. It is essential to include vegetables and other foods in your diet. Since distilled water lacks the trace elements necessary for the human body, excessive consumption may not be advantageous, but other means can supplement these needs." He adds, "Oh, and remember to store some ice for the evening." The temperature difference in the desert is vast. It can reach 40 to 50 degrees during the day and plummet below zero at night. The condensation of distilled water is crucial. It is merely cooler than the steam, so using ice is preferable. He writes down the necessary items and steps for distilling water on a piece of paper and hands it to the owner. The owner receives it with great appreciation, recognizing its life-saving potential for those unfamiliar with this method. In the desert, finding water signifies the possibility of survival. They will no longer need to rely on the whims of the weather. All gratitude goes to the man before them. "May I ask your esteemed name, dear guest?" "Josta J. Rodney." Remember every step outlined above, and it would be wise to customize a better collector. Having rested sufficiently, Rodney prepares to depart. "Lord Rodney, are you leaving? Could you stay a few more days? Once everyone knows what you have done, you will surely become renowned, a national hero like Lord Crocodile," the owner fervently expresses. He believes Rodney will surpass Crocodile, who protects the citizens, as Rodney's method can save even more lives. "No need, it is but a small matter. I have more pressing tasks at hand." Rodney raises his sail and departs with the sand cart. The owner watches his retreating figure, resolute in his conviction to ensure that the name Rodney resonates throughout Alabasta. Shortly after leaving Alaruma, Rodney halts the sand cart. Before him, A tortoise the size of a house obstructed his path. Upon the tortoise's back rested a chair adorned with a sunshade, occupied by two individuals, a man and a woman. The man, with skin as dark as night, donned a brown overcoat, each side emblazoned with a white number 5, his hair styled into unkempt dreadlocks and shielded by sunglasses, exuding the aura of a rock musician. The woman, holding a petite sun umbrella, wore a form-fitting lemon-yellow dress, embellished with cut lemon motifs, and a yellow hat, presenting herself as a fashionable beauty whose smile radiated a sense of schadenfreude. Gazing at the wanted poster in her hand, featuring Rodney's former visage, she chuckled, "Oh dear. We found him, but alas, the warrant has been rescinded. 3 million belly is indeed a substantial sum for pocket money. Such a pity." The man interjected, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries, Miss Valentine. Once we eliminate him, our mission will be complete." Miss Valentine, dissatisfied, retorted, "Did we specifically come here just to deal with this fellow? The sun is scorching, and my skin can hardly endure it." Mr. 5, expressionless, inserted a finger into his nose, extracting a clump of nasal mucus, which he pinched between his fingers before directing it at Rodney, stating, "Eliminating him is but a trivial task, quite simple." With a flick of his finger, the mucus was launched forth. The mucus detonated. Boom. A violent explosion erupted, stirring a cloud of dust as a kunai inscribed with an explosive tag soared forth, embedding itself into their chair. The tag ignited in flames, prompting Mr. 5 to seize it with one hand. The explosion ensued, leaving his hand merely blackened but otherwise unharmed. He smugly proclaimed, "I have consumed the explosive fruit of the superhuman type. Explosions hold no peril for me." Miss Valentine laughed. Is this his final struggle? Mr. 5, how pitiful. Such is the fate of the weak. Our mission is, however, Mr. 5 abruptly pushed Miss Valentine aside as a flurry of shurikens whizzed past, embedding themselves into the sand behind them. Turning to behold the source, they found Rodney standing there, unharmed, grinning as he exclaimed, "Surprises, motherfucker." Chapter 45, The Assassination of the Baroque Works. Rodney unfastened the long robe draped over him and cast it aside, his hand deftly producing a multitude of shurikens. These countless projectiles hurtled towards Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine's Day. Such trivial skills, daring to flaunt them before me? Mr. 5 scoffed, casually extracting a lump of nasal mucus and launching it at the incoming shurikens. Boom. As a user of the bomb fruit, Mr. 5's entire being could serve as a bomb. Even the expelled mucus and the breath he exhaled could be transformed into explosive projectiles. Such a terrifying ability. And yet he resorts to using mucus? Is he not concerned about drawing blood from his nose? Miss Valentine's Day leaped into the air, floating gracefully, her exaggerated smile directed downwards. Mr. 5, that individual remained standing. She, having consumed the float fruit, could effortlessly manipulate her weight from 1 kilogram to 10,000. The recent explosion allowing her to hover momentarily. "Dear lady, your taste is commendable, adorned in yellow and white stripes," Rodney remarked, surveying the splendid view above. Miss Valentine's Day exclaimed, "Ah, I shall end your life. Behold my attack. 10,000 kilograms, crushing down." Rodney glanced up and discreetly stepped back. Bang. The weight of 10,000 kilograms from Miss Valentine's Day crashed into the ground, creating a substantial crater, sand cascading into the hollow. Emerging from the pit, she wore a look of indignation. Her weight, now under her own control, lightened momentarily, allowing her to leap and hover briefly. Indeed, one cannot trust the weight of a woman, Rodney mused quietly. At that moment, Mr. 5 charged forth, swinging his fist towards Rodney. For any contact would result in an explosive injury, or even proximity could spell disaster. Rodney deftly evaded, releasing a vacuum bullet. The invisible air projectile struck Mr. 5, triggering an explosion that forced him to stagger back, though unharmed, leaving him astonished. How could this be? Logically, a vacuum bullet capable of penetrating stone should easily breach this fellow's body. Mr. 5 dusted off his clothes, stating, "I surmised you would attempt a sneak attack. The instant you touch me, my body detonates, rendering any strike futile." So that was the explanation. Rodney chuckled. "I had thought you a fool." It became clear that the moment the vacuum bullet made contact with him, the explosion neutralized it, resulting in the earlier spectacle. Thus, Rodney proclaimed, "Fire release, Phoenix fire." A barrage of fireballs erupted, as he charged forward. The fireballs intentionally missed Mr. Five, creating a smokescreen to obscure vision. Within the haze, Mr. Five heard a voice. Fishman Karate, 100 Fist Strike. The surging force of the punch pierced through the smoke, striking Mr. Five and sending him flying. This time, no explosion ensued, for Mr. Five had not anticipated such an attack. What a splendid fruit, wasted indeed. With a shake of his head, Rodney, relying on his Sharingan, swiftly maneuvered through the smoke and dust, arriving at Mr. Five's back. He spun his body, unleashing a dragon-shaped whirlwind that sent Mr. Five soaring into the sky. Kanoa Dragon God. Bang! Mr. Five's body crashed to the ground, unconscious. Rodney turned to Miss Valentine's Day, a smile gracing his lips. His blood-red eyes instilling a profound terror within her, leaving her with an indelible psychological scar. Yet she felt fortunate to be airborne. If the wind were to carry her away at that moment, she might survive. A sudden tightness at her ankle drew her gaze downward, revealing a steel wire ensnaring her foot, attached to an unknown weapon, the other end firmly held by Rodney. Come down. Rodney yanked Miss Valentine's Day from the sky. Ah! She screamed, plummeting to the ground, where a cold kunai pressed against her throat. The man who had so easily defeated them smiled, stating, I have a few questions for you. Which high-ranking agents from Baroque Works are in the rain? He slightly opened his eyes, his crimson irises emitting a chilling light that left Miss Valentine's Day feeling icy, despite the sweltering heat. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, Mr. 2, Miss Christmas, Mr. 4. I saw them a few days ago. I don't know about the others. They must be on a mission. Oh, I see. If you're deceiving me, this will be your fate. He smiled, casting the kunai toward the sandy dunes. A scream pierced the air as Miss Valentine's Day stiffened, turning her head to witness a machine-gun-wielding vulture and a sunglasses-clad otter in ludicrous spotted attire, both pierced by the same kunai, their lives extinguished, blood staining the sand. These were mid-level operatives of Baroque Works, known as the Unlucky Duo, tasked with gathering and reporting intelligence while monitoring the activities of other Baroque Works members. If they detected any negligence, they would employ explosives to eliminate the staff, and this occasion was no exception, though they had been dealt with by Rodney. Rodney smiled. I'm not a devil, after all. Perhaps there was just some oversight. Miss Valentine's Day nodded vigorously, saying, Yes, there's more, there's the Vice President. Miss All Sunday, Mr. 1, Mr. 2, but I don't know about the rest. Truly, I'm not lying. You believe me, right? All right, I believe you. The last thing Miss Valentine's Day saw was Rodney's smile and those swirling crimson eyes. It seemed when a devil fruit user perishes, there is a significant probability that the fruit's power will seek out and inhabit a nearby piece of fruit, transforming it into a new devil fruit bearing the same abilities. However, this outcome is not guaranteed. It remains a matter of chance. At present, eliminating Mr. Five does not ensure the acquisition of his powers. Much like SCHR Dinger's cat, the fate of Rodney's fruit remains uncertain. It may inherit the Bomb Fruit's abilities, or it may not. Yet, should such a power fall into the hands of a master martial artist, its potential would far surpass Mr. Five's crude applications. Imagine, for instance, if Garp were to consume the Bomb Fruit. Not only would his devastating punches carry explosive force, but even the slightest contact with an opponent would trigger detonations. The sheer destructive capacity of wielding one's own body as a living explosive is no trivial matter. Foolish distractions like flicking boogers are beneath consideration. If the fruit excels in close combat, then it should be honed for that purpose, forging a fighting style where every strike delivers the impact of a high-grade grenade. Why squander such potential on petty tricks? Regardless, the moment arrives. With a swift thrust of his kunai, Rodney ends Mr. Five's life. Soon after, he observes the banana in his grasp undergoing a transformation, its yellow peel darkening to crimson, adorned with intricate spiral patterns reminiscent of arabesque designs. The Bomb Fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, manifests before him. Yet Rodney refrains from consuming it, opting instead to preserve it for later use. To him, the Bomb Fruit is redundant, after all. The shinobi world already possesses a Kekiai Jinkai known as Explosion Release. Setting aside the artistic inclinations of Deidara, even during the Fourth Great Ninja War, the reanimated Explosion Release user, H-Key, demonstrated techniques like the landmine fist, which functioned identically to the bomb fruit's abilities, though limited to triggering explosions upon impact. Such power suffices. Besides, he still possesses explosive tags at his disposal. If only he possessed the ability of a certain salaryman. Turning anything he touches into a bomb would be supremely convenient. Killer Queen's third bomb bites the dust, rewinding time by an hour. Heh. Dismissing such impractical fantasies, Rodney buries Mr. Fi's remains and approaches their mode of transportation, a giant water taxi turtle. After a brief glance, he subdues the creature with a genjutsu, mounts its shell, and commands, "Move." To Yuba. Kicking up a cloud of dust across the desert, the turtle surges forward, its speed surpassing even that of their previous sand sled. Chapter 46. Yuba Yuba. A city recently constructed over the last decade in the oasis of the desert serves as a vital junction connecting the Rainlands and Aluma. It is an essential stop for desert traders seeking rest and resupply. Since its establishment, Yuba has thrived in prosperity, however, with over a year devoid of rain. The oasis has begun to wither, and encroaching sands threaten its existence. Recently, an influx of nomads has strained the already dwindling water resources, and the aqueducts supplying Yuba have become increasingly parched. The architect of Yuba was Dado, the father of the future leader of the uprising. The scandal involving the dancer was unveiled shortly after Rodney's arrival, causing a nationwide uproar that left many loyal subjects of King Kabla in doubt, prompting radical individuals to join the ranks of the rebellion. Yet Dado remained steadfast in his faith in the king, dismissing the notion that he could commit such an act. His son, though trusting in Kabla, chose to ally with the insurgents for the sake of the oppressed, ultimately rising to a leadership position due to his innate charisma. Rodney found himself in this once thriving oasis, which, despite its decline, still surpassed Aluma in vitality. However, the faces of passers-by were marked with worry as water sources dwindled. The scarcity of merchant caravans had begun to impact the local service industry, leaving the inhabitants with no choice but to seek refuge elsewhere for their survival. The remaining trees, though few, were resilient species, their names lost to time. As Rodney sought shade beneath their boughs, a gust of wind swept through, laden with sand. Rodney, a sandstorm approaches. In the distance, the yellow sands surged ominously, reminiscent of an apocalypse. The winds whipped the dust skyward, creating a vast, overwhelming cloud akin to a primordial beast intent on devouring this pearl of the desert. Just as he expected the townsfolk to retreat indoors, a group surged forth, led by a robust elder whose calloused hands gripped a shovel with determination. His eyes shone with resolve as he rallied the crowd. "Come on, everyone. Yuba shall not be consumed by this mere sandstorm. We will restore Yuba to its former glory." His words resonated with a palpable strength, inspiring a cadre of strong young men to brandish their shovels and charge towards the encroaching sands, racing towards the aqueducts, Yuba's last bastion of hope. Rodney observed this scene with a sigh, feeling somewhat intrusive yet unable to restrain himself. Aiding their cause seemed inconsequential, and so he donned a windproof veil. Crafted by the sand-hidden village, renowned for its breathability and sand resistance, complemented by protective sunglasses, fully equipped for the tempest. The storm arrived swiftly, and Rodney plunged into its depths, where visibility plummeted. The group had gathered by the aqueduct, diligently shoveling away the encroaching sand threatening to bury their lifeline. However, human effort pales in comparison to the whims of fate, especially when some act with intent. Rodney appeared on the scene, manifesting his duplicates, startling everyone with his sudden presence. The elderly man, Kosa, son of the builder Dodo, inquired, "Who are you?" Rodney offered no reply. Each of his manifestations, positioned on either side of the waterway, moved in perfect unison, proclaiming in harmony, "Earth release, earth flow wall." Before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, walls of earth sprang forth, merging to form an extensive barrier against the encroaching sand. The duplicates continued to shift, working tirelessly to connect the segments of the sand barrier. When the sandstorm finally subsided, all of Rodney's duplicates vanished from exhaustion. By the time Dodo and Kosa discovered him, he was breathless, seated atop the carcass of a deceased purple scorpion. "Esteemed guest, may I inquire your name?" Dodo greeted Rodney with the highest honor of Alabasta, a courtesy echoed by Kosa and the others, for this stranger had earned their respect. The construction of the sand barrier had significantly alleviated their daily burdens and safeguarded the waterway, thereby preserving the lives of the city's inhabitants. Rodney, you may call me that, he replied, rising to his feet, though he felt the drain of chakra within him, reduced to little more than half of his usual capacity. Yet, he still possessed reserves. Ever since mastering the 100 healings technique, he had been infusing a portion of chakra into his forehead daily. Though the mark of the technique had yet to manifest, he had no intention of employing it at present, as the situation had not yet reached a critical juncture. With a smile, he added, "Uncle, I wish to stay here for a few days. Might you waive my travel expenses?" Dodo turned away, affirming, "Of course. It shall be waived. You have done so much to protect the lifeblood of the city. I will do everything in my power to accommodate your wishes. I am Dodo, the mayor here, and this is my son, Kosa." Kosa, though taciturn, regarded Rodney with a gaze that conveyed both respect and a hint of caution. For he recognized that the power Rodney had just demonstrated stemmed from the devil fruit, a force he had encountered before, albeit in a less remarkable form. "Thank you, uncle," Rodney said, dragging away the scorpion he had slain during the construction of the earth flow wall. Such a large creature must be quite delectable. The onlookers had initially intended to assist him in moving the scorpion, but soon realized that it was a cumbersome task for them. While Rodney handled it with ease as if it were but a mere sheet of paper, once settled into the finest room of the inn arranged by Dodo, Rodney exhaled deeply. The water resources here were precious, making bathing a cumbersome affair. Fortunately, he possessed water release, yet to avoid misunderstandings, he opted to bathe at night. Knock. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at the door. "Come in." The visitor was Kosa. "I apologize for the intrusion. My father sent me to see if Mr. Rodney requires anything." "Oh, nothing much. This place is quite comfortable. By the way, where is the scorpion I dispatched?" Rodney inquired. "It is placed at the back of the inn. If I may ask, what do you intend to do with it?" "Eat it." "Eat? Such a large scorpion?" Kosa was dumbfounded. They had never imagined such creatures could be edible. "All right. Come to think of it, I'll need you to prepare an iron plate, some stones, firewood, and some seasonings. I'm going to make teppanyaki, scorpion teppanyaki." "All right," Kosa murmured before silently leaving. Though puzzled, he chose to fulfill Rodney's request and soon returned with everything needed for teppanyaki as dusk settled in. Rodney lit the fire, dissected the scorpions, discarded the inedible parts, and peeled away the shells to reveal the tender white meat inside, delicate, much like the flesh found in crab claws, placed on the sizzling iron plate and seasoned. The aroma made nearby children drool with hunger. "Come, let's eat together." Rodney called everyone over, turning the occasion into a lively bonfire gathering. The festivities lasted well into the night before everyone finally dispersed, returning to their homes. Later, after bathing, Rodney wrapped himself in a robe and climbed onto the inn's rooftop. The starry sky stretched magnificently above, a breathtaking sight. Glancing down, he noticed someone waving at him, Dodo. Leaping down with a smile, he asked, "What's the matter, Uncle Dodo?" "Staying up late isn't good for an old man's health." Dodo chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm used to it. I wake up late in the morning anyway." "Couldn't sleep?" "No. I was just curious about where Yuba's water comes from," Ronnie admitted. Earlier, he had created earthen walls along the waterways but had yet to discover their source. Dodo didn't withhold the truth. It's groundwater, rising from deep beneath the earth to sustain this city. "I see. Can wells be dug here?" "Unlike Aluma, which lies near the St. Dora River, Yuba sits in the heart of the desert, relying solely on groundwater and rainfall. Digging wells is difficult. We've been trying," Dodo replied. He was no fool. He knew the necessity of wells, but despite numerous attempts, none had struck water. Yet Dodo was a man unshaken even by sandstorms. His spirit as unyielding as steel. Such challenges would never break him. He would continue fighting for Yuba's survival. Chapter 47. A nap calls for a pillow. Rodney pondered the situation. He had no direct experience of the water scarcity in Yuba. After all, this place was not nearly as parched as Iruma. Yet, the sandstorms posed a significant threat. Were it not for the efforts of Dodo and others, it might have faced a fate akin to that of Iruma. Judging by the recent sandstorm, it would not be long before this region succumbed to desiccation. As long as Kusha remained, it indicated that the situation had not deteriorated to the point of necessitating his involvement with the rebel forces. This suggested that Kusha still held faith in Kubera. However, Crocodile was an obstacle, intent on erasing Yuba, this oasis city, from the map. The atmosphere here felt somewhat. Never mind, that was not his concern. He merely needed to disband the Baroque works before the rebellion and defeat Crocodile, the Sand fruit. Bidding farewell to Dodo without inquiring why the old man was present, perhaps he was nocturnal, Rodney stood by a narrow window, gazing out at the serene, silent desert under the night sky. If only he had the sand of a guardian crane or Gara, it would be amusing to see Crocodile's reaction in their confrontation. Yet, sand against sand held little significance. Crocodile's vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent, overly reliant on his fruit. He wielded formidable power here, bolstered by the advantages of time, place, and people. However, when met with water, the sand would solidify, temporarily robbing him of his fruit's abilities, significantly diminishing his strength. At that moment, Crocodile would undoubtedly be considerably weaker than Rodney. He chuckled to himself, envisioning the ease with which he could manipulate the situation then, his grin resembling that of a villain. Rather unsightly. The following morning, as dawn broke and the sun had yet to rise, the air remained relatively humid. Rodney arose early, had breakfast, and serendipitously encountered Kusha, who was carrying a shovel. Curiously, he inquired, "Kusha, with the sandstorm absent, what are you up to?" Kusha explained, "I'm digging a well. Yuba cannot solely rely on the waterway. Otherwise, we shall all perish here. Water is undeniably precious in this land, akin to life itself. The human body requires hydration, especially in this arid desert. Yuba's water supply is severely limited. We cannot depend solely on the waterways." "I shall assist as well," Rodney replied with a smile. "How can you?" "You have already aided us immensely," Kusha responded, somewhat embarrassed. "It's no trouble. I have nothing pressing to attend to. And resting here for a while is perfectly fine," Rodney replied, shaking his head with a smile. "Just prepare me several shovels. I can make good use of them." Recalling Rodney's abilities during the sandstorm, Kusha nodded in agreement. After expressing gratitude, he instructed someone to fetch a pile of shovels. Shadow clone technique. Rodney summoned a dozen clones and, alongside Kusha, sought an area nearby with vegetation to commence digging. "Hey everyone, let us work hard for the water," he rallied. "Oh," the others echoed enthusiastically. The shadow clones raised their shovels, working in small groups, swiftly digging thanks to their chakra and immense strength. A few clones, finding the shovels unwieldy, resorted to earth manipulation. Kusha stood there, holding a shovel, uncertain of what to do, as the clones had already excavated a considerable amount of sand, which was now heaped to one side. Rodney tossed a shovelful of sand aside, crouched down, and felt the damp earth. It was not parched, indicating they had likely found the right spot. He summoned several shadow clones to initiate a frenzied digging mode. The deeper they went, the wetter and cooler the sand became. Nodding in approval, he realized he was now in a pit several meters deep and called out, "Kusha! Kusha!" "Mr. Rodney, I'm here," Kusha replied, peering over the edge of the pit. Rodney announced, "We've dug in the right place. There should be water here." "That's fantastic," Kusha exclaimed, clenching his fist in joy. "Go fetch some tools for transporting the sand. I've compacted the surrounding area, and it's too heavy to move now." "Understood. Please wait a moment." Kusha dashed back, returning with a crew to assist in transporting the sand. Soon, the shadow clones began to work alongside Kusha and his team, moving increasingly heavier loads of sand that were saturated with water. Rather than setting the sand aside, they planned to distill the moisture for drinking. Even in their poverty, they found resourceful solutions. Had they not been situated in the heart of the desert, they might have already devised a method to distill seawater. "Hey, we've found it. There's water." "Wait. Stop digging." Achunin, hearing his shout, rushed over to see Rodney standing atop the murky water, with several clones still digging as the water level rose steadily. "Water. We have water. Ha ha ha. Yuba can once again thrive." Kusha rejoiced. "Thank heavens. We can surely overcome the sandstorm. If only we could wait for rain. Yuba will return to its former glory." The discovery of fresh water was undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for the inhabitants. Water meant life, and Yuba could regain its vitality, restoring the once thriving landscape. "Wonderful. Water has appeared." Kusha tightened his fist, realizing Yuba could sustain itself a while longer. Rodney, now back at the water's edge, along with 3 clones, cast an earthen wall to encircle the water hole. Let us find a few people to cover this area to prevent direct sunlight from causing unnecessary evaporation. Of course, Mr. Rodney. Kusher agreed, quickly dispatching others to seek out the best masons in Yuba to construct a shade structure, complete with an entrance and exit to thwart the sandstorm, ensuring it wouldn't be easily overwhelmed by sand. Though retrieving water would be somewhat cumbersome, it was far better than allowing this precious resource to be wasted. As the crowd erupted in cheers, Rodney gazed into the distance where a cloud of dust had risen, squinting his eyes. A crimson hue flickered within them as his vision sharpened once more. Through the haze, he discerned a rather flamboyant turtle, exhaling smoke as it approached swiftly, pulling a pink cart that exuded a certain girlish charm. Kosha, too, had noticed the unfolding situation. Rodney exhaled softly, uttering, "It may be an assassin come to find me." Kosha, instruct the Yuba people to remain hidden, otherwise they may be caught in the crossfire. However, Kosha was about to assert his willingness to assist when he was interrupted. These individuals are formidable assassins. Your involvement would be futile. I am better equipped to handle them. With that, he leaped into the air, vanishing before Kosha, leaving only a silhouette behind. Watching his retreating figure, Kosha clenched and unclenched his fists in a tumultuous struggle before ultimately deciding to alert everyone to take cover. The timing is impeccable, Rodney thought, positioning himself on the essential route for the waterborne transport of the turtle and blocking its passage. The door of the cart swung open, revealing a throng of individuals. Among them emerged a bald man, arms crossed, bearing a prominent character on his chest, tall and muscular. He donned monk-like attire adorned with serpentine patterns, his expression stern and unyielding, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance, clearly a man of few words and fierce disposition. Yet, what captured Rodney's attention even more was the individual beside him, casually perched with one leg crossed. Clad in a pink swan costume emblazoned with the phrase on the back, revealing two long, hairy legs, this person sported an extravagant visage reminiscent of a ballet dancer. Calling out rhythmically, 121, 1, 2, 121 Mr. 2, a senior agent of the Baroque Works, stood out as the sole operative without a partner, embodying a unique gender identity. The sea holds countless wonders, including such beings. And it seemed there was a land where Sanji endured 2 years of torment, an ordeal that would be excruciating for a lecherous soul, nearly leading to his assimilation. Though Funkere was indeed eccentric, he held a sense of loyalty, not entirely a good man, yet not wholly wicked either. Very well, I shall spare him, Rodney mused, his gaze sweeping across the remaining figures until it settled upon a man adorned with the number 1 on each cheek. Mr. 11, wielding a rapier, hailed from Huazhou, a master of the swift blade. If one sought weaponry, it seemed that arms were being delivered directly. Chapter 48, The Baroque Works. The renowned blade, Mr. 11's exquisite sword, is the very instrument that elevated him to the rank of a mid-level operative within the Baroque Works. Absent this illustrious weapon, his prowess would scarcely distinguish him from the countless elderly figures below that echelon. Leading the assassination attempt against Rodney is none other than the Baroque Works' most formidable high-ranking agent, Mr. 1, Des Bones. Having consumed the cutting fruit of the superhuman type, the Blade Man is capable of transforming any part of his body into a razor-sharp edge, rendering his skin as resilient as steel. Accompanying him is Mr. 2, a flamboyant individual, while Mr. 3 and his partner are notably absent. Mr. 4, alongside his partner, Miss Christmas, and Mr. 1's partner, Miss Fingers, are present, complemented by a cadre of less formidable assassins, including Mr. 9, Mr. 11, and the blue-haired girl, Miss Wednesday, a princess of this nation who has infiltrated the Baroque Works to uncover the truth about the dancing powder, alongside her subordinate, Ikarlam. Through sheer strength, she has successfully ascended to the position of mid-level operative. The failures of Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine have alarmed Crocodile, prompting him to dispatch Mr. 1 and his team to locate Rodney. Should they manage to recruit him, it would be ideal. Otherwise, they're to eliminate him collectively. Crocodile has never allowed a threat to persist. Mr. 1 speaks, the pirate hunter of the East Blue, the red-eyed Rodney. I offer you an opportunity to join the Baroque Works. Should you choose to accept, your past transgressions will be forgiven, and you may rise to the rank of Mr. 5 or higher. If you refuse, a sharp blade forms along his arm, his fingers transforming into lethal edges. It is unequivocal that refusal would result in a swift and violent onslaught. Rodney, scratching his head, squints and smiles. In that case, I shall. As he opens his eyes, a murderous intent surges forth, his blood-red Sharingan filled with malice. Make the first move. With a sudden dive, he plunges into the sand. Mr. One immediately commands, Miss Christmas. A plump old woman, speaking at a rapid pace, responds, Understood, understood. No time for idle chatter. Her mouth appears as if borrowed, hastily uttering her words. Her mouth elongates, sprouting whiskers, while fine black hair emerges from her skin. Her hands morph into claws, transforming her into a humanoid mole. Miss Christmas, having consumed the mole fruit of the Zoan type, swiftly burrows into the sand, searching for Rodney's whereabouts. Suddenly, Mr. 11 feels a tightening at his ankle as a powerful grasp seizes him, dragging him downward with such force that he cannot even emit a scream before being engulfed by the sand. Fool! Mr. 11 is a complete buffoon, Miss Christmas exclaims, retrieving his lifeless body. Mr. 1's keen eyes spot the explosive tag on Mr. 11's chest, and he bellows, Everyone, run. Rodney S-bomb paper. Mr. 1 and his companions possessed far more information about Rodney than anyone else, including details regarding the explosive talisman, though no one knew its name. They tentatively referred to it as bomb paper due to its explosive properties. With considerable power, an explosion erupted. The talisman on Mr. 11's chest detonated, causing everyone to retreat and hastily drop to the ground. As the dust settled, it left them covered in grime, mingled with strange debris. Princess Vivi had yet to rise. Tightening her grip, she spotted a face emerging from the sand, startling her into a gasp, which was swiftly muffled by a large hand. Hush, come with me. The voice commanded, dragging Princess Vivi into the sand, where a shadow clone would escort her to Yuba. As for the rest, let the battle commence. Emerging from the sand, he shook off the dirt and drew his blade, Huajo, its straight edge adorned with flame-like patterns, a fine sword, superior to the standard long knife he possessed. With Huajo held across his chest, he stood firm upon the earth, pointing it at the assembled agents, inquiring, Who wishes to step forward and meet their demise? Did you take little 11's dagger? Allow me to demonstrate. Foam Keeley's voice, reminiscent of a quacking duck, caused Rodney's expression to shift. In the anime, this character exhibited loyalty and humor, albeit with a touch of madness, yet in reality, he was another matter entirely. This demeanor and tone, perhaps it would be better to forego the blade. He plunged the sword into the sand, when suddenly a mole popped up, exclaiming in haste, Are you an imbecile? You nearly struck me. I would have died, surely would have. A voice called out, Miss Merry Christmas. Looking up, she saw the glint of a blade raised high, swiftly descending. She immediately burrowed into the sand, but the hole she left behind was torn asunder by a fearsome wave of sword energy, dry sand swirling toward the center. This fellow approached the fray with a playful spirit. Mr. One remarked gravely, he shows no regard for Miss Merry Christmas, treating her, and indeed many of us, as mere playthings. Sensing Rodney's intentions, Mr. One and Foam Keeley exchanged glances and attacked from two directions, one advancing, the other retreating. Mr. One's fingers curled into claws, blades sprouting from his fingertips as he lunged at Rodney, who parried with Huajo, sparks flying. Ballet fist, magnificent swan dance. Foam Keeley unleashed a flurry of kicks at Rodney, creating numerous afterimages. Shadow clone. A figure appeared beside him, blocking Foam Keeley's kick before vanishing. What was that? Mr. One felt the increasing burden of dealing with Rodney, more troublesome than any adversary he had encountered before. His eyes glinting with fierce intent as he unleashed a torrent of rapid strikes, which Rodney deftly countered. Foam Keeley was astonished. To think he could match Little One's prowess. Truly a terrifying opponent. However, I too must employ my most formidable techniques. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air, delivering a spinning kick aimed at the two combatants below. The hybrid martial art, memoirs of that summer? Exclaimed Rodney, repulsing Mr. One with a swift strike. His body spun, summoning a ferocious dragon-shaped whirlwind that whipped up a torrent of yellow sand, manifesting as a fearsome yellow dragon. Woodleaf Dragon God? What? Foam Cly's attack collided with the Woodleaf Dragon God and was immediately consumed by the sandy beast. The grains battered his face, causing pain and even tearing the skin in places, drawing blood. struggling against the turbulent winds. Feng Cly forced his eyes open and glimpsed Rodney at the center of the wind dragon. Gritting his teeth, he too began to spin rapidly, unleashing a flurry of spinning kicks, closing in on his target to deliver a decisive blow. Behold my signature technique, the hybrid martial art, 320-000 revolving kicks. Why don't you take a break? Retorted Rodney, executing a powerful kick that collided with Feng Cly's large leg, sending him flying and leaving him incapacitated on the ground. Still feeling nauseous, Rodney acknowledged that the Sharingan could perfectly replicate the martial arts here, but he had no desire to learn Feng Cly's hybrid martial art. He sensed that acquiring it would cost him something profoundly significant, perhaps his integrity. Turning his gaze towards the onlookers, he declared, "All right, who's next?" Suddenly, an unexpected bark. Chapter 49. Mr. One's blade was deftly intercepted by Rodney using the Hanas, and in an instant, Mr. One launched yet another offensive. Shaping his fingers into a knife, its sharpness glistening as he aimed for Rodney's heart. 6 styles, iron block. His muscles hardened like steel. Although his body could not move freely, withstanding this strike was paramount. A resounding clang echoed as Mr. One's attack missed, prompting him to retreat just as Mr. Fur's baseball bomb hurtled toward them. Releasing the iron block, Rodney evaded the grasp of Miss Merry Christmas with a swift shave, casting the Hanas toward the Mr. Fur, who wielded a baseball bat weighing several tons. Simultaneously, he unleashed a flurry of fireballs. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. The fireballs cascaded from above like a meteor shower. Mr. One swung his arms, shattering the fiery projectiles aimed at him. With a clang, the Hanas was struck away by Mr. Fur's bat, embedding itself into a nearby dune. In a flash, Rodney dashed over, retrieved the Hanas, and adopted a stance that made Mr. One uneasy. "Withdraw," he commanded, hardening his body once more to a steely resolve. Elbaf's spear, Conqueror. The spiraling sword energy tore through the desert, stirring up vast clouds of sand and carving a deep trench into the earth. Mr. One found himself at the center of this chasm. Even his iron-like body bore the brunt of this unrefined conqueror's technique. Beside him, Mr. Fur, Miss Merry Christmas, and several hapless minions lay incapacitated, some unconscious, others lifeless. Terrifying. "Is this person a monster?" Mr. One murmured. The monster before him appraised the Hanas in his grasp, grinning as he remarked, "What a fine blade. It should last a while longer. Hey, you there, shall we continue?" Mr. One, he struggled to rise, saying, "Is your prowess truly that of one just setting sail?" "Yes, perhaps a month since I first embarked," Rodney replied with a smile. "What do you say, Mr. One? Des Bones? Care to join me? The terms are negotiable. Though I am a lone wolf, I wouldn't mind having a couple of competent companions." In that moment, he had recognized Mr. One's potential and sought to recruit him. Mr. One remained silent, adopting a stance that indicated he was prepared for a fierce battle. "Very well, then. Allow me to grant you a death more aesthetically pleasing." A layer of lightning enveloped the Hanas. Even a simple kunai, devoid of craftsmanship, could be imbued with chakra. So how could the Hanas not possess the same? "What fruit do you possess?" Mr. One could not help but inquire. Initially, he had assumed Rodney wielded a fire-based fruit akin to the flame fruit, but the sudden appearance of lightning left him bewildered. "What on earth is this?" "Who knows? I might be a magician." Rodney shrugged nonchalantly, a playful smile gracing his lips as he looked at Mr. One. "Come now. Let me offer you a swift and merciful demise." With his 10 fingers transformed into razor-sharp blades, he crossed them before his chest and abruptly slashed towards Rodney. Just slash. Rodney sensed a multitude of minute sword energies intertwining, coalescing into an impenetrable net of blades. If struck, he could be cleaved into countless cubic fragments. A chill coursed through him as he wielded his weapon, the air thick with the remnants of his movements, clashing with Mr. One in a flurry of rapid exchanges. The Sharingan in his eyes spun ceaselessly, accurately capturing Mr. One's every move. Several times, he identified openings, yet alas, Mr. One's body was as solid as steel. Even the lightning-infused chakra could not breach it swiftly. "Your swordsmanship is commendable. Were it not uniquely yours, I might indeed be envious." As the possessor of the Sharingan, failing to replicate techniques would be a disservice to such eyes. Regardless of suitability, one must first imitate. Employing the same techniques against foes could be a means to unsettle them. Just observe the stalemate. One could swiftly conclude the battle, but opts instead to mirror the opponent's moves, merely to provoke them. With his chakra reserves, a swift resolution would be the true path to victory. Unfortunately, Mr. One's techniques were self-developed after consuming the devil fruit, making them ill-suited for Rodney even if replicated. Unfazed by Rodney's musings, Mr. One altered his earlier offensive, his arms sprouting horizontal blades that spun rapidly like saw teeth. He swung his arms, intending to sever Rodney with the blades. The clash of the serrated edges against Rodney's weapon resonated violently, sparks flying. This guy is infuriatingly tough. Perhaps I can use this to my advantage. A plan formed in his mind to swiftly conclude the confrontation and escape Mr. One by diving underground. Mississippi Merry Christmas. Where has that fellow gone? Mr. One inquired. I don't know. I can't find him, replied Mississippi Merry Christmas from below. I see him. Ah, Mr. One recognized that Mississippi Merry Christmas was on borrowed time and focused intently on locating Rodney. Behind a sand dune, Rodney utilized the blood he had procured from Mississippi Merry Christmas to draw a symbol upon his palm, invoking a summoning technique. With a pop, a palm-sized slug materialized before him. Lord Rodney, the slug inquired. Why summon me in such a diminutive form? It serves a purpose, Rodney smiled, tucking the slug into his sleeve. Slug sister. Seize the opportunity to assist me against an adversary. Understood. The slug's tentacles twitched, adhering to his sleeve to avoid being dislodged. Thus, he waved a weapon in his hand and stepped forward, descending with a powerful strike. Mr. One hastily crossed his arms to intercept the blow. Pain shot through him as he felt a stinging ache, momentarily repelling Rodney with a swing of his blade. Upon examining his right arm, he discovered several small holes corroded by an unknown viscous substance, causing him excruciating pain. Despicable. You promised him a swift death, didn't you? My apologies, but for me, victory is all that matters. Rest assured, I'll ensure your demise won't be too painless. When it comes to combat, Rodney has no scruples. Any method that ensures survival is fair game in this life-or-death struggle. Mr. One, I'll try to minimize your suffering. Or perhaps, you'd prefer to end it yourself? Nonsense. Mr. One was a hardened warrior, and such a humiliating death was beneath him. An insult. Disgusted by this slippery opponent who seemed intent on tormenting him, he snarled, I'll carve you into pieces. Bubble chrysanthemum slash. His palms and fingers transformed into blades as he lunged at Rodney like a tiger pouncing, swift as thunder. Clang. Rokushiki. Tekai. Iron body. The tip of Hanazono's blade met Mr. One's hand, but the petal-like radial slashes erupted violently, converging toward Rodney. SSSSHHH. The sand dunes behind him were cleaved into smaller mounds, while Rodney's upper garments were shredded into tatters, revealing deep, bone-exposing gashes across his torso. Impressive. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Rodney endured the assault, discarded Hanazono, and channeled monstrous strength into his fist. Fishman Karate, monstrous strength. 2-0-0-0. What straight punch. Boom. Without hesitation, his fist, capable of splitting mountains, slammed into Mr. One's chest. Where Hanazono had failed to pierce, brute force shattered through. Mr. One's body was sent flying like scattered petals, and Rodney pursued without mercy, leaving no room for recovery. Painful skyleg. Concentrating chakra into his foot, he drove it into Mr. One's body. Crash. A crater formed in the sand, and even Mr. One's formidable physique couldn't withstand Rodney's relentless onslaught. Mr. One fallen. Rodney exhaled sharply. Damn, that hurt. If I hadn't feared his blades, I wouldn't have used Hanazono. His swordsmanship is abysmal, no hockey, just brute force. Fists can't block blades, and dodging bubble chrysanthemum slash was impossible. Substitution jutsu only works when escape is viable. It's not foolproof. He winced. Taking that hit head-on really stung. Chapter 50. The desire for a tranquil life. Nefertari Vivi, the Princess of Alabasta, is a genuinely devoted royal. Humble and peace-loving, much like her father, and beloved by her people. She is a capable princess who recently infiltrated the Baroque works alongside the head of the royal guard, Icolum, to investigate the matter of the dance powder. Within a few months, their formidable skills and exceptional talents earned them positions as mid-level operatives. Currently, she and Kosha are tending to Rodney's wounds, while a half-human-sized slug rests upon him, utilizing chakra to aid in his recovery. Mr. Rodney, what about the members of Baroque Works? They're all dead. Well, perhaps one or two may have survived, but having lost these high and mid-level operatives, Baroque Works has suffered a significant blow and is virtually defunct. Task: Dissolve Baroque Works task level. B rewards: Shadow Clone Technique, Water Release, Water Formation Wall, Palm Sage Technique. Permanent Chakra Fruit, 5,000 task points. Status: Completed. The mid-level and high-level operatives were slain by him, rendering Baroque Works inconsequential, equivalent to disbandment. The system has deemed the task accomplished. A substantial sum of task points was credited, and he consumed the permanent chakra fruit before their eyes, fully replenishing his chakra and simultaneously raising his chakra limit by 30%. Lord Rodney, your chakra has suddenly restored? Inquired the slug lady. Indeed. I merely employed a secret medicine akin to the military rations, entirely harmless to the body, Rodney replied with a smile. He turned to Princess Vivi and said, So, Princess Vivi, what brings you to seek me? I wish to express my gratitude and invite you to the capital, Alubarna. Rodney's dismantling of Baroque Works, albeit halting their investigation, was undoubtedly beneficial for the kingdom, and his actions warranted such acknowledgement from her. It's nothing, just a matter of convenience. I will visit the capital when the opportunity arises, but not at this moment. He shook his head and smiled, adding, If you are investigating the dance powder, I can assure you it is no longer necessary. I will unearth the mastermind behind it. It is not a difficult task. The mastermind? Is that truly possible? Indeed. The king had been framed. Kosha clenched his fists, for even if he were to become the leader of a rebellion, he would still choose to trust that benevolent king, believing that he was compelled to act against the Baroque Works due to pressure and obstruction. Certainly, Princess Vivi, King Cobra is a competent ruler. If it were not for the water scarcity in Alabasta, this nation would likely thrive beyond measure. He believed that a wise ruler like Cobra could lead the country to greater prosperity in a more favorable location. But the severe lack of water in Alabasta severely limited economic development. Thank you for your kind words. I have always held unwavering confidence in my father, the king. However, this is our nation, and we shall undoubtedly lead our people towards prosperity. Indeed, Vivi, I believe that you and His Majesty can achieve this. Thank you, leader. Perhaps you could assist me later. Princess Vivi and Kusha share a childhood bond, both deeply concerned for the populace, filled with hope and goodwill for this land. Princess Vivi inquired, Mr. Rodney, may I ask who the puppeteer behind this is? A man you cannot contend with, ambitious and unscrupulous. That man is my target. Came the reply. After glancing at the two, he added, prepare some items for me. I trust you can manage that in your capacity as a princess, correct? I shall immediately notify the king to have the items sent, she responded. Very well. 3 days later, Rodney's injuries had healed, and he set forth to the Rain District with the items prepared by Princess Vivi. In the grandest casino of the Rain District, the Rain Banquet, a woman known as Miss All Sunday, whose true name is Nico Robin and who serves as the deputy of the Baroque Works, reported 3 days ago. Our agents dispatched to eliminate Rodney have all been wiped out. The figure shrouded in darkness was none other than Crocodile, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. A man with ambitions to acquire the ancient weapon Pluton and become the pirate king. As the smoke from his cigar curled about him, his scarred visage appeared ominously grim. He placed his golden hook heavily upon the table and, after a prolonged silence, queried, Mr. One, was he also defeated? Indeed. According to eyewitness accounts, his chest was completely shattered, his spine broken, and his upper body rendered unrecognizable. Perhaps due to the powers of his fruit, he did not disintegrate entirely. But there is no doubt that such injuries would lead to death. Additionally, Mr. Two's body is missing. Miss Wednesday has vanished. Do not concern yourself with her anymore. The elite and mid-level agents have nearly all perished. Those who remain, even if they are promoted to elite agents, will be of little use. Find Miss Wednesday. She is of utmost importance to Princess Vivi and to us as well. Crocodile calmly assessed the situation. Baroque Works had come to an end, along with his aspirations. His plans to garner influence over the years for a more convenient usurpation were now in disarray without the assistance of Baroque Works. Jostat J. Rodney. What is it that you truly desire? After a moment of contemplation, he commanded, "Gather every piece of information available on Rodney within a day. I expect to see it on my desk by tomorrow." Understood. Nico Robin nodded before departing. As he watched her graceful form, Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke, reflecting. Nico Robin, a most capable assistant, yet, extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray, she is an unpredictable one. The ancient weapon, known as the Pluto, remains a valuable asset even today. Crafted in the prosperous city of Seven Waters, it is renowned as the most formidable battleship in history, capable of obliterating an island with a single cannon fire. Now, it lies dormant somewhere in the world, while the historical text that records its whereabouts is hidden within Alabasta. Yet its location has yet to be discovered. The only individual in the world capable of deciphering this ancient text is Nico Robin, rendering her unable to act for the time being. The Pluto, if one could obtain it, the possibilities would be limitless. He spread his arms wide, as if attempting to embrace the world. Upon exiting her office, Nico Robin returned to her workspace and opened a drawer containing a stack of files on Rodney, the pirate hunter. The documents revealed strange weapons, explosive paper, and the notorious red-eyed Rodney. Were his actions solely aimed at eradicating pirates? Was it for monetary gain? No. He was not in want of riches. She sought to analyze the essence of Rodney, drawing from intelligence gathered by her informants since his rise to prominence, specifically since the defeat of the Buggy Pirates. The reports indicated an array of elemental attacks with the ability to unleash torrents of water. Water? Her gaze sharpened. She was certain that Crocodile would falter against this pirate hunter. Perhaps she could seize the opportunity to escape amidst their clash. She could conceal herself during the battle and continue her investigation from the shadows. However, what if Rodney were to lose? Would she not then fall prey to Crocodile? Having worked alongside him for 2 years, Robin understood the nature of this man, cruel, ruthless, and willing to go to any lengths to pursue his ambitions. He was a pirate who dared to usurp nations, instilling deep apprehension within her, coupled with the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. It was prudent to observe the unfolding events. Should Rodney emerge victorious, she could propose an alliance. After all, he would surely be intrigued by the whereabouts of the Pluto. Robin was convinced that few would resist the allure of the ancient weapon, a chance to ascend to greatness and dominate the world, an opportunity seldom forsaken. If Rodney were to learn of her intentions, he would likely scoff at the notion, pondering instead the acquisition of tailed beasts once the mission objectives were met. Creatures that could fight, flee, and serve as batteries, with a tailed beast ball capable of leveling mountains, and the possibility of enhancing the Sharingan. Techniques like the planetary devastation would be advantageous. Why obsess over the firepower of the Pluto? Would the world government truly spare him if he possessed it? He, Rodney, seemingly yearned for a tranquil life. Chapter 51. Should I be your guide? In the rain-soaked city, Rodney arrived in this still-thriving metropolis, aptly dubbed the City of Dreams. The environment was splendid, resembling an oasis, with an abundance of water persisting even after nearly 2 years without any signs of drought. Despite the daylight, a refreshing breeze swept through, alleviating the heat. Nearby, date palm trees were laden with ripe fruit that appeared delectable and seemingly ready to be enjoyed. Seizing the opportunity, he discreetly plucked a few and savored their sweet, delightful taste. In this city of rain, several pyramids towered above, prompting him to ponder. Aware of the Egyptian influence, he questioned the rationale behind constructing pyramids. After all, they are tombs. Was this a prelude to a clash of the deceased? Am I to be a king among kings? Ha ha ha, I am the king of kings, with pharaohs beneath me, powerless. No, he must not dwell on such thoughts. His mind began to conjure vivid images. Coughing a few times, he banished the intrusive visions, redirecting his gaze toward the largest pyramid, adorned with blue and white stripes and edged with golden bricks. Atop it perched a statue of a crocodile, its head crowned with bananas. The Rain Feast. The grandest casino in Alabasta was overseen by the astute Crocodile, who preferred to remain in the shadows while the public face was Nicole Robin. Robin, too, concealed her true identity, for her bounty was exceedingly high. Crocodile, reigning over the kingdom's largest gambling establishment, amassed wealth effortlessly, indulging in a lavish lifestyle. He casually raised crocodiles and, upon examining the accounts, would delight in dispatching a few pirates for sport, living quite comfortably. Yet, driven by ambition, he relinquished his tranquil existence. Adorning himself with a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs and a fashionable black and white striped ensemble, he embarked on a whirlwind tour of Marineford, participated in the war atop the summit, and engaged in fierce combat against admirals, emerging as the top contributor. Upon entering the Rain Feast, he found it relatively serene, devoid of the usual cacophony, though the occasional outburst from a disgruntled gambler echoed as they were unceremoniously ejected by staff. Dismissing these disturbances, the atmosphere remained notably calm. Exchanging 10,000 berries for chips, he approached a gaming table, refraining from placing an immediate wager. Instead, his attention fixated on the dealer's deft movements. Observing closely, he stroked his chin, narrowed his eyes, and activated his Sharingan to meticulously record the dealer's actions. The technique was commendable. The dealer exhibited speed, yet for someone of their caliber, it remained somewhat sluggish, adequate for deceiving the average player. Having studied the dealer's methods sufficiently, he joined the game. Utilizing the replicated gambling techniques gleaned from his Sharingan and executing movements so rapid that they eluded the ordinary eye, he triumphantly amassed a considerable stack of chips. The house dealer, intent on outmaneuvering him, found themselves swiftly drained of their own chips, realization dawning upon them that they were up against a master. Promptly, they summoned the proprietor. Emerging was a statuesque beauty, exuding an air of maturity and intellect. However, her prolonged stay in Alabasta had rendered her skin somewhat tanned. Yet, this was of little concern, for a few years of care would restore her complexion. Upon witnessing Rodney's unexpected gaze, Robin immediately discerned that this individual recognized her. Yet, how could he possibly know her? The image of her on the wanted poster depicted her as a mere child, making it rather challenging to identify her. Those crimson eyes of Rodney, truly extraordinary. Instinctively averting her gaze from those oddly enchanting eyes, she maintained a polite smile and greeted, "Good day, Mr. Rodney. Have we met before? I have seen your cough. I do not recognize you." Suddenly recalling those Risku images in her mind, she cleared her throat and inquired, "Mississippi. All Sunday?" Robin paused momentarily, smiling as she replied, So you are already aware. Please, follow me. The VIP room awaits your presence. Then let us proceed. Following Robin into the opulent VIP chamber, she sank into a sofa so plush it felt as though she might be enveloped entirely. "So, what is it that you wish to discuss by bringing me here?" "Nothing much, Mr. Rodney. However, there exists a significant conflict between you and our Baroque works. Of course, I have done nothing wrong, yet you pursue me relentlessly?" Rodney's face was a mask of indignation as he bellowed, "I merely came here to enjoy a vacation. And you dare send people to hunt me down? Regardless, this rift is now established. With Baroque works in play, there can be no coexistence. One of us must perish." Robin responded, "Was it not you who instigated this from the very beginning? Whiskey Peak, Mr. 5, Mr. 1, they were clearly your most forceful strikes. Were they not? Our Baroque works is, at the very least, a legitimate assassination organization, and yet you inflict grievous damage upon us, only to turn around and bite back. Did she perhaps overestimate this man's principles? Whatever happened to the dignity of the strong? Who taught him to be so shameless? If you seek compensation, state your terms, and we shall consider them," Robin suggested, recognizing this as merely a stalling tactic, as Crocodile was already approaching, and she needed to buy time. Her interest in Rodney was minimal. He was merely a bounty hunter. Should her true identity be revealed, it was likely that this man would draw his blade. For her bounty was substantial. Since the destruction of O'Hara, she had lived amid betrayal and cunning schemes, a life fraught with exhaustion. Yet, in her quest to decipher the true history, to unveil the secrets of that enigmatic blank century, she had made a pact with Crocodile. Driven solely by her desire to comprehend the obscured past, her dream was simply to uncover those hidden histories, yet a colossal obstacle stood between her and that secret knowledge. "Terms?" Rodney pondered for a moment before grinning and stating, "Then I propose you surrender yourself to me, for you are not the clandestine leader of Baroque works." Robin's heart raced, though her smile remained intact, her eyes icy. "That jest is hardly amusing, Mr. Rodney. If it is not humorous, then let us consider another, Crocodile's head." He leaned back, resting his head on his hand without a trace of fear, as if preparing for something, yet the players had yet to assemble. "Ah, Crocodile is a warlord of the sea, and our Baroque works is no match for him. Robin remarked, "Do you wish to eliminate him? Who wouldn't desire to rid themselves of a warlord?" Regrettably, since he ascended to that rank, his bounty has remained static. Otherwise, given his prowess, a bounty of 200 or 300 million would be easily attainable. Warlords are recognized pirates by the world government, their bounties preserved, and they are exempt from naval capture. However, should they lose the title, their bounties would skyrocket, and the Navy would pursue them relentlessly. Old Sand isn't akin to Buggy, who fortuitously clings to his position among the warlords through sheer luck with his conqueror's haki. Indeed, he could one day aspire to become one of the 4 emperors, assuming, of course, he manages to escape from prison first. My gaze wandered over Robin's curvaceous figure, yet my thoughts remained clear. It seems that the bounty on the daughter of the devil is slightly higher than Crocodile's. Robin stepped back, nonchalantly stating, "My purpose extends beyond merely exchanging bounties with the world government. I am aware that you are a historian as well. I harbor a keen interest in those histories too. What do you say, Nico Robin? Would you consider joining me? It would be a far more promising venture than entangling oneself with Crocodile. For seeking to ally with a tiger brings no favorable outcome." Robin chose silence. This man was indeed akin to those others, no, perhaps even more avaricious. In truth, she misjudged Rodney. He was genuinely fascinated by history. The blank century, how intriguing it is to ponder. What secrets does the world government conceal? What transpired during that enigmatic period? Alas, he lacks the comprehension to decipher it. Otherwise, armed with his knowledge of historical texts, he would swiftly uncover and understand them. It can only be said that he traversed time inappropriately. A decade later, he could have completed the narrative. I venture to speculate that once the tale concludes, the Grim Reaper might still be in elementary school. So what truly occurred? My insatiable curiosity bubbled forth, and I endeavored to present a congenial smile, saying, "Miss Robin, please consider, my offers are generous. Should you join me, I shall promote you to vice captain. Yet, who are you really? No, you lack even a ship. Do you not?" Chapter 52. The Sand Crocodile confronted with Rodney's inquiries, Robin expressed her reluctance to respond, sensing an underlying deceit emanating from him. An aura that bespoke a charlatan, rendering him untrustworthy. Having navigated the tumultuous seas for many years, she believed she had discerned the true nature of the man before her. "Surely you're jesting. My treatment here is rather satisfactory," she retorted, her face adorned with a carefully crafted smile, devoid of any apparent flaws. "Oh, is that so? After analyzing the historical text, will the Sand Crocodile spare you? Do not jest. Once he uncovers what he desires, he will undoubtedly not let a knowledgeable person like you escape." "Ah, so you are aware," she replied, her expression darkening. Indeed, she was well aware of Crocodile's cold and merciless disposition. However, from the outset, she had no intention of revealing the true content of the historical text to him. The fact that Crocodile was the true master of Baroque works was a secret known only to him. How could this man possibly be informed? "I possess a unique source of intelligence," he said, squinting his eyes, provoking a desire in Robin to strike him across the face. Nevertheless, Rodney had a point. To conspire with a predator was to invite ruin. Crocodile, the crocodile of the sands, was more terrifying than a mere man-eater. He understood the art of patience, biding his time for the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. "You need not concern yourself with that," she replied dismissively. "Is that so?" Rodney glanced around and remarked, "By the way, why have you summoned me here? My chips have yet to be redeemed, which amounts to several million berries. Rest assured, that will not be a problem," she assured him, recognizing the man's inherent greed. "Furthermore, the boss wishes to meet you. Please wait here for a moment." "I see." He reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, the fruits and fine wines on the table untouched. What if they are poisoned? Poisoning him would be an effortless task for Crocodile, a ruthless pirate devoid of any so-called warrior's honor. "Robin, dear, your boss has not yet arrived. Let us converse in the meantime." "Hey, don't ignore me. That would be exceedingly dull. Honestly, if you continue this way, you may find yourself unable to marry." Determined to remain unresponsive, Robin felt that engaging with him would only lead to an incessant entanglement with Rodney, which she found tiresome. This man was not only greedy, but also a relentless chatterbox. Indeed, Declining the position of his first mate had proven to be a sagacious decision, for otherwise, tranquility would become a distant memory. Yet for someone like her, merely having a book to read sufficed for peace. How exceedingly boring, Robin. Shall I reveal to you the location of the historical text? You know, this time, Robin could not contain her curiosity. Ah, certainly. I am aware of more than just one location of such a thing, he replied with a grin. Where is it? Robin. Ugh. Will you speak or not? Speaking halfway will only lead to a tangled tongue. The historical text? I am quite intrigued as well, Rodney. Why not join my crew? I shall grant you the position of Mr. One. A fine stream of sand suddenly emerged from the crack beneath the door, coalescing into a human silhouette on the sofa opposite Rodney. Gradually, the figure materialized into a tall, imposing man with a scarred face. Clad in a tailored suit draped with a fur coat, Crocodile, the infamous Baroque works agent known as Sir Crocodile. Speaking of which, in this scorching desert heat, aren't you overdressed? Doesn't it bother you? Crocodile remained silent, his expression darkening. He had expected a more formidable opening, perhaps a challenge or a negotiation, not this absurd observation. Ignoring the remark, he chose not to dignify it with a response, lest it diminish his intimidating presence. Robin stood silently behind him, unnoticed as Crocodile continued, if what you say is true, Rodney, then perhaps we have grounds for collaboration. Rodney's eyes flickered open, revealing a pair of crimson orbs, sinister, bloodthirsty, and foreboding. The Sharingan's malevolent aura was unmistakable. Baroque works? A joke, Rodney scoffed. That Mr. One might have some skill, but he has no match for me. Frankly, none of your agents are, except you. So tell me, why should I submit to you? To conquer this world. Crocodile spread his arms, his face alight with fervor. I want to deceive you. I came to this kingdom for the ancient weapon Pluton. With its power, I will claim the title of Pirate King and rule this world. He saw no reason to conceal his ambitions. Whether Rodney knew the location of the poneglyphs or not, his ability to single-handedly dismantle Baroque works operatives made him valuable. And if he refused, well, Crocodile was prepared to eliminate him. With the power of his Logia-type devil fruit, he believed himself invincible, untouchable. Humph. The last man who thought himself invincible ceased to think altogether. Extending his hand, Crocodile declared, "Join me, Rodney. Serve under me." Rodney studied the outstretched hand before asking, "Was it you who stopped the rains in Alabasta?" "Indeed. I used dance powder, smuggled into the capital S palace to frame Cobra. Once I seize the throne, this kingdom will be mine, and my dream realized. Work with me, Rodney, and you shall have whatever you desire." He cared little if Rodney betrayed his scheme. Refusal meant death. How splendid. Rodney smiled, reaching out in turn. Robin's gaze flickered with disdain, while Crocodile smirked. Perhaps this man wasn't so difficult to manipulate after all. But instead of clasping hands, Rodney forcibly twisted Crocodile's fingers into a series of seals, murmuring, "Water release. Wild water wave." What? A torrent of water surged from nowhere, instantly solidifying Crocodile's sandy form and nullifying his elemental intangibility. His true body was exposed. Impossible. The individual's capabilities were remarkable. With a fierce glint in his eyes, the hook of his left hand aimed menacingly at Rodney's throat, striking swiftly and with precision, devoid of any hesitation. Hua Zhou. Gripping his weapon, intercepted Crocodile's hook. Realizing the attack had failed, he broke free from Rodney's grasp, flung open the door, and dashed outside, with Rodney in hot pursuit. Robin, gazing at the water beneath her feet, fell into contemplation. Why did the water not strip her of her abilities? Could it be that his water did not incapacitate those with powers? Robin refrained from divulging any information regarding Rodney's abilities to Crocodile, thus ensnaring him in a trap. Ha ha. Sand Crocodile, do not think you can escape. Rodney, akin to an exuberant hound, brandished his knife while pursuing Crocodile, exhaling a torrent of flames that surged down the narrow corridor towards his target. Sandwall. The droplets on his body were absorbed by the sand, allowing him once again to harness his powers. With a swift motion of his right hand, a sandwall arose to block the fireball. In the constricted space, the fireball detonated, and Rodney quickly conjured an earthen barrier, narrowly avoiding being ensnared by his own skill. Boom. The corridor was blasted open. A cloud of dust enveloping the area, rendering visibility extremely low. Desert Treasure Blade. The sand sliced through the earthen barrier like a knife, prompting Rodney to evade just in time, revealing a gash where he had stood moments before, the cut smooth and precise, seemingly not an attack wrought by mere sand. Water release, water wave. Utilizing 1,000 points to exchange for this water technique, he summoned forth water from the ground with his formidable chakra. The wave surged through the myriad of passages, engulfing the entire rain banquet. Gamblers, caught off guard by the sudden deluge, were swept away. Those fortunate enough were carried out, while the less fortunate were dragged into the side channels, teeming with massive banana crocodiles. Banana crocodile. A feast. Robin experienced the rare sensation of swimming. Having consumed the devil fruit in her youth, she never learned to swim, deeming it unnecessary for herself. Fortunately, Rodney's water release was composed entirely of chakra, free from the ocean's curse, allowing her powers to still function. Hands emerged from the water, lifting her up, her clothes drenched and clinging to her graceful form. This individual's abilities truly countered crocodiles. Was collaboration with him truly a possibility? At this moment, Robin genuinely contemplated Rodney's earlier words. Chapter 53. But you crocodile was in a miserable state, drenched from head to toe, swimming frantically through the water. Though he couldn't comprehend why the water hadn't sapped his strength. Now was not the time to dwell on such mysteries. The banana crocodiles he had raised were now watching him intently. Banana crocodile, staring. Well, if it isn't the boss? Crocodile. Damn it, care to explain what's going on here? Even if he flailed his arms and legs desperately. These cold-blooded creatures wouldn't remember who had fed them. In their eyes, there was only food. His voice meant nothing to them now. But how could he even speak underwater? This was dire. He should have fed them until they were stuffed. One of the banana crocodiles lunged at him, jaws snapping. Crocodile barely dodged, using the hook on his left hand to latch onto the beast's maw. In pain, the crocodile thrashed and flung him out of the water, landing on solid ground. Crocodile gasped for breath as the scorching sun evaporated the water from his body. Then, a voice rang out. Water release, surging waves. Crocodile. A monstrous tidal wave surged forth, overwhelming everything in its path. A flood in the middle of the desert, it felt as absurd as freezing to death in the height of summer. But now, Crocodile realized this was no laughing matter. His body instantly turned to sand, floating in the air. How was this possible? What kind of devil fruit did this person possess? He had never heard of a power that could manipulate both water and fire that would be terrifyingly strong. Yet, strangely, the water didn't seem to nullify his devil fruit abilities. As Crocodile pondered this, the entire city of Rain Base was submerged. But instead of fleeing, the people rejoiced. Water, so much water. How long would this bounty last? Every household scrambled to collect it in whatever containers they could find. Though Rain Base wasn't particularly short on water, everyone in the desert understood its preciousness. What they didn't know was that this water would vanish on its own after some time. A chakra couldn't sustain itself in the air indefinitely. It would eventually dissipate. This wasn't good. The battlefield was too saturated with water. He had once believed no one in the desert kingdom of Alabasta could defeat him, but now, an adversary had emerged, one who could very well be his mortal enemy. If he didn't eliminate this threat, he'd never sleep soundly again. Water release, torrent. High-pressure water pillars shot up from the flood, all aimed at Crocodile's drifting, sand-formed body. Annoying. Sables. A swirling vortex of sand formed in his palm, capable of toppling buildings at close range. The sables whipped up the water droplets, the sand within growing heavy as it absorbed moisture before plummeting back into the flood below. All that remained was a faint breeze. Two figures emerged from the water. Squinting, Crocodile recognized them, Rodney, who had been hiding beneath the surface all along. His eyes widened. Sand bubbled violently on his right palm, like boiling water, before he slashed forward, releasing a crescent-shaped blade of sand. Desert Spada. It struck one of the Rodneys, dissolving him into water that was absorbed by the sand. Water? Can he create duplicates of himself using water? Then where's the other one? Turning to search for the other's figure, he spotted them rushing toward this direction. Is this the real one? Desert Spada. His 4 fingers transformed into 4 sand blades that shot toward Rodney. Water style, water whip. Rodney pulled his hand, and a long whip of water materialized in his grasp, lashing out to intercept the incoming Desert Spada. Effortlessly, his body was sliced apart by the sand blades, dissolving into a puddle of water. What an annoying ability. Deciding not to linger, he swiftly took flight, soaring beyond the borders of rain dinners. Glancing down at the residents watching him from below, he briefly considered silencing them, but Rodney gave him no time to deliberate. Water style, water shark bomb. A shark, entirely composed of water, surged from the surface and lunged toward him. A shark? Flying? Made of water? Without hesitation, he absorbed the attack with sables, then swiftly moved, landing on a dune beyond rain dinners. The familiar desert terrain offered a sliver of security. That technique. I must find a way to kill him. Here he comes. Without water, how will you fight me? He spotted a figure darting toward him at incredible speed. Rokushiki? A pirate who knows Rokushiki? In the New World, it wasn't uncommon for pirates to know a few Rokushiki techniques. After all, defecting Marines were a dime a dozen. But for a rookie pirate to wield them so soon? That was suspicious. Crocodile. Damn it. Desert La Spada. His arm dissolved into sand, seeping into the ground before erupting as a massive sand blade along Rodney's path, slicing him clean in half. Poof. The body dispersed into white mist, vanishing without a trace. Crocodile's expression darkened. Just how many tricks does this guy have? Ninjutsu's survival techniques were top tier. For those unfamiliar with it, distinguishing between the real body and a clone was nearly impossible, utterly infuriating. And then there were substitution and transformation techniques. A skilled genin could handle an entire group. And not just Konoha's infamous genin, those from other villages were no joke either. Earth style, Mud River. The sand beneath his feet turned treacherously loose, sending Crocodile sliding backward. 700 Mud River, followed by 750 Earth Dragon Bullet. From the origin of the mud flow, an earthen dragon emerged, its maw gaping as it spat globs of mud. Rodney clawed his way out of the sand and exhaled a torrent of flames. Combined ninjutsu, Earth Fire Dragon Stream. The flames ignited the mud projectiles, delivering a dual assault. The blazing Earth Dragon collided with Crocodile, shattering his form into scattered sand. Such an attack. How could it possibly affect a Logia like me? His half-formed face sneered from the swirling sand above. Of course, I was just testing a new technique. Crocodile, I wonder, what happens to your scattered body when it meets water? Rodney grinned as droplets of water coalesced around him. Crocodile's eyes widened. How is he summoning water in the middle of the desert? With a swift motion of his palms, he exclaimed, "Water release, water surge." A torrent of water surged forth, reminiscent of a tsunami, forcing Crocodile to retreat repeatedly. He immediately utilized his abilities to cause the surrounding sand to collide with the water wave, merging the two elements. The water soon sank into the sand, leaving only a damp patch of earth behind. Water release, water whip. The water whip lashed against Crocodile in midair, inflicting pain. Upon contact with the water, his body became corporeal, making him vulnerable to defeat without the need for haki. Furthermore, he had grown overly reliant on his devil fruit, neglecting the training of his physical skills and haki. In the prominent Alabasta of the Grand Line, he had faced only feeble opponents, resulting in minimal growth and strength. In essence, he was akin to that deluded deity, utterly deceived. Rodney grasped the water whip tightly, wrapping it around Crocodile. Lightning release, thunderous wave. The impact stunned Crocodile, rendering him paralyzed and hindered in movement. As the water whip shattered, Rodney charged forward with a powerful punch, striking Crocodile's face, causing him to spit blood. Yet, astonishingly, he managed to endure, bellowing, "This is my territory." From his palm, a whirlwind of sand began to swirl, coiling upon itself. An endless tide of yellow sand surged forth, forming a devastating desert tornado. Rodney drew forth his blade, gripping the hilt tightly. Elbaf's spear, Nation's Might. The spiraling sword energy erupted, disrupting the destructive tornado, scattering it to the winds. With a swift movement, he dashed over the sand dunes, as Crocodile's golden hook glimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. With a flick of his arm, the golden hook, entwined with sand, flew towards Rodney's weapon. Crescent Sand Dune. Upon contact, it could absorb the moisture within a person, transforming them into a mummy, an encounter Rodney wished to avoid. With a thud, a wooden object appeared, decaying instantly upon contact with the crescent sand dune, shattering in the wind. Where is he? A wave of yellow sand enveloped someone from behind, and upon looking back, it was none other than Rodney. "I've caught you." Chapter 54. The Ultimate Survivor got you at last. Crocodile sneered, his face alight with triumphant malice. After enduring repeated humiliations, he had finally captured this vexing adversary. Before him stood Rodney, his body entirely encased in sand, only his head left exposed. Yet despite his predicament, Rodney showed no trace of fear. His expression remained serene, a faint smile playing on his lips as he murmured, "Do you truly believe you've caught me?" "What?" Crocodile stiffened. "Another clone? When did you begin to delude yourself into thinking you had seized my true form?" With a sudden poof, Rodney transformed into a wooden log. Crocodile cursed inwardly, just as he suspected. He whirled around, dispersing the sand to shield himself. But it was too late. His body split in two, sand pouring from the wound. Turning, he saw Rodney brandishing a blade, slashing wildly without technique, tearing his form to shreds. "Useless. You've exhausted your water supply. Haven to you? Die, Rodney." Crocodile reformed his body, his right hand condensing into a razor-sharp blade of compressed sand, thrusting straight for Rodney's heart. He too a glob of saliva, rich in moisture, splattered onto Crocodile's head, drenching him. "Crocodile. Ah, my apologies. A bit of a sore throat." Rodney coughed, his expression sheepish, his eyes gleaming with mischief beneath an innocent facade. "You dare mock me?" No mockery intended. It's just..." Rodney tilted his head. "I found it amusing." "You bastard. I'll slaughter you, mummify your corpse, and display you atop the rain dinners." Crocodile seethed. He had expected some grand justification, only to be met with blatant ridicule. If he tolerated this insult, he would no longer be worthy of the title warlord, no longer the Desert King. Crocodile pressed his palm against the dampened sand. Beneath Rodney's feet, the ground softened, the earth beginning to swallow him. "Desert, Suna no mi sables." His gaze was that of a man staring at the dead. "I should thank you. There was no aquifer beneath us, but your water allowed me to manipulate the sand, creating quicksand. Still, I keep my promises. I'll dig you out, not with sand, but with my own hands, and leave you to dry atop the rain dinners." His voice dripped with smug satisfaction. The technique relied on controlling subterranean water currents to shift dunes and form deadly sinkholes. In Rain Base, the nearest aquifer lay far from here. But Rodney's spit had provided just enough moisture for a localized trap, though water was his weakness. Crocodile had turned it into a weapon, one as lethal as it was ironic. Certainly, this narrative is directed solely at those lacking strength and special skills. However, if one were to replace them with an individual skilled in martial arts, or endowed with rapid reflexes and the ability to perceive the world around them, escape would be a mere trifle. As the quicksand engulfed his knees, Rodney remained unfazed, for he knew it could not claim his life. He gazed calmly at Crocodile, instilling a sense of panic within him. Suddenly realizing that Rodney could traverse beneath the sand, Crocodile hastily sought to manipulate the quicksand to eliminate him. Desert Sword. The Desert Sword cleaved through the quicksand pit, aimed at Rodney, yet he transformed into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. This, another illusion. Having been toyed with repeatedly by Rodney, Crocodile unleashed his frustration, recklessly wielding the Desert Sword, carving deep ravines into the desert, only for them to be swiftly reclaimed by the sand. Where is he? Bastard. Always hiding. Crocodile, who had maintained a villainous demeanor, could no longer restrain his expletives. His composure shattered. Anyone subjected to such mockery would be incensed. Rodney, adept at evasion, remained concealed within the sands, occasionally observing Crocodile from a distance. As the moment approached, he resolved to make his move. Crocodile, still venting his anger, paused to scrutinize his surroundings, attuning himself to the rhythm of the sand beneath his feet, seeking to extract some insight. Unfortunately, having devoted himself to the development of his fruit, he lacked the ability to sense the world around him. From the depths of the sand, a figure surged forth, a blade glinting menacingly in the sunlight, radiating a terrible intent to kill. Lacking the power of Haki, Crocodile dismissed the assault as a feint, believing it could not harm him. Therefore, he chose not to defend against the incoming strike, knowing he must locate the true form of his foe. Staring blankly at the blade piercing through his chest, a weapon wielded by his own subordinates, now turned against him, he pondered, "But I cannot use Haki. I should be able to elementalize. How could this be?" Rodney, standing before him, remarked, "Can't comprehend? Look at your feet." Crocodile glanced downward, discovering a pair of handcuffs restraining his ankles. Rodney, with nonchalance, stated, sea-stone handcuffs, specifically designed to counteract those with abilities. As he spoke, another Rodney emerged from the sand, grinning at him. And you? I'm not one of them, he replied matter-of-factly. Because I lack any abilities. My powers stem from elsewhere. Truly, a terrifying capability. Stumbling backward, blood dripping, he exclaimed, Monster. Are you trying to cloud my judgment with rage? Anger clouding one's mind could diminish cognitive function and increase the likelihood of ambush. It was indeed insidious. However, one must concede, it was a splendid execution. Even if he were to perish, it could still be deemed a commendable effort. Yet, within his dazed eyes flickered a glimmer of survival, bright and shining. With a roar, he yanked the dagger from his chest and removed the sea-stone handcuffs from his ankles. I am Crocodile. I am destined to become the Pirate King. How could I falter here? Desert Greatsword. The sword of yellow sand erupted from the ground, piercing through the two Rodneys before him. Boom, boom. The two figures dissipated into smoke, leaving Crocodile wide-eyed in shock. Even the blade in his hand, Hanasaku, had vanished. Another fake. Of course they were fakes. Aside from the sea-stone handcuffs, everything else had been an illusion. This time, the real Rodney emerged and spoke. Crocodile, you've already lost. Even if you rise again through sheer will and passion. How long can you last? Your heart has already been pierced. Truly, this was the world of pirates, where fervor and adrenaline could turn the tide, where shouting about dreams could lock in one's vitality, even reverse fatal wounds, granting buffs for a desperate comeback. If there were witnesses, they might even kneel in awe, begging to become mere followers. But alas, Crocodile was no protagonist. A few roars might awaken latent potential, but it was futile against a man like Rodney, who thrived in the shadows. His body attempted to dissolve into sand, but to no avail. Glancing down, he saw the sea-stone cuffs he had discarded earlier now coiled around his ankle once more. A hand emerged from the sand, giving a mocking thumbs up. Crocodile let out a bitter chuckle. What is your ability? Ninjutsu, a power system entirely separate from devil fruits. I see. Still, I refuse to accept this. Unsurprising. But assassins are my profession. I don't masquerade as one only to charge in like a berserker. So then, Rodney bent low, gripping Hanasaku's hilt. 7 million berries for your head. I'll take it. Aido flash slash. A single stroke, clean across the throat. Crocodile's body crumpled. Rodney wiped the blood from his blade against his forearm, sheathing it with practiced ease. How underhanded. And so, the fallen warlord, Crocodile, met his end. Mission, defeat Crocodile rank. B status, completed rewards. Kekii Genkai, Boil release. Fire release. Phoenix Flower Nail Crimson. Fire release. Great Fire Annihilation, Lightning Release, False Darkness, Lightning Release, Raging Thunder Tiger, 5. 000 mission points unlocked. Bounty Mode Chapter 55. The reaction of the Warring States Period Bonus Mode? Upon opening the system panel, it became immediately clear that from now on, in addition to missions, task points could also be earned by defeating pirates, converted based on their bounties. Every 100,000 belly equaled 1 task point, meaning even a 100 million belly bounty would only yield a mere 1,000 points. Seeing this, Rodney was overjoyed. This meant he could accumulate far more task points than before. Wait a minute, before becoming one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile had a bounty of 70 million belly. That is 700 task points I missed out on. System, you tricked me. System, taking out a piece of fruit. Rodney wondered if he could obtain Crocodile's sand fruit after his death. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3. Nothing happened. The apple in his hand remained unchanged. It seemed the sand fruit had already reappeared somewhere else in the world. TCH, annoying. Biting into the apple, Rodney dragged Crocodile's corpse back into Rain Base. 3 days later, the World Economic News published a report. One of the 7 warlords of the sea had been hunted down by a rookie bounty hunter. Further investigations revealed that Crocodile had secretly formed the assassin organization Baroque Works, covertly used dance powder to frame King Cobra, and was caught red-handed, with recorded evidence. His crimes were undeniable. Indeed, Rodney had borrowed a Den mushy capable of recording from Princess Vivi. On the day he met Crocodile, he carried it with him, capturing the overconfident warlord's damning confession. Of course, he had edited the conversation, mentioning the forbidden word Pluton would have caused unpredictable consequences. With Crocodile's death, Rodney's name spread rapidly across the first half of the Grand Line. The 7 warlords were pirates officially recognized by the world government, symbols of power beyond ordinary pirates. Yet one of them had been slain by an unknown rookie bounty hunter, a fact many found hard to accept. But the true shockwave was the revelation of a pirate's attempted coup. An entire nation had Crocodile succeeded. A pirate would have become king. This led to unsettling questions. Had another warlord, Don Quixote da Flamingo, risen to power the same way? Naval Headquarters, Marineford Fleet Admiral Sengoku, known as the Sage General, stared at the report in his hands, deep in thought. He had never approved of the warlord system. But the higher-ups' decision to incorporate pirates into the world government had overruled him. These warlords joined for their own agendas, using the world government as much as they were used. The moment they slipped up, the government would eliminate them. The original plan was a balance of power, the 4 emperors, the 7 warlords, and the Marines forming a tripod of control. Instead, the warlords had only brought the world government endless trouble. Crunch, crunch. The sound of rice crackers being devoured filled the office. Aside from Sengoku, a burly old man sat there, eating without restraint. Veins bulged on his forehead. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Kapu, please be quiet." Crack, crack. Admiral Sengoku rose from his seat and approached Kapu, snatching the senbei from his hands and devouring them all. "Ah, my senbei. Sengoku, leave me some." Kapu and his old friend tussled over the senbei. But Admiral Sengoku had already finished them. "Do not eat in my office. Do you take this place for a lounge? Isn't it?" Kapu retorted, picking his nose. "Kapu, you scoundrel." Ever since Roger's demise, Kapu has adopted a semi-retired demeanor, frequently transforming his office into a tea room, casually sipping tea and munching on senbei. However, do not mistake me for a benevolent sage like you. You rascal. I am quite busy, and your constant visits for senbei have made me crave them too. Despite Sengoku's stern demeanor as a naval admiral, dutiful and responsible, after stepping down, he had completely liberated his nature. Why does he get along with the fool Kapu? Because they are both fools. Kapu strolled to Sengoku's desk, opened a drawer, and skillfully retrieved a bag of senbei, tearing it open and indulging. "Kapu, that was meant for my relaxation after work. Don't be like this." "Sengoku, you ate my senbei. What's the harm in me having a bag of yours?" "Scoundrel, that bag you just devoured was mine. Go munch on your donuts." "Ha ha." Kapu laughed heartily, spotting a report about Rodney on Sengoku's desk. "Oh, isn't that young Rodney? Has his strength grown to this extent? Do you know him?" "Of course, that lad is quite remarkable. He helped me retrieve my grandson. In exchange, I taught him the 6 powers." "What? You taught him the 6 powers?" "Ha ha, it's nothing much. This lad has great potential and strong learning capabilities. I don't know what fruit he possesses, but it seems particularly troublesome. Nonetheless, before hockey, he poses no threat." Kapu chewed on the senbei, his words somewhat muffled. "Stop eating and tell me clearly." "Well, crack, crack." After Kapu briefly recounted his encounter with Rodney, Sengoku fell into deep contemplation before finally asking, "Kapu, do you think this young man can be trusted?" "The young man seems credible. The only thing that concerns me is his peculiar eyes, which give me an odd feeling. According to him, it's due to his fruitability." Didn't he specify what fruit?" "No." Sengoku pinched his brow, accustomed to Kapu's antics. Though his age had begun to affect his blood pressure, he inquired, "What about his abilities?" "He managed to retrieve my grandson, so his abilities are decent. He can wield several elemental powers: water, fire, wind, earth, and lightning. He excels in leg techniques and swordsmanship, and his learning ability is commendable. But his physical condition is rather weak. I feel he is even weaker than Luffy. Using so many abilities? What in the world is that fruit?" Once more, Sengoku began to ponder, while Garp, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, "That lad has accomplished a few things in the East Blue. There is no need for worry. After all, did he not defeat Crocodile? Speaking of which, where is he now?" "Still in Alabasta. I hear he has been invited by the royal family." "I see," Sengoku replied, scratching his head. "What do you think about making him a warlord of the sea to replace Crocodile?" Sengoku expressed his thoughts. believing it preferable to appoint a pirate hunter rather than a pirate as a warlord, as at least the former opposes piracy. I don't think that's wise. That lad is rather greedy and would find it difficult to share the bounty with the world government. Garp chuckled. Still, the rewards of being a pirate hunter are indeed generous. It makes me contemplate joining that line of work myself. Be quiet, you fool. Regardless, we must at least give it a try. Your grandson has caused quite a bit of trouble. As an old friend of Garp, Sengoku was well aware that Ace was Garp's grandson, though he was perhaps ignorant of Ace's true identity. Or maybe he was aware, but chose silence as long as the world government did not hold him accountable. Who can blame him for being my grandson? Garp laughed heartily, and as he continued, he eventually dozed off. Garp. Sengoku delivered a punch to Garp's face, rousing him from his slumber. Oh no, not again. Garp chuckled. Stop laughing. Ace has declined the position of warlord and has set out to the New World in search of the red-haired pirates. Then let him go. That damned Shanks. Ace must give him a good thrashing. Garp exclaimed angrily, initially wishing for Ace to become a pirate. That damned Shanks has led Luffy down this irrevocable path. Sengoku glared at him, noting that Ace did not train in hockey but relied on his devil fruit powers, making it unlikely he could contend with Shanks. Why did you allow him to set sail? Children grow up. I cannot control him. His convictions prevent me, as a grandfather, from stifling his spirit. Garp suddenly turned contemplative, leaving Sengoku in silence. Then, he burst into laughter again. Truly, he is my grandson, just like me. Ace was already ready to sacrifice his life. The conviction and determination in his eyes reflected another person, his lifelong adversary, which ultimately led Garp to decide to let Ace go. Otherwise, with his capabilities, neither Ace nor Luffy would have escaped. Chapter 56. Your guidance is appreciated, Captain So. Garp, do you think he is willing to become a warlord of the sea? It remains uncertain. Garp continued munching on his rice crackers. At that moment, the door swung open, and an elderly woman entered, greeting the two. Sengoku, Garp, the newcomer, with her silver hair meticulously arranged, possessed eyes that sparkled with wisdom and a kind expression that hinted at her former beauty and youth. Rear Admiral Tsuru, like Sengoku, was a strategic mind, supporting the Navy alongside him. Ah, little Tsuru, would you like some rice crackers? Garp generously offered the treat sent by Sengoku, but Tsuru declined. Sengoku poured her a cup of tea, while Garp was left to serve himself. Tsuru, your timing is perfect. I need your counsel on whether Rodney is suitable to become a warlord of the sea. The one who defeated Crocodile? I believe he is a viable candidate. How so? Tsuru replied, Sengoku, you tend to overthink. You must recognize that he is a pirate hunter. Having him as a warlord is far more advantageous for us than a typical pirate. The real question is whether he would agree. Indeed. Will he consent? He should. Garp mentioned, noting that Rodney has a bit of a penchant for wealth. Then let us omit the part about him sharing a portion of his earnings with the world government. We are not short of that little sum. Have the Gorosei approved this? Tsuru inquired. Sengoku replied, they proposed this to me, which is why I am contemplating Rodney's candidacy. Garp, you should go and pay him a visit. No, I am too lazy to move, Garp chuckled. That young man is not difficult to deal with. He is quite amiable as long as you don't provoke him. There was a time when Luffy irritated him, and he ended up planting Luffy in the ground for quite some time. Ha ha ha, just thinking about it is amusing. Then I shall make the trip. I have some inquiries of my own to address with him, Tsuru stated. Sengoku pondered and asked, is it regarding Doflamingo? Yes, Doflamingo. A pirate who became the king of Dressrosa raises numerous suspicions, particularly as his methods mirror those of Crocodile. I wish to investigate the specifics. Tsuru and Doflamingo have been long-standing adversaries. Prior to his ascension as a warlord, Tsuru relentlessly pursued him, causing Doflamingo to flee. If the opportunity arises, she would relish the chance to bring him down. Very well, you may go. I entrust this matter to you. I hope this person proves reliable, Sengoku decided, assigning the task to Tsuru. Understood, Tsuru nodded, exchanged a few more words with them, and then departed from Sengoku's office. Garp, put down the rice crackers. If you keep eating, there will be none left for me. Haha. Don't be so stingy, Sengoku. I am quite hungry. Garp. Tsuru, hearing this exclamation, smiled faintly before leaving the Navy headquarters. The capital of Alabasta, Albana, welcomed Rodney, who was invited by Princess Vivi and others to unveil Crocodile's conspiracy, thus restoring King Cobra's honor. After a period of dancing, this long drought-stricken land was poised to receive the much-needed rain. In the guest room of the palace, Rodney reclined on the bed, savoring the exquisite dishes served that evening. However, he felt it was not prudent to linger too long. The palace was enveloped in tranquility, making the faint sound of breathing, apart from his own, eerily prominent. "Who goes there?" he queried, grasping a kunai and hurling it toward the source of the noise. "Ah, Mr. Rodney, you are indeed quite the character. I have come to pledge my allegiance," emerged a figure from the shadows. It was none other than Robin. Upon seeing her, Rodney reclined once more, a smile gracing his lips. "Miss Robin, what brings you here at this late hour? Are you perhaps feeling lonely and in need of a warm embrace?" He gestured beside him. "I would not mind." "You may not, but I certainly do." Robin maintained her smile. "Oh, Mr. Rodney, you jest. Regrettably, I am accustomed to solitude. As I mentioned, I have come to offer my allegiance and become your subordinate." She had contemplated this. Although Rodney was stronger than Crocodile, her observations over the past few days suggested he was a decent person. Yet, she remained uncertain of his willingness to protect her, considering her status as a wanted criminal, and potentially even more so than Crocodile. "Absolutely not." "Why not?" "I am one of the few historians capable of interpreting the true text of history, and I could be of significant assistance to you." Robin was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a rejection. Who would dare to claim the Annihilation Engine? Your previous employer perished at my hands, and I have no desire to meet the same fate at the hands of another. I believe we can negotiate. I possess numerous skills and could assist you in managing your business and gathering intelligence. With a flick of her wrist, another arm sprouted from her own, appearing as real as the first. The power of the flower fruit allowed her to grow any part of her body, akin to blooming flowers, making it an ideal ability for intelligence gathering. "That is not what I seek," Rodney replied, shaking his head. "I can reveal the location of the Underworld King. Apologies, but I am not interested in that. Rather than seek a potentially ruined Underworld King, it would be far more convenient to find the Sea King. Ancient weapons are not limited to just one." "You are familiar with ancient weapons?" Robin inquired, her voice trembling. "What of it?" "The Underworld King Pluto, the Sea King Poseidon, the Sky King Uranus, why not Zeus and his brothers?" Rodney quipped, his obsessive tendencies surfacing. "You know their names?" Robin asked, astonished. "Indeed. What of it?" "The historical records detailing Pluto's location are housed within Alabastus Mausoleum. The Sea King has already been born for over a decade. How old is he now? As for the Sky King, I seem to have forgotten." "How could you forget? Could it be? Do you know the true history?" Robin leaned in eagerly, her voice earnest and urgent. "Please, tell me. I am willing to pay any price. What truly transpired during that vanished century? I must know. I must know." O'Hara, Robin's hometown, boasts the world's largest library, the Tree of Knowledge, which houses a vast collection of books and invaluable texts from across the globe. It is an archaeological sanctuary of the West Sea, where a group of renowned scholars gathered to unravel the enigma of that blank century in history, among them Robin's mother. Possessing the power of a devil fruit, Robin was deemed a monster by the children in her vicinity. In her quest for her mother's attention, she clandestinely studied historical texts and succeeded in her examinations, becoming the youngest historian. She undertook all this merely to sail the seas alongside her mother. However, in the end, O'Hara's investigation into that blank century incited the world government's buster call, leading to the destruction of the island, leaving her as the sole survivor. In her final moments there, she managed only a brief encounter with her mother before their heartbreaking farewell. Pursued by the world government, Robin began a life of wandering. But her identity and the exorbitant bounty on her head led to relentless betrayals, rendering her existence a tragic tale. All she desired was to uncover the true history. "I'm sorry, I do not know," Rodney replied, sitting up and putting aside his playful demeanor, realizing he had perhaps gone too far with his jest. "Well, I shall tell you. As for whether you can find it, that is up to you." "Don't know." Disappointment flickered in Robin's eyes. Yet Rodney's subsequent words rekindled her hope. "But I know the locations of those historical texts, Miss Robin. I can tell you." Whether you can obtain them is entirely up to you. Thank you so much. Please proceed. He shared several locations of the historical texts, such as the Funeral Hall of Alabasta and the base of the Golden Bell on Gaia Island. However, the knowledge that some of these texts were in the possession of the Yonko plunged Robin into despair. Those places were far beyond her reach, at least for the time being. Just when Rodney thought he could finally rest, he heard Robin cheerfully say, "Captain, I look forward to your guidance henceforth." Rodney replied, puzzled. Huh? Robin smiled at him. With the power to defeat Crocodile, you should be able to offer me some temporary protection, right? This person is not a villain like Crocodile. Chapter 57. The historical text. The moonlight poured into the room, illuminating the shared gaze of a man and a woman in the intimate confines of a single chamber. The tension was palpable. If the man were to take the initiative, who knows what might transpire? Ahem, let us not jump to conclusions. I am accustomed to working solo and do not require an assistant. Robin, the annihilation engine, the captain's bane, aside from Luffy, who is endowed with the protagonist's aura and possesses extraordinary resilience. Few can withstand the trials of our journey. He certainly does not wish for her demise to occur one fateful day. No, that will not do. Come now, Captain, do not speak so. Such attitudes will lead you to a solitary existence, she teased. Hey now, I take pride in my single status. I can feast alone without leaving anyone hungry. He retorted, resolutely. I shall not accept your company. Very well, I shall lay down here on the floor tonight, Captain. Robin smiled as she unfurled the blankets from Rodney's bed onto the ground, then retrieved a garment from her bag to drape over herself. With a serene expression, she settled down and said, "Good night, Captain. But I don't even have a ship." Rodney found the situation quite absurd, gazing at Robin peacefully asleep beneath him in silence. Was this some sort of sticky situation? He recalled how Robin joined the Straw Hat crew, having initially embarked on her journey alone. Although they were not aligned at first, they ultimately became comrades. What a strange notion it was to consider her as part of his crew. Had he merely jested about it? Perhaps she viewed him as a protector? "Miss Robin, are you not afraid I might tie you up and hand you over to the world government?" he inquired. Captain. If you truly wish to do so, you would have acted on that impulse during the rain banquet. Thus, I am confident you harbor no ill will towards me. And I believe you are a good person. You will protect me, your crew member, won't you? But I don't have a ship. And Miss Robin, do not hastily bestow upon me the title of good person. That is final. I shall sleep outside tonight. With that, he flung open the window and leapt out, fearing that remaining there might lead to complications. The captain is rather shy in certain aspects, she mused. But does this imply he has accepted me? Contemplating this, she lay down on the bed, disregarding any unpleasant sense, and soon drifted into slumber. The following day, Rodney returned to the palace for breakfast, prepared by the wife of the chief guard, Ikarim. The couple bore a striking resemblance to one another, even sharing similar voices. The meal was delightful, and he took some pastries back to his room. Robin had already risen, seated by the window, perusing the local literature. "This is for you. Eat it while it's warm," he offered. "How thoughtful of you, Captain. I initially presumed you to be the type destined for solitude, yet you are surprisingly considerate." "Thank you. Please refrain from using the term destined for solitude. I'm not that sort of person. So, have you truly decided to become my crew member?" "Indeed," Robin replied with a smile. "Captain, you can protect me, can't you? I can ensure your safety until we reach the New World. I possess no doubt in that regard. However, Robin, while I am somewhat apprehensive of you potentially bringing about my demise, I must ask, are you genuinely prepared to become my subordinate? Once you join my crew, there is no turning back. Betrayal is not permitted. Is the captain intending to monopolize my life? How outrageous." However, she tilted her head in contemplation. "And perhaps it is acceptable. As long as the captain remains loyal to me, I shall never betray you. Do not employ such endearing gestures and expressions. They tempt me to confine you underground. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. Thus, may our collaboration be delightful." Rodney extended his hand, clasping Robin's in a firm handshake. Nico Robin officially joined Rodney's team. As for the possibility of being apprehended by the world government, apologies, but Rodney, who always dons a disguise, has never feared such eventualities. The desert night was somewhat chilly as two figures stealthily approached the mausoleum. One figure emerged from the shadows, and in a mere glance, a group of guards froze, collapsing into unconsciousness. Such a remarkably effective ability, Captain Rodney. A gentle, intelligent voice echoed. As a graceful silhouette stepped forth from the darkness, silver moonlight cascading upon her exquisite visage. Robin scrutinized Rodney's crimson eyes, a smile still gracing her features. Enough idle chatter. Let me search for the mechanism, she said. Before the mausoleum stood 9 stone statues, arranged in a precise grid, their edges worn smooth by the relentless passage of time. Rodney was uncertain which was the true mechanism, so he summoned his clones to search for it. Upon pushing aside a sculpture of a sea cat, a dull rumble sounded, revealing a stone staircase before them. Is the historical text hidden beneath the mausoleum? Captain, how did you know there was a mechanism here? You must have visited before, right? Robin inquired curiously. Impossible. I merely observed it, Rodney replied. Observed? Robin was puzzled. Let us proceed. I will explain later. Very well. Eagerly, Robin ventured into the passage, entering the grand hall beneath the mausoleum. Rodney instructed his clones to stand guard and followed her inside. He lit a torch to illuminate their path, and a hand appeared on his shoulder, taking the torch and freeing Rodney's hands. Such a convenient ability. Robin moved slowly, not in haste, but rather with keen interest as she examined the reliefs on the walls. Rodney noted that these carvings bore an Egyptian flair. Even the imagery reflected such influences. The reliefs chronicled numerous myths and legends regarding Alabasta, detailing the lives of great kings and significant events impacting the realm. Rodney, however, found himself utterly bewildered by the inscriptions. They arrived before a grand door. Approaching, Rodney pushed open the stone gate, and a musty aroma enveloped them. Stepping inside, he located the torches and ignited them all, illuminating the hall as bright as day. Robin had already reached the center of the hall, standing before the historical text. Crafted from indestructible material and encrypted in an incomprehensible script, readable only by those who understood the language. In the known world, the sole individual capable of deciphering these characters stood before him. Staring at the glyphs resembling tadpoles, Rodney felt as though he were gazing at celestial scripture, utterly confounded. I withdraw, he muttered, overwhelmed. It merely recorded Pluto's location, something he cared little about. Idly, he drew his blade and struck the historical text. Clang. The impact reverberating through his entire body, leaving him tingling. Robin shot him an irritated glance. Captain, historical text cannot be destroyed. Refrain from vandalizing precious artifacts again. She despised those who defaced history. Rodney chuckled sheepishly. I heard it was indestructible, so I couldn't resist testing it. And the result? Well, it certainly is durable. Good. Now, please leave. Wait outside. Right. He took a few steps before pausing, turning back with a frown. Wait, I'm the captain here. What's with that tone? Robin remained absorbed in the ancient script, utterly ignoring him. Rodney sighed. How humiliating. Retrieving dried meat from his pouch, he sat outside, chewing absent-mindedly. Halfway through, Robin emerged. Captain, I've deciphered Pluto's location. Would you like to know? No. I brought you here because you wanted to. I have no need for such a thing. Crocodile's fate is warning enough. I've no desire to follow in his footsteps. He never learned Pluto's true location. Had he could have ruled the seas. TCH, don't underestimate the emperors or the world government. 170 allied nations, centuries of accumulated resources. Who's to say some rusted old ship could even stand against them? He waved a dismissive hand, utterly indifferent. For now, he harbored no ambitions to oppose the world. Robin met his gaze solemnly. If the day comes when you seek it, Captain, I will tell you. What kind of desperate situation would drive me to that? Rodney mused that abducting Shirahoshi from Fishman Island seemed more plausible than wielding Pluto. She smiled faintly. I'll safeguard the secret for you. Much obliged. With that, they resealed the chamber, leaving the tomb of the kings as though untouched by time. Chapter 58. Appointed as a warlord of the sea in the vast desert. A sand skiff raced across the dunes, with Rodney at the helm and Robin seated behind him. Robin inquired, Captain, are we truly leaving Albana like this? Did you not witness the historical accounts? There is no purpose in lingering here. I am a bounty hunter, Robin. To accompany me is to embrace a life of conflict. He smiled at her, adding, it will be quite exhausting. Robin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression brightening. Well, I have already resolved to follow you. Captain, however, since I have chosen to accompany you, I hope you will protect me. Yes, yes, I suddenly feel so weary. I long to be a salted fish. Rodney sighed, resembling a fish devoid of dreams. Observing this man, seemingly devoid of fighting spirit, Robin found it difficult to reconcile him with the one who had battled Crocodile and emerged victorious. So, should I truly follow him? What she sought was a guardian. Yet this man before her appeared increasingly unreliable. Captain, a man must have dreams. Do you have a dream? Indeed, I aspire to become Hokage. Hokage? Yes, I am a ninja. The title of Hokage represents the pinnacle of a ninja's achievements. I am aware of 7 Hokage. Rodney elaborated, if I were to become Hokage, I would be the first of my kind in this world. I am curious about what those 7 Hokage are like. Oh, the first was a gambler. The second was his brother, a genius master of forbidden techniques. The third was a man of great talent but a notorious womanizer. The fourth may have been as well. The fifth was a hopeless gambler who liked to pretend he was younger. The sixth was a little yellow fellow, and the seventh was a lecher who raised foxes. Rodney continued, thus are the 7 Hokage of Konoha. Minato, being Jiraiya's disciple, inherits this lineage, though he once flirted with Kushina, leading to an unfortunate fate. So, Robin regarded him thoughtfully. Are you a gambler or a womanizer, Captain? Guess. You think I could guess? Can you guess if I can guess? Can you guess if I can guess if you can guess? All right, enough with the riddles. Rodney interrupted, gazing towards the distant Sandora River. We shall take the water route. Is that our plan? The skiff cannot traverse water for long. If something goes awry, it is only you who can walk on water. Are you suggesting you would carry me across? Robin questioned. Absolutely not. I would never carry you, he replied. By the way, Robin-chan, if you encounter a lad named Momonosuke, do not underestimate him just because he seems like a child. Eliminate him immediately, severing his head. Rodney's sudden ferocity startled Robin. What has this boy done to warrant such a fate? You need not ask why. He simply must die. Rodney's expression darkened, sending a shiver through Robin. She nodded, acknowledging his command, yet her curiosity lingered about what the boy had done to provoke such ire. So what exactly has Momonosuke done? Momonosuke must die. Under his command. The sand skiff glided onto the surface of the St. Dora River. Let us take the waterways to the canola fields. Purchase a small boat and keep a watchful eye on the river. I often encounter surprises lurking beneath the surface. You must trust in my fortune. Very well. The skiff raced across the water, sending forth great waves, etching a long wake upon the tranquil surface. The speed at which Sand's skiff moved over the water was vastly superior to its pace on sand. Later, with Rodney guiding a colossal St. Dora catfish as propulsion from behind, their velocity increased further, reaching the estuary within a day's time. Wait, is that, Captain? A rear admiral from the naval headquarters, the Crane's vessel, Robin exclaimed, spotting a large ship approaching in the distance, emblazoned with a prominent character for Crane on its sails. Rodney's lips twitched. It was no wonder they could not capture Mingo. Such a conspicuous name was impossible to miss. Forget about it. We shall proceed. Cover Robin's face with a veil, and we shall pass by the Crane's ship unperturbed. At that moment, a woman aboard the ship, adorned with a long sword and a beauty mark on her chin, called out, "Excuse me, is this Mr. Rodney?" "It is." He halted the skiff and inquired, "What business does the Navy have with me? Is it to seek revenge for Crocodile?" As he spoke, he adjusted the skiff's direction, furled the sail, and shielded Robin behind him. "No, you misunderstand. Please, step aboard. We have other important matters to discuss," the woman replied. "Wait for me here. Do not fear." He gently patted Robin's shoulder, advising her to maintain her disguise, and handed her a bundle of detonators, saying, "Use them if necessary." The provision of the detonators was primarily to reassure Robin. The Crane was no ordinary rear admiral, but an intellectual force on par with the naval commanders. This thought unsettled Robin, leading her to question whether Rodney had betrayed her. Nonetheless, his actions provided her with a quiet sense of security. "I will," she replied. "Do not grip it too tightly. It may explode," he cautioned before leaping onto the warship. As his vision adjusted, he beheld a sea of female sailors and an energetic elderly woman standing with her hands clasped behind her back, smiling. "Greetings, Mr. Rodney." "Hello, Rear Admiral Crane." The elderly woman chuckled. At such a young age, You possess remarkable strength. The seas now belong to your generation. Not at all. We juniors still have much to learn from esteemed elders like you. Vice Admiral Karp's punches are truly formidable, he remarked, shivering at the memory of Karp's might. Rear Admiral Crane smiled lightly. I had initially informed the Alabasta royal family, but upon discovering you had departed, I decided to take a chance and seek you out here. It appears fortune is on my side. By the way, I heard you trained with that Karp fellow for a time? Yes, I learned some of the 6 styles. Oh, how well have you mastered them? I have learned them all. However, whether I can effectively employ them is another matter. Rear Admiral Crane nodded, sensing their pleasantries had concluded. She stated her purpose. I have come specifically to find you. The world government wishes for you to succeed Crocodile as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Me? A warlord of the sea? Rodney exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at himself. Indeed. Madam Crane nodded. You have unveiled Crocodile's sinister plot, vanquished and slain him, thus demonstrating your formidable prowess. Now, Jost J. Rodney, would you be inclined to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Well, let me ponder that. Rodney began to weigh the advantages and disadvantages. Indeed, becoming a warlord of the sea would bestow numerous benefits, yet it also entailed certain drawbacks, such as mandatory summons from the world government and the obligation to remit a portion of one's earnings. The compulsory summons was not particularly concerning. It merely required the payment of income tax, which was a rather burdensome matter. Noticing Rodney's inner turmoil, Madam Crane interjected, Your contract is unique. You need not pay income tax to the world government. Given the vast resources of the world government, they are hardly in need of your funds. Due to your distinct position, the world government has granted you special dispensation. You are to focus solely on the eradication of pirates, and we, the Navy, shall provide you with utmost support. Unlike the traitorous Lot, Rodney was a pirate hunter, aligning him more closely with the forces of justice. By stepping over Crocodile's fallen form, he had proven his strength, making him well suited for this role. Very well, I believe I have no reason to decline, he replied with a smile. What must I do? The appointment decree has already been prepared. You need only to sign it, Madam Crane instructed, signaling for the woman who had just called Rodney to bring forth the decree and a pen. The decree, issued by the world government, appointed Rodney as the new warlord of the sea, detailing the responsibilities and obligations that came with the title, along with the benefits he would receive upon signing. With promptness, he signed the decree, exclaiming cheerfully, Vice Admiral Crane, it seems I am now half a member of the world government. I would like to request the Navy's assistance. Please, do tell, Madam Crane replied. I would appreciate a small boat, so I need not venture to the marketplace to purchase one, Rodney requested. Madam Crane responded with a moment of silence, while the female Navy officers exchanged glances. Let us provide them with a lifeboat from the ship. Thank you ever so much. By the way, Mr. Rodney, I have a few more inquiries regarding Crocodile. Certainly, please proceed. Well, it is as follows. Chapter 59. A chance encounter at sea. The news of Rodney's appointment as one of the 7 warlords of the sea swiftly made headlines in the World Economic Journal. The moment he engaged in amicable discourse with Granit Suru was captured by a photographic snail and published in the paper. The article was embellished with grandiloquent praise, portraying Rodney as a paragon of justice, an ally of the Navy, a puppet of the world government, and an adversary of pirates. The emergence of this new warlord sent ripples of shock throughout the community. In Dressrosa, a flamboyant flamingo chuckled heartily at the newspaper. Hehehe, Crocodile. It seems your ambitions remain unfulfilled. I had expected you to succeed. Discarding the newspaper, he lifted a glass of red wine, savoring the sanguine liquid as if relishing the taste of victory, even though he had already reveled in it before. Aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship, the world's strongest man guffawed upon hearing the news relayed by his sons. Gurara, has that lad been defeated? Rodney, a newcomer, how long can he truly roam these seas? A man with a pineapple-shaped head chuckled. If he can't even reach the New World, then there is little more to be said about him. Only the New World is the true domain of pirates. Compared to it, the first half of the Grand Line is merely a paradise, and the 4 seas are akin to heaven. Gurara, Marco, this young man is no ordinary fish. He will reach the New World. Why do you hold such high hopes for him, father? Just a gut feeling, lads. Prepare for a feast. Oh, in an instant. The ship was enveloped in a lively atmosphere. "Captain, you can now be said to be famous across the seas," Robin remarked with a smile as she perused the newspaper aboard the ship. Rodney reclined in his deck chair and replied, "It's nothing remarkable, really. I've merely assumed the role of a warlord. I stand to gain significantly. While the world government acquires a formidable enforcer, it's a fair exchange. Moreover, I have a plan that necessitates this position." "Oh, Captain, might you share the nature of this plan?" "Heh, a secret. However, in a few days, another warlord may find his life quite troublesome." He had alluded to Crocodile's schemes during his conversation with Granny Tsuru, who likely intended to uncover a flaw in Doflamingo's defenses to ensnare him. Yet, while Doflamingo's methods mirrored those of Crocodile, they were executed with far greater precision, making it difficult for the Navy to identify a weakness. Nevertheless, Granny Tsuru would surely make things uncomfortable for him. Clapping his hands on the deck, Rodney found the Navy's vessel exceedingly useful. Though it was a lifeboat, it was far from diminutive, boasting its own sails and cabin, providing ample living space for him and Robin. "It would be even better if we had books," Robin had expressed more than once. "Sister, for books, we first need a larger ship. Crocodile's bounty is sufficient for us to commission a fine vessel in Water 7, Rodney declared, covering his face with the newspaper. "If anything urgent arises, call for me. I shall take a brief respite." Robin gazed at him in silence, letting out a sigh. Her misfortune lay in having such a languid captain. The wind was steady, the weather was fair, everything seemed normal. As a semi-experienced sailor, Robin had managed to survive on the sea for quite some time, though not to the professional level of Nami. Navigating the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line was akin to the capriciousness of a child's expression. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and bright, and now it was shrouded in ominous clouds, fierce winds swirling about. Observing the looming, rain-heavy clouds, Robin hastily roused Rodney. The two hurriedly furled the sails to prevent the mast from snapping and secured the items on deck, seeking refuge in the cabin. "What a dreadful turn of events! How can the weather change so abruptly? Haven't you experienced this before, Captain?" Rodney exclaimed. "I've always traveled beneath the waves. Since entering the Grand Line, I've followed Luffy's lead underwater. I've never encountered such weather before. This is a first for me." "Then it seems I've caused you trouble, Captain," he replied, though Robin reassured him. "It's quite the novel experience." The tiny vessel pitched and rolled upon the waves, inducing a queasy sensation in Rodney. "Captain, please pull yourself together. Feeling seasick is rather pathetic." "I apologize, Robin, but I, truly, cannot help it," he stammered, his face paling. Spotting towering waves approaching through the porthole, Robin urgently called out, "Captain, over there." Rodney fell silent, bursting from the cabin. "Water style, water barrier." A wall of water surged up alongside the small boat, blocking the oncoming waves and averting disaster. "Captain, it's reassuring to have you here," Robin said with a smile. "Of course, I am," he began, only to be interrupted by a sudden wave of nausea, leaning over the railing to vomit. "Robin, I take back what I just said." The rain ceased abruptly, the air grew colder, and the winds calmed, yet white snowflakes began to fall upon Rodney's head. Snow? What an absurd weather pattern. His body soon acclimated, and he stood atop the mast, employing water style to wash the seawater off the deck. Fresh water served a greater purpose, cleaning the deck to prevent the corrosive salt from damaging the wood. The ship's timber was treated with special coatings to withstand the sea's brine. As the temperature continued to drop, Robin returned to the cabin, wrapping herself in her clothing, while Rodney's skin flushed a deeper shade of red. Steam rising from his form. Boil release. This bloodline limit, born from the fusion of fire and water chakra, was his first inherited ability, enhancing his physical prowess through the manipulation of steam. It allowed him to amplify both strength and speed, and he could also unleash a potent acidic mist. With arms crossed, Rodney felt the heat around him melt the snowflakes within a meter's distance. As he sensed the surging power within, he could not help but clench his fists. Without employing his monstrous strength, he could already rival his formidable self in boiling escape mode. If the two were to be combined, his body might not withstand it. The power resulting from the fusion of monstrous strength and boiling escape could potentially exceed the damage inflicted by opening the third or fourth gates of the 8 gates of pain. Given his current physique, he might sustain injuries after a single strike. The snow soon ceased, temperatures rising, and the boiling escape was lifted. "Captain, we have strayed from our course," Robin remarked, noting a slight deviation in the directional pointer due to the recent storm. "Is that so?" "No matter, Robin, prepare for battle. Our business is at hand." Rodney activated his Sharingan and gazed into the distance, stating, "Yet another formidable adversary." "Captain, do you know them?" "I suppose so. They are notoriously infamous in the North Sea." He dispatched a shadow clone to scout the situation while assisting Robin in hoisting the sails to accelerate their voyage. The shadow clone glided swiftly over the waves before plunging into the sea to approach the pirate ship using wave riding. Though a battle was imminent, it was merely a pirate vessel. Beside it, a colossal snail floated on the water's surface, resembling a small house. A cacophony of screams erupted from the pirate ship as a robust young man, exuding an aura of nature with his hair, engaged in senseless slaughter. No pirate could withstand his might. He was ruthlessly brutal, dispatching a pirate with a mere flick of his hand, crushing him beneath his iron fist. "Hey, this is rather dull. Quickly tell me, where is Weskier?" the young man demanded, gripping a pirate by the collar. The pirate, already half dead, could scarcely respond. When it became evident that the pirate could not answer, the young man delivered a fatal blow, surveying the remaining pirates with a sneer. "A bunch of weaklings. Now, tell me where that guy Weskier is. Don't waste my time. I am quite busy." At that moment, the cabin door swung open, revealing a stunning woman with pink hair. Her alluring figure was accentuated by her long legs and a pink combat suit that added an air of seduction. She dragged a gaunt, middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, declaring, "Yuji, we have located the target, and the mission is accomplished. TCH, how bothersome. Then these fellows are of no use to me. I shall dispose of them." He cackled menacingly as he approached the remaining pirates, only to be enveloped by a fiery orb in the next instant. Chapter 60, Germa 66. A fiery projectile surged forth, accompanied by a wave of heat, casting the young man named Vinsmoke Yanji from the pirate ship into the depths of the sea. The woman with pink hair exhibited no concern, merely gazing at the assailant. Locking eyes with Rodney. "Those eyes, that face. You are the newly appointed warlord and pirate hunter, Rodney?" she inquired. Rodney tilted his head. "Germa 66? With those eyebrows, beautiful lady, have we crossed paths before?" Germa 66, a formidable military organization in the North Sea, also known as the Specialists of Warfare and the Army of Evil, is led by the Vinsmoke family. They operate as mercenaries across the globe, lacking a fixed territory, and are equipped with enormous snails capable of traversing the Red Line, showcasing exceptional combat prowess and advanced technology. The current head of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Judge, once collaborated with the world's most formidable scientist, Dr. Vegapunk, to unearth the blueprint of life and the genetic factors of lineage. However, this experiment was halted by the world government, leading to Vegapunk's capture, while Vinsmoke Judge returned to the kingdom with the experimental data, which he utilized on his children, transforming all but Sanji into formidable modified beings. Furthermore, they cloned and augmented soldiers, establishing the fearsome new Germa 66 army, whose soldiers exhibited no fear of death and adhered unconditionally, proving to be exceptionally effective instruments of warfare, easily replenishable. "Such a cliché approach to flotation, Mr. Rodney. That fool Yanji is not so easily defeated," Reiju remarked impassively. "Yanji. Sounds like the fourth brother. I know a curly-haired blonde chef. I wonder if there's any connection." Rodney replied. Reiju's hand trembled slightly, a flicker of anxiety and hope igniting within her. Sanji was the only sibling she truly cared for. The gentle child who had always called her sister, the one she acknowledged as family. Rodney's words shattered her long-held composure in an instant. "Is there indeed a connection?" Rodney's smile widened, delight dancing across his features. "That chef named Sanji is doing quite well, adopted by another chef, running a seaside restaurant in the East Blue. He is, aside from the head chef, the most talented in the culinary arts." "Thank you," Reiju replied. "You should leave quickly. Getting entangled with that fool Yanji is not advisable. It would be troublesome, and this is our Germa 66 mission." Hearing that her brother was thriving, a satisfied smile graced Reiju's lips as she offered a kind warning. "Forgive me, but I find myself quite intrigued by the individual you have in your grasp," he remarked. resting his chin on his hand as he crouched at the ship's railing. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the sea. Yanji, clad in 6 arms, sprouted from Yuji's body, restraining his limbs and neck. As a skilled grappler, his strength was unmatched, and the 6-wheeled flower merely halted his movements momentarily. Yet, this brief pause afforded Rodney the opportunity to leap from the ship and act alongside his doppelganger. Fishman karate, monstrous strength, double, 1,000 tiles punch. 2 fists struck Yuji's form, sending him plummeting back into the sea. This maneuver did not inflict significant harm upon Yuji, for his physique was a scientific marvel of the Germa 66, possessing skin as resilient as steel. The battle attire he donned was a specialized shape memory armor crafted by Germa technology, remarkably sturdy and mitigating considerable damage. However, it did buy them some precious time. So, you wish to stand against Germa? Even if you divulge information about him, I shall not hold back. Father's orders are absolute. Reiju's cloak unfurled behind her like butterfly wings, adorned with yellow spots and surrounded by a faint lavender dust. Oh, I thought you were unlike that foolish younger brother of yours. Yet here you are, still the obedient girl, in stark contrast to Sanji, that lecherous chef. A smile graced her face, revealing a girl too timid to defy her father's commands. No matter how splendid her figure, she remained trapped in perpetual immaturity. Due to her modifications, Reiju could not oppose her father's wishes, living her life as a mere puppet. A tool. Indeed, echoed a familiar laughter from behind her, startling her as a hand pressed against her back, accompanied by a low hiss. Water release. Water prison technique. As the words fell, Reiju found herself ensnared within a sphere of water, gasping as the liquid filled her lungs. The water clone seized the unconscious Weskier from her grasp and tossed him to Rodney, who in turn passed him to Robin below. He was intrigued by this scientist-like figure pursued by the Vinsmoke family, eager to extract valuable information. Well then, farewell. With a backward leap, he too descended. Suddenly, the water of the prison transformed into a vibrant purple, and a purple water arrow pierced through the prison, shattering the water clone's chest. Coughing violently, Yuji flew into the scene, drenched in water, yet his vibrant green hair remained untouched as if impervious to the deluge. He approached Reiju, mocking, "Reiju, you truly are useless." His tone was devoid of any respect for his sister. Reiju, aware of this truth, retorted with a huff, "Aren't you going to hurry? Weskier still holds our Germa secrets." All right, enough of your nagging." Yuji's fist clashed with a resonant clang, stating, "Just the man I needed to vent my frustrations on. He's merely a warlord. In the face of Germa 66, he's nothing but a trifling insect. Do not underestimate him. Anyone capable of defeating a Logia user like Crocodile is no ordinary foe. Treat this seriously." A swift and fierce whip kick struck Yuzi, sending him flying towards the already distant Rodney and his companion. "Captain, what purpose do we have in bringing this individual back?" Robin inquired, still bewildered by the unfolding events. "I sense there is profit to be gained, and moreover, Robin-chan, we are being targeted by Germa 66. Germa 66? Aren't they from the North Sea? Do they even still exist?" Robin, well-versed in literature, possessed some knowledge of Germa 66, albeit limited to mere recognition of the organization. She was unaware of its existence, its members, or its leadership. Being from the North Sea, Germa 66 was more widely disseminated in manga than in academic texts. Indeed, they have caught up with us. Rodney sneered, leaping into the air towards the incoming Yuzi, instantly creating several shadow clones. And then, a transformation technique. What? Yuzi braced himself as he beheld the multitude of Rodneys. In the next moment, he heard a series of explosive sounds. Suddenly, several alluring, voluptuous women appeared before him, their bodies glistening. This is... Yuzi's eyes transformed into hearts. His movements momentarily halted as the alluring figures dissipated into smoke, and a thunderous punch struck him squarely in the face. Thud! Yuzi plunged back into the water. Indeed, it seems the Vinsmoke family are all lecherous fiends, Rodney remarked upon returning to the ship. Robin regarded him with disdainful eyes. "Captain, your interests are rather peculiar. Could you refrain from mentioning that you know me in the future? If it were to be known that I am acquainted with you, I would find it quite embarrassing." "What? This is merely a tactic to lure the enemy." "No? Indeed, you are a lecher. Do not slander me with such a calm demeanor. Hey, Yuzi, that fool. Reiju couldn't help but facepalm. Despite having lost most of their desires due to their modifications, why did those foolish brothers still harbor such cravings? The thrusters beneath her propelled her forward, allowing her to soar swiftly without the need for moonwalk, pursuing Rodney. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Fire release, phoenix fire technique. Lightning release, furious thunder tiger. A tempest of flames intertwined with the roaring, thunderous tiger surged forth, causing Reiju to be pushed back by the formidable onslaught. Just as Yuzi resurfaced from the depths. Water release, water surge wave. A colossal wave crashed down once more, submerging him beneath the surface. Yuzi. Chapter 61. Negotiating terms. Is this truly the offensive style of the newly appointed warlord? Quite troublesome indeed. Reiju evaded the tumultuous waves, hovering gracefully in the air, and called out, Yamato, how long do you intend to play this game? In the depths of the sea, Yamato's jet shoes expelled powerful torrents, propelling him skyward as he furiously declared, I must dismantle him. When has he endured such humiliation? He is the finest creation of Germa 66. A war machine that has always been dominant. When has he ever been treated in such a manner? That illusion could deceive you? It was an accident. I shall never fall for such a ruse again. Just you wait, Reiju. I will end this fool. With that, his jet shoes launched him forward. Fire release, headbutt. He concentrated fire chakra into a small fireball, which launched forth. Daring to showcase such trivial skills, Yamato did not evade, preparing to catch the fireball with his bare hands. Boom. The rapidly condensed and compressed chakra exploded upon contact. The power of this B-rank jutsu was formidable, and once again, a figure was sent flying, crashing back into the water. Reiju. Wasn't the plan to teach him a lesson? Fortunately, due to Yamato's Germa battle suit and his modified body, most would have been severely injured or worse from such an attack. Yet this fellow seemed only moderately harmed. Not light, but certainly not grave. I've never seen anyone so stubborn. The force of that headbutt rivals that of a cannonball. To have taken it head-on, truly a thick skull, Rodney remarked. Captain, is he dead? Not dead. If he were. That woman wouldn't appear so composed. In the heavens above, Reiju was enveloped in a swirling pink toxic mist. Her reputation for potent poison was well earned. Without the aid of a devil fruit, she could absorb and wield considerable toxins. Thus, Magellan, perhaps it is time for you to withdraw. TCH, toxins? That's Rodney's current weakness. He possesses no resistance to poison. Sister Snail excels in healing but lacks expertise in detoxification. Then, ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. He exhaled a cloud of white smoke, enveloping the surface of the sea in a thin mist. Though it was but a singular layer, a multitude of water clones emerged, creating an expanse of fog-shrouded waters. This individual, without a moment's hesitation, Reiju soared into the mist, turning her back against it. The exhaust vents of her jet shoes unleashed a tremendous gust, piercing through the fog, yet the vessel had vanished from sight. What a bothersome adversary. Why has Yamato not resurfaced? Reiju furrowed her brow. Even injured, he should not take this long to emerge from the water. Could it be? An ominous suspicion began to form in her mind. Under the surface, Rodney's numerous shadow clones, their skin flushed red, constricted around Yamato, preventing him from ascending to the surface with haste. Even possessing monstrous strength, under the influence of boiling escape, these clones hindered him. It would be all too easy to push him to his limits, inducing suffocation and unconsciousness. Upon the undulating sea, Rodney emerged from the mist, dragging the unconscious Yanji with a smirk. Were you searching for this one? Yanji? To think you'd fall to his hands. Father's so-called masterpiece? Masterpiece? Rodney scoffed, picking at his ear. A hollow shell devoid of emotion is nothing but an incomplete product. The only true masterpiece of Vinsmoke, Judge, is you, possessing the strength of a modified human, yet brimming with genuine emotion, alive in every sense. As for his other sons, aside from Sanji, the remaining three brothers are little more than emotionless war machines, stripped of fear. Reiju could still grasp human sentiment, though not as fiercely as Sanji. Yet compared to Yanji and the others, she was far more human. She felt. Oh, what's this? Rodney tilted his head. Is this shackled existence truly what you desire, Reiju? A puppet, released only when needed, confined otherwise, never knowing joy, never tasting freedom. Vinsmoke Reiju, think of your brother, the one you truly care for, living a life he chose, chasing his dreams. Doesn't tea that stir something in you? Reiju pressed her lips together. His words were undeniably tempting. She longed to see her brother, to pursue her own path, but she was Germa 60 SIXS poison pink. Born to obey Father's will. Drawing a slow breath, she exhaled calmly. Mr. Rodney, return my incompetent brother to me. We can consider the whiskey matter a failed mission. Yanji held high standing in the Vinsmoke hierarchy, more so than Reiju in Judge S.I.'s. His strategic value demanded she ensure his safety. Oh, this waste? Rodney laughed, tossing Yanji forward. Take him. Let him train another 2 years. Ah, wait. Modified humans can't grow stronger without further alterations, can they? How much more can that fool of a father possibly enhance you? His laughter dissolved into the air as his body melted into water. Reiju caught Yanji, only for his eyes to snap open, crimson like Rodney's. A dizzying rush of buried memories surged, a golden-haired woman, gentle, cradling her, and a small, kind-hearted boy, humming a lullaby. Mother, Sanji. Against all odds, the illusion took hold. Yanji's hand struck Reiju's neck, plunging her into a fabricated dream. Even modified humans have fragile hearts? Hoisting Reiju over his shoulder, Yanji carried her toward the ship veiled in mist, where Rodney's true form, Robin, and the man called Whiskey awaited. Splash. The shadow clone bearing the suffocated Yanji dispersed upon boarding. Robin arched a brow. Captain, why bring them aboard? The gaze swept over Yongji and Legio, ultimately lingering on Legio. Imbued with significance. Do not misconstrue my interest. I am merely intrigued by their combat attire. The technology of Germa 66 is undeniably at the forefront of the world. Particularly in the realm of biotechnology, the shape memory armor they don boasts formidable defensive capabilities. How does one remove it? I sought the mechanism on Yongji, intent on disassembling his shape memory armor. It was not located there. To my astonishment, Legio had already broken free from the illusion, prompting Rodney to question whether she had willingly succumbed to it moments prior. Unobtrusively positioning herself before Robin, she smiled and remarked, Miss Legio, your swift awakening takes me by surprise. Withdrawing Huajo, the sharp tip aimed squarely at Yongji's throat, she declared, this time it is serious. This is a fine blade, capable of inflicting some harm upon your body. How can I trust you? He retorted. However, should the mission fail, my father will not spare you. She whispered. Iji and Niji are not like us. It is I, Orochimaru, who will slay you, not Rodney. With a dismissive flick of her face, revealing a pallid countenance. Her voice rasped, without a telephone bug. How will you contact your father? Should you perish at sea during your mission? I wonder if Miss Legio would be willing to accept such a fate. Allow me to send this useless brother of yours on his way first. Raising Huajo, she prepared to strike, but just as the blade was about to pierce Yongji's skin, Legio hastily exclaimed, Wait. Oh, what troubles Miss Legio? She taunted. Are you afraid? If so, perhaps you should share the method to remove this tortoiseshell with me. With a flourish of her blade, she spoke softly, biting her lip. She tapped a few spots on Yongji's armor, seemingly manipulating a mechanism. The combat suit shrank, transforming into a green pull tab can emblazoned with the number 4. Originally designed for urgent injury management and ease of operation, it was now repurposed to disarm herself, leaving Legio in a state of exasperation. Very well, then. Grasping Yongji, she unleashed steel wires that firmly bound all but his head. Like a mummy, he was suspended from the stern of the ship, submerged in the sea. After all, he was a modified human. He would not perish easily, even if he were to bloat from the water. Chapter 62. I shall cultivate dominance from within the cabin. A chair was drawn forth and, with an imposing demeanor, he took his seat. It is time we address the matters between us, Miss Reiju. I am quite intrigued by this so-called Weskier, a seemingly ineffectual individual. What threat does he pose that prompted you, members of Germa 66, to pursue him so fervently? Reiju averted her gaze, remaining silent. No words? Very well. I shall inquire directly of this fellow. He seized the limp Weskier, pried open his eyelids, and employed illusionary techniques to render him a puppet devoid of self-awareness. Now, mister, Weskier, enlighten us as to why the Vinsmoke family seeks your demise. Weskier's eyes were vacant, his expression blank. It is because I was once a scientist researching biotechnology alongside Vegapunk and Vinsmoke Judge. To prevent the exposure of his research and to seize my technology, Judge sought to eliminate me. Reluctant to collaborate with the world government, I was left to wander the seas. With a snap of his fingers, the illusion was dispelled, and Weskier's body crumpled once more. Rodney chuckled. It appears fortune favors me, having encountered such a significant catch. Miss Reiju, I appreciate the gift of this researcher. I shall ensure his safety, but a ransom must be paid. Ransom? Reiju was taken aback. Indeed, Rodney's grin resembled that of a cunning fox, his hands resting on his knees. The two operatives of Germa 66, scientifically enhanced individuals, poison powder and winch green. If we were to equate this to a pirate's bounty, let me calculate. 200 million berries each would be a friendly price. This is extortion. I beg to differ, dear secretary. Am I truly engaging in theft? Alas, no, Robin interjected with a professionally feigned smile. The captain is merely negotiating a business transaction. I wonder if Miss Vinsmoke would be amenable to an exchange with our captain? We have no money. Then it shall be as such. Disarm her. Oh, is that so? Seizing the opportunity while Reiju was distracted, he deftly manipulated the mechanisms on her battle attire, rendering it inactive and revealing a suitable civilian outfit beneath. He tossed a pink canister marked with the number 0 in his hands, smiling as he declared, "Every movement of yours is under my watchful eye. Now, do take a brief repose, Miss Reiju, and surrender to sweet dreams." With his 3-tomo Sharingan swirling, he channeled an increased amount of chakra. Reiju trembled, desperately resisting, yet she could not withstand the gentle whispers of her mother calling her name, nor the affectionate voice of her brother addressing her as sister. A swift strike to her neck sent her spiraling into a realm of illusion. Alas, my skills in illusionary arts still require refinement. He retracted his Sharingan and turned to Robin, who regarded him with a significant expression. "What is this look you bear?" "Oh, nothing of consequence. Merely a thought that the captain might be a boundless scoundrel." "Why would you say such a thing?" "I am simply after a sum of money." "Are we not to journey to Water 7 to construct a vessel?" "I fear my funds may dwindle." "No, what I meant was in other respects. The captain's abilities are exceedingly perilous. Henceforth, it would be wise to avoid any visual contact with him. Or rather, it would be best if I were to refrain from appearing in any place where the captain is present." "Hey, what do you take me for?" Robin pondered for a moment and remarked, "Is there truly a pervert with peculiar fetishes?" Rodney responded with exasperation, "This conversation cannot continue. Who possesses such odd proclivities? That is merely a form of seduction." Yet even the progenitor of chakra, the rabbit goddess Tsutsuki Kagaya herself, would be left utterly dumbfounded. "Would you believe me if I said I could unleash the reverse harem technique upon you?" Instead of quarreling with Robin over these matters, I turned my gaze towards the colossal snail bearing the castle upon its back. Gently stroking my chin, I suggested, "Robin, shall we consider a change of scenery? With this contraption, one can effortlessly traverse the doldrums at a swift pace, far more comfortably than our modest vessel. I wonder how many literary works in Germa's library remain unexplored by me." Robin, intrigued by the colossal snail's library, enlisted the aid of shadow clones to transport a few individuals along with their luggage. Rodney wielded his Sharingan to subdue the snail, claiming it as his own, directing it to advance in a particular direction. Due to his modifications, YG awoke swiftly, only to be dragged back into the sea by several shadow clones guarding him, leading to yet another episode of suffocation and unconsciousness, leaving his face swollen from immersion. Weskier, too, regained consciousness, and upon seeing Rodney, appeared utterly despondent, only to immediately roar, "I will never surrender my research findings to you, Germa." "Wait. Humph. Damn you, Vinsmoke Judge. Do you truly believe that your technology can compel me to submit?" "Not a chance." "No, Haha, Jiaji, you shall never attain the fruits of my research in your lifetime. My dear wife, I have arrived." He pulled a bottle of medicine from his pocket, intending to pour it into his mouth. Rodney quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Goodness, sir, are you out of your mind? Look closely. I do not possess the cursed brows, nor am I affiliated with the Germa. I am merely a passing pirate hunter, and one of the 7 warlords. Do you truly believe I would accept your nonsensical claims? Rodney, are you scientists completely disregarding what people say? Feeling a throbbing headache, he was struck down by the piercing gaze of the Sharingan. Captain, have you managed to extract any information? Robin reclined on a beach chair on the castle terrace, engrossed in a book. No, he said, his expression darkening. Do I truly resemble a villain so much? How could you mistake me for a member of Germa, Robin? Perhaps you should give it a try next time. Captain, isn't it within your power to compel him to speak the truth? No, illusions can serve only a fleeting purpose. They cannot last a lifetime. After all, I am not a celestial deity, and even if I were, I would not squander such powers on an individual. That would be a waste. If one were to possess divine abilities, they should be bestowed upon someone of significance, such as a royal or a great general. Applying them to a scientist would indeed be a true misallocation. What is a celestial deity? Robin inquired with curiosity. A remarkable illusion. Yet whether I can possess it remains uncertain. Rodney shook his head, pondering the evolution of the Sharingan, still unaware if it necessitated emotion or if it could be acquired through the exchange system, which had not mentioned such details. If emotion were indeed the key, then the Mangeki would mark the limit, unless the system offered Senju cells for sale. Otherwise, excessive use of the Mangeki would lead to blindness. After all, he did not possess any foolish Udu or a doting older brother to provide him with a new pair of eyes. Instinctively, he touched his eyes and smiled, inquiring, Robin, has Miss Reiju awakened? Captain, do you wish for her to join our crew? No, Reiju will only heed the commands of Vinsmoke Judge, and she must comply. Our orders would bear no weight with her. Should she ever betray us under Judge's orders, I would have no place to lament. It is best to secure a ransom instead. And this snail, I shall keep. It is far more useful than a ship. Initially, I planned to purchase a vessel in Water 7, but it seems unnecessary now. This snail is significantly more advantageous than a ship, boasting greater speed. Though it requires frequent supplies, that is not an issue. If it requires meat, the solution is simple. The only aspect to consider is acceleration, being an animal. Its burst speed will not be exceptionally swift. I shall seek modifications later on, perhaps installing a jet propulsion system. Robin blinked, sensing that her captain's actions resembled those of a brigand, yet as long as he could protect her, she would not mind. Thus, they navigated through the treacherous waters of the rising currents without venturing to the Sky Island. After all, the inexperienced Rodney was no match for that absurdly long-eared, delusional deity. The strongest Logia, the rumble fruit, was vanquished by the absurd physics of Luffy's rubber, which defies all scientific rationale. In this world, where logic is an afterthought, utilizing such scientific methods to conquer is the epitome of absurdity. Alas, for those of us without extraordinary abilities, it is wiser to avoid confrontation. Hockey. I shall cultivate my hockey. Chapter 63. Vinsmoke Sanji buzz. The phone bug vibrated incessantly as Rodney approached and connected the communication. Instantly, the phone bug replicated the visage of the caller, its expression transforming into one of ferocity, complete with 2 upwardly curled mustaches at its sides. This remarkable creature, capable of mimicking human features and conveying sound, intrigued Rodney immensely upon its first use. Moses, who is this? Are you not Reiju? Who are you? A man's voice responded, grating and imbued with an air of superiority. Vinsmoke Sanji, that's me. And who are you? Where is Reiju? Sanji inquired. They are my captives now, the esteemed Lady Reiju and your worthless son. Impossible. They are my finest creations. No one in the first half of the Grand Line could possibly defeat them. In Sanji's estimation, only a figure of the caliber of an emperor or a vice admiral could contend with his children. How could they possibly falter in such a realm? It was merely a minor task. How could they fail? Hey now, don't overestimate them. Let us discuss terms. 200 million berries for each of your children, along with 2 devil fruits as a bonus. That is extortion. Oh, I thought the illustrious Vinsmoke clan would not be bothered by such trifling sums. How disappointing to discover that your family is on the decline. Oh, my apologies, you are now akin to mercenaries without a homeland, nothing more than hunting dogs. Ha. Without hesitation, Rodney launched his taunt, relishing the opportunity to mock someone like Sanji, a father who considers his children mere instruments for familial resurgence, who views his wife solely as a vessel for reproduction, and who discards progeny at will, all while fixated on profit, has forfeited the very essence of fatherhood. Rodney harbored no fondness for such individuals, and reviling them became a source of amusement. You scoundrel, dare you reveal your identity? Our Germa 60 SIXS technological prowess will ensure you regret this. Oh, come then, you bastard. I am the warlord Rodney. Should you dare approach me, I shall obliterate you. I will shatter your technological might, making you realize that in the face of absolute power, your technology is but a jest. The prerequisite is that you must be able to find me. Warlord, do not presume that just because you have recently become a warlord, you can act with impunity. Sanji bellowed. Apologies, but a warlord truly can act as one pleases. Ha ha ha, old man, do not think to entangle yourself with the world government. It is futile. I shall deal with my spoils as I see fit. They have no reason to compel me to surrender your children. I wonder how they would react upon discovering your past collaboration with Dr. Vegapunk on the bloodline factor research. How amusing. How did you learn of this? Yanji. No, he would never betray me. Could it be Reiju? Judge began to suspect his own child directly. Rodney's gaze grew increasingly frigid. A scoundrel who could not even trust his own offspring was indeed unworthy of fatherhood. How I long to strike him down. I shall set my conditions. Oh, should you manage to find me, I shall present you with a grand gift. Ha ha ha. Wait you. The phone was abruptly disconnected by Rodney. Turning around, he noticed Robin smiling at him and inquired, Is there something on my face? No, today's captain looks quite handsome. Is that so? When am I not handsome? Heh. Only for today, Captain. Please do not indulge in too much self-admiration. Captain, you seemed quite angry just now? Indeed, a person like Judge is unworthy of parenthood. He shook his head and remarked, To be frank, the actions Judge has taken towards his children and wife have stripped him of the very qualifications of being human. He recounted the tragic past of Sanji, which he had witnessed firsthand, summarizing Sanji's childhood for Robin. The lamentable past, which could hardly be deemed a childhood, rendered Robin silent, prompting her to reflect on her own upbringing. In comparison to Sanji, she realized she was somewhat luckier. She then said, Captain, I support your choice, and I must say, you seem rather awkward. Awkward and gentle, you mean? What awkwardness? I merely find him displeasing, and do refrain from misusing words. Otherwise, you shall accompany my doppelganger to guard Yunji today. By the way, what shall we have for dinner? Who knows? The unrelated personnel on the ship have all been cleared out by the captain, even the chef. Robin smiled. Who could have anticipated that those clones would dare to attack me? It is absurd. Even the chef wielded a weapon against me. Germa truly comprises a band of battle maniacs. He recalled the chaos when he entered the kitchen, facing a horde of chefs armed with knives. Is every member of Germa a soldier? Captain, can't you control them with your eyes? No, that would waste my chakra, Rodney replied, asserting that chakra should not be squandered on such trivial matters. Here, without the clones, the war machine could still function, thus eliminating them was the better course of action. This is the captain's decision, so, Captain, tonight's dinner is entrusted to you. Germa's collection of books is quite impressive. I had a look. Please notify me when it's time to eat, and refrain from using your powers to conjure ramen. I am quite weary of it. With that, Robin departed, leaving Rodney at a loss. If I were to cook, would I still need ramen? Cooking could only yield edible results. Rodney entered the kitchen, gazing at the fresh and lavish ingredients before him, lost in thought. How could I avoid inadvertently crafting a culinary disaster? Had I known, I would have controlled those chefs. I must find a proper chef. In a fit of impotent rage, Rodney grasped a knife and began to prepare the meal. Moments later, boom. Upon hearing the commotion, Robin glanced at the pitch-black Rodney, who had several dark streaks across his forehead. Captain, are you attempting to create a bomb? No. I am merely trying my hand at cooking. Who could have anticipated that such fish would explode? Rodney shook his head in denial. Is it not true that your culinary skills are rather lacking, Captain? You know this? And yet you still request me to prepare your meals? As the captain, is it not my duty to care for my crew? I am the captain. It is the crew who ought to serve the captain. Captain, you are exploiting me. I am a historian. Did you not claim to possess numerous skills? It is but a meal. No, I believe it is best if the captain undertakes this task. The two continued their bickering until Lachio approached. Rodney did not restrict her freedom. After all, without her Germa battle suit, she was unable to leave. Upon hearing their dispute, she suggested, "Why not allow me to cook? You? Surely you would poison the food. Or perhaps, being a noble lady who has never lifted a finger, you would be utterly incapable of cooking. It would be far easier for you to poison someone." Rodney and Robin exchanged glances, and Rodney said, "Robin, let us have ramen." After a brief silence, Robin replied, "Very well, Captain, I desire tonkatsu." "Then I shall have miso," Rodney responded. With that, he exchanged some berries for 3 steaming bowls of ramen. Robin accepted hers with gratitude and departed. Rodney handed another bowl to Lachio. "Eat up. Where did you procure this?" "None of your concern. Just eat. Poisoning you would be futile anyway." "Thank you." Upon receiving the ramen, the enticing aroma sparked a rare appetite within her. When she looked up, Rodney had already left, and she could hear his distant grumbling. "Damn it, I'm going to vomit from this ramen. How can that Naruto fellow eat it for decades without growing weary? I must find a chef." This man, despite his quirks, seemed rather decent. Taking a bite of the perfectly textured ramen and sipping the broth, she was pleasantly surprised by the delightful flavor. Delicious. Chapter 64. Adding a touch of frustration, the Germa Kingdom, the only nation in the world without a fixed territory, is an enigma that could manifest anywhere. With its advanced technology, a fearless military, and the formidable princes and princesses of the Vinsmoke family, it has forged the fearsome Germa 66, instilling dread across the globe. As a nation steeped in technological prowess for generations, Germa's innovations far surpass those of most countries, achieving a level of advancement that often leads the world in various fields. They exist like mercenaries, traversing the globe as hunting hounds, swiftly dismantling their enemies on behalf of their employers. The rulers of the Germa Kingdom, the Vinsmoke family, once conquered the entire North Sea through sheer force, a testament to the nation's former glory. However, that splendor has long since faded. The current head of the family, Vinsmoke Judge, the commander of Germa 66, is determined to restore the nation as past magnificence. To this end, he resorts to scientific means to transform his children, granting them immense power while stripping them of much of their humanity, turning them into obedient combat machines. The Germa Kingdom comprises numerous colossal snails that carry its territories, floating upon the sea and capable of disassembling and reassembling at will, facilitating rapid movement and combat. These snails can traverse the Red Earth continent without the need to navigate treacherous mountains or windless zones, significantly reducing time expenditure and offering a remarkably efficient mode of transport. In the royal palace's council chamber stands a statue of a great eagle, wings outstretched and engraved with the number 66, symbolizing Germa 66. Beneath the majestic eagle rests an opulent throne, occupied by a tall man adorned with a metallic helmet, his golden hair cascading down, and a ludicrously pointed mustache. Vinsmoke Judge, Father Dereju and others, is a selfish and hypocritical individual. With a resounding crash, he slams his fist onto the table, shattering it into splinters, and bellows, "That damn bastard. Does he truly believe that becoming a warlord renders him invincible? I must eliminate him. After all, he is merely a pawn of the world government. As one of its allied nations, killing a warlord is merely a trifling matter. Though the Germa Kingdom lacks territory, it still participates in world conferences and holds a degree of influence within the Navy. Otherwise, Sanji's bounty would not merely be for capturing him alive, but rather should be open to any means necessary." His gaze shifts to his 2 sons, Ichiji and Niji, who stand amidst the forest of ice and fire. "Very well, Ichiji, Niji, you shall venture to the Grand Line and teach that arrogant Rodney a lesson. Make it clear that he cannot run amok simply because he is a warlord." "Understood, father." Ichiji responds in a foolishly exaggerated tone. Yet he is the eldest among the 4 brothers. Compared to the haughty and arrogant Niji and the reckless Yanji, he exhibits a calm and prudent demeanor, making him more suited to lead Germa 66. "Very well, I shall ensure that he meets his demise at my hands." Allowing him to witness the might of Germa's technological advancements, Niji declares with a smirk, electricity crackling in his palm, harnessing a unique power granted by scientific enhancement. unbound by the limitations of the sea or sea prism stone, unlike the powers of devil fruits. It is indeed unfortunate that Yongji and Leiji were defeated by such an individual. Niji scoffed. One cannot dismiss the prowess of Rodney, who managed to vanquish Crocodile. Capturing Leiji and Yongji is no trivial feat. Niji should not underestimate him, Iji remarked. Haha. Iji, your caution is excessive. As long as we unite, few will stand against us. Leiji and Yongji are merely worthless. We are perfection itself. Niji frowned at his brother's words, but refrained from retorting. From his throne, Gaji rose proudly and proclaimed, "Go forth, my proud sons, and use your strength to shatter that fellow's arrogance. Make him understand that the dignity of Germa is not to be insulted, and let them witness our might." This man remained obstinate, intent on subjugating Rodney through brute force. "Yes, father." "Understood, father." The sea breeze blew gently. Thanks to the snail. Rodney and Robin were unconcerned about the weather affecting their voyage, thus finding themselves with ample leisure. Robin could sit comfortably reading, while Rodney began to engage in combat with Yongji. Indeed, without the enhancement of his battle attire, Yongji was merely a rugged brute adept in strength, posing no significant threat. He was an excellent opponent for practice. "You fool, another useless clone. If you have the guts, challenge me to a one-on-one duel. Let us see a fight, Yongji. Won't he bash your head in?" With green hair, Yongji's every assault was deftly evaded by the true Rodney, who skillfully employed shave, moonwalk, and paper drawing to dodge, occasionally countering with finger pistol and gale kick, while the other shadow clones feigned attacks. Yes, under the rigorous training of numerous shadow clones, he had mastered the 6 styles, utilizing them against Yongji. As long as he didn't kill him, that was sufficient. Rodney was indeed a combat enthusiast. Beside Robin sat Leiji, although her freedom was constrained. Her situation was evidently far superior to Yongji's. She resided in her previous quarters, and as long as she refrained from spreading poison, Rodney would not harm her. She found herself enjoying this rare moment of respite, free from oppression and rather entertaining. No, the captain is merely striving to enhance his own strength. He is typically quite lazy, Robin quietly remarked, turning a page. The captain possesses numerous tactics, but as he states, the body is the foundation of revolution. Only with a strong body can one unleash formidable power. Moreover, Miss Leiji, the captain is privy to a wealth of intelligence. Leiji pondered for a moment and inquired, "Does that include my past? The secrets of Germa?" Robin continued reading, a smile gracing her face, choosing not to respond. Once again, Leiji gazed at the erudite beauty before her, wondering why she always spoke in half measures. Did she not fear loose tongues? Splash. It seemed something had fallen into the water. Leiji knew her foolish brother had fallen overboard again. Every time Yongji battled Rodney, he ended up in the sea. It seemed he had been kicked off this time. And from the force just witnessed, he likely sustained only minor injuries. Well, let him climb back up on his own. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow clones dissipated into smoke. And the experience and memories gained from battling Yongji granted Rodney new insights, further honing his close combat prowess. With 2,000 mission points remaining after exchanging for numerous ninjutsu, he stroked his chin contemplatively. What he truly needed now were supplementary techniques or specialized tools rather than conventional jutsu. Narrowing his eyes, a calculated scheme began crystallizing in his mind. Weskier's research materials were still being transcribed. Having uncovered Weskier's true identity, Rodney had placed him under genjutsu to compel the completion of his studies before releasing him. Though currently useless as a feeble researcher, Weskier might prove valuable later. There was no urgency yet. After procuring a few items, a diminutive black insect emerged from Rodney's sleeve. Flitting stealthily into the castle, Yongji clawed his way out of the sea, intent on confronting Rodney once more. Yet upon scaling the castle walls, he was met with the grinning visage of a shadow clone. Instinct screamed that this smile boded no good. "Bastard, what do you want?" "Nothing much. Just putting you to sleep. Go?" Wires lashed out, coiling around him. "Huh, you think these flimsy threads can hold me? Don't mock me." As Yongji tensed to break free, an enormous foot loomed before his face. Yongji, splash, plunged back into the ocean, followed by several shadow clones. Yongji once more succumbed to drowning-induced unconsciousness. "Yongji, could you not do something so diabolical?" Chuckling darkly, art is an explosion, after all. Captain, Your laugh is revolting. Philistin. This is art, Robin. Some blonde once declared art to be a starfish. I merely wish to emulate him. So, what exactly are you planning to detonate, Captain? Germa. But their enhanced physiques and combat suits render ordinary explosions ineffective, no? Grinning malevolently, if it won't kill them, let us at least inconvenience them. Nothing delights me more than vexing my enemies. Their misery is my joy. Captain, your personality isn't just twisted, it's downright sadistic. Now, I'm merely celebrating in my own way. Chapter 65. The cicada sheds its shell 7 water capital 8 centuries ago. The world's most nefarious battleship, Pluton, was constructed here. This city harbored the planet's most formidable shipwrights, gathering artisans of unparalleled technical mastery. Among them, the most renowned was the fishman shipwright Tom, who over 2 decades prior crafted the R.O. Jackson for the pirate King Roger using the legendary Adam Wood. Though initially sentenced for building a pirate vessel, his sentence was suspended due to his work on the sea train. 14 years later, upon its completion, he was framed and executed at Eni's lobby. He left behind 2 apprentices, Iceberg, now the mayor of 7 water capital and president of Galley Law Company, and Frankie, currently an eccentric. Captain, you shouldn't make such fickle decisions. First, you wanted to seize that snail, and now you intend to destroy it. How heartless. Strolling through the streets of 7 water capital, Robin, transformed by Rodney's skilled hand, walked beside him, her complexion now fairer, a beauty mark delicately placed near her eye. Subtle alterations rendering her unrecognizable even when compared to her wanted poster. Truly, the art of disguise was terrifying. After all, CP9 agents lurked on this island. If Robin were recognized, complications would arise. While warlords were tolerated by the world government, Robin was another matter entirely. She remained the sole individual capable of deciphering the poneglyphs. Thus, Rodney had employed his mastery of disguise, reshaping her into an entirely new persona, codename Batwoman. Don't say that. That snail had a tracking device embedded in it. Such a useful creature, yet they had detained it with that wretched mechanism, and an irremovable one at that. Rodney clicked his tongue. This detail had been voluntarily disclosed by Reiju. Those snails emitted a unique bioelectric signal, allowing others of their kind to detect and locate them. Originally designed for battlefield coordination, ensuring allies could regroup amidst chaos, it was now being exploited to trace their movements. Being relentlessly pursued by Germa 66 was hardly convenient. So they commandeered another vessel, salvaged its useful components, left behind shadow clones in Yanji, then departed for 7 water capital, diverting Germa 66's attention elsewhere. As for the bounty, Rodney held no illusions. Judge S. words had made it clear, the man was a miserly tyrant, utterly unwilling to comply. If you lack sincerity, then I shall teach you a lesson, though I, too, am playing this game empty-handed. Miss Reiju, are you certain about following me? Dr. Vinsmoke has already fallen. Rodney cast a glance at the raven-haired beauty trailing behind him, his lips curling into a smile. Once you choose this path, betrayal is not an option. After completing the documents, Dr. Weskier was released by Rodney, who then concealed the materials elsewhere. However, Reiju chose to follow him for reasons unknown. According to Robin, as long as she didn't encounter direct orders from Judge, she retained a certain degree of freedom. In other words, this long-obedient eldest daughter of the family had finally entered her rebellious phase. As long as you are not defeated by Germa 66, I will never betray you, Captain. Reiju had not only dyed her hair, but also made slight alterations to her face, while the 66 tattoo on her long legs was now concealed beneath trousers. For years, she had never had the opportunity, even during missions, with Yanji always by her side. She dared not entertain such thoughts. She could only obey, suppressing the faint yearning for freedom deep within her heart. Truthfully, she envied Sanji, who could pursue the life he desired. But now, she too had that chance, because Rodney was covering for her. Even if he failed, she could claim she had been coerced by extraordinary means. Her father would understand that she could never defy his will. None of this would be seen as her own initiative, allowing her to return unscathed to Germa 66. To the Vinsmoke family, resuming her role as the ruthless poison pig. This was the escape route she had prepared for herself, an act of shifting blame, yet also a quiet rebellion against fate. She simply wanted to experience a different life. Anything different from the past would suffice. Upon hearing Reiju's words, Rodney replied, Oh, that one T happened. At the very least, I can easily help you escape. When it came to fleeing, few in this world could rival his expertise: clones, substitutions, transformations. The combination of these techniques made evasion effortless. And I have absolute confidence that once we enter the Grand Line, my strength will grow rapidly. By then, you won't have to worry about your safety. The new world teemed with pirates, where even the lowest-ranking captains dared not claim their title without a bounty of at least 50 million berries. Thus, there would be no shortage of missions. And with mission points, he could exchange for ninjutsu, kekiai genkai. Hee. Lost in visions of a bright future, he couldn't help but chuckle. Reiju, standing beside him, asked, "Is he always like this?" "Occasionally. I've grown used to it. Miss Reiju, with a captain like this, our future doesn't seem very promising." Indeed. Hey, could you two at least pretend to respect me? I am the captain, you know. Captain, could you spare some funds? We need to restock supplies. Robin extended her hand, requesting operational expenses. Not yet. Let us wait until we've built the ship. After that, we'll take the sea train to the capital of Gourmet and find a reliable chef. Oh, I see. A chef is indeed necessary, otherwise we might suffer from the captain's questionable cooking. Robin nodded thoughtfully, finding the plan agreeable. After all, her cooking was merely passable, neither delectable nor unpalatable. Reiju was out of the question, being the noble lady she was, and Rodney? Well, the less said about that the better, considering the last time he attempted to cook. The kitchen ended up in ruins. A skilled chef was undeniably necessary. Thus, boarding the sea train to the culinary capital in search of a capable cook became a matter of paramount importance, preferably one who also possessed combat prowess. As they strolled along, conversing amiably, the atmosphere remained congenial until Rodney suddenly remarked with a faint smile, "It's blown up." "What's blown up?" "The Germa snail." "Oh." Rewinding to moments earlier, the snail emblazoned with the Germa 66 insignia steadily closed in on the moving snail ahead. Donning their Germa battle suits, Ichiji and Niji propelled themselves forward with jet-powered boots, swiftly overtaking the snail in front. "Stay alert. We're already within the territory of a warlord. It's unlikely there aren't defensive measures in place," Ichiji cautioned, his crimson, spiked hair stark against the eerie silence of the castle. His eyes, hidden behind dark shades, scanned the unnervingly still surroundings. "What is going on? Is there no one here?" "Of course not. This is Germa territory. Our people would never bow to outsiders." "They must have been wiped out," Niji retorted, striding in with careless bravado, unlike his cautious elder brother, who followed with a frown. The castle's layout was familiar, and they navigated effortlessly to the grand hall. There, they found Yanji, his face swollen like a dumpling, bound and unconscious in a chair, alongside Reiju, sprawled motionless on the floor. "Yanji, Reiju." Niji moved to rouse them, only for Ichiji to seize his arm. "Show yourself." A shadow clone emerged from the darkness, grinning. "Impressive. As expected. I didn't think you'd sense my presence so keenly." "I don't know you," Ichiji stated coldly. "Then, where is my ransom?" Niji scoffed derisively. "Someone like you dares demand ransom from us? Do you even comprehend who you're dealing with?" The shadow clone feigned disinterest, picking at its ear before blowing on its fingernail. "Oh, and who might that be?" You'll pay for this." Unaccustomed to such insolence, Niji's temper flared. Electricity crackled around him as he vanished, reappearing behind the clone in an instant, only for his knee strike to meet empty air. "Where did he go?" "That was a decoy. Check your leg," another clone taunted, its grin unbearably artificial. "Niji, your leg." Glancing down, Niji found an explosive tag affixed to his limb. Fizz, a spark ignited, followed by a deafening blast. Though the explosion barely fazed him, the humiliation stung far worse. "I'll kill you," he roared, fury blazing in his eyes. Chapter 66, Explosions Galore. Oh, the Germa forces lack patience, do they? But since there's no ransom to be had, I'm rather disappointed. If you refuse to pay, then I suppose negotiations have broken down? Here, take this one. He grabbed Yanji and tossed him toward his brothers. "What do you mean by this?" Ichiji caught Yanji with one hand, his expression puzzled. "What I mean is, mutual multiplication explosive tags. With a single-handed seal, then boom, 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 boom." A relentless chain of explosions erupted, reducing the entire castle to rubble in an instant. Damn it, is this guy insane? Doesn't he fear getting caught in the blast? Ichiji and Niji dashed out of the explosion's range. Such detonations were ineffective against them. But then they realized the explosions were chasing them. What is happening? Why are the explosions following us? Niji demanded. No idea. Split up. Ichiji seized Yanji and veered off in another direction, only for the explosions to abruptly shift course. Pursuing him instead, Niji's eyes widened in realization. Ichiji, it's Yanji. The explosions are tracking him. Got it. Tearing open Yanji's shirt, Ichiji found his torso plastered with explosive tags. So this is the trick? Ichiji scoffed. He watched as more explosive tags materialized out of thin air, tailing them before detonating. Understanding dawned. These papers on Yanji served as both homing beacons and explosives. A plan formed in his mind. Without hesitation, he hurled Yanji straight toward one of the summoned tags. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion erupted, and a charred figure was flung out at Ichiji. Without his raid suit, being caught in dozens of explosive tag blasts left him far from unscathed. Niji caught the injured Yanji. To him, Ichiji's actions were perfectly logical. They shared no fraternal bonds, despite growing up together, no affection, no fear of death. Their sole purpose was to fulfill their father's orders. Pathetic. To think we got outplayed because of him. Though I suppose he is still slightly better than that failure Sanji. Speaking of which, I almost feel a twinge of regret that he is dead, Niji remarked. Meanwhile, Ichiji stared out at the sea, where a lone figure stood upon the waves, bobbing with the tides, a delighted grin on his face. Well? Did the Germa enjoy my little gift? I spent quite a fortune preparing it. Burned through a lot of explosive tags, but damn, was it satisfying. You bastard. Niji shoved Yanji back at Ichiji and transformed into a streak of lightning, shooting forward. Shunpa, Saru. Combining the body flicker technique with Saru. His speed surpassed even the Sharingan's ability to track. The shadow clone barely evaded the strike. What's wrong? Where's that bravado from earlier? Niji sneered. Provoke Germa. And you pay the price. TCH, no need to rush, kid. Next time we meet, I'll probably be grinding you into the dirt. So tell me, what is this price you speak of? Your life. Crackling with electricity, Niji's fist surged forward. Rokushiki, Tekai, his body, as unyielding as steel, was sent flying by the force of a single punch. In midair, he twisted his form, pressing against his chest and gasping. Fortunately, there remains a considerable amount of chakra from my original form, or I might have perished from that blow. The shadow clones were remarkably fragile. Even a mere strike would cause them to dissipate. To bolster their resilience, Rodney had consciously allocated additional chakra to enhance their strength. However, should they endure another assault, their existence would likely be extinguished. My body is still intact, but prepare to meet your demise. Niji, poised to act, was halted by Iji. Wait, Niji. What? Why are you stopping me, Iji? I was just about to finish him off. Silence. Iji, embodying a more commanding presence than Niji, inquired, Rodney, where is Reiju? Where has she gone? Her? Who can say? Perhaps she is on some distant island, or she may have already met her end. His skin flushed with vigor, steam emanating from his body as he assumed a combat stance. Behold my latest developed ninjutsu, Scald Release, Steam Fist. With a gesture reminiscent of the initial stance of the Wazai Fist, he unleashed a punch, sending superheated steam surging from his fist. The steam, compressed upon release, transformed into a formidable attack capable of inflicting secondary burns upon the target. E.g., drawing his cloak to shield himself, found his vision obscured by a mist, his displeasure evident. An uninspired attack. Niji, finish him off. We will seek out Reiju later. I can hardly wait. Niji transformed into a flash of lightning, leaving a trail of electricity in his wake as he lunged toward the shadow clone, delivering a punch that pierced through its chest. The clone, raising a middle finger in defiance, vanished with a resounding pop. Where did he go? Niji stood dumbfounded, the sensation akin to striking at mere air, utterly elusive. He has fled, likely a user of a devil fruit. Let it be. We shall return and report to father. At the very least, we have retrieved Yuji. Indeed. Barring severe injuries, his recovery is assured. Yuji, also a modified being, would require only a few days of recuperation from such minor wounds. That coward, only capable of fleeing. When next we meet, I shall ensure his demise. Niji, filled with resentment, returned to the Germa fortress with Iji to relay the details of their mission to Judge. Judge was infuriated. Not only was Yuji injured, but Reiju was missing, a snail lost, and, most crucially, Yuji's battle suit had vanished. That suit was the pinnacle of Germa 60 SIXS technology. It could not be lost. What of the Verdant battle suit? We never laid eyes on it. Moments after our encounter, Rodney detonated explosive paper, and the castle was obliterated, sinking into the sea. Recovery efforts are underway, Iji reported. Forget it. It is likely that Rodney took it. Our technological marvels are too coveted for someone not to covet them. You must bring Yuji back and tend to his wounds. I shall prepare for an offensive against several kingdoms in the North Sea. Regarding the matter of the winch green combat suit, Gaji firmly believes that with Rodney's capabilities, it is utterly impossible to decipher it. There is no need for concern. Sooner or later, he will reclaim it, well, from Rodney's corpse. However, he has indeed overestimated Rodney's integrity. Iji and Niji diligently execute Gaji's commands. The castle reactivates, heading straight towards the North Sea. In the city of Seven Waters, Rodney, after receiving and organizing the memories of his shadow clones, chuckled and shared his joy with Robin and Reiju. Reiju responded with a light laugh. So, they are unaware of my whereabouts now. I remarked, doesn't your deceased father have some sort of tracking device implanted in you? Even snails have them, logically. Germa's most crucial combatants should not lack such measures. Reiju replied, that is impossible, for he believes we are perfect modifications, incapable of betraying him. Hence there is no need for such devices. This exemplifies Gaji's arrogance, believing his experiments to be flawless while neglecting the children's emotions. He underestimates Reiju's intelligence, allowing himself to be outmaneuvered by a mere child. He mistakenly assumes that Reiju and Iji are devoid of feelings, mere combat machines who would not betray him, thus rendering tracking devices unnecessary. Unfortunately, after their mother's death, in order to avoid being bullied by Iji and the others, Reiju chose to suppress her emotions. Only in the presence of Sanji does she reveal her gentleness, for he is the only brother she acknowledges, her only family aside from their mother. Unbeknownst to the deceived Gaji, his daughter is a master of disguise, retaining her emotions. Though Reiju complies with Gaji's orders, she harbors rebellious thoughts. Under Rodney's influence and illusions, she awakens her desire for freedom. That is splendid. I find myself unable to defeat your two brothers at present, Rodney remarked. However, in due time, once I grow stronger, it will be no trouble to toy with them. Indeed, without considering the use of the 8 gates, this is the case. Thus he requires other ninjutsu techniques. Chapter 67. The City of Seven Waters. The Carrera Company, a distinguished shipbuilding enterprise, encompasses a myriad of services including hull manufacturing, maintenance, and refurbishment. Ranking among the world's elite shipbuilders, consistently vying for the foremost position. The president of this illustrious company is a disciple of the legendary shipwright, Tom. Following Tom's demise, he established the Carrera Company, painstakingly merging 7 other shipbuilding firms over the span of 8 years, thereby securing its status as the designated shipbuilder for the world government, rendering them unable to act against him overtly. This individual possesses remarkable capabilities, and his shipbuilding craftsmanship is unparalleled, surpassed only by a select few, with Frankie being the most notable exception. Rodney, however, would never consider enlisting Frankie, feeling that association would distance him from something of great significance. Upon Rodney's arrival, Icebark promptly emerged to greet him. Not only was he a major client, but also a warlord of the sea, necessitating exceptional service. Greetings, Mr. Icebark. I am Rodney. It is an honor to finally meet you. Hello, Mr. Rodney. The honor is mine. We are but humble artisans, Icebark replied modestly. After exchanging pleasantries, under Rodney's guidance, the group proceeded to Dock 1, the finest dock within the Carrera Company, where many remarkable vessels were constructed. Although they held orders from the world government, military ships were not produced here. Such strategic resources were far too sensitive to be entrusted to Icebark's company. What if a daring pirate sought to plunder them? Thus, the Carrera Company catered solely to merchant and civilian vessels for the world government. May I inquire what type of vessel Mr. Rodney requires? Please articulate your specifications, and I shall endeavor to accommodate them. Though Icebark was a formidable shipwright, he felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm, wary of any outlandish request from this esteemed figure. Rodney replied, "The size should be that of a standard military vessel, but the design is at your discretion. Just ensure it isn't too unsightly. Use the most durable materials available, and include basic facilities. Additionally, I would like a training room with sufficiently sturdy walls. That will suffice. Is that all? No further requests?" Icebark was taken aback, finding the requirements surprisingly manageable, even believing other shipwrights could fulfill them. His secretary, Khalifa, an operative from CP9, diligently noted Rodney's specifications, adjusting her glasses, pondering whether this warlord of the sea was jesting, given the simplicity of his demands. They had been undercover for some time and had encountered numerous eccentric requests from high-profile individuals, yet Rodney's seemed remarkably modest. Perhaps a sturdier kitchen would be prudent. "As I fear it may explode," Rodney added. "Icebark? Khalifa? What exactly do you intend to do in the kitchen? Why would it explode?" Robin and Reju stifled their laughter, with Reju softly suggesting, "Captain, perhaps we can forego that request. After all, we shall never let you near the kitchen again." Robin interjected, "A library is essential, with ample bookshelves, preferably positioned by the window for optimal lighting." "Agreed," Reju chimed in. "The bedroom should also be well lit." Rodney said, "In that case, let's place the crew's lounge on the upper deck, ensuring it is well furnished. The kitchen, bathroom, and training room can be situated on the lower deck. 10 lounges should suffice. If space is limited, we can expand the hull." "Very well," Icebark nodded, acknowledging that the requests were quite reasonable and easily achievable. After further discussions, Rodney handed over a deposit to Icebark, with the final payment to be settled upon completion. This was a standard practice, and Icebark did not raise any objections, simply nodding for Khalifa to take note. Delivery was expected in about a month, considering the relatively small scale of the project. However, the cost would be substantial, estimated around 200 million. A good ship often commanded prices in the hundreds of millions, primarily due to the high cost of materials, while labor expenses were comparatively negligible. Icebark and his crew were not the type to skimp on costs or substitute inferior materials, as that would be a grave insult to their craftsmanship. "It's fine. I am not in a rush. I just happen to be heading to the culinary capital. 200 million, you say? I still need an additional 50 million. Icebark. The payment might be delayed as I need to find a few pirates first." "That's perfectly all right," Icebark replied, reassured by the fact that Rodney, being one of the 7 warlords, would not default on his payment. "Then I shall leave it in your capable hands, Mr. Icebark. We shall take our leave now. Farewell." Sighing, he turned to his secretary, Khalifa, and remarked, "It seems we will be working late tonight." The shipwrights nearby, upon noticing Khalifa's long legs, whistled and teased, "Boss, looks like you'll be burning the midnight oil with Khalifa tonight. Make sure to enjoy it." Icebark shared a good rapport with the shipwrights, engaging in light-hearted banter. However, Khalifa swiftly retaliated, "President, that's sexual harassment," as she kicked at them. "You lot, Khalifa, wait." It was merely a design discussion. With a thud, Icebark fell to the ground, thinking to himself, "Forget it. I've gained something from this, so I won't hold it against them." As the trio departed, Khalifa exchanged furtive glances with a few shipwrights, after which a man with a white dove perched on his shoulder feigned a stomach ache and quietly trailed behind them. "Captain, someone is following us," Robin suddenly remarked as they walked. Utilizing the powers of the Hana no Mi, an eye and an ear materialized in the blind spot of their pursuer, observing the voyeur. "I am aware," Rodney nodded, saying, "Among those we just encountered, several were CP9 agents. It's likely one of them. No need for concern. He is skilled in stealth and would undoubtedly notice if he were being followed." CP9? Robin fell silent. They were among the most formidable operatives, second only to CP0, capable of infiltration without a trace. If they discovered her identity, she instinctively touched her cheek, realizing that her appearance had changed, rendering her less recognizable. Feeling a sense of relief, she added, "The one trailing us has a white dove on his shoulder. He seems to be a worker from dock number 1. Are you suggesting that the one with the dove on his shoulder is Rob Lucci?" The enigmatic figure of Rob Lucci, a cold-blooded individual, stands with a pigeon perched upon his shoulder, a sight unique to him among CP9. At the tender age of 13, he encountered a pirate who, with 500 soldiers, sought to coerce a king. The outcome was grim. The hostage met his demise at Lucci's hands, and the pirate, too, was vanquished by him. In a grim twist of fate, he eliminated the hostage to prevent any harm from befalling him. Lucci harbors a distinct perspective on dark justice, believing that the soldiers' weakness rendered them the king's Achilles heel, thus precipitating the crisis at hand. To avert such occurrences in the future, he resolved to eradicate them. What peculiar reasoning is this? Rodney, bewildered, grappled with how to respond. Yet, having been shadowed, a price must be paid. The pigeon, rather plump, might serve well as a nourishing broth. With 2 women in tow, he veered into an alleyway and emerged shortly thereafter, with Rob Lucci trailing behind. Utilizing his doppelganger and transformation techniques, Rodney followed closely. Initially, Lucci was merely engaged in routine surveillance to discern the intentions of this newly appointed warlord of the sea. However, midway through, he sensed the presence of someone pursuing him. As the strongest member of CP9, how could he fail to notice such a thing? Yet, upon glancing back, he found nothing amiss, no suspicious individuals, merely passers-by engrossed in their own affairs. Despite the absence of tangible threats, an unsettling feeling lingered, perplexing him. "Excuse me," he muttered as a burly man lumbered past, carrying a wooden post. As he silently stepped aside, a sudden realization struck him. Something had vanished from his shoulder. Turning to look, he discovered that the pigeon was gone. "Hadori?" he called out, but silence answered him. Regrettably, his ever-watchful companion had disappeared. Curse be the thief! His gaze immediately fell upon the burly man who had just walked by. Yet, amidst the throng, no trace of the man remained. Moreover, not just Hadori, but also the figures of Warlord Rodney and his entourage had seemingly evaporated, as if they had never existed. Once again, Rob Lucci found himself at a loss, suffering both loss and defeat. Chapter 68. Encountering the perverse Rob Lucci was seething with anger. He had ventured out only to discover that his beloved pigeon, Hadoli, had vanished. Now, he found himself engulfed in a profound sense of dread. Who possessed the skill to so effortlessly abscond with Hadoli from his side? This was a masterful individual. Hadoli was not merely a pet. He was a companion, an exceptionally intelligent pigeon that had been by Lucci's side for quite some time. His affection for Hadoli was deep. And now, with the bird gone, he felt a twinge of panic. However, as a seasoned member of CP9, he knew he must calm himself in such circumstances. Thus, he resolved to halt the pursuit of the culprits and focus on locating Hadoli. Meanwhile, Hadoli, the pigeon adorned in a tie, found himself gripped in the menacing hands of Rodney's doppelganger, who eyed him with malevolent intent, contemplating where the most delectable morsel lay. Truth be told, this pigeon was rather plump. Though he was not overly filling, he certainly appeared succulent. Hadoli, with wide, tear-filled eyes, lamented, "How could this happen? In the blink of an eye, I've been captured." The doppelganger chuckled sinisterly. "Ha ha ha. I truly wonder how to savor you." Terrified, Hadoli's heart raced wildly in his chest. "Master, where are you? There is hardly any meat on me," he thought to himself. In the doppelganger's grasp, he weighed no more than a couple of pounds, insufficient even for a snack, not to mention the inconvenience of plucking feathers and cooking, not to mention the quality of his own culinary skills. The thought alone was daunting. Perhaps it was best to issue a warning to Rob Lucci instead. Eventually, Rob Lucci located his pigeon, bound with steel wire to a wooden post, feathers plucked, and a look of utter disarray upon his face, eyes brimming with tears. He had suffered greatly, enduring an unjust fate. Forget the pursuit, Lucci sighed, recalling that the trio he encountered were merely shopping, leaving him with no useful intelligence. Yet, he pondered, was Hadoli being used as a warning to me? A mere pirate, daring to. His heart brimmed with disdain for pirates. Yet he was also filled with trepidation. The stealth with which Hadoli had been taken was truly alarming. Choosing to return, he intended to relay the news of the warlord Rodney's shipbuilding endeavors in Water 7 back to the world government, though he anticipated no significant response. Meanwhile, CP9 would continue to remain concealed until they acquired the blueprints for the Pluton, oblivious to the fact that Acebug had already entrusted the designs to a perverse individual. On the other hand, Rodney, accompanied by Reiju and Robin, was engaged in procuring necessary supplies. Although the Coretta Company would handle the furniture, everyday items still required their personal attention. They planned to inform Coretta Company to transport everything back once the ship was completed, allowing them to sail away directly. In the meantime, they could explore the enchanting Water City. At the heart of Water 7, a towering structure resembled a fountain, with ocean currents cascading into it and gushing forth, flowing down the city's sloped waterways. An intricate network of canals crisscrossed the city, forming a sophisticated system of aquatic transport, where the primary mode of daily transit was by boat. Due to the scarcity of land routes compared to waterways, the inhabitants have grown accustomed to this lifestyle, even cultivating a species of fish known as blue, which serves as a mode of transportation when boats are unavailable. This fish resembles a horse, adorned with pale yellow scales, possessing fins in place of limbs. With a gentle disposition and a willingness to toil, it is amiable towards humans and remarkably resilient, capable of carrying substantial loads. It is often employed for both transportation and relocation, with a fare of merely 1,000 berries. Since there are 3 of them, they opted to rent a 4-seater blue, allowing Rodney and the 2 young ladies to explore the scenic beauty of the 7-water capital. Rodney, however, occupied 2 seats alone. The 7-water capital boasts a rich historical heritage and a unique aquatic culture, being a city of marine fountains. A singular marvel along the Grand Line, a true gem of the sea route. As for the items they had purchased, they had already been delivered to Coretta Company, so there was no cause for concern. After all, they were affluent. "Captain, where shall we head next?" "The culinary capital?" Robin inquired. "Well, I intend to seek out a chef and deal with a few pirates, as our shipbuilding funds are insufficient and our operational budget is also limited. We still need to procure resources," and he cast a sorrowful glance at the 2 young ladies, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how much you just spent on clothing?" "Captain, do not be stingy. Those were merely everyday items," Reiju replied. "Besides, didn't you also purchase several outfits?" "Indeed, but you haven't noticed that I have changed my shoes either," Rodney retorted. "What about your shoes? Aren't you supposed to walk on water with them?" Robin had always assumed that Rodney's reluctance to change footwear stemmed from their ability to allow him to walk upon the surface of the water. "Certainly not. That is merely my ability," he stated, removing his stealthy footwear and stepping barefoot upon the water's surface before settling back onto the blue. "This is not technology. Only the affluent can afford such advancements." Undoubtedly, Germa possessed wealth, substantial wealth, to sustain research costs and the production and operation of clone soldiers. Hiring for a single war would yield considerable profit, far exceeding what Rodney could earn from hunting pirates. Reiju asked, "So, is this your ability, Captain? What kind of devil fruit have you consumed? Such a diverse array of powers is unheard of upon the seas. Why must it be a result of consuming a devil fruit? There are other paths to mastery. While consuming a superior devil fruit may propel one to great heights, it does not guarantee invincibility. Without knowledge of the various devil fruit types, consuming one truly becomes a matter of chance. Strength or weakness hinges on fortune. After all, what if one were to ingest a worthless fruit and transform into a land-bound creature? Sometimes, one might even be ensnared by their own abilities. Some fruits are indeed utterly useless. Is that so? So the captain is not a user of abilities, Reiju pondered, refraining from further inquiries. "I have heard of a delicacy known as water meat, and I am eager to sample it. Would you care to join me? As for me, I think I shall explore a bit. Robin, would you like to accompany me?" asked Reiju. "I, too, wish to procure some books, Captain. You may proceed alone. But do remember to return by nightfall." "Very well, very well." The trio parted ways, with Rodney striding confidently towards the vendor of water meat, a renowned specialty of Water 7. Even Luffy praised it highly, despite his propensity to consume nearly anything. Yet, one must indeed try it, mustn't one? Thus, he dashed into a restaurant to purchase some water meat, a dish that Brooke also relished. The meat was exceptionally tender, succulent, and flavorful. As a world-renowned tourist destination, the scenery here was truly splendid. He bought a substantial bag of jerky and savored it while admiring the vistas. However, He was soon confronted by a peculiar group of individuals. To describe them, they donned nothing but undergarments in broad daylight, appearing utterly bizarre and striking odd poses before him. It was entirely reasonable to perceive them as deviants, was it not? Before him stood several legs clad in stockings, a truly glaring sight. For heaven's sake! You are not the third gender of the sea. Do not dress in such a manner. No, let us not forget that they are indeed peculiar. The Frankie family, known for dismantling ships, had garnered a rather unsavory reputation in Water 7. Simply inquiring about them could elicit scorn, often accompanied by spittle, as they resorted to all manner of deceit and trickery. At times, when funds were low, they even moonlighted as bounty hunters, earning extra coin. In the eyes of the citizens of Water 7, they were regarded as scoundrels, bandits, unrepentant rogues, and so forth. Hey! A burly man clad in stockings was about to utter something. Rodney took a step back, then activated his Sharingan, rendering the crowd before him unconscious. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. To avoid obstructing passers-by and disrupting traffic, he unceremoniously discarded the group by the trash bins. Yet another good deed accomplished today. With this thought, Rodney felt an elevation of spirit. Well, let us continue our journey, for there is little of consequence to attend to. Tomorrow, I shall indulge in a splendid feast in the gastronomic haven of Peru. Chapter 69. The irresistible aroma of culinary delights in the gastronomic capital of Prala. The air was permeated with an enticing fragrance, not that of perfume, but the delightful scents of various dishes, sweet, savory, sour, spicy, an array of aromas that danced into the nostrils, igniting a fervent appetite. Rodney, Robin, and Reiju had just disembarked from the sea train when these tantalizing odors beckoned them to partake in the culinary abundance of this gastronomic haven. How delectable! Robin exclaimed. It truly lives up to its reputation as the culinary capital. Just look at all these street vendors right at the station. Flanking the station's pathways were long lines of food stalls, enticing newcomers who had just arrived. The mere whiff of these aromas left Rodney momentarily entranced. If Fluffy, that gluttonous fellow, were here, he would likely devour everything without paying, with the straw hat crew trailing behind to cover the bill, wouldn't he? Takoyaki. Freshly made takoyaki. Seafood stir-fried noodles. Seafood stir-fried noodles. If it's not delicious, you don't pay. Hyde's barbecue. Hyde's barbecue. Guaranteed to leave you craving for more after the first bite. The air was filled with the cacophony of vendors hawking their goods, creating a lively spectacle as tourists queued at various stalls, pondering their culinary choices, with some places boasting long lines. Captain, which one shall we indulge in first? Or should we seek out the chef? Reiju inquired, but received no reply. Turning her head, she found him already at one of the stalls. Robin smiled and remarked, the captain has a few great passions, and eating is certainly one of them. Come on. Let's catch up with him. Look over there, and there. She pointed to several queues where Rodney was present. Reiju glanced and realized that Rodney had even sent a shadow clone to stand in line for him. What a character he was. All right then. Initially finding Rodney somewhat unreliable, she now felt even more convinced of his eccentricity. I've grown accustomed to it. Despite the captain's occasional unreliability, he is still someone I can depend on, as long as I overlook his sporadic bouts of madness and nonsensical ramblings. Not sure what to say, perhaps silence is best. Boss, 6 orders of takoyaki. Coming right up. Boss, 4 servings of seafood barbecue. No problem. Boss, let's have some grilled sea cow snake. Please wait a moment, customer. Rodney and his shadow clones returned with a bounty of snacks, their faces radiating satisfaction. Robin and Reiju held their share of the treats. Robin remarked, Captain, we haven't even exited the station yet. Shouldn't we be heading out? Indeed, it's been half an hour, and we are still ensnared by the allure of these food stalls. While we have sampled a few bites, we have not succumbed to indulgence, yet our captain has not paused in his feast. Upon hearing this, Rodney ceased his eating, pondered for a moment, and replied, Impossible. I distinctly remember wandering quite far and sampling a great deal. It can't be. It was a straight path. How could it not be traversed? Reiju. No, Captain, take a closer look. We are merely 50 meters from the platform. Do not overlook significant reference points. Am I under an illusion? The shadow clones wore solemn expressions, entirely oblivious to their own indulgence in culinary delights. Such a phenomenon is unique to you. I assent it? It seems so all right. Let us proceed. He recognized his mistake and dutifully took the lead. After a few steps, he paused, exclaiming, "Wait, that aroma is irresistible. I shall return shortly." As he prepared to depart, his legs went numb, and he collapsed, his feet having lost all sensation. Reggio? Only she could perform such a feat. She retracted the pink toxin arrow and remarked, "Captain, it is merely a standard anesthetic, to avoid being trapped here until nightfall." I deemed this the best course of action. As for your clones, the shadow clones fell silent, eyes fixed downwards, completely unaware, silently munching on their snacks. Two of the shadow clones lifted the original and dashed out of the tantalizing food stall's encirclement. However, upon exiting the station, Robin and Reggio fell silent. Truly, this is the gastronomic capital, is it not? The streets were lined with restaurants, and the location of any inns remained a mystery. Rodney's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is bad," Robin murmured. "Indeed, we are doomed," Reggio concurred. As expected, Rodney's gluttonous nature triumphed over the anesthetic in his system. He leaped forward, followed closely by his shadow clones. "Let us seek an inn. As for him, I hope he doesn't overindulge," Robin remarked, unable to suppress a sigh. The lineage of gluttony cannot be extinguished by countless traversals. Rodney embodies this truth, consuming whatever he desires, unimpeded by anyone, especially as his body craves nourishment. His appetite is voracious, and his digestion swift. It seems unlikely they will be leaving any time soon. He pondered whether they should reside here in the future. What of ninjas? What of pirates? All such thoughts faded, overshadowed by the prospect of a meal. Reggio and her companions found a tavern. The first floor bustled with a lively restaurant, teeming with visitors eager to savor the city's culinary offerings. Due to their unreliable captain, not only did they require lodging, but they also needed to seek out their target, for pirate crews still roamed these parts. However, this band of ruffians dared not act recklessly. Atop the gastronomic capital flew a flag adorned with a skull painted in lipstick, accompanied by a top hat and a collar lined with fluff, resembling the haphazard doodles of a child struggling with art. Yet, in truth, it represented one of the four mightiest pirate crews upon the seas, the Big Mom pirates. Typically, the primary territories of the four emperors lie within the New World, but Big Mom's passion for cuisine compelled her to claim this city, even within the first half of the Grand Line. For how could she overlook a place so delectable? Every year, the culinary capital must offer countless delicacies to the New World, under the protection of Big Mom's pirate flag. Anyone daring to disturb this gastronomic haven must reckon with the Big Mom pirates. The Navy, wary of the Big Mom pirates, regards the island merely as a food paradise, deeming it unnecessary to provoke the wrath of an emperor to reclaim it. Consequently, they choose to turn a blind eye. While they are somewhat helpless against the emperors encroaching upon the first half of the sea, they prefer to avoid conflict whenever possible. Black Gun Moros of the Black Gun Pirates carries a bounty of 13 million berries. The Demon Blade Beauty, Laffy, from the Demon Blade Pirates, has a bounty of 10,040,000 berries. Blood Sword Yodel, from the Tequila Pirates, boasts a bounty of 27 million berries. Utilizing the bounty notices acquired from the Baroque works, Robin identified several targets within the crowd and remarked, "A few more should suffice, but we must locate the captain first, or perhaps his doppelganger. Let us proceed." Hoping the captain has not succumbed to gluttony, she added. The two women wandered about, hoping to encounter their captain or his double. After a fruitless search, they finally halted before a restaurant hosting a competitive eating contest. Rodney had already advanced to the finals, having transformed into a rather corpulent figure, indulging in a feast that rendered his physique somewhat unwieldy. "So delectable that I cannot stop. Robin, Reggio, I think I shall linger here a few more days before returning to Germa. Perhaps I should seek a more reliable ally." Both women began to doubt their current situation. Just as they conversed, the eating contest reached its conclusion, with Rodney emerging victorious. He triumphed in the Uncle Burger eating contest, earning a reward of 100,000 berries and a 7-day free coupon for Uncle Burger. Burping, with a distended belly, the rotund Rodney stepped forward to collect his berries, opting to exchange the 7-day coupon for 10,000 berries, totaling 111,000 berries. "Ah, ladies," he exclaimed, "I am a bit unwell from overeating. Captain, it is time to work. We have located our targets. Oh, where? He was always more dependable when it came to work. Come with us. Very well. I too must engage in some exercise. I have indulged a tad too much. It was not that he was greedy, but the dishes were simply too enticing. Ah, how delicious. Chapter 70. Sada Tavern. The establishment known as Sada Tavern is more accurately described as a dining hall. For the majority of its patrons are drawn by the culinary delights crafted by its owner, Sada. It is said that Sada's culinary skills are renowned throughout the entire region of Prude. Once a celebrated chef, he sailed alongside a pirate as the ship's cook, only to return in a state of disarray after losing a hand. For a chef, the loss of a hand is a catastrophic misfortune. Cooking becomes exceedingly challenging, as the coordination of two hands is essential for culinary creation. Moreover, with his arm severed at the shoulder, the prospect of affixing a prosthetic is rendered impossible. Thus, he resorted to opening a tavern. While he can still prepare some dishes, the daily offerings are limited, leading to a greater emphasis on beverages. Nevertheless, the tavern continues to attract numerous visitors, primarily for the exceptional dishes that are occasionally available. The aroma alone is irresistible. Sada Tavern welcomes both pirates and ordinary folk alike. But fighting is strictly prohibited within its walls. Generally, there is little cause for concern, as few would dare to cause trouble under the protection of Big Mom. Although Big Mom has not explicitly declared that disturbances are unwelcome here, it is understood that anyone who acts recklessly would face dire consequences. This understanding is what contributes to the tavern's safety. In most instances, as long as the patrons do not interfere with Big Mom's tribute, they are left to their own devices. After all, this is merely an island famed for its gastronomy, and there is no need for excessive measures unless someone were to annihilate the island entirely, in which case not only Big Mom, but also the Navy would pursue retribution. The Navy, in particular, poses a significant threat. Big Mom might even consider making you her son-in-law. Today, a considerable number of pirates have gathered at the tavern, having commandeered the entire establishment. Hey, Sada, where's the food? Boomed a hulking figure, his yellowed teeth bared in a menacing grin. Towering nearly 2 meters in height, he exudes an aura of intimidation, with a long sword slung across his back, glinting ominously and suggesting a history steeped in violence. This is Bloodsword Yodel, the notorious captain of the Tequila Pirates, with a bounty of 27 million berries. Hailing from the South Sea, he has decimated several rival pirate crews, and, having found no worthy adversaries, has now ventured to the Grand Line, where he has similarly eliminated numerous competitors, gaining a fearsome reputation. His presence here is motivated by a desire to sample the famed delicacies of Sada Tavern. To that end, he has forcibly cleared the tavern of all other patrons, claiming the establishment for himself. A crowd of onlookers has gathered outside, concerned for Sada's safety. These vile pirates, don't they fear the Navy? One murmured. The Navy? Would they dare act so brazenly here? Besides, those fools are far too busy to concern themselves with this place, another scoffed, displaying a clear disdain for the Navy. We should find a way to help Sada. He and his son struggle to keep the tavern running. Young Lester may be formidable, but he likely cannot contend with these pirates, someone mused. What should we do? In the kitchen of the Sada Tavern, an elderly man and a young boy stood before the stove. The owner, Sada, who had only one hand, skillfully sought the ingredients, his face adorned with an expression of serene focus, as the meat in the pan released a tantalizing aroma. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome youth, clad in a chef's uniform and a chef's hat that was not indicative of a head chef. Despite his youth, he stood nearly 6 feet tall, his physique robust, though his face bore the softness of adolescence, making it difficult to discern that he was indeed a boy. Father, are we really going to cook for that person? The young lad inquired. What other choice do we have? Can we truly contend with them? They are a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million. While that may not be significant in the Grand Line, they have certainly bullied us enough, Sada replied, ladling a small measure of fish sauce into the dish to enhance the flavor. Lester, I understand your thoughts, but this is not the time for impulsiveness. But, father, you could easily defeat him. The boy knew of his father's formidable strength, although he may not be a renowned pirate. His prowess was enough to handle the adversary outside without difficulty. Peace brings prosperity. Peace brings prosperity. Sada declared as he plated the dish. Deliver it, but do not provoke them. Lester clenched his fists, unwilling to accept such humiliation. Though he had faced similar situations before, this time he refused to endure such indignity. Go on. Sada, oblivious to his son's discontent, continued to focus on the pot. On one side lay the prepared ingredients, awaiting their turn in the pan. Lester carried the dish, stepping into the tavern's main area where a group of inebriated patrons indulged shamelessly in the fine spirits displayed on the shelves. Their raucous laughter, curses, and the sound of slapping palms resonated throughout the room, and the drunken pirates' ridiculous antics made Lester feel as though he could easily topple them all. Lowering his gaze, he approached the tavern's only clean seat, the one occupied by Bloodsword Yodel. Your order, please enjoy, he murmured, placing the dish before Yodel, his head bowed in deference. Gah, I can hardly wait, Yodel exclaimed, rubbing his hands together as he inhaled the savory scent. It has been worth the wait. Sada's dishes never disappoint, he declared, picking up a fork and spearing a piece of meat, which burst with juices upon biting, its flavor lingering delightfully on his palate. This is it. This is what I've been waiting for. Gah, it's simply delicious. I'll have this every day from now on. Yodel cackled, his voice reminiscent of a horse owl, grating on the ears. As Lester observed Yodel, engrossed in his meal, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. The boning knife, concealed beneath his clothing, was drawn forth, its blade sharp enough to slice through cartilage and peel away thick skin, aimed directly at Yodel's heart. In a swift moment, a fork intercepted the blade, revealing itself smeared with sauce. Yodel, infuriated, bellowed, You little brat. How dare you attempt a sneak attack? You're courting death. Lester, seeing his first strike miss, swiftly altered the trajectory of his boning knife, aiming directly for the opponent's vital spots, clearly intent on a lethal blow. Yet, opportunity knocks but once. Yodel possessed formidable strength, and the fork in his hand had already bent during their earlier struggle. He seized Lester's slender arm with his bare hand, preparing to exert force when he suddenly realized his arm wouldn't obey. My hand. What happened to my hand? B-Boss. Why your hand? One of the still conscious crewmen shrieked. Yodel, slow to react, lifted his arm, only to find his forearm cleanly severed. The cut so precise and swift that blood gushed uncontrollably from the wound. Ship's doctor. Frank, where the hell are you? Yodel bellowed in panic. One of the pirates stammered, Boss. Frank's passed out drunk. FCK. Yodel cursed in South Blue slang, clutching his wound. The pain was secondary. What infuriated him more was that the boy who had ambushed him had vanished without a trace. In his place stood a man with a sun-kissed complexion. Vaguely familiar, smiling at him with unsettling calm. In his grip was a sword. Wait, why does that sword look so familiar? Isn't that the boss's sword? Yeah, that is the boss's sword. A pirate rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How had their captain's blade ended up in a stranger's hands? You little bastard, I'll kill you. Yodel roared, his fury amplified by the mocking grin before him. Abandoning any attempt to staunch his bleeding, he swung a bloodied fist with murderous intent. The punch cratered the wooden deck, splintering it to pieces. The man merely shrugged, unfazed. 27 million berries. Not bad. This trip was worth it. He tilted his head. But you're called Yodel, aren't you? Why so tall? Aren't Yodel supposed to be under 3 feet? You've way overshot that. Brat. Yodel, the blade pierced his skull, silencing Yodel mid-sentence. His body crumpled lifelessly to the ground as the man dusted off his hands and stepped away. Ding. Host has eliminated a pirate with a 27,000,000 berry bounty. Reward, 270 mission points. Chapter 71. Lester B-Boss. How could this be? The boss with a 20 million bounty. No. Run away. Wait. This man, isn't he the new warlord, the magician Rodney? Someone suddenly recognized Rodney and uttered his new epithet. The title magician was far more pleasant than Red-Eye, though no one knew who had bestowed it upon him. Originally, it should have belonged to Hawkins, one of the supernovas, yet it had somehow landed on Rodney's head. As for the self-styled moniker the Gambler of Fate, it seemed to circulate only within the small confines of the East Blue, fading a little more each day. TSK, recognized already? Rodney sat atop Yodel's corpse, his voice laced with amusement. All pirates, men to the left, women to the right, and those who are neither, stand in the middle. Unless you'd rather I dispose of you. Well, hurry up. Yes, sir. Cowed by the reputation of a warlord, not a single pirate in the room dared flee, terrified of being struck down. Hey, kid. Rodney uncorked a bottle of liquor, his interest piqued. You showed some guts earlier. What's your name? Lester. Alfred Lester. Alfred? The surname brought to mind a legendary butler. Rodney suddenly asked, Can you cook? Yes. I'm quite skilled. Faced with this legendary warlord, Lester felt no fear, only an inexplicable sense of familiarity. There was nothing about this man that frightened him. Is that so? Rodney's eyes gleamed. I'm in need of a chef. How about joining me, little Lester? No. A one-armed man emerged from the kitchen, a dish in hand. Thank you for your kindness, but Lester will stay right here in Peru. The sea is far too dangerous. He lacks the ability to survive out there. Dad, Lester tried to protest, but Sada cut him off. Enough. Lester, you are my son. And you will remain here in Peru as a chef. I forbid you from entertaining any thoughts of setting sail. Sada's voice was merciless. He knew his son yearned for the sea, inspired by his own past exploits. But those very experiences made him terrified of letting his son tread the same treacherous waters, a realm of unknowns and perilous adventures. Too dangerous. As a father, he wanted only the best for his son. He refused to let him walk the same path he once had, even if the one extending the invitation was a titan of the seas. Rodney scoffed. Titan? I'm just trying to fill my stomach. I see. What a shame, Lester. Seems I'll have to look elsewhere for a chef. Rodney shrugged. Anyone know of any skilled cooks here who'd be willing to set sail? If the father refused, he wouldn't press the matter. Thank you for your understanding. As for chefs, Dad, wait. Lester's voice rang out, firm and resolute. I'm grown now. I want to venture out to sea, just like you once did. To experience the freedom you always spoke of. He wanted his father to be proud of him. He longed to taste the delicacies of the Grand Line. To craft even greater dishes, to become a renowned chef whose name would echo across the seas. He aspires to become the foremost chef upon the vast ocean. You foolish boy. Sada's fist struck his son's face with a force greater than before, panting as he exclaimed. That realm is far too perilous for someone of your tender age, even for a chef. I should never have entertained such notions with you. Stay at home. You are forbidden to venture anywhere. Father is the real fool. Lester wept, tears streaming down his face as he nearly shouted, Did we not make a pact with Mother? I must become the world's greatest chef. How can I stagnate here? Peru is the culinary capital. I have savored its renowned dishes throughout my life. How can I grow without experiencing more? How am I to fulfill my promise to Mother? Sada fell silent, while Rodney handed Lester a tissue to wipe his tears and snot, saying, Well, how should I put this? I really shouldn't be involved, but Lester, I was just too hasty. Allow me to clarify. The sea is fraught with danger, and my crew must possess strength. Even a chef must have the capacity for self-preservation. After all, they are not part of a pirate crew, but a hunting team, one that hunts pirates, requiring every member to be a warrior. Lester, in many respects, is still too weak. I can do it, Lester insisted, his face flushing. Even if I am not strong enough, I can train. Father is strong. I have yet to fully comprehend my father's strength, and my physical abilities are insufficient. His voice dwindled, filled with embarrassment, as he felt inadequate in the presence of these individuals. Sada was rendered speechless by his son's words. Rodney extended a hand, saying, Come. Let us see what your physical capabilities are. Lester was unsure of what to do, yet he reached out his hand, which Rodney grasped firmly. Let go of me, he exclaimed, exerting all his strength. Oh, Lester's strength was considerable. Though not as powerful as Rodney's, it surpassed that of many, even some adults. Yet, compared to those with remarkable physiques or evident training, he fell short, merely average. Strength is decent. How old are you? 17. 17? There is still room for improvement. Your physical condition is acceptable, perhaps even promising. This young man possesses potential for development, yet his father, I want to set sail. No. Sada firmly objected. Why not? You are not strong enough. How strong must I be? Defeat them. Sada pointed to the group of pirates restrained by Rodney. The pirates looked on in confusion. Lord Rodney, Lester must defeat at least 10 pirates, or I shall not permit him to set sail. In the vast ocean, weakness is a sin. Lester must possess sufficient strength. for to allow him to venture forth would be to send him to his demise. It is preferable for him to remain in Peru for a lifetime. While he may not become the world's greatest chef, he could still be the finest in the culinary capital. I have no objections, Rodney stated, shaking his head. I can do it, Lester declared resolutely. Then, let the battle commence. The onlookers, having witnessed the spectacle, dissipated quickly, scattering in haste. Rodney's words held more weight than any, and the crowd of spectators fled in fear. As for you, whoever defeats him shall be free to leave. I, Rodney, speak with absolute authority. However, only 10 slots are available. The pirate's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. If the illustrious magician Rodney could not prevail, how could a mere cook possibly win? They clamored to register. And Sada personally selected 10 pirates to challenge his son, Lester. Standing outside Sada's tavern, Lester wielded a boning knife in one hand and a cleaver in the other, one sharp, one hefty. Was this the standard for a chef? And was it truly wise to use kitchen tools for combat? What would become of his culinary creations? If the boy were to blame anyone, it would be his foolish father. One pirate, grinning maliciously, swung his blade with reckless abandon. His attacks chaotic and devoid of any strategy, relying solely on brute strength, a futile effort. Lester, having often battled with Sada, understood the pitfalls of such opponents. He deftly evaded their strikes, waiting patiently for the moment when fatigue set in, and seized the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. Rodney watched in astonishment. Was this lad no stranger to taking lives? His composure was remarkable. Sada observed silently as Lester dispatched one pirate after another. How could he not recognize his son's prowess? He had personally imparted his skills with the blade. Surely, Lester would surpass this rabble. He merely sought a justification, a reason for his son to venture forth into the world. The boy had matured, confinement would stifle his growth. Yet a father could not help but fear for his son's safety upon the treacherous seas. What a complex emotion it was for a father to grapple with as his child grew. Is this how you felt when you sent me off to sea, father? I think I am beginning to understand. Having vanquished the last pirate, Lester, battered yet resolute, stood before his father and declared, Father, I have earned my place upon the sea. Indeed, you have earned that right. You are truly like me, Mary. Our child resembles me even more. A faint smile graced his lips. You have grown, Lester. Chapter 72. The Black Pearl. Allow me to introduce our new chef, Lester, Alfred Lester. From now on, he'll be responsible for our meals. Rodney presented the still-injured Lester to Reiju and Robin. Greetings. Lester bowed deeply to the two women. I am Lester. Henceforth, I shall oversee everyone's daily meals. I look forward to your guidance. Hello, Lester. I'm Robin. I'll be counting on you. Robin smiled gently. Oh, and one more thing. Never, under any circumstances, let the captain cook. You will regret it. Huh? Why? Reiju interjected. Just remember this one rule. I'm Reiju, by the way. And this is wisdom earned through experience. Absolutely, positively, never let the captain near the kitchen. We'd prefer not to die. Hey, could you at least say these things when I'm not around? Rodney protested indignantly. That was just an accident. My cooking is edible. I once made braised sea king, you know? Captain, that was just you burning it over a fire. And you charred it every single time. Robin delivered the finishing blow without hesitation. Rodney clutched his chest dramatically. Ah. Why did I even recruit you all? Just to have you insult me daily? Lester wiped the sweat from his brow, suddenly realizing his captain's authority on this ship seemed rather fragile. By the way, Lester, how did you get all these injuries? Reiju inquired. This is proof of a man's growth. Rodney cut in proudly. Lester has become a true man, spiritually, at least. Lester, that sounds profound, yet somehow deeply questionable. I can't quite put my finger on why. Speaking of which, where is our ship? Lester asked curiously. Robin replied, still under construction. This trip wasn't just to find a chef. We're also collecting bounties. Captain, where's your target? Right here. Rodney pulled out a bloodstained cloth bundle from his waist pouch. A 27 million berry head. Classic Captain, too lazy to carry the whole body now. So just the head? Robin dragged over a woman with a broken neck, the infamous ghost blade beauty Lofi. Worth 10. For million berries. Indeed, very much your style. Flower fruit replicated arms sprouted from Lofi's back and other areas, snapping her neck with joint locks. Robin's devil fruit made her exceptionally skilled in assassination. Eliminating Lofi alone in the restroom had been child's play. Meanwhile, Raja presented a corpse with purplish-black skin, bleeding from all orifices. Its eyes wide in death. 13 million berries. Easier than expected. Though hunting pirates isn't nearly as profitable as before, the benefits derived from a war can be immense. Sufficient to sustain Germa for an extended period. While piracy also offers considerable rewards, the unpredictable nature of pirates roaming the vast seas, coupled with the formidable strength of certain individuals, makes them a troublesome adversary. Thus, it is far more convenient to become mercenaries and engage in warfare, where the resistance is not as formidable. Rodney could not help but scoff, remarking, "Who operates like your family? The young lady hails from a wealthy lineage. Let us make a trip to the nearby naval base to exchange for berries. Otherwise, our ship will remain in peril, and we might need to hunt a few more to fund our future endeavors." "Very well, I shall scout ahead." Robin agreed to take on the task. Although Rodney possessed commendable skills, they did not match her stealth, and even if he were to go, he would be unaware of the bounties on these pirates. What if they chose targets of little value? After accumulating ample bounty and indulging in the culinary delights of the city of Peru for half a month, they boarded the sea train back to Water 7. Their ship was already half completed, and Acebug's craftsmanship spoke for itself. His design was acknowledged by Rodney and the others as exceptional, precisely aligning with Rodney's specifications while also incorporating his own enhancements. The trio was thoroughly pleased, and Lester found it particularly agreeable, especially after witnessing the kitchen design. "By the way, I still need to purchase some knives," Lester mentioned. "Huh? Didn't you bring kitchenware from home?" Rodney inquired. "Those are for chopping vegetables and cooking. I need to buy new ones for combat," Lester replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Why not switch to a different weapon? A cleaver, perhaps? I am a chef. I only know how to wield a kitchen knife. My father taught me solely the use of a chef's knife. He once said, 'A chef's knife is still a knife.' Why cannot it be used for battle?" "What exactly did your father teach you?" Sanji remarked. "A chef's hands are meant for cooking, but your father does have a point. No matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can be quite fearsome." Though Rodney sensed that the chef's perspective was somewhat unconventional, he chose not to comment further. Providing him with a budget to procure the desired knives, boning knives, cleaver knives, slicing knives. After another fortnight, their ship was finally completed. In dock number 1, they arrived under the guidance of Acebug and his secretary, Khalifa. "This is the remaining balance, Mr. Acebug. Please sign here." Rodney and Lester presented 2 black boxes, each filled with stacks of berries. Let us first inspect the vessel. While it feels delightful to be trusted, it is prudent to verify the goods before payment. That way, if there are any unsatisfactory elements, modifications can be made. Receiving payment in advance might complicate potential adjustments. "Rest assured, I have faith in your craftsmanship, Mr. Acebug," Rodney insisted, handing the money to the secretary without hesitation, with Lester following suit. Khalifa, obscured by the stacks of currency, remarked, "It is an honor to receive your praise." Isbarg, instructed to take the money from Khalifa's hands, wiped his brow and smiled, saying, "Now, follow me, everyone. Your vessel is ready. If there are any aspects you find unsatisfactory, we shall rectify them immediately." Under his guidance, they arrived at the entrance of Dock 1, where a sailboat, slightly larger than a warship, rested quietly on the waterway. The hull was painted in hues akin to the ocean, seemingly merging with the sea. This was the camouflage color requested by Rodney, as they were, after all, a hunting ship. Isbarg elaborated, in accordance with Mr. Rodney's specifications. "We constructed the hull using the most robust materials. While it may not rival the atom tree, it is indeed crafted from some of the finest and most resilient wood known to the world. We exerted considerable effort during its construction. The wind release, vacuum sphere, an attack capable of shattering stones left no discernible marks on the hull, much to Rodney's satisfaction. Indeed, the expenditure was worthwhile." Seeing his contentment, Isbarg beamed and asked, "Would you like to board and inspect it?" Lester ventured to examine the kitchen, while the others assessed whether it met their expectations. All items they had purchased had been delivered by the Carrera Company, and they could depart as soon as the ship was ready. "Captain, the kitchen is impeccable." "I am quite pleased," Lester exclaimed, peering out. The study is also quite splendid, Robin added. Noting that the study's design was based on her own specifications and that the books she had acquired were neatly arranged by the Carrera company staff. Lejuet had no particular demands for her living quarters, expressing satisfaction as long as it was clean. Given this, Isparg, the ship is perfect. Thank you immensely, Rodney remarked. I dare not claim perfection. What name does Mr. Rodney intend to bestow upon this vessel? Black Pearl, came the reply. The group responded with surprise. Robin suggested, I think Dark Sphere is a fitting name. Poisonous Pink is also quite appealing, another chimed in. How about Gourmet Captain? What are these absurd names? They pale in comparison to mine. It shall be called Black Pearl or perhaps Caribbean will suffice. Captain, your naming skills seem lacking, another retorted. Yet it is far superior to your Dark Sphere. Let it be Poisonous Pink then. No, Gourmet Captain. Isparg sighed. It appears none aboard possessed the talent for naming. Ultimately, Rodney, in his capacity as captain, decisively named the new ship the Black Pearl. Chapter 73. The eerie weather at sea. The weather over the vast ocean is as capricious as the visage of a child, shifting unpredictably. Just moments before, the sky was a canvas of azure adorned with fluffy white clouds, yet suddenly, a tempest erupted, leaving no refuge and catching all unawares. The winds howled ominously, and the waves surged violently, transforming the previously tranquil sea into a ferocious beast, eager to engulf them within its maw. Reef the sails. Quickly, reef the sails, Robin commanded, urgently recalibrating their course. Reiju, come and assist. Take the helm, and Lester, steady yourself. Rodney distributed the tasks as the Black Pearl galloped across the tumultuous waters. He and his shadow clones hastily stowed the sails to prevent the mast from being shattered by the fierce gales, while Robin focused on determining their position and directing Reiju in maneuvering the ship's wheel. Though not a seasoned navigator, she had acquired knowledge in this domain. Steering the ship posed no significant challenge for Reiju, while Lester was in a flurry, scrambling to tidy up the kitchen. A sharp pain jolted him. One of the shadow clones vanished as a hailstone, the size of a fist, plummeted to the deck with a resounding thud. Hail. This is not good. The tempest had morphed into a hailstorm, and the stones were far from diminutive. Let us take shelter in the cabin. The hail poses no threat to the Black Pearl, he decided, shaking his head as he and his clone prepared to retreat below deck. The storm had lessened in intensity, although the waves still roared. They posed no significant danger, merely an uncomfortable rocking of the vessel. Wait, Captain, don't return just yet, Robin suddenly exclaimed. There's something enormous in the sky. Rodney activated his Sharingan and glanced upwards through the clouds, spotting a colossal hailstone plummeting towards them with alarming speed, its trajectory unmistakably aimed at their vessel. However, the ship's propulsion relied on the wind, which was now exceedingly fierce, rendering the sails incapable of catching any air. Their speed was drastically hampered, and the waves provided no assistance. Captain, allow me, Reiju declared, donning Germa's battle attire. My strength should be sufficient to slow the descent of the ice. We shall proceed together, Robin. Take care of Lester and manage the ship in our absence, she instructed. Reiju, let us go, leaving a few clones behind to assist. They ascended into the sky, each step an ethereal glide. Do not push. I shall shatter the ice directly. With a powerful strike, her fist rained down upon the ice, causing its surface to fracture and splinter into smaller shards that cascaded downward. Fire style, Great Fireball. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Below, the clones stationed on the mast employed their fire techniques to evaporate the ice or shatter it into even finer fragments, ensuring no threat remained for the Black Pearl. After a valiant effort, the storm subsided, revealing a sky that had transformed from a blanket of ominous clouds to a brilliant expanse of blue, with only a few wisps of white remaining. Indeed, this wretched weather. In a moment of exasperation, I returned to the Black Pearl with Reiju, raising the sails anew, and inquired, Robin, how long do you think it will take us to reach the next island? Robin, her expression clouded with concern, replied, Captain, I bear some unfortunate news. It seems we have strayed from our course. Rodney, eyes widened in disbelief, exclaimed, How is that possible? Isn't the compass pointing towards the next island? Well, yes, Robin conceded. But we were just blown off our original path by the wind. However, this does not affect our voyage. Yet, Captain, we are approaching the perilous waters of the Devil's Triangle. Shouldn't we exercise a bit more caution? The Devil's Triangle was an essential route for them. Yet it was also the lair of the warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria. Speaking of Moria, he was a figure who, due to his singular focus on harnessing the powers of his devil fruit, neglected the cultivation of hockey, much like the former pirate, Crocodile, who had been cast aside by the tides of time. It was Rodney who had vanquished Crocodile, while Moria had fallen victim to one of the four emperors, Kaidos, who had reduced him to a reclusive shell of his former self, obsessively crafting figures capable of defeating Kaido. Once, Moria had been an ambitious youth, who, rallying a band of comrades to venture into the new world in pursuit of grand achievements, only to encounter the self-destructive Kaido. Known as the strongest creature in land, sea, and air, Kaido had an uncanny ability to survive any calamity, thriving on his formidable strength and indomitable vitality. Over 20 years ago, he had seized control of Wano, dealing in and processing sea prism stones and establishing a center for the treatment of those afflicted by the king's addiction, where future figures like Luffy and Kid received less than effective treatment. When Moria faced Kaido, he met with utter misfortune. His entire crew was annihilated, leaving him to flee back to the Grand Line in disarray. Despite his initial fervor and dreams of claiming the title of Pirate King, he found himself ensnared by the addiction he had sought to escape. Upon returning to the Grand Line, rather than honing his hockey, he began crafting zombie figurines. Rumors reached him of Kaido possessing the bloodline of the Oni tribe, prompting him to seek out their corpses. His sedentary lifestyle gradually transformed him into an unrecognizable figure of corpulence. Had he dedicated himself to physical training and the mastery of hockey, coupled with the abilities granted by his Shadow fruit, he could have undoubtedly achieved greatness upon the high seas. Luffy alone could harbor 100 shadows, showcasing incredible prowess. Moria had once battled Kaido and survived, indicating his innate potential. Alas, he chose a misguided path, resulting in his current predicament as a reclusive, overweight hermit. Rodney remarked, "As for Moria, there is no need for excessive concern. He has imprisoned a friend of an elderly gentleman who has now summoned other old friends to rescue him. Moria will undoubtedly face dire consequences. The prowess of Silver's Rayleigh requires no elaboration. Each remnant of the old era is renowned in their own right. Whitebeard, Garp, Rayleigh, Sengoku, each one a formidable figure. In the presence of Rayleigh, Moria would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. The corpse of the renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk is animated by Brook's shadow, and Moria is bound to be defeated. Nevertheless, it is likely that Moria would not readily surrender. The possibility of a confrontation between the two is significant, and Rayleigh should emerge victorious with relative ease. After all, he is merely a corpulent individual who focuses solely on the development of his devil fruit powers. While those abilities may pose some challenges, Rayleigh, despite his age, was once the right-hand man of Gold, Roger. It is implausible that he possesses only the strength of a vice-admiral. He has likely attained the level of an emperor, making it a trivial matter to handle someone like Moria. Rodney, however, harbored no concerns. He was merely pondering when they would arrive at the Sabaody archipelago to acquire that legendary sword, Shusui. "Captain, are you so confident? That individual is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, much like yourself. What if that old man fails?" asked Reiju, her curiosity piqued. Rodney's expression was one of disbelief. "What? Are you suggesting that Rayleigh would be overpowered by Moria? That's preposterous. If Moria were capable of defeating Rayleigh, he would have long since ventured into the new world to engage Kaido in battle rather than remain here crafting zombies. Am I mistaken? That old man is incredibly formidable. It is not a matter of whether he is strong, but rather how long it takes to defeat Moria. Reiju, that man is the Dark King, Rayleigh." As these words hung in the air, a chilling silence enveloped the cabin. Lester gaped in astonishment. "Captain, you actually know the legendary pirate?" "Do not regard me with such astonishment. I do not personally know Rayleigh, but I am acquainted with the Pirate King's doctor, having shared some time aboard his ship," Rodney clarified. Perhaps the information regarding the Devil's Triangle is rather obscure, leading to a lack of news. However, they must have departed by now. The Devil's Triangle is an essential route. I cannot fathom how Laboon managed to resist seeking out Brook during that time. It must have been quite troublesome for Crocus to dissuade him. Captain, what exactly is your background? Robin could not contain her curiosity. With such extensive knowledge, mysterious abilities, a secretive past, and having become a young warlord of the sea, could he possibly be a celestial dragon? As this thought crossed her mind, Robin's imagination began to wander. Rodney, exasperated, looked at her and replied, "If I were a celestial dragon, I would undoubtedly be living a life of indulgence, surrounded by beautiful wives and luxurious feasts, merely languishing away. Who would choose to toil upon the seas? That does make a certain degree of sense. Given the captain's disposition, he would indeed act thus." Chapter 74. The Devil's Triangle. The Devil's Triangle, a mysterious expanse of ocean where inexplicable disappearances abound, is said to claim over 100 vessels each year, with tales of ghost ships carrying the deceased wandering the waters. Rodney and his companions have ventured into this enigmatic domain, where the fog thickens ominously, obscuring the sun's rays and plunging the surroundings into a dismal gloom. Visibility is severely compromised. Even the keenest eyes would struggle to pierce through the haze. The only sound is the crashing of waves, as the absence of direct sunlight lowers the temperature significantly. The frail Lester cannot help but rub his hands together, inquiring, "Captain, I heard from my father that this place is haunted, isn't it? Hunted by ghosts? Perhaps, but there are zombies here, the kind that can speak." Rodney replied with a wry smile. "The zombies." Lester's face drained of color and terror. "Hey, with your stature, it's rather unbecoming to show such fright," Robin teased. "I've heard that people often vanish here. Captain, do you have a way to escape?" "Uncertain," Rodney replied, casting a bemused glance at Robin, the cunning historian, who seemed to delight in scaring Lester. The timid boy likely had never faced the world beyond his sheltered existence. "Captain, we can escape, right?" Lester tugged at Rodney's sleeve, his eyes glimmering with hope. "Perhaps. You and Raju might stay behind. The toxins may or may not affect zombies, and you could serve as backup," Rodney suggested, contemplating creating a shadow clone to relay messages. "Captain, are you intending to confront the warlord, Gecko Moria?" Raju asked. "Of course. The Navy hasn't prohibited me from engaging the warlords, have they?" Rodney replied with a grin. "Let me assist in eliminating those thorns in their side." The Navy would never cease their pursuit of the warlords, and as long as an opportunity presented itself, they would work to eradicate them. Thus, he would lend a hand, especially since he had a mission at hand. Mission: eliminate Gecko Moria. Mission level: B. Rewards: Chidori, Raging Lion main technique, 5-element seal, Phantom multi-snake hand. Water release: Water Dragon Bullet, 2nd generation simplified version, water release, 5 shark feasts, misconcealment. Silent killing technique: Permanent chakra fruits 2, explosive chakra fruit, 3,000 mission points. Chidori? That would be advantageous, perfectly complementing his Sharingan, though its loudness renders it unsuitable for stealthy assassination. The powers of the Sage of Mount Mayaboku and Uncle Snake, along with the simplified version of the Water Dragon Bullet, are appealing. After all, the original Water Dragon Bullet requires over 30 hand seals, and merely witnessing those seals is enough to dissuade one from using it. Why did Kakashi choose to flaunt his Sharingan to replicate the Water Dragon Bullet? He could have simply utilized another ninjutsu to dispatch Zabuza without such elaborate efforts, yet he failed to impress. "Captain, look at the surface of the sea." Rodney was called back from his reverie by Lester's voice, his gaze drawn to the ocean, where a considerable amount of debris lay concealed, including several desiccated corpses. Could that be Moria's zombie army? Intrigued, he cast a wire-tipped shuriken, ensnaring a body and drawing it closer. The corpse was emaciated, its garments tattered. Yet its overall appearance retained a semblance of grandeur, marred by extensive decay and numerous livor mortis markings. The body was rigid, with visible stitches in several areas, indicating it had been deceased for quite some time. Robin, examining the corpse's attire, remarked, "The embellishments on this garment belong to the attire of the Kingdom of Germa. Typically, such clothing is donned only during burial. It is implausible for this individual to possess such apparel if they perished here. One must consult a professional to have such garments made, unless they were aware of their impending demise and chose to wear it themselves." Rodney interjected, "This body was stolen." "Stolen?" The trio regarded him with puzzled expressions. Rodney elucidated, Moria possesses the ability to infuse the shadows of others into corpses, transforming them into zombies endowed with the abilities of their shadow masters. To assemble his undead army, Moria instructs his subordinates to pilfer corpses from graveyards worldwide, as well as to seize the shadows of others, thereby creating formidable zombies. One of Moria's subordinates, the surgeon Hogback, scavenges and modifies corpses, preserving them for Moria to infuse with shadows. Initially, these zombies retain the personalities of their original owners, but eventually become entirely subservient to Moria. These corpses thus acquire the capabilities of their shadow masters. However, if the original was a devil fruit user, their shadow cannot inherit their powers. Otherwise, if such abilities could be seized, the world government would never allow someone wielding the perilous shadow fruit to survive. Moria's powers will inevitably attract the ire of the world government. He continued, those whose shadows have been taken cannot expose themselves to sunlight. Doing so would reduce them to ashes. Is that so? Captain, do you have a strategy to confront him? Robin inquired with a smile. Indeed, Rodney replied. Zombies are vulnerable to fire and cannot tolerate salt. Contact with salt would revert them to mere corpses, returning their shadows to their original bodies. As for fire, my fire release techniques can be employed, supplemented by water release, though the latter requires me to stand upon the ocean's surface. Otherwise, I would only summon fresh water. This place resembles a refuse dump, Raja remarked, gazing at the floating debris and the few corpses scattered across the sea, her brow furrowed. Could it be that Dark King Rayleigh and Moonlight Moria engaged in combat? Combat is certain, Rodney affirmed. We simply do not know the extent of their clash, or, to phrase it differently, what state Moria has been left in. The corpse was cast down once more. Leaving it aboard the ship served no purpose. Better to dispose of it into the sea, allowing it to nourish the depths, akin to a whale fall. Remain vigilant, everyone. Robin and Lester. Beware of a girl wielding a small parasol, with pink hair styled in twin ponytails. Her ability compels one to inadvertently reveal their dark pasts. Surely, none of you wish to face public execution, do you? Princess Perona's powers are deemed even more troublesome by Rodney than Moria's. He certainly does not wish to be struck by her negative spirits, inadvertently disclosing his own hidden history amidst their incessant murmurs. Lester, on the other hand, suddenly cowered behind Rodney, pointing at a nebulous shadow lurking behind the mast. Captain, what is that? Rodney exclaimed, damn it. That white apparition resembles a bedsheet. Or perhaps a doll fashioned from one, with absurdly comical arms and a head the size of a football, its expression vacant, while its lower half trails like a tadpole's tail, floating curiously before the four of them. A ghost, Rodney warned. Do not let it strike you. It is merely a doppelganger. Had they already been discovered? The specter glanced at them, tilted its head, and then vanished into the void. Captain, what was that just now? Lester inquired. We have been spotted. That was the ability of Princess Perona, one of the three peculiar beings serving under the Moria pirates. Oh, and you too? Be cautious while bathing. One of those oddities has consumed the transparent fruit. Robin, I recall that one of Sanji's dreams is to eat the transparent fruit. Isn't that so? The thought of Sanji's face, filled with disappointment and indignation, amused Rodney greatly. It is well known that Sanji dreams of the transparent fruit. As for all blue, isn't Fishman Island essentially that? Ugh, you brat, Robin retorted. The combat suits of Germa 66 already possess cloaking abilities. Why would one wish for the useless powers of the transparent fruit? Chapter 75, The Terrifying Three-Masted Ship Moria. Moria, a girl with pink twin tails, holding a small umbrella, floated in mid-air, reporting to a peculiar figure about the revelations of her ghostly doppelganger. What? Inquired a thin, sharp voice. In the shadows sat a colossal being, nearly 7 meters tall, with pallid skin and hair resembling flames, though it more closely resembled the flourishing green of a scallion, albeit in fiery hues. His skin was ghostly white, adorned with 2 horns protruding from his forehead, his appearance akin to that of a demon. His ears were pointed, his neck elongated, and a seam-like scar ran from his forehead to the center of his head. His shirt collar stood erect like the wings of a bat, and a black Gothic coat added to his ominous aura. His corpulent frame obscured the visibility of his feet, and one arm, bound in bandages, dangled from his slender neck. Moonlight Moria, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, had consumed the shadow fruit, becoming a master of shadows. However, his current condition was dire. Damn you, Rayleigh. To be so thoroughly beaten for a mere skeleton. And the corpse of Ryuma is ruined. He was a legendary swordsman from Wano. Moria cried in exasperation. What is it? Perona? Moria's injuries were a result of an encounter with the Dark King Rayleigh, who had come with Brook, now a mere skeleton, to reclaim his shadow. Ryuma's corpse required the shadow of a skilled swordsman, and Brook was the perfect candidate. How could Moria possibly relinquish such a valuable shadow? In his overconfidence, Moria even contemplated turning Rayleigh into a formidable zombie to confront Kaido, intending to kill Rayleigh and seize his corpse and shadow to fill the body of the monster Oz. The outcome was a harsh lesson. The old man taught him that he was still just that, a mere boy. Rayleigh had decisively subdued Moria, defeating the zombie Ryuma who possessed Brook's shadow and could wield his swordsmanship. Yet, even with such prowess, Ryuma was no match for Rayleigh. After vanquishing Ryuma and reclaiming Brook's shadow, Rayleigh, at the behest of Kurokas, took the sword Shusui and left Moria with a severed limb, casually departing in his slippers. Rayleigh had only come to find someone, and, had he been inclined to do more, Moria's injuries would have been far graver. Fortunately, one of his subordinates, Hogback, an adept surgeon, managed to reattach his arm. Otherwise, Moria would have been left with a useless limb. Mr. Moria, a ship has breached our defenses, Perona announced. Oh, is that so? Moria replied, intrigued. This may just replenish the zombies that Rayleigh has depleted. Upon Rayleigh's arrival at the terrifying three-masted ship, he not only decimated Ryuma and the monster Oz, but also dispatched any who dared to confront him along the way with his conqueror's haki. Many fragile zombies were severed from their shadows, rendering several of them unusable. However, there are only 4 people, Perona continued. Only 4? Moria's disappointment was palpable. He had expected a greater number. The scant 4 individuals made him reluctant to take action. Perona, I entrust this matter to you and Absalom. With a lackluster sigh, Moria reclined back into his seat. Over the years of living as a reclusive shut-in, he had grown accustomed to delegating tasks to his subordinates. Understood, Lord Moria. Hee. New toys to play with, Perona chimed, floating mid-air before phasing through the wall and vanishing. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Pearl, the 4 crew members stood in silent contemplation as they beheld the colossal silhouette of Thriller Bark looming before them. Thriller Bark was reputed to be the largest sailing vessel in existence, resembling a small island. Its central structure, akin to an isle, was once bound by massive chains to towering outer walls, enclosing seawater within. The enormous gates, like a gaping maw, would swallow incoming ships whole, sealing them inside with no escape. Or so it was supposed to be. Now, the walls bore numerous signs of hasty repairs marred by a massive, cleanly sliced gash, clearly the work of a master swordsman Captain, was this left by Dark King Rayleigh? Reiju asked, studying the precision of the cut. Most likely, Rodney replied, though he wasn't entirely certain. The walls bore not just one but multiple sword marks, and the massive gates had vanished entirely, leaving behind a gaping breach, likely Rayleigh's handiwork as well. Judging by the size, it seems just right for Laboon to pass through. The Black Pearl sailed inward, disregarding the clamoring zombies along the walls. Rodney summoned small slugs, distributing them among his 3 companions. These palm-sized creatures would serve as their means of communication. Is this a din mushy, Captain? It feels different, Rage amused, poking the soft, cool, and slightly slimy body of the slug. Rodney explained. This is a contracted partner of mine. You may call her Lady Slug. These are her clones connected to one another. We can communicate through her. And she can also assist in healing wounds. How extraordinary. I've never heard of such a thing. A pleasure to meet you all, Lady Slug murmured softly. It can talk. The 3 were stunned. While the world was full of strange creatures, a talking slug was a first for them. Indeed, Lady Slug is far more amiable than the rowdy gangs of Maiboku or the tyrants of Riichi Cave, Rodney remarked dryly. Especially those toads from Maiboku, utter delinquents. Drinking, smoking. If they had hair, they'd probably perm it. You flatter me. The sages of Maiboku and Riichi Cave are quite agreeable. Lady Slug interjected. Rodney scoffed. An old, senile toad and a white snake who lounges in his cave smoking and spectating. Can those 2 really be called sages? Ah, Lady Slug hesitated. Her true form was the entirety of Shikatsu Forest, and she wasn't too sure how to respond. After all, she was something of a homebody herself. Enough of that. Lady Slug, these are my comrades, Robin, Reiju, and Lester. A pleasure, Lady Slug, they greeted in unison. Legio and Robin were both quite courteous, while Lester appeared somewhat anxious, calling out to the Slug sister. Hey, is it really appropriate for someone who stands at 1 meter 80 to shout like that? Oh, I forgot. You're still young. At that moment, the Slug sisters and Tinny twitched as she inquired, Lord Rodney, do you have any other companions aboard your ship? No, it's just the 4 of us. Where could they possibly be? Suddenly realizing something, she asked, Slug sister, where's that extra fellow? The Slug's perception was based on her ability to sense natural and life energies. In this world, rich in natural energy, her sensitivity was heightened, as she relied on perception to navigate her surroundings. After all, the Slug lacked eyes, yet she could effortlessly evade attacks and recognize individuals, all thanks to her perceptive abilities. Even the slightest fragment of a being could be detected nearby, and she possessed a comprehensive understanding of the ship's layout. Thus, she had already noticed the extra person upon their arrival, mistakenly assuming he was a companion of Rodney's and refraining from questioning him immediately. However, the fellow's furtive demeanor piqued her curiosity, prompting her to inquire of Rodney. Behind that mask stood a rather peculiar being, with certain bodily structures that did not resemble those of a human. I see, Rodney said, flipping his palm to reveal a shuriken nestled between his fingers, clashing in midair, while a steel wire connected to it was tugged backward. As it spun around the mast, the wires seemed to ensnare something, although nothing was visible. Robin understood. 6-wheel flower, anchor flower. Delicate arms sprouted from the mast, intertwining tightly. Captain, there is indeed something there, and it possesses considerable strength, Robin stated solemnly. I sensed it when the Slug sister mentioned there was someone. Invisibility fruit. What? How could you see me? The voice emanating from the anchor flower was filled with astonishment. How strange. There is clearly someone, yet you seem unable to see them, the Slug sister queried in confusion. Rodney smiled and replied, we shall soon be able to see him. Chapter 76. Landing on the island, the invisible fruit, a paramecia-type devil fruit, represents Sanji's aspiration. The all-blue pales in comparison to this dream. However, it was consumed by Absalom, shattering his ambitions. As for Absalom himself, he can hardly be considered human any longer. Transformed by Hogback, he possesses the jaw of a lion, the skin of an elephant, and the ferocious strength of a beast weighing 300 kilograms, making him a grotesque fusion of man and beast. A chimera? More like an unformed chimera. Before Rodney and the others, Absalom's true form emerged, adorned with a white round hat resembling a blue patterned jar atop his head, golden locks cascading down his elongated frame, and a lion's mouth protruding awkwardly from his face, all while clad in a black suit. Though he could wriggle free from his bindings, Robin's grasp rendered him helpless. Sister Snail sensed the peculiarities of Absalom's anatomy, remarking, how strange. He possesses animal tissues yet lacks the rejection typical of a non-human body. This surpasses the realm of medical science. Ha ha, this is the handiwork of Dr. Hogback. Why can't you break free? Absalom exclaimed, women, release me. Oh, how beautiful. His eyes shimmered with hearts upon seeing Robin and Nami. This lecherous creature would have licked Robin's face and spied on Nami bathing. Damn it. The thought ignited Rodney's fury. I've never seen such a repulsive creature, akin to that brat Momonosuke. Sister Snail observed the abnormalities of this world, acknowledging that anything could transpire. Rodney stepped forward, spinning 2 shurikens in his hands before striking them into Absalom's shoulders, incapacitating his arms. Absalom shrieked as the shurikens pierced the bone, the agony excruciatingly unbearable. To think that a mere 300 kilograms of strength has reduced you to this pitiful state is hardly commendable, Rodney scoffed. Now, enlighten me about Moria's current situation. And no, I will never betray Lord Moria. Absalom retorted defiantly. Moria treats his subordinates well, earning their unwavering loyalty and respect, as evidenced by Absalom and Perona's willingness to refer to him as their master. What a resolute fellow, yet you are merely a puppet before me, not superior in any way. I had hoped to avoid this. With an incantation, Absalom's eyes dulled as he succumbed to the illusion. Now, speak. What is Moria's condition? Master Moria is currently recuperating, Absalom confessed. Recuperating? How so? Yes, he was injured by the Dark King Rayleigh. His left arm was completely severed. Dr. Hogback reattached it. But it cannot be used for the time being. Oh, I see. Rayleigh rendered one of Moria's arms unusable, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. Confronting him would undoubtedly require a considerable exertion of effort. This was indeed a substantial assistance. As for the corpse of Oz, it remained inert, still housed within the freezing chamber. Thus, let him meet his demise. Moria released Robin from her restraints, while Absalom freed himself from the wires, plunging down from the Black Pearl in a state of utter disorientation. Splash! Without even a struggle, he sank effortlessly into the depths of the sea. The remaining trio fell into silence. If memory served correctly, those with abilities would drown upon submersion. What exactly is the captain's power? Lester inquired. It is ninjutsu. The kind-hearted slug sister replied, a technique utilizing energy known as chakra in conjunction with hand seals to manifest various miraculous arts. Well, slug sister, discussing ninjutsu could take an entire night. We must take our leave. Reiju, I entrust you with Lester, Robin, and I shall depart. Should any matters arise, rely on slug sister for communication. Rodney was reluctant to delve further into the subject of ninjutsu, as he could not impart such knowledge to them. It would serve no purpose. The Black Pearl had already docked, and Rodney and Robin prepared to disembark, waving goodbye to the two remaining on board, saying, farewell. We shall return swiftly. Captain, I shall prepare a feast for your return. Oh, it seems a flag has been raised. Let us proceed, Captain. Together. The duo ventured into the thick fog, their figures swiftly vanishing from sight. Rodney cautioned, Robin, be careful. The fog is dense here, and it is easy to become lost. I am aware. However, Captain, doesn't this environment feel rather eerie? There are also numerous areas that appear to be damaged. Gazing around, they beheld Gothic architecture, bizarre and mysterious, brimming with an aura of terror, especially intensified by the dense mist. Gravestones stood erect in every direction, resembling a cemetery, and occasional horrific cries echoed, evoking a sense of being trapped in a realm of the dead. Surprisingly, traces of battle were evident in certain areas, unmistakably the remnants left by Rayleigh. Fear not. Simply treat those zombies as though they were human. I never claimed to be afraid. I merely find it excessively dark. Did you not bring a lantern? As a historian, she was an atheist. How could she possibly fear such things? I must apologize. I did not bring one. However, I can disperse the surrounding mist. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A tumultuous gust erupted forth from his mouth, sweeping away significant portions of the fog, greatly enhancing visibility and introducing a hint of light. What an impressive ability. Captain, your ninjutsu proves quite useful. However, the mist is returning. TSK, lantern plants are far more convenient. While clovers provide a lasting solution, the mist will inevitably return. Alas, I have neither large nor small sun mushrooms. Ah, must I resort to hand-to-hand combat with zombies? Speaking nonsensical words, Robin had long grown accustomed to such quirks. After all, who among the seafarers was entirely sane? The elder slug upon my shoulders sounded an alarm, exclaiming, Lord Rodney, something is approaching through the mist. It bears no signs of life, yet it is undeniably alive. This form of existence is quite astonishing. In her perception, the zombies lacked any life force. Yet they were capable of movement, an oddity that intrigued her. Such is the power of the devil fruit. Dear slug, you must learn to accept it as commonplace. Rodney smiled. Although the mist somewhat impeded his Sharingan, his eyes were still able to discern numerous entities within the fog, such as the writhing zombies advancing towards them. I recall that they fear fire. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Fireballs accurately struck the zombies, igniting them in a frenzy of flames, illuminating the figures twisting in the mist with a glow of fire. Let us proceed. Allow me to forge the path. Fire release. Great fireball. Though he had rarely managed to incinerate foes with the great fireball, it was undoubtedly a convenient technique for clearing away. Treading upon the scorched earth left in the wake of the blazing fireballs, Rodney and Robin traversed as if strolling through their own backyard. Midway, Rodney abruptly halted, creating a shadow clone and handing over a pair of sea stone handcuffs. I entrust this to you. The shadow clone smiled faintly. No problem. But what do you intend to do with it? We shall discuss that later. Very well. The shadow clone then plunged into the ground, utilizing the earth release to depart. Captain, what have you done? Nothing much. Merely enlisted his aid to resolve a significant issue. He dove underground to avoid detection. Failure would be catastrophic, Rodney replied. Robin, let us not seek Moria just yet, but rather find a nefarious doctor. What do you say? I will follow your lead, but Captain, do you possess the confidence to defeat Moria? He is a seasoned warlord of the sea. Isn't Crocodile the same? I have a formidable strategy to counter that fellow, albeit at a considerable cost. The mere thought of the nearly 3,000 task points he had expended on that technique caused him a twinge of regret. However, the prospect of confronting Moria made it worthwhile. After all, he would recoup his losses in due time.